Chapter 1. Transmigration into a Scion. My head aches terribly, where am I? Lingyun propped himself up from a bed, feeling as if he had been struck senseless and then carelessly tossed to the ground, subsequently trampled upon. A sobbing voice reached his ears. "Brother Casso, you finally awakened." Lingyun, enduring the discomfort, turned to look. A frail little girl was incessantly wiping away her tears, crying inconsolably. The sight of her sorrowful visage would tug at the heartstrings of anyone who beheld it. "Casso?" Lingyun felt a twinge of confusion. Was she calling for him? What was that? He noticed a tail wrapped around the little girl's waist. Suddenly, a splitting headache engulfed him as two distinct memories collided in his mind, intertwining and seemingly on the verge of merging. In the throes of this fusion, Lingyun could no longer bear the pain and succumbed to unconsciousness. Lingyun hailed from the 21st century, surviving on the rental income from his parents' house, and was an avid fan of Japanese anime, with Akira Toriyama's Dragon Ball being his utmost favorite. One fateful evening, while he was engrossed in reviewing Dragon Ball for the umpteenth time on his computer, he inadvertently brushed against the power switch. In an instant, his mind went blank, his body paralyzed, and he found himself transported to this bewildering world. Through the merging of memories, he learned that Casso was the original owner of this body, who had sustained grievous injuries while protecting the weak little girl. Just as he was on the brink of death, Lingyun's consciousness seized control. Casso's shattered soul could not contend with Lingyun during the fusion of memories. Time ticked away, and at long last, Lingyun fully assimilated the other memory. What was this? This was the world of Dragon Ball. Lingyun was elated. He had cherished the Dragon Ball anime since childhood, often succumbing to bouts of youthful exuberance, mimicking Kakarot as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, gritting his teeth, widening his eyes, and letting out a mighty roar, fantasizing about becoming a Super Saiyan himself. Even during baths, he would occasionally shout, startling his parents in the living room, only to emerge from the bathroom to receive a well-deserved beating. After his parents' passing, he had grown somewhat more composed, yet his affection for Dragon Ball remained unwavering, watching it repeatedly with unflagging enthusiasm. He never anticipated that an accidental electric shock would transport him to the Dragon Ball universe. Saiyan Kasso, I made my decision. Lingyun was overwhelmed with excitement, yearning to laugh joyously at the heavens. Yet the injuries he sustained and the throbbing pain in his head compelled him to grimace. "Brother Casso, how are you feeling?" The little girl, tears streaming down her face, hesitated to reach out and touch Casso's face, fearful of causing him pain. Noticing Casso's fluctuating expression, she worried that he might have been rendered foolish by Nappa's assault. This thought caused her to sob once more, muttering, "Nappa, return my brother Casso." The sight of the little girl's sorrow pierced Casso's heart, and, perhaps influenced by lingering traces of his former consciousness, he felt an overwhelming pang of empathy. "Osbier, I'm all right now, please, don't cry." Casso embraced Osbier, comforting her. In his memories, Casso's former self and Osbier's parents had fought alongside each other as comrades in Bardock's team, but both had perished during a mission. Afterward, the two had taken to living together, caring for one another, yet with no parental guidance, they both remained painfully thin. Nappa's family belonged to the upper echelons of Saiyan nobility, his father being the right-hand man of King Vegeta. Nappa, who followed Vegeta around with an air of arrogance, treated orphans like Casso and Osbier with particular cruelty. The day before, Casso's former self had been mercilessly beaten by Nappa, and it was only thanks to Osbier dragging him back that he still lay in bed. A bittersweet sensation welled up within Casso. He and Osbier, as childhood friends, shared a profound bond, and the thought of her discovering that her true brother Casso was no longer alive filled him with sorrow. "Nappa, is it?" In that moment, Casso's eyes turned as cold as ice. Having consoled Osbier, Casso resolved to temporarily set aside matters concerning Nappa, his urgency to ascertain his current combat power overwhelming him. He grasped the scouter from the cabinet and, recalling the method from his memories, measured his battle power. 300. To his astonishment, he possessed 300 battle points. Casso was taken aback. This was even more formidable than the aging Piccolo Daimao. After some contemplation, He surmised that his near-death experience had likely contributed to this significant boost in power. From a merging of memories, he also discovered that he was, in fact, an elite warrior. A smile crept across Casso's face. An elite warrior, indeed. Not bad at all. While not the legendary Saiyan physique, it was certainly superior to that of Goku, an inferior warrior. In truth, evaluating a Saiyant's rank based solely on their birth power level was somewhat misleading. For instance, Goku, despite being a low-class warrior, had repeatedly faced death, surpassing his physical limits time and again, and his battle power would forever exceed Vegeta's. While the protagonist's halo played a part, it was undeniable that the Saiyan classification system was flawed. Of course, a higher birth battle power also indicated a higher starting point, so Casso's status as an elite warrior afforded him considerable advantages. Now, Nappa, prepare to meet your end. Casso silently chuckled to himself. Nappa had thus entered Casso's death list, and Casso felt no remorse for his ruthlessness toward such a scoundrel. Having arrived in the superdimensional world of Dragon Ball, where the law of the jungle prevailed and planets could be annihilated at a moment's notice, Casso's only desire was to grow stronger, to survive. Casso organized the memories in his mind, uncertain of the current time or how long remained until planet Vegeta's destruction. Osbier, what year is it? Casso urgently needed to ascertain the current era in his familiar memories. He recalled that planet Vegeta was destroyed in the year 737 of the age. It is currently the year 735 of the age, Osbier replied, wiping the tears from her eyes with her small hands. Only 2 years left? Casso furrowed his brow. Time was indeed of the essence. Casso remembered that 2 years hence, planet Vegeta would be obliterated by Frieza. Frieza, a genius of the Frost Demon race, was warned by his father, King Cold, to be wary of the Saiyans potentially manifesting the legendary golden-haired Super Saiyan. Furthermore, under the directive of a certain deity, Frieza would, in the year 737 of the age, summon all Saiyans on missions, annihilating them along with planet Vegeta, leaving only a few survivors. With only 300 battle power, Casso and Osbier were but 5 years old. They stood no chance of saving planet Vegeta, let alone defeating Frieza. Vegeta, the Saiyan Prince, was born with a battle power of 1,000, undeniably formidable, but against Frieza's 530,000 battle power in his normal state, he was no more than an insect. This won't do. I must escape planet Vegeta within 2 years, or I shall surely meet my demise, Casso murmured to himself. As long as he could depart from planet Vegeta with the knowledge in his mind, could he not also defeat Frieza? At present, there was no other recourse. Casso could only focus on survival, striving to enhance his battle power, and when planet Vegeta exploded, perhaps he might save a few more Saiyans. Chapter 2. Eliminating Nappa. Having entered the Dragon Ball world, several days passed, and Casso's initial excitement began to wane. He was acutely aware of the unfolding plot. Only 2 years remained until the cataclysmic explosion of planet Vegeta. Time was indeed of the essence. In a world as perilous as Dragon Ball, lacking strength made survival a mere pipe dream. Currently, Casso possessed a mere 350 battle points, achieved through arduous training methods he had gleaned from his previous life. However, this level of power was grossly insufficient. Casso was desperate to increase his strength. For the past few days, he had ventured into the forest, attempting to grasp the concept of ki, yet he could not discern the ki. The potency of ki was indisputable. Just as Vegeta had invaded Earth with a staggering battle power of 18,000, he ultimately fell to opponents who could harness ki. While part of this defeat could be attributed to Vegeta's arrogance, it was undeniable that ki played a crucial role. Ki was a mysterious phenomenon, often inexplicable and distinct from mere energy, although energy could be considered a form of ki. Despite possessing energy far exceeding that of Earth's martial artists, Casso's understanding and application of ki were utterly abysmal. Forget it. Casso sighed heavily. Once he escaped planet Vegeta, he would need to find an opportunity to visit Earth and learn what ki truly was, perhaps even borrow some senzu beans from Master Karen. Upon reflecting on this, Casso couldn't help but smile. He sat quietly on a stone by the clear stream, with a few grand mountains visible in the distance. He recalled his childhood in his previous life, a time of youthful naivety, where he often imitated Wukong in unleashing the Kamehameha wave. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. Let us see what the fabled energy sphere is like. Casso concentrated intently, employing the method from his fused memories, gathering the energy within him into the palm of his hand. Soon, an energy sphere formed in his grasp. The sphere shimmered brilliantly, its surface adorned with a halo of blue radiance. At a glance, it resembled an extraordinarily enhanced welding arc, blinding to behold, with tendrils of electricity crackling and sizzling around its circumference. This is the energy sphere. I wonder how powerful it truly is. A surge of excitement coursed through Casso, and he could not resist the urge to hurl it towards the distant mountains. Boom, boom, boom. Debris flew as a sizable chunk of the mountain was cleaved away, revealing a gaping void. This was no fragile planet like Earth, easily shattered upon impact. Rather, it was the relatively stable Vegeta, where gravity was tenfold that of Earth. Gulpy. Casso swallowed hard. Was this what an energy blast felt like? How impressive I am. Yet, I hope it doesn't harm any innocent creatures. If it does, then so be it. Casso dismissed the thought. After all, it took considerable effort for a novice like him to condense such an energy sphere. It seems I must continue to strive for improvement. With that, Casso leapt into the nearby stream, seeking solace after a long day of exertion. Here, with few Saiyans passing through, he could afford to relax. Indeed, after excessive toil, one must allow time for proper rest. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from afar, the tall grass swaying. Something was approaching from the forest. Who could it be? Casso felt a twinge of anxiety. Saiyans were known for their ruthlessness and cold-blooded nature. The explosion of Vegeta was a testament to that. For several days, Casso had been evading crowds, engaging in his special training to conceal the fact that he had tripled his combat power in just a few days. Who knew what kind of turmoil might ensue if discovered? As Casso closed his eyes, resting in the water, the commotion in the distance caught his attention, prompting him to submerge, anxious and vigilant. The footsteps grew increasingly closer, and soon a figure emerged above the water surface. How amusing! It's that wretched Nappa. Casso smirked coldly. Nappa was scanning the area, muttering to himself. The data from the scouter clearly indicates something nearby, yet there is no one in sight. He presumed it to be a fellow warrior training, boasting a combat power of 350, and sought to make an acquaintance. However, after scrutinizing his surroundings, he found no sign of the supposed warrior. Nappa, not overly concerned, slowly turned to leave. As Nappa's retreating figure faded from view, a flicker of disturbance crossed Casso's composed visage, as if the remnants of his former self were influencing him. From his memories, Nappa harbored a strong disdain for his past incarnation and Osbier, deeming their presence a disgrace to higher-ranking warriors. During every sparring match among the juvenile Saiyans, Nappa would strike mercilessly, often proclaiming that had it not been for Lord Bardock's favor, he would have eliminated them long ago. To kill Osbier and myself? Casso smirked. Now endowed with considerable power, the tables could easily turn. Having become a Saiyan, Casso felt a shift in his demeanor, adopting a more ruthless disposition. The prospect of slaying now felt akin to an ordinary task. To think someone would dare venture into this forest alone. Filthy wretch, meet your demise. Casso began to channel the power within him. After a brief moment, seeing Nappa wander further from the shore, Casso sensed that time was running out to act. Thus, he unleashed the full force within him. An overwhelming surge of energy erupted, causing the river to explode violently. Waves surged, and droplets soared hundreds of meters into the air. I knew someone was here. Nappa, hearing the commotion behind him, turned to investigate, eager to discover which warrior had revealed themselves. Having failed to locate the warrior earlier, he now recognized a small figure emerging from the water. But why did it seem so familiar? Casso ascended, enveloped in a shroud of white energy, soaring into the sky, with the sun casting a radiant backdrop behind him. In the blinding light, Nappa struggled to discern the identity of the figure, shielding his eyes with his hand, yet he could make out the form, which felt oddly recognizable. Gazing at the scouter, Nappa noted the 350 combat power reading displayed, but for some inexplicable reason, the figure was closing in on him. Wait, given the trajectory, it appeared the figure intended to attack him, and Nappa finally grasped the situation. Yet, realizing the threat was one thing, being able to defend against it was quite another. A fleeting shadow darted through the air, and suddenly, Casso materialized behind Nappa. I never imagined you would find yourself in such a predicament. The Casso's gaze was reminiscent of a vengeful demon from the depths of hell, radiating an intense hatred as he fixated on Nappa, much like a beast eyeing its prey. Casso had anticipated avenging his former self, yet he never expected the opportunity to present itself so swiftly. "It's you, Casso!" Nappa's pupils constricted in disbelief. How can this be? He found it unfathomable that Casso, who had been grievously injured just days prior, had fully recovered, his combat power now an astonishing 350 points. While his own was a mere 260, Nappa was overwhelmed by a mixture of shock and fear. That moment, a deep blue energy pressed against his back, the searing heat and chaotic energy relentlessly stimulating his skin, causing cold sweat to beat upon Nappa's brow as his body trembled uncontrollably. "Casso, my brother, I was merely jesting before. I beseech you, spare me." Nappa's voice quivered with palpable fear, his words tumbling out in a frantic rush. Yet, the memories of the times he had tormented Casso and Osbier loomed vividly in his mind, and Nappa felt a chilling sense of doom wash over him. Why had Casso, whom he deemed worthless, experienced such rapid growth in power over these few days? Nappa seethed inwardly. With no options left, he resolved to placate Casso for the time being. "What benefit would there be for me to spare you? Let bygones be bygones, and I shall even persuade my father to assign you a comfortable task," Nappa hastily replied, fearing that a single energy blast from Casso could obliterate him if he dawdled too long. As long as he could stabilize the situation, he could later have his father deal with Casso. However, Nappa seemed to have forgotten that he was at the mercy of another. "Very well," Casso suddenly replied. Upon hearing this, Nappa's lips curled into a manic grin. "Spare you?" Casso sneered. "Why did you not spare my former self? Go to hell and apologize to the real Casso." Casso's eyes glinted coldly as he swiftly conjured a profound energy orb in his hand and smashed it into Nappa's head. "You're not keeping your word." Nappa howled in agony. Casso's combat power, towering at 350 points, far surpassed Nappa's, leaving him utterly defenseless. Moreover, this was a surprise attack, rendering Nappa incapable of evading. No. The violent energy orb propelled Nappa toward the mountainside, the orb's searing temperature eliciting tormented screams from him. Yet Casso paid him no mind as he formed another massive energy orb with his other hand, pursuing Nappa relentlessly. The two energy orbs collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! The wind howled with fury, and the skies churned ominously. In the wake of the explosion, Nappa was annihilated into mere dust, while the distant mountain, which bore a gaping wound at its midsection, crumbled, sending rocks of various sizes tumbling down. "Is he dead?" Casso's furrowed brow finally relaxed, a wicked smile creeping onto his face. "I truly am a sly one." After meticulously erasing his traces in the forest, Casso returned home with a sizable catch. Just as he neared his abode, he encountered several individuals approaching him. At the forefront was a short young boy, his face sharply defined, having inherited the hairstyle and visage of his father, King Vegeta. He also bore his father's physical traits and some of his personality. With a high, smooth forehead, that moment, he sported a row of pointed bangs, his brows pronounced, and his heart-shaped temples accentuated his wide brows and elongated eyes emanating a cold demeanor. Crowned with fiery black hair, "T is Vegeta." Vegeta mused, slightly puzzled. Was T. Casso supposed to be gravely injured by Nappa? How could he have healed so swiftly? After a cursory glance, Vegeta dismissed him, coldly inquiring, "Have you seen Nappa?" "No." Casso responded nonchalantly. Vegeta, unwilling to waste any more time, turned and departed with his entourage. Phew. Observing Vegeta's retreating figure, Casso feigned calmness, exhaling a sigh of relief, feeling more unsettled than he ever had during his past escapades. He had feared that his deed of eliminating Nappa would be discovered. Blast it! I must make a hasty exit. Feeling guilty as a thief, Casso dared not linger, lest Vegeta turn back and create complications. Chapter 3. Departing planet Vegeta after walking for a while, a small house appeared in the distance. "Little Osbier, I have returned," Casso announced as he entered, bearing his large catch, making his way toward the kitchen. Osbier emerged from her room, clapping her hands in delight. "Casso, you're back. Wow, we'll have fish for dinner again tonight." Each time Casso returned from training, he brought back prey, believing Osbier to be too thin. Her combat power hovering around a little over 100, he had often wondered how she survived before, which explained why she was frequently bullied. Yet in the past few days, Osbier had gradually gained some weight. Her complexion no longer pale, but rather rosy, all thanks to the spoils of his hunts. Casso skillfully prepared the fish, placing on a rack to roast. Soon, the aroma of the cooking fish wafted through the air, causing Osbier's mouth to water. "Casso, I'm hungry. I want to eat." Osbier stood at the door, her small brows knitted together. "It's ready to eat," Casso chuckled, finding her to be quite the little glutton. After dinner, Osbier clung to Casso's arm as they sat together on a chair. "Casso, I'm so full," she said, patting her slightly round belly. "Promise to catch big fish for me again. Okay?" Osbier smiled sweetly. Casso ruffled her hair, recalling the memories of how Osbier had often been bullied by Nappa and his ilk, sometimes coming back bruised and weeping for her Casso. The former had endured a severe beating to avenge her. It was no wonder the little girl was so attached to him. Contemplating these thoughts, Casso felt a pang of sorrow. How could Nappa have the heart to torment such an adorable girl? However, after vanquishing Nappa today, Casso felt a sense of relief, vowing to never let this girl suffer again. Casso momentarily lost himself in thought, reflecting on the training he had undertaken over the past few days. His advancements had been significantly swifter than before, yet many training methods available to him here were ineffective, especially since he had to constantly be wary of his surroundings. Saiyans were known for their ruthlessness. Who could predict what would transpire if others discovered his current condition? Moreover, he dared not venture into treacherous territories. This situation could not persist, having only gained so little combat power in a few days. How long would it take to reach Frisia's level? I must devise a plan to leave this planet with Osbier, Casso mused. Otherwise, once Frisia begins monitoring planet Vegeta, it would be too late. Having just avenged his former self, Casso found no solace, as he had to remain vigilant against the scrutiny of Vegeta and Nappa's family, while also fearing Frisia's potential watch over planet Vegeta. After much contemplation, he concluded that departing planet Vegeta was the most prudent choice. But how could he accomplish that? I could seek Bardock. Casso suddenly recalled the captain of his former self's parents. "Little Osbier, I'm going to visit Uncle Bardock," Casso said, gently placing Osbier down before standing and heading toward the door. "Casso, be sure to return quickly," Osbier replied obediently. The night on planet Vegeta was strikingly beautiful, devoid of clouds, allowing the starlight from the depths of the universe to shine vibrantly. The moon was exceptionally bright tonight, illuminating the path clearly. Thankfully, it was a full moon, or Casso would have been too fearful to venture out. A Saiyan with a tail, under a full moon, would absorb Blut's waves, rapidly transforming into a gargantuan ape, his power increasing tenfold. Yet the ordinary Saiyan would lose their senses in this transformation, succumbing to destruction until the moon vanished or their tail was severed. Only royal Saiyans and some exceptional individuals could retain their wits in their ape form. Vegeta was one of those fortunate few. Upon arriving at Bardock's doorstep, Casso knocked on the door. "Uncle Bardock, please open up. It's me." The grand door swung open swiftly from within, revealing a female Saiyan. Bardock's wife, Jine. "Casso, is that you? Have you come to see Bardock?" Without hesitation, Casso stated his purpose, requesting Bardock to assign him a mission alongside Osbier. Upon grasping Casso's intention, Bardock pondered momentarily before inquiring, "I promised your parents I would look after you both. Are you truly set on undertaking this mission?" "Yes," Casso affirmed. After a moment of contemplation, Bardock nodded in agreement. He understood that sheltered blossoms seldom bloom. Only by departing from the eagle's embrace could they soar high. He had once tread a similar path, as a low-ranking warrior whose talents paled in comparison to Casso's superior lineage. Early on, he had been dispatched on missions, enduring numerous trials before achieving his current prowess. Thus, letting go sooner rather than later was indeed beneficial. "Thank you, Uncle Bardock. I will strive to grow stronger." Casso breathed a sigh of relief, having feared Bardock would press him further. Suddenly, as Casso was about to leave, Bardock called out, "Casso, have you seen that lad Nappa?" The inquiry sent a jolt through Casso's heart. Had he been discovered? Thoughts raced through his mind, yet he simply replied, "No." Bardock informed Casso that Nappa had vanished for a day, perhaps meeting with some misfortune. He had always been aware of the enmity between Casso and Nappa, but felt it inappropriate to meddle in the affairs of children. Ultimately, Bardock advised Casso to remain indoors for the time being to avoid being embroiled in any complications. Reflecting on his memories, Casso realized that Bardock genuinely cared for both him and Osbier. With his concerns alleviated, Casso felt a sense of relief, but he knew he must hasten to leave planet Vegeta if it were discovered that he was responsible for Nappa's demise. He feared even Bardock would be unable to shield him. Days passed. Two small spacecraft hovered in the central square, where two diminutive figures stood beside them. "Brother Casso, do we really have to undertake this mission?" "I'm scared," the young girl expressed, her voice trembling with trepidation. Under Bardock's care, Osbier had only faced Nappa's bullying. As a higher-ranking Saiyan, she had never been required to engage in destructive missions. However, she had overheard conversations among her kin, tales of those who had perished while on duty. This thought only heightened her fears. "Little Osbier, do not fear. I will protect you," Casso reassured her. He felt uneasy leaving Osbier alone on planet Vegeta. Without his protection, she could easily become entangled in the events surrounding Nappa's death, which made it difficult for him to leave with peace of mind. She was, after all, the one closest to him in this world of Dragon Ball. Casso tenderly ruffled Osbier's hair, comforting her. Moreover, planet Vegeta would soon be destroyed by Frieza, prompting Casso to complete his mission without returning. He intended to venture to Namek in search of the legendary Dragon Balls, and then to Yardrat to master the skill of instant transmission. Osbier climbed into the spacecraft, and Casso adjusted the flight settings for her. Standing outside her ship, he offered her a reassuring gaze through the transparent window before returning to his own craft. With a roar, both vessels expelled twin streams of fiery flames, the heat waves swirling around them. Propelled by the scorching currents, the ships ascended skyward, charging into the vast expanse of space. Chapter 4. Daily training and hunting. Half a year elapsed. In the dense forests of Moo Star, birds flitted through the air, while numerous animals drank peacefully by the lake, creating a serene atmosphere. On this day, two streaks of light, resembling shooting stars, pierced the sky, blending beautifully with the tranquil surroundings. No, those two brilliant meteors were heading straight for the forest. Boom! Two spheres crashed into the earth, the immense force creating deep craters in the ground. The powerful shockwave rippled outward, sending dust swirling into the air. The spheres opened to reveal two small figures, Casso and Osbier. The moment Casso opened the spacecraft door, he was greeted by a rugged slope of exposed earth and stones. He leaped forth, instantly appearing atop the incline. "Brother Casso," Osbier called, climbing out of the pit to join him, wrapping her arms around him in a tree-hugging gesture, seeking solace from the unfamiliar environment. "Fear not. We have arrived at Moo Star," Casso assured her, lifting her slightly as he caressed her long hair. He cherished holding little Osbier, especially now as she had grown a bit chubby and felt delightfully soft in his embrace. Finally, they had departed planet Vegeta. Casso felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He no longer had to constantly worry about the planet being annihilated by Frieza. In the anime, Vegeta's destruction stemmed from two main reasons. One was the fear of the frost demons that a legendary Super Saiyan might emerge among the Saiyans. But ultimately, the principal cause lay with the god of destruction, Beerus, due to certain circumstances. Beerus had instructed Frieza to eradicate the entire Saiyan race. Such formidable beings as the god of destruction were still far beyond Casso's reach. Having escaped the imminent dangers of planet Vegeta, he could now focus on his development. After exploring the forest, Osbier exclaimed, "Brother Casso, this planet is so beautiful." She eagerly examined her surroundings, her earlier fears forgotten as she became captivated by the enchanting scenery. Watching her frolic, Casso couldn't help but chuckle. Had she not been terrified just moments ago? Yet, indeed, the beauty of this planet was undeniable. Casso began to explore earnestly as well. Mu Star was predominantly covered in forests, with 20% comprised of oceans, making it an exceptionally pleasant environment. The primary source of high combat power here lay within the untamed beasts, and Casso and Osbier simply needed to eliminate these formidable creatures to complete their mission, an exceedingly straightforward task. Bardock had considered the potential dangers they might encounter. A moon orbited this planet, and if necessary, they could transform into a giant ape, amplifying their power tenfold. An 800 power level beast would be no match for them in that form. However, Bardock had not disclosed this information to them. Casso took Osbier's small hand as they approached a mountainside. With a flicker of blue light from his fingertips, a key blast, the size of a ping-pong ball, shot forth. Boom! A 3-meter-wide cave exploded into existence at the mountainside. After a brief tidying up, this would serve as their future residence. Time quietly passed. One day, by a large lake at the foot of the mountain. The surface shimmered with golden light as fish occasionally leaped from the water, while birds swooped down to snatch them up. Suddenly, the lake began to ripple violently, transforming into tumultuous waves as a small hill began to move towards the shore. This mound, approximately 10 meters high and 6 meters wide, shook the ground with each movement. As it drew nearer, a small figure emerged from beneath it. Casso. Upon reaching his destination, Casso tossed the small hill aside. Boom! The entire ground trembled. Exhausted, Casso collapsed onto the earth, panting heavily. After such grueling training, he had depleted his energy reserves. Yet this effort was not without reward. He could feel an inexplicable force awakening deep within him, akin to a long dry spring suddenly gushing forth with water. The training methods from Earth were indeed effective. Casso reclined on the ground to rest. This training approach proved beneficial for him at present, though he knew that once he surpassed a power level of 1,000, its effectiveness would wane. For greater enhancement, utilizing a gravity chamber would be ideal. Suddenly, a violent tremor erupted behind him. Turning around, he saw Osbier struggling with a small hill, 7 meters high and 5 meters wide, on her back. After discarding the hill, Osbier pouted at Casso. "Brother Casso, you didn't even wait for me. Are you not waiting here for me?" Casso chuckled softly. It had been over a month since they arrived on Mumu Planet. Emulating the training methods of Master Roshi, he swam in the lake, tilled the fields with his bare hands, was pursued by ferocious beasts, and carried small mountains on his back. That he then insisted that Osbier undertake the same challenges. Both Casso and Osbier were elite warriors, and their potential was undoubtedly remarkable. During this time, Casso's extensive training had elevated his combat power from 350 points upon arrival to an impressive 500 points. Osbier, too, had made significant strides, increasing her strength from just over 100 points to 300 points. A nearly threefold enhancement. One cannot help but acknowledge Osbier's exceptional talent. In comparison, Casso's progress seemed relatively modest. His current prowess was largely attributable to the harrowing experience of being nearly slain by Nappa. "Little Beer, we've been here for more than a month. Do you miss home?" Casso asked, wrapping his arms around Osbier and lifting her into an embrace. Although she was also drenched in sweat, there was no hint of unpleasant odor. Instead, a refreshing, sweet fragrance surrounded her, reminiscent of the morning dew on grass. I do miss Aunt Ginia and Uncle Bardock a bit," Osbier admitted. Unfazed by Casso's perspiration, they remained closely entwined. "Brother Casso, once we complete our mission, can we return to Vegeta immediately? With our current combat strength, we can surely avenge Nappa." Osbier's eyes gleamed with fierce determination. "Return? No, we cannot go back just yet," Casso replied, shaking his head, withholding the truth about Nappa's demise. "Why not?" Osbier inquired, puzzled. "You are aware of Frieza, are you not?" "Yes, I know. We Saiyans have served him loyally for many years. He is the Emperor of the universe, immensely powerful and ruthless in a year and a half. He will annihilate our entire Saiyan race." Casso understood that the only way to save the Scions was to transcend into a Super Saiyan. Challenging Frisia in their normal state was utterly unrealistic. How could that be? We have always been fiercely loyal, Osbier exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. I have a premonition, and it grows stronger by the day. You must trust me, dear sister. Casso held her shoulders, resting his forehead against hers earnestly. I believe you, brother Casso. Although Osbier still harbored some doubts, her faith in her brother was unwavering. Now aware of the gravity of the situation, a sense of worry enveloped her, and her usual smile began to fade. As they embraced, a series of rumbling sounds emanated from Osbier's stomach. Gurgle, gurgle. She shyly nestled closer to Casso. Are you hungry, my little princess? Let's wash up first and then go hunting. Casso suggested with a grin. He ruffled Osbier's hair. After such strenuous training, he too felt quite famished. The two bathed in the lake. Suddenly, a roar echoed from a distance. Casso and Osbier exchanged glances. Dinner had arrived. They both flared with energy, a radiant white aura enveloping them. With a powerful leap, they shot in the sky like bullets, leaving behind only two small white dots. Roar! Roar! Two colossal saber-toothed tigers, resembling their prehistoric counterparts, stood poised, muscles taut, occasionally roaring as they faced off. Brother, I'll take the larger one, and you can have a smaller one, Osbier declared, darting toward the smaller saber-toothed tiger. Casso crossed his arms, hovering mid-air, bemused by Osbier's impulsiveness. The two saber-toothed tigers were not vastly different in size, approximately as large as elephants. Sensing the threat posed by the duo, they abandoned their standoff and roared angrily at the pair. Little tiger, taste my strike, Osbier shouted as she halted in mid-air. Bringing her hands together, the point of blue light materialized between her palms, akin to the sparkle of a sapphire under sunlight. In an instant, the small blue orb expanded rapidly, forming a fist-sized shockwave. She thrust her hands forward, and the blue shockwave shot forth like a bolt of lightning toward the smaller saber-toothed tiger. The beast dodged swiftly to the side, evading the attack. With a resounding explosion, the shockwave erupted, sending dust and debris into the air, scattering the surrounding trees. Damn, I missed, Osbier exclaimed, her petite frame darting forward once more. Seizing the opportunity while the saber-toothed tiger was still disoriented from the explosion, she approached its side, channeling all her strength into her legs and delivering a powerful kick. The tiger was sent hurtling backward, toppling trees in its wake. Roar, roar. The saber-toothed tiger regained its footing, shaking its head and letting out a fierce roar. Its gaping maw revealed razor-sharp teeth that glimmered ominously. It dug its claws into the ground, propelling itself forward, creating craters in the earth with its powerful strides. Sensing the imminent threat, Osbier leaped into the air, teasingly calling, you can't reach me. Roar! The smaller saber-toothed tiger, unable to reach the airborne figure, seethed in fury. Little Osbier, stop playing around and finish this quickly. It's time to head back. Casso dispatched the other saber-toothed tiger with a simple fingertip energy blast. All right, just give me a moment, Osbier replied, channeling all her energy into a basketball-sized energy sphere that materialized in her hands. The smaller saber-toothed tiger, realizing the peril it faced, turned to flee, attempting to escape into the dense forest. Boom! The energy blast struck the creature, resulting in a violent explosion. As the smoke cleared, the saber-toothed tiger had vanished, reduced to ashes. Casso descended from the air, covering his face. Well, it seems we can't eat that one. He hadn't anticipated Osbier's overwhelming ferocity. Osbier, slightly embarrassed, stuck out her tongue. Let's go. I'm starving. Casso grasped the fallen tiger with his bare hands, and, alongside Osbier, soared back to their dwelling in the cave. Chapter 5. Osbier's Great Ape Transformation. It had been 3 months since Casso and Osbier arrived on Mumu Planet. With their combat power on the rise, the higher-tier threats had been largely vanquished. That evening, Casso and Osbier sat around a crackling fire. 2 wild boars skewered beside them, as the flames licked the meat. The fat sizzled and dripped onto the ground, creating a pool of grease. The aroma wafting through the air was irresistibly enticing. Osbier reached out her tiny hand and grabbed one of the boars. Bringing it to her mouth and taking a hearty bite, The outer layer was crispy while the inside was tender, perfectly cooked. She savored the steaming meat, occasionally taking a breath to cool her mouth. "Brother Casso, your cooking skills are superb. This meat is delicious," Osbier exclaimed, her cheeks puffed with food. "Of course. Just look at who prepared it," Casso replied, equally enticed by the aroma, and he too began to feast on the other boar leg. "Little beer, our mission is complete, and we'll be leaving this planet in a few days." Casso took a few bites, feeling something stuck in his teeth, and picked up a nearby twig to dislodge it. "All right, I'll follow you anywhere, brother," Osbier replied, engrossed in her meal. Casso chuckled at the sight of her enjoying her food. She sat before the fire, her chubby little legs swinging as she stuffed her cheeks. A porcelain doll against the flickering flames. In that moment, Casso's youthful spirit was captivated by her adorable demeanor, and a blush crept across his face. Is this what it means to nurture a lowly? Casso continued to savor the roasted meat. After months of arduous training and relentless missions, Casso and Osbier had shed their former identities as inexperienced fighters. Throughout numerous encounters with ferocious beasts, they had amassed countless battle experiences, resulting in a significant enhancement of their combat skills. On one occasion, Casso narrowly escaped being devoured by a beast, an encounter that greatly boosted his fighting prowess, now reaching an impressive 1,000 points, while Osbier boasted a commendable 700 points. Achieving such formidable strength at such a tender age was undoubtedly a testament to the effectiveness of Earth's training methods. Should Casso and Osbier return to Vegeta, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. In the anime, Raditz invaded Earth with a mere combat power of 1,500 points, a level only slightly above that of an average adult Saiyan. Although Raditz was considered rather weak, the fact that two 6-year-olds had approached the fighting capabilities of some adult Saiyans was remarkable. Casso tossed the remnants of his meal away. With only a year remaining until the destruction of Vegeta, he knew he must expedite his strength enhancement. Perhaps the spaceship they had previously used was now under Frisia's surveillance. Upon completing their mission, their next destination would be Yardrat. Yardrat resided within the 27th main star system of the Virgo constellation in the Northern Galaxy. Relatively close to Namek. In the Namek saga, Goku defeated Frisia on Namek, which was also facing destruction. Goku lacked sufficient time to return to his spaceship, which was nearby, but had its propulsion system disabled by Vegeta. Just when everyone believed Goku was doomed, he fortuitously discovered a spaceship abandoned by the Ginyu Force and escaped. The Ginyu Force's next target was Yardrat. The coordinates of the spaceship were set for that very planet. After a year, Goku mastered instant transmission on Yardrat. This skill had long been a dream for Casso in his past life, allowing him to flee from battles he could not win and swiftly travel to other planets. As they were Saiyans serving Frisia, they possessed a star map detailing the distribution of Frisia's galaxies, with Yardrat's location clearly indicated. While still on Vegeta, before their spaceship's launch, Casso had already pinpointed Yardrat's position on the star map, which was not far from Namek. He contemplated setting off for Yardrat in the coming days. After finishing their meal, the two reclined on a makeshift hammock woven from vines. Casso gently stroked Osbier's lustrous black hair as they reveled in the tranquility of the night. After a while, Osbier shifted in his embrace, her cheeks slightly flushed, and looked up to say, "Brother Casso, I need to use the restroom." "All right, I will wait for you right here," Casso replied, playfully brushing his finger against her small nose. Osbier climbed down from the hammock and slowly descended. Casso followed closely behind her along a wide path flanked by trees, with the soft chirping of insects resonating in the air. This path leading to the restroom was one they had cleared themselves. Osbier made her way down the path and entered a small wooden structure. From a distance, the structure appeared square, with walls constructed of timber, each wall uniformly high, yet lacking a roof, an open-air restroom. Why make such a fuss about a restroom? It should suffice to keep it simple. Casso had thought during its construction that, in truth, it was not a matter of fussiness. Rather, Casso was simply too lazy to build a roof. After a moment, Osbier's voice floated from the small structure. "Brother Casso, the moonlight is so bright tonight, and the moon is so round." "So bright? So round?" Casso wondered, swiftly looking up at the sky, where a golden full moon hung overhead. Oh no! It was common knowledge among Saiyans that those with tails transformed into giant apes upon seeing a full moon. though this fact was lost on Goku. How could there be a moon here? Casso had spent months on Moo Star without discovering the presence of a moon. Bardock must be playing a cruel trick on us. Casso felt his heart racing suddenly. Thump, thump. This was the prelude to his transformation into a giant ape. From Casso's understanding, only the Saiyan royal family and elite warriors could retain their sanity in their giant ape form. Although he was an elite warrior, his youth posed a question of whether he could withstand the overwhelming rage. His heartbeat quickened, and his eyes began to glow red, reminiscent of a beast's gaze. As his face contorted into a fearful snarl, he bared his teeth and let out a few roars, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Casso's body was overtaken by a surge of powerful energy. Boom! The ground trembled under the weight of this energy, erupting with deafening blasts as debris flew into the air. Casso struggled against the violent emotions brought on by the giant ape transformation. Feeling his last vestiges of sanity being assaulted like a fragile boat tossed about on a tempestuous sea, he dared not gamble on his ability to remain rational. Enduring the pain, he forcefully severed his own tail. Gasping for breath, Casso knelt on the ground, panting heavily. His face returned to normal. The fur that had threatened to emerge with his transformation dissipated, yet his eyes remained bloodshot, with veins coursing across them. Exuding a terrifying aura, suddenly a roar erupted from the direction of the restroom. Roar, roar, roar. A towering giant ape, over 20 meters high, appeared before him, its eyes of vivid crimson, resembling rubies, and its body covered in tawny fur. The giant ape pounded its chest, as if a pent-up frustration sought release. The open-air restroom Casso had constructed shattered under Osbier's transformation, leaving no intact wooden plank in sight. Casso swallowed hard, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. If I had known, I would have built an enclosed restroom instead of being so lazy. Witnessing Osbier lose her sanity, Casso realized that even elite warriors needed training to maintain their composure in their giant ape form. The full moon was Bardock's final gambit against Casso and the others. With the full moon present, once they transformed into giant apes, the beasts of Moo Star would be no more formidable than ants. Bardock, far away on Vegeta, likely never anticipated this scenario. To think they would transform when they least needed to, all due to the full moon. This was a dire predicament for Casso. Chapter 6. A Path Left for Others, a Giant Ape. Over 20 meters tall, rampaged through the forest. The colossal beast bared its massive mouth, fangs exposed, unleashing a red energy wave. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud erupted at the explosion site, shrouded in smoke and the acrid scent of gunpowder. How terrifying! Casso swallowed hard, astonished by Osbier's newfound combat strength. The giant ape struck its chest once more, raising its gaze to the sky. Where the shadow of the moon loomed, IT reached up, attempting to grasp the moon. But the full moon remained motionless, unaffected. Roar! Osbier, seemingly incensed by the giant ape's presence, pounded her chest and unleashed a laser beam toward the ground. Boom! Boom! The earth trembled violently as a colossal mountain was struck, its entire structure fracturing instantaneously, sending debris and stones flying in every direction. Where the laser beams traversed, a vast chasm formed, reminiscent of the great rifts caused by earthquakes, with stones perpetually cascading into the abyss below. Surrounding trees were toppled by the shock wave, and in some areas, sparks began to ignite, swiftly engulfing the forest in flames. Animals fled in terror, their cries echoing the horrific scene akin to a hellscape. Casso was aware that the detector was equipped with a listening device, which he had discarded prior to arriving on Moo Star. Drawing upon 6 months of arduous training, Casso had developed a modicum of sensory awareness. He sensed that Osbier's combat power had surged approximately tenfold, reaching around 8,000. With such a formidable enhancement, the colossal ape form of Osbier was far beyond what his mere 1,000 points of combat power could withstand. Casso knelt on the ground, veins protruding from his neck, his face contorted in agony as he gasped for breath. That it was unfathomable that Osbier, who had just moments ago appeared as delicate as a porcelain doll, could transform into a ferocious gorilla in the blink of an eye, a creature devoid of recognition for kin. He had no choice but to sever her tail. Casso slapped his cheeks, striving to regain his composure. He alone could halt Osbiel on this planet. But upon raising his gaze, he was met with a dire sight. A dark red energy sphere materialized in the air, and there was no time to defend himself as it struck him directly. With a thunderous boom, Casso was propelled away at an alarming speed. He tumbled along the ground for some distance before finally coming to a halt, leaving behind a scar over 100 meters long. Carved by his friction against the earth, gasping, he coughed up blood, the searing pain radiating throughout his body. His upper garments were singed, revealing a multitude of varying depths of wounds, each one aflame with excruciating agony. That foolish little Osbiel, Casso cursed under his breath. Fortunately, this was merely a casual strike from her. Had it been anything more, he would surely have perished. He had to stop her. Casso recognized that if this continued, the entire planet might be annihilated before nightfall. Given Osbiel's current combat prowess of approximately 8,000 points in this superdimensional realm, even a few hundred points could obliterate a planet, let alone the might of Osbiel now. With one hand propping himself up, Casso struggled to rise, each movement tugging at his wounds, blood flowing more freely with each agonizing motion. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he slowly stood upright, taking a deep breath. He stealthily inched closer to where Osbiel was located. As Casso approached the massive ape, destruction surrounded him. He leaped onto a tree, keenly observing Osbiel's movements. The giant ape was in a frenzied rage, her left foot stomping down, causing the ground to buckle like tofu, unable to withstand her might. With a thunderous roar, she pounded her fists, a ghostly crimson glow coalescing in her mouth as energy amassed within her. This was his chance. Casso realized that Osbiel was gathering a powerful attack. He needed to seize the moment when she unleashed the laser projectile, as it would leave her momentarily vulnerable. The energy ball in her mouth had swelled to an enormous size, resembling a black hole, surrounded by a terrifying gravitational pull that drew the air towards it. The force intensified, pulling debris from the ground towards the energy sphere, while dry twigs and leaves from the forest were swept directly into its vicinity, only to be disintegrated into dust before they could reach the energy's proximity. Casso inhaled sharply. He could feel the overwhelming power of the energy orb. If it struck him, there would be nothing left. Seizing the moment, the giant ape gathered the energy to its peak and unleashed a colossal laser projectile towards a distant mountain range reminiscent of the Kunlun Mountains. Now was the time. Casso summoned all his strength, his legs propelling him forward like a gust of wind, darting towards the base of the giant ape's tail. Soon, a figure appeared near Osbiel's tail, the silhouette wielding a blade of energy. Intent on severing her tail, suddenly, the giant ape's tail arched upward, evading the strike, and then it began to thrash wildly. From a distance, it resembled a whip, lashing out with chaotic fury, leaving illusory afterimages in its wake. This was bad. That little girl, no, that big girl, was far too cautious. Casso had anticipated successfully severing her tail, but had underestimated Osbiel's awareness of her surroundings. This was a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. The giant ape's tail lashed about violently, and Casso struggled to defend himself. Yet, transformed into a gorilla, Osbiel was an adversary far beyond Casso's capacity to withstand. Before long, a sharp pain shot through Casso's back as he was struck by her tail. Ah! His agonized scream reverberated through the air as he was sent flying, his body hurtling like a cannonball towards a nearby hill. After soaring several hundred meters, he crashed into the hill with a resounding thud, creating a massive crater. The laser projectile that the giant ape had just gathered struck the mountain range. A tremendous explosion ensued, and a mushroom cloud, more immense than that produced by an atomic bomb, erupted into the sky. Soon, the cloud billowed forth, permeating the shattered vacuum, with dust swirling through the air. In a cave created by the impact several hundred meters away, a figure lay beneath a blanket of rubble. Casso propped himself up, the stones shifting with his movements. Coughing violently, he spat blood. His already battered body was now further compromised by the blow from Osbiel's tail. Just as he began to regain his composure, heavy footsteps echoed from above. Casso's expression shifted in alarm. Damn it, she's coming after me. At that moment, a massive hand uprooted the cave's entrance. That it was over. Escape was impossible. sitting on the ground, Casso bitterly chuckled to himself. Oh, little Osbiel, if you don't find me when you wake up tomorrow, please don't be sad. He truly had no strength left, and several of his bones felt fractured. Casso attempted to wipe the blood from his mouth, but any movement sent jolts of pain through his wounds, causing him to grimace. Upon traversing into this world, he had fantasized about becoming the strongest being in the Dragon Ball universe, meeting Kakarot, and impressing Vegeta. Yet, after 6 months, none of those dreams had materialized, and now he was to perish beneath Osbiel's foot. What a disgrace for a transmigrator! Sighing helplessly, Casso thought of Osbiel calling out for him upon regaining consciousness. Searching the world for him, he envisioned her, alone, being pursued by Friezo without him by her side. How could such an innocent girl survive in the treacherous universe? Contemplating this, Casso felt a pang of sorrow. Deeply concerned for her as Osbiel lifted the cave entrance, she paused, gazing down at Casso, then suddenly raised her left foot, intending to stamp out the small creature that had dared to offend her. Casso slowly closed his eyes. It was futile. He would concede, but then, after a brief moment, he felt an absence of pressure from above. Why hasn't she stepped down yet? Casso opened his eyes to find Osbiel's foot hovering in mid-air, reluctant to descend. Upon closer inspection, he noticed her blinking, a contemplative expression crossing her face as if recalling something. Her gaze softened, and she gradually withdrew her foot, folding her legs and sitting beside him. Is she remembering me? Casso's lips curled into a wild grin, laughter bubbling forth. Ha! But the laughter quickly turned into a choke, tears welling in his eyes. Casso murmured, all the pain I endured for her wasn't in vain. Little Osbiel hasn't forgotten me. Hearing Casso's voice, Osbiel looked down, her expression adorably perplexed as she gently patted the massive gorilla head. What's this little bug doing talking to itself? How strange! Casso was startled by her gesture, instinctively shrinking away, fearing another attack. However, realizing she was merely petting him, he exhaled in relief. Phew! Thank goodness! That silly little Osbiel was infuriating. Once she recovered tomorrow, he would have to give her a thorough scolding. In an instant, the furious Osbier regained her composure. The distant forest continued to burn, yet the battle had ceased. Casso observed Osbier leaning against the mountainside, her arms hanging limply by her sides that a cold breeze swept through, causing him to shiver involuntarily as he edged closer to her. Her body, covered in soft fur, offered a warm and comforting embrace. However, resting against the massive ape made Casso feel slightly uneasy, prompting him to glance up. Osbier's enormous eyes met his gaze for a moment, devoid of any reaction. Before she turned her attention to the round moon above, Casso noted that the forest had been ablaze for 2 hours. Gradually extinguishing, the sky, once shrouded in dust, began to clear, revealing patches of blue as the debris settled, blanketing the ground like volcanic ash. The full moon still hung in the heavens. A small child nestled against the leg of a great gorilla, both large and small, snoring peacefully. Chapter 7. Little Osbier awakens as night gradually faded. The full moon retreated behind the distant mountains, half hidden. Where the mountains met the sky, a sliver of white light emerged, gradually yielding golden rays that filtered through the leaves, adorning the forest floor. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Insects buzzed, while the leaves glistened with round droplets of dew. Over time, the droplets coalesced, and under the pull of gravity, they slipped from the leaves' surfaces. Drip! They fell to the ground. Huzizi, a small child, snored, occasionally smacking his lips. Beside him lay a naked little girl, her black hair cascading over the boy's chest, her body fair and plump. She clutched the boy's left arm, her head resting on his shoulder, softly breathing in slumber. Yawn. Little Osbier gently patted her mouth. Why am I not wearing any clothes? Why do I feel so exhausted? Osbier felt her body slack and devoid of strength. Wasn't I just in the restroom last night? How did I blink and find it morning? And where have my clothes gone? A multitude of questions flooded her mind. She gazed ahead, noticing numerous large footprints, some trees broken in half, others uprooted, all covered in a thick layer of dust, while the distant peaks appeared shattered, resembling remnants of a battle. Had a major conflict transpired here? Huh, who is this filthy child beside me? Osbier discovered a ragged little boy, his upper body marred with wounds, sleeping next to her. How dare this wretched boy rest beside me? Osbier furrowed her brow, glaring angrily at the ragged child. She raised her hand, concentrating energy in her palm, the pressure escalating as a brilliant blue light intensified. Suddenly, the filthy boy turned over, his head now facing her. A mixture of blood and dirt clung to his face. And upon closer inspection, his features seemed all too familiar. Why does he resemble my brother Casso so much? Osbier's pupils dilated in shock. Brother Casso. The deep blue shockwave she had conjured dissipated, and her eyes began to well with tears as she hurriedly crawled to Casso's side, enveloping him in her arms. Tears streamed down her chubby cheeks uncontrollably. Brother Casso, what has happened to you? Osbier cried out in anguish. She cradled Casso against her chest, providing him solace on this planet. Casso's strength was unparalleled, leaving no one capable of overpowering him. The more she pondered, the less she understood. All she knew was that Casso was gravely injured, and her heart ached for him. Tears cascaded from her eyes, dripping onto Casso's lips. Casso slowly opened his eyes. His once battered form was now securely held in Osbier's embrace, and he felt an increasing warmth and vitality. Hiss! Casso winced in pain, drawing a sharp breath as he exclaimed, "Little Osbier, let go!" Ah! Osbier was momentarily taken aback. Then realization dawned upon her, and she quickly released her hold. "Brother Casso, who has hurt you?" Osbier's expression darkened, revealing a fierce determination. In her memory, Casso had only experienced such severe injuries once before, when he was attacked by Nappa. "Calm down. It's nothing. I'll be fine in a few weeks." Casso reassured, resting his face against Osbier's bare chest, inhaling her delicate scent. "You wouldn't believe how many people can match my strength. Have you forgotten what happened last night?" Oh right, wasn't I in the restroom last night?" Osbier pondered, slightly confused. "What did you see while you were in the restroom last night?" Casso asked with a wry smile. This little girl had indeed forgotten the events of the previous night. "Last night, after finishing the restroom, I saw the full moon." "Ah, the full moon. Does that mean I transformed into a gorilla?" Osbier gasped in horror. All Saiyans on Vegeta knew that gazing upon a full moon would turn them into mindless gorillas. "If that were the case, Brother Casso, I didn't hurt you, did I?" Although Casso was reluctant to admit it, he nodded. Upon seeing Casso's affirmation, Osbier burst into tears once more, lamenting her own foolishness for attacking her brother. What she failed to realize was that had she not halted her assault last night, Casso might have been reduced to a mere puddle of mud. Casso lay in Osbier's embrace, recounting the events of the previous night, especially the crucial moment when she retracted her powerful kick. Truth be told, Casso felt quite moved. It was a rare feat for a mindless gorilla to regain its sanity, and in the entirety of the Dragon Ball series, only a handful of instances existed where a gorilla had recalled its memories. Among them were when Vegeta invaded Earth and Gohan transformed into a gorilla, subsequently attacking Vegeta, and during Dragon Ball GT, when Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 4, under Casso's comforting presence. Osbier gradually ceased her cries, though tears still adorned her small, delicate nose, and even her rosy lips were not spared. She sniffled, relieved that she had ultimately refrained from attacking Casso. Otherwise, she could hardly bear to imagine the consequences. Casso held no resentment towards Osbier. Such occurrences were difficult to avoid unless one knew beforehand that a full moon would appear. Casso wiped Osbier's little nose, removing the tears, and gently caressed her chubby cheeks. "Brother holds no grudge against you. Do not weep, or you shall lose your beauty. But I hurt you. It's nothing. A few weeks of rest will suffice. Thankfully, all the times I've endured pain for you were not in vain. You spare my life in the end," Casso teased her. "Brother, you're so annoying." Osbier pouted. All right, come on. Help me up." "Okay." Osbier assisted him as he slowly rose from the ground. "We must hurry back. By the way, you're still not dressed." "Ah, Brother Casso, why didn't you say so earlier?" A beam of white light streaked across the sky, and from the ground, one could faintly discern a little girl carrying a little boy as they soared through the air. Chapter 8. Arrival at Yardrat Star a month later. In a cave, two small children hoisted a spaceship against the wall, making their way towards the exit. Their tiny bodies struggled to carry a vessel much larger than themselves, creating a peculiar sight. Yet, Scions were truly formidable. Hundreds of pounds felt like mere toys in their hands. Upon emerging from the cave, the ground before them was uneven, revealing numerous pits, likely filled recently. The rugged terrain was scattered with debris. In a short distance ahead, several trees lay half-fallen, their upper leaves withering as a gentle breeze blew. The desiccated leaves could no longer cling on and began to drift downwards. In such a scenario, it is evident at a glance that this place has recently endured a great battle. Casso, with one hand bearing the weight of the spaceship, approached an open area and gently set it down. Fortunately, this location appears to have remained untouched. Casso smiled as he released the vessel. Upon hearing this, Osbier's fair complexion flushed with embarrassment, her demeanor becoming shy and evasive. When Osbier transformed into a gorilla, she wreaked havoc all around, but miraculously, this area escaped the chaos, and the spaceship remained unscathed. Otherwise, the two might have been trapped here for eternity. Little Beer, we are now setting off for Yardrat Star to learn a powerful technique, Casso declared, opening the spaceship door and addressing Osbier beside him. Osbier had long decided that wherever her brother Casso went, she would follow. Even if he took her to Frisia's headquarters, she would not flinch. For Casso had become her dearest family member. The two climbed inside, the spaceship door sealing shut as brilliant flames erupted from beneath, propelling them skyward. Originally, they had planned to visit Namek Star first. But after the incident involving Osbier's transformation, Casso recognized that preserving their lives was of utmost importance. Thus, their priority shifted to Yardrat Star to learn the life-saving technique of instant transmission. The vastness of the starry sky unfolded before them, with a gossamer-like Milky Way cascading from the northeast to the southwest. Countless stars twinkled, sparkling like diamonds against the night, each one a unique gem amidst the dark expanse. Floating among the sea of stars were numerous planets, some crimson, others teal, showcasing a myriad of colors. Their sizes varied greatly. Some planets were colossal, dwarfing Earth by dozens of times, while others were less than a tenth of its size, creating a stark contrast. Suddenly, a massive yellow planet loomed before them, its surface pockmarked and devoid of greenery. Even moisture was absent. Beside it orbited a purple planet, shrouded in a lavender haze, ethereal and enchanting, resembling a maiden clad in purple satin dancing gracefully before their eyes. A breathtaking sight. Two spaceships, one following the other, plunged into the atmosphere of this violet world. They descended. The vessels plummeted at a terrifying velocity, the friction igniting flames akin to those of striking a match. Boom, boom. The two spaceships crashed into a valley, creating deep craters. Casso awoke from his slumber, opened the spaceship door, and leaped out to his surprise. An alien clad in peculiar attire stood before him. His skin bore a purplish hue. Devoid of hair, with facial features similar to those of humans, though his ears were considerably elongated and his eyes narrower. Irregular gray patches adorned the top of his head, and he was of a shorter stature. "Greetings, distant visitor? You. Hello," Casso responded, mimicking the welcoming gesture of the elderly figure. However, the action felt somewhat awkward, leaving him unable to replicate it seamlessly. "Who are you?" "I am Casso," the alien replied to Casso's inquiry. "Casso? Isn't it the sage of Yardrat Star? How could he possibly know that we would arrive here?" Casso pondered, slightly bewildered. Just then, the door of the adjacent spaceship opened, and Osbier sprang out. "Brother Casso, who is he?" Osbier asked, observing the peculiar-looking alien before her. "Are you Scions?" Casso initially overlooked Casso's lack of tail, assuming they were not Scions, but upon seeing the long tail wrapped around the girl's waist, he sought confirmation. "Yes, we are. How did you know?" Osbier inquired, puzzled. Casso led them to his dwelling while explaining along the way. It turned out that the sage of Yardrat had foreseen a great calamity befalling their planet, predicting that a Scion would descend upon it today, capable of aiding in averting the impending disaster. Isn't this akin to Goku's tale of seeking refuge on Namek in the future? Why is it happening to him? Moreover, didn't Husa mention that only one Scion would arrive? Now there are two. Kazuo could not make sense of it. Husu, too, was perplexed. In his foresight, there was only one Scion predicted to arrive. How could there suddenly be two? Regardless, as long as they were Scions. It sufficed. Their strength should enable them to confront the future calamity. The Scion race was renowned for its love of battle, guaranteeing formidable prowess. Husa dismissed his doubts and continued, leading the pair onward. Sage, we have come to learn the technique of instant transmission. Kazuo, aware of the sage's wisdom and his apparent ability to foresee the future, approached the matter directly, without any preamble, as long as they harbored good intentions. He believed they would be granted the opportunity to learn the sacred skill. After all, wasn't it through a similar circumstance that Goku had acquired this technique on the very same planet? We of Yardrat Star welcome every kind-hearted individual who cherishes peace. Husu stroked his chin thoughtfully. You may learn this skill, but we have one stipulation. Please go on, Kazuo urged. Husu then articulated his request. In the event of a great disaster striking Yardrat Star in the future, he hoped to call upon their assistance. We agree. Thank you, Elder Husu. Upon hearing Husu's request, Kazuo sighed in relief. He recalled that Husu had made a similar appeal to Goku, though it had not been mentioned in the anime. Very well, this room has been prepared for your rest. Tomorrow, someone will come to guide you in learning instant transmission. Rest assured. Husu led them to a house and stated. After arranging their accommodations, Husu exited. Heading toward the communal meeting chamber, Brother Kazuo, we have finally arrived at Yardrat Star. Is the instant transmission truly as wondrous as you have described? Osbier clung to his arm, shaking it with anticipation. Whether it is wondrous or not, you will know once you learn it, Kazuo replied, not wishing to elaborate further. After all, explaining too much would only confuse her. What could a child possibly comprehend? In the meeting room of Yardrat Star, the discussion erupted. Are these two little ones truly the saviors you foresaw? Indeed, the two Scions who arrived today differ somewhat from my vision that I am my foresight. It was a golden-haired Scion who would descend upon our planet. Husu explained. Then what of these two little ones? Can they save our planet? The room filled with cacophony as everyone began to chatter anxiously. Silence. Supa, the leader of Yardrat Star, commanded sternly from his position at the head of the table. Hearing Husu's prophecy had startled him. A future calamity threatening the very existence of Yardrat Star was alarming, yet they had saviors to aid them. With Supa's authoritative shout, the assembly quieted, albeit with some lingering murmurs. Let us hear what the sage has to say, Supa declared. Husu rose from his seat, extending his arms to silence the crowd. Everyone listened intently to his words. Though they are not the saviors I initially foresaw, I have a strong premonition that these two will prove to be more powerful than the golden-haired Scion of my prophecy. Husu paused before continuing. As long as we maintain a cordial relationship with them, they will undoubtedly save our planet in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, the meeting room erupted with excitement. The other elders trusted the sage's words, as he had accurately predicted previous events. This time should be no different. You all heard the sage, correct? Starting tomorrow, ensure that you maintain a friendly relationship with them. Supa instructed earnestly. Unless there are further matters to discuss, let us adjourn the meeting. Chapter 9. The beginning of understanding instant transmission. Husu, the seer, proved to be quite remarkable, accurately pinpointing their landing location. Yet one could not help but wonder if the butterfly effect caused by their arrival would alter Goku's future opportunities. As Kazuo lay in bed, he contemplated many things, but several remained elusive. Beside him, Osbier slept soundly, her rosy lips moving gently in her dreams. Kazuo chuckled softly, tucking the blanket around the little girl. Such a delightful child was one to be cherished and protected. He vowed to shield her from any harm. As the daylight began to wane, Kazuo resolved to take a rest, for he would need to study the art of instantaneous movement the following day. The next morning, a young Yardratian approached them and introduced himself, saying, "Greetings, I am Weir, and I will be overseeing your training in instantaneous movement, that I look forward to our future interactions." Kazuo and Osbier returned the greeting with a respectful bow. Weir then led Kazuo forward along a series of winding pathways, encountering numerous Yardratians of varying heights, all distinguished by their pale lavender skin. They gazed upon the newcomers with curiosity, yet it was evident from their eyes that they were already aware of the arrival of these two Saiyans. There was no alarm, merely a quiet interest as they observed from the sidelines. After exchanging pleasantries, were continued onward. Eventually, they arrived at an ancient-looking entrance, reminiscent of ancient relics, evoking a sense of antiquity akin to that of the Egyptian pyramids. At the entrance stood two guards clad in Ardration battle attire. For those unfamiliar with the Ardration battle gear, it resembled that worn by Goku when he returned to Earth from Yardrat. Kazuo sensed that the combat power of these two guards was beyond his perception. They were either significantly stronger than him or merely ordinary. However, given their position at such a crucial site, he chose to believe the former. During his final days on Mumu's star, Kazuo's combat prowess had not seen considerable growth. After 3 months of space travel, his power had stabilized at 1,500, while Osbier stood at 1,000. It was evident that these guards were formidable, likely possessing combat powers exceeding 5,000. One must understand that a power level of 5,000 would allow one to traverse the universe with relative ease during the early Dragon Ball era. Provided they did not provoke any formidable forces. "Come, please follow me," were beckoned as he led them through the entrance into a dimly lit corridor. Upon entering, they were enveloped in an eerie stillness. The atmosphere heavy with the portent of the unknown, as if specters from the underworld awaited to reap the souls of those who dared to venture forth. Suddenly, bonfires ignited along the corridor, illuminating the darkness like guiding beacons, leading them out of the desolate void towards the light. The flames flickered, casting light upon the walls adorned with vibrant murals that vividly depicted the ancient history of Yardrat. Though Kazuo could not decipher their meanings, the walls, made of stone and adorned with azure paintings, bore the marks of time, exuding a profound sense of antiquity. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, they emerged into a spacious chamber that resembled a secret hall. Within, numerous tablets stood, each etched with lines of varying depths, which, when viewed together, seemed to obscure rather than clarify the inscriptions upon them. As if shrouded in a thick fog, were guided them to one such tablet. Pointing to it as he explained, "This tablet contains the teachings of instantaneous movement, that a person may only learn a maximum of 2 secret techniques in their lifetime from here. You may choose the second one, provided you possess sufficient mental strength. Must one have mental strength to learn instantaneous movement?" What is mental strength? Kazuo realized with a twinge of naivety that he had underestimated the complexity of acquiring this skill, thinking it would be as simple as mastering a new type of energy wave. Weir and the others had not considered the possibility that Kazuo and Osbier might struggle to learn instantaneous movement. For they were the prophesied saviors, and despite their youthful appearances, it was believed that they could grasp at least one of the techniques. After imparting the knowledge of the tablet's secrets, Weir took his leave, instructing them to concentrate their minds upon the tablet, as it would provide detailed methods for their learning. I understand," Osbier exclaimed with delight after pondering the tablet for a moment. "Nanny? This little fool comprehended it? Is her talent truly that remarkable?" Kazuo was taken aback that, in truth, Osbier possessed considerable aptitude. Her training methods paralleled Kazuo's, and her combat power had not lagged behind. Gently ruffling her hair, Kazuo encouraged, then quickly grasped it. Osbier nodded vigorously. As the young girl began her training, Kazuo fell silent, immersing himself in the tablet's content. How does one focus their spirit upon it? Kazuo attempted to concentrate, clearing his mind of distractions as he gazed at the entire tablet. Suddenly, his thoughts were drawn into its depths, as if he could not resist. Kazuo found himself in a world shrouded in mist that was dark and devoid of paths, reminiscent of the fearsome dark forest of fairy tales, where one could easily lose their way without any guiding light. Typically, such fairy tale forests had a guide, and here, a shimmering white stream appeared, reflecting the moonlight in the darkness So that's how it is, he realized. The lines etched upon the tablet were akin to this white stream, guiding the spirit within him to follow and imprint those lines upon his heart. Half a year later, amidst a bustling marketplace, a small child suddenly materialized, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Exhaling deeply upon reaching a high cliff, Kazuo marveled at his newfound mental strength, having learned instantaneous movement in less than 6 months and integrated it fully. Was it due to the fusion of his soul with this body? Regarding matters of spirit and soul, Casso felt uncertain. Nevertheless, he had mastered instantaneous movement, and now no one could catch him. Meanwhile, Osbier remained in the secret chamber, still striving to comprehend the technique that it was not that her aptitude was lacking. Even Goku, a martial genius with an innocent heart, had taken a year to master it. Osbier would likely need another 6 months to grasp instantaneous movement. Sitting down to reflect, Casso thought, "It is now the year 736 of the age of the Saiyans. In just 6 months, the explosion of planet Vegeta will occur. With my current strength, I cannot withstand Frieza. I might not even be able to fend off a minor energy wave from him. Will the Saiyans face annihilation? Will events unfold according to the storyline of Dragon Ball? What should I do?" The Dragon Balls. After spending half a year in the secret chamber, nearly overwhelmed by the profound mysteries, he now recalled the existence of the Dragon Balls. Estimating the time required, he realized that traveling from here to Namek would not take long, and he could surely summon the Eternal Dragon before the explosion of planet Vegeta. Since he had never encountered a Namekian, he was unaware of their energy signatures, rendering instantaneous movement impossible. He would have to continue his journey aboard the spaceship, which contained the interstellar coordinates for Namek. Osbier, focus on mastering instantaneous movement here on Yardrat. The future of the Saiyan race is in my hands, Casso muttered to himself. Having resolved to journey to Namek, he set his plans into motion, first notifying Suppa and Husu, who assured him to proceed without worry. Upon locating the spaceship, Casso stood before it, casting a final glance at the distant town. "Osbier, wait patiently for my return," he declared, then boarded the ship that had brought him here, launching skyward towards Namek. Chapter 10. Confrontation with Nuru in the vast expanse of the cosmos. Stars twinkled like silver as a small spacecraft traversed the universe. Inside, Casso was in a state of slumber, aware that fretting would yield no results. He hoped to reach Namek before the catastrophe struck planet Vegeta. 3 months passed. Namek was a planetary body situated at the edge of the universe, with a diameter more than 10 times that of Earth. The star system it inhabited was unique, featuring 3 small suns orbiting this planet, ensuring that night never fell. Namek's orbit was elliptical, with an eccentricity nearly 0, and its average orbital speed was comparable to that of Earth. The inhabitants of Namek were entirely green, devoid of body hair, with 2 antennae on their heads that could sense light and emit electricity. Their green skin allowed them to perform photosynthesis, requiring only water to produce the starch necessary to sustain their biological functions. At this moment, in a Namekian village, several young Namekians were playing. "Look, what is that?" One of the small Namekians pointed at a fiery streak in the sky. The already dim light of Namek was illuminated by the blaze, which streaked across the sky like a missile, hurtling towards the ground. "Is it a meteor from the heavens? Quick, alert the Grand Elder." The group of Namekian children hurriedly dashed toward a large white dumpling-shaped house. Suddenly, a spherical spacecraft descended from the sky, transforming into a fiery dragon that violently struck the ground. With a resounding boom, a massive crater appeared on the surface. Casso awoke from his slumber and jumped out of the spacecraft. The pale green sky and the blue grass created a breathtakingly beautiful scene. After years of recovery, Namek had finally recuperated from the dramatic climate changes that had occurred years ago. Casso took a deep breath, savoring the fresh air of Namek, reminiscent of springtime in the wilderness. The invigorating aroma lifted his spirits. The refreshing atmosphere and picturesque surroundings slightly eased Casso's anxious heart. He couldn't help but think of Goku, who transformed into a Super Saiyan here, leading to the subsequent explosion of Namek. It was indeed a pity that such a splendid place was destroyed. However, the thought that Namek was later restored through the Dragon Balls from Earth brought a slight smile back to Casso's face. Having crossed over for more than a year, Casso's strength had visibly increased, now boasting a battle power of 2,000, with 3 months remaining until the destruction caused by Vegeta. The notion of saving the Saiyans with such modest power seemed utterly unrealistic. Thankfully, the existence of the Dragon Balls offered a glimmer of hope. Casso glanced around, uncertain whether the Grand Elder would grant a scion like him the favor of borrowing the Dragon Balls. If the Grand Elder was unwilling to lend them out, Casso would be at a loss. In the anime, it was well known that not all Namekians were weak. They were categorized into combat types, healing types, and so forth, with Piccolo and Nail being the most renowned combatants. Not to forget the formidable Slug from a movie. Their powers far exceeded Casso's current abilities. In such circumstances, if Casso couldn't obtain the Dragon Balls, he had no means of forcefully acquiring them. Of course, Earth also possessed Dragon Balls, but time was running out. Suddenly, a small green that appeared in the sky, surrounded by a white aura that drew nearer. Casso could finally discern the figure, a child with a serious and cold expression, strikingly reminiscent of a young Piccolo. "Who are you?" The green-skinned child landed beside Casso and spoke in a chilling tone. Casso remained silent, lost in thought. Could this child be Nail? "I am Casso, here to seek the Grand Elder's assistance," he replied. The young Nail raised his eyebrows slightly. It had been years since the Namekians had any contact with the outside world. Yet this newcomer knew of the Grand Elder. Upon hearing Casso's intent, young Nail's demeanor grew even colder. "The Grand Elder will not help you leave." The Grand Elder was quite old, and young Nail did not wish to disturb him. Casso understood Nail's character and recognized him as the same Nail he had heard of, though he hadn't anticipated his personality to be so irksome. "I truly have an urgent matter. Please relay my request," Casso implored, trying not to escalate the situation. Young Nail stood before him, coldly observing, without uttering a word. After over 20 years in his previous life, Casso had never felt such anger. Was it really so difficult to simply relay a message? As he received no response, Casso turned to leave. "Without you, can I not seek the Grand Elder myself?" Casso scoffed, soaring into the sky, determined to search for the Grand Elder's whereabouts. "Stop!" Young Nail rushed forward, attempting to block Casso. "You'd best leave Namek now. Otherwise, I won't hold back," young Nail warned. Hearing this, Casso crossed his arms defiantly, adopting an adult-like demeanor, eager to see how young Nail would confront him. Moments later, "You seek your own demise." Young Nail, seeing Casso's indifference, became enraged. Clenching his fists, he unleashed a surge of formidable energy, the white aura expanding dramatically, radiating a powerful presence. "I ask that all you've got?" Casso smirked to him. Nail's energy seemed rather trivial if he hadn't miscalculated. Young Nail's battle power should be around 1,500, comparable to his own half a year ago. A mere child, and yet his battle power reached such heights. Truly, a testament to the combat prowess of Namekians. However, that was where it ended. On Mumu Star, Casso had diligently trained for roughly 6 months, battling fierce beasts daily, honing his combat skills significantly. With a 500-point advantage in battle power, he was confident that this small child could not possibly be his opponent. In a swift motion, young Nail vanished from his previous position, leaving Casso alone in the sky. Casso chuckled disdainfully. To challenge him with such tactics was laughable. A year ago, he might have struggled, but during his time on Mumu Star, he had mastered sensing energy. Casso looked up. Indeed, he noticed a ripple in the space above. Young Nail descended like a bolt of lightning from above, intent on striking Casso, unwilling to employ overly destructive techniques that might damage the planet, which he wished to avoid. Thus, young Nail only utilized half of his strength. Casso, sensing young Nail's movement, swiftly dodged the attack. "Let us make a wager," Casso declared, gliding to the side. "What is your proposal?" Young Nail, having realized his attack had failed, distanced himself, curious about this child's intentions. However, he no longer underestimated this human. His previous sudden attack had been inescapable among his peers. Yet this newcomer had effortlessly evaded it. Chapter 11. The 10-Strike Agreement. "If you cannot touch a single hair on me within the next 10 strikes, you shall take me to see the Grand Elder. If you succeed, I will leave Namek immediately," Casso said with a grin, gazing at Nail. Nail was an exceptionally proud individual, akin to Vegeta and Piccolo, unable to tolerate even the slightest provocation. Casso, recognizing this trait, planned to employ psychological tactics, using a straightforward approach. No matter how young his opponent might be, he was certain Nail would accept the wager. Casso maintained a smile, though his derisive gaze did not go unnoticed by young Nail. 10 strikes? Young Nail's forehead revealed a vein. Who do you think you're looking down upon? Does this mean you accept? Casso inquired. Young Nail fell silent. It was well known that Nail was impulsive, yet he would not place the Grand Elder in jeopardy. In the anime, the grown-up Nail was aware of the impending threat Frieza posed to Namek, and, even in the direst of situations, remained steadfast in his duty, preventing Gohan and others from easily meeting the Grand Elder. Moreover, during their conversation, young Nail could sense that Casso was not an enemy, merely seeking assistance from the Grand Elder. Refuse? Then I shall seek the Grand Elder myself. You won't be able to stop me. Casso remarked with a smirk. Casso turned to depart. Come then. Young Nail responded, Casso's lips curled upwards at a 90-degree angle. A mere child, yet he remained blissfully unaware of Casso's intentions. Poor young Nail, manipulated without realizing it. Yet it was not entirely his fault. Having grown up on Namek, a place characterized by simplicity and devoid of outside interference, every Namekian was rather innocent. Casso, with over 20 years of life experience, even though he had once struggled with social interactions, now found it effortless to toy with young Nail. The two fell into silence, the atmosphere growing tense. Suddenly, young Nail altered his previous tactics, becoming serene. Suspended in the sky like a tranquil pool, devoid of any ripples, the clouds drifted lazily, and gentle breezes swept by, causing Casso's bangs to flutter slightly. Wait a moment. Casso suddenly sensed a loss of young Nail's energy, even though his figure was right before him. Could it be that young Nail had mastered energy concealment? However, with the Grand Elder's teachings, it was not surprising to possess such abilities. But why had he not concealed his energy from the start? Was he playing a clever game? Well done, young Nail. I misjudged you, Casso muttered in frustration. Just then, where did he go? Casso exclaimed, panic-stricken, as young Nail's form vanished from sight. Casso's eyes darted frantically as he scanned his surroundings. There was nothing in the sky, nothing on the ground. Then suddenly, from behind him, Casso turned his body, and indeed, Xiao Nilu came soaring from behind, fist clenched, a gust of wind slicing through the air, just as Xiao Nilu was about to strike Casso. He astonishingly evaded the attack with remarkable reflexes. Impossible. The first move didn't hit. Xiao Nilu was extremely vexed. This was the ultimate technique he had painstakingly begged the elder to teach him, and yet was evaded by this little brat. He was incredulous, convinced that the other party must have been lucky. Xiao Nilu once again concealed his presence, merging himself with the sky, determined to see if this little boy could evade him again. Casso sighed in relief. Grateful to have dodged it, he had declared he wouldn't be hit for 10 moves. If he had been struck on the first, it would have been utterly humiliating. Xiao Nilu's technique was quite insidious. Without systematic training and energy manipulation, it was exceedingly difficult to find counter. For Casso, who only had a rudimentary grasp of energy perception, even if his combat power exceeded Xiao Nilu's significantly, he would merely be on the receiving end of blows at best. He could rely on his formidable strength to remain undefeated, but defeating the opponent seemed a daunting challenge. Casso had initially thought of Nilu as merely an arrogant little brat, but now he realized there was much more to him. He had underestimated him. He needed to devise a plan swiftly. Casso closed his eyes, and everything seemed to transport him back to Mumu Star. On Mumu Star, Casso emulated Goku's training in the heavenly realm, sitting by the lake, quietly meditating, striving for the tranquility of the sky, faster than lightning. After meditating for a long time without finding the key, the pressure from Xiao Nilu seemed to spark an epiphany. As Xiao Nilu concealed his aura, Casso inexplicably smiled. He acknowledged that his prior evasion of Xiao Nilu's attack was indeed a stroke of luck. But now it felt different. Casso seemed to genuinely sense something that in the sky. Xiao Nilu vanished once more. Yet through Casso's perception, he could detect a radiant light ahead, as bright as a beacon in the night, illuminating his very position. The corners of Casso's mouth curled upwards. That little rascal intended to use the same trick against him again. Indeed, Xiao Nilu suspected Casso would not anticipate that he would once again circle around from the front to attack from behind. Come out, I know you're behind me. Casso opened his eyes and smiled. Xiao Nilu remained silent, feeling that this brat was attempting to deceive him. Casso turned around, fixating intently on Xiao Nilu's position. If Nilu did not move, Casso would not move either. They stood there like fools till a quarter of an hour passed. The sky grew silent, and Xiao Nilu could no longer contain himself, soon revealing himself from the air. "How did you discover me?" Nilu asked, frustrated. "That's my secret." Casso replied nonchalantly, "Do you want to continue?" He added. Nilu fell silent. In Xiao Nilu's eyes, Casso was nothing but a little rascal. Despite his formidable strength, he had merely hoped to win by relying on stealth. Now that his combat tactics had been seen through, how could he possibly fight back? Xiao Nilu thought this, unaware that Casso harbored the same sentiments. Clearly, he was just a rookie, initially pretending to be provoked, forcefully betting against him, and to his surprise, he had this trick up his sleeve. What a little scoundrel! "You wouldn't dare to back out, would you?" Casso exclaimed, eyes wide. "Let us go," Nilu replied coldly, since they were involved in a wager. And given that the other party was not malevolent, it would be acceptable to take him to meet the Elder. Planet Namek had undergone catastrophic climate changes, but it had only just begun to recover. It primarily consisted of land and lakes, with scant forests. The ground was dotted with short blue grass and sparse trees. Freshwater resources were abundant here, with small lakes nestled between various islands dotted on this day. Above planet Namek, two beams of white light pierced the sky, enveloping two figures, one a young male child and the other a deep green Namekian. "How much longer? What's the rush? You'll know once we arrive." The cold tone was unmistakably that of Nilu. Casso had grown accustomed to his demeanor. Xiao Nilu was not unfriendly towards him. It was simply his nature to treat everyone the same. With a swoosh. Swoosh! The two descended upon a massive rock pillar, atop which stood white Namekian-style houses. "Elder, I have brought the person." Chapter 12. Unlocking potential, Casso entered the dwelling, ascending to the second floor, where he beheld a gigantic Namekian seated upon a chair. Although he had known from the anime that the Elder was an exceedingly large Namekian, he was taken aback by the reality of his immense size. Sitting, he appeared to be 4 meters tall and 2 meters wide. The Elder looked somewhat different from Casso's memories of his past life. He seemed older now, yet not as frail as during the great Namekian conflict, his eyes still capable of opening. "Greetings, Elder," Casso politely addressed him. "Saiyan, may I inquire as to your purpose for coming here?" The Elder's voice was deep and resonant. Standing beside him, Xiao Nilu was astonished to learn that Casso was a Saiyan. It was said that Saiyans were a warrior race, which explained Casso's formidable prowess. Casso paused for a moment, then realized that as the leader of the Namekians who had survived the climate catastrophe, it was unsurprising that the Elder possessed prophetic abilities. "Hello, Elder. My name is Casso, and I wish to borrow your Dragon Balls," Casso stated earnestly. With only about 3 months remaining before planet Vegeta's destruction, time was of the essence. If the Elder denied his request for the Dragon Balls, it would spell grave trouble. Given Casso's current strength, attempting to seize them was out of the question. "Absolutely not. Our sacred relics cannot be lent to outsiders." Xiao Nilu immediately objected upon hearing Casso's request. The Dragon Balls were sacred to the Namekians. How could they be lent to a stranger? What if this individual made some nefarious wish? The Elder, seated, ignored Xiao Nilu, closing his eyes and remaining still. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within. "Very well, I shall lend them to you, but you must agree to one condition." Casso listened attentively as the Elder spoke. "This request is simple for you. In the future, planet Namek will face a great calamity, and I hope you will be able to save our people and this planet when that time comes." The Elder stated, "Planet Namek will face a great calamity in the future?" Xiao Nilu was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing that the Elder's plea for assistance implied that in the future, his own strength would be insufficient to protect planet Namek or the Elder himself. He understood the Elder's capabilities, and thus, the Elder's words were undoubtedly true. Xiao Nilu clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming sense of reluctance. "All right, I will certainly do it," Casso responded enthusiastically. Casso thought to himself how formidable the Elder's foresight was. Had he predicted the future turmoil? In truth, even without him, Goku would still be able to save the Namekians in the future. Of course, he promised to uphold his word, ensuring that Frisia's forces would not harm a single Namekian. Very well. I will have Xiao Nilu accompany you to help summon the eternal dragon, the elder declared. Thank you, elder, Casso exclaimed, elated to finally have secured the Dragon Balls, with the Dragon Balls in hand. He breathed a sigh of relief. There were 3 months left until the explosion of planet Vegeta, and there was still time. Once he made his wish, he could simply use instant transmission to leave planet Namek, thus returning to planet Vegeta in time. Xiao Nilu felt a twinge of disappointment. Upon hearing the elder's words, he snapped back to reality just as Casso seemed reluctant to leave, fidgeting. What was this little rascal up to? Yet knowing he would need Casso in the future, Xiao Nilu fell silent. I heard that the elder can help others unlock their potential without any side effects. Could you assist me in unlocking mine? Casso blushed slightly. He felt somewhat embarrassed to ask for help in unlocking his potential after borrowing the Dragon Balls. Great elder, I'm somewhat concerned about your health. Given your advanced age, it is best that you refrain from excessive exertion. Previously, this concern led to the prevention of Casso's audience with you. However, before I could complete my thought, the great elder interjected, "And oh problem." Without hesitation, the great elder agreed to assist Casso, asserting that aiding others in unlocking their potential would not adversely affect his health. It merely required a consumption of stamina, which could be replenished with rest. Casso recalled scenes from an anime, where Gohan and Krillin visited the Great Elder for potential enhancement, resulting in a dramatic increase in their combat abilities. A surge of excitement coursed through him. Would he also experience a similar amplification in strength? As Casso approached the designated area, a large hand suddenly enveloped his head. It was warm, and he felt a flow of heat coursing through him. Cascading down and enveloping every corner of his being, he closed his eyes, finding inner tranquility, allowing no other thoughts to intrude. The warmth continued to circulate within him, akin to being immersed in a newly discovered hot spring. With every cell in a state of relaxation, suddenly, Casso sensed a mysterious power being drawn forth from the depths of his being. This depth was beyond words, elusive in nature, whether it resided in his mind, his heart, or within each individual cell, he could not discern. Gradually, with a resounding boom, Casso unleashed a formidable presence, as if he were in a state of battle. 3,000, 4,000, 8,000. His combat power surged relentlessly. The force erupted like a volcanic explosion, igniting an aura of terrifying might. Ultimately, his combat power reached an astonishing 12,000. With a rush, the air expanded outward, causing the garments of the small Nelu to flutter wildly. How incredibly powerful! Nelu's eyes widened in disbelief. Casso reveled in the exhilarating sensation of strength. After months of dormancy aboard the spaceship, his power had scarcely increased. Resting around 2,000, he never anticipated that the Great Elder's potential unlocking would elevate him to an astonishing 12,000, a six-fold increase. Such overwhelming force was intoxicating. Casso steadied his mind, concealing the surging energy back within himself. Suddenly possessing such immense power necessitated diligent training. Otherwise, he risked losing control over it. It was akin to Frieza, who possessed 3 transformation states, each unlocking greater strength, yet he did not remain in his 3rd state. Why? The answer lay in the overwhelming nature of that power, which Frieza could not master. Thus he remained in his base form. However, it would be inaccurate to claim that Frieza was incapable of control. His innate talent was exceptional, and with sufficient training, mastering that power would be quite feasible. In the Dragon Ball Super side story, Frieza returned from Hell, and after merely 3 months of training, he achieved his golden Frieza form. It was evident that the inability to master the 3rd stage's power stemmed from Frieza's own laziness. "Thank you, Great Elder." Casso sincerely bowed slightly, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. It was nothing of consequence. "Now, go make your wishes." The Great Elder waved his hand dismissively. "Follow me," Nella declared, turning and soaring into the sky. Casso nodded to the Great Elder and hurriedly followed, lest he fall behind. Knowing Nella's nature, if Casso lagged, he would certainly not return to seek him out, perhaps even wishing for Casso to lose his way. Chapter 13. 3 Wishes. After some time, Nelu traversed the remaining 6 villages. collecting a Dragon Ball from each. The Namekians were not fond of utilizing such powers that transcended nature. They revered and respected it. The Dragon Balls were merely sacred objects they worshipped, seldom used. The 7 Dragon Balls lay upon the ground. Unlike those on Earth, which were the size of a human fist, the Namekian Dragon Balls were as large as basketballs. Such sizable Dragon Balls possessed distinct functions. Earth's Dragon Balls could grant a single wish, while those of Namek could fulfill 3. However, there was a caveat regarding resurrection. They could only revive one individual at a time. Provided the death was not of natural causes, yet they could do so an infinite number of times. Come forth, Shinron. Nelu stood beside the enormous Dragon Ball, chanting the incantation in the Namekian language. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered, casting a shadow over the sky, evoking a sense of impending doom. The thick clouds swirled ominously above, yet no rain fell. Crackling thunder erupted from the clouds. The flashes of lightning momentarily illuminated the dim sky. Casting light upon Casso and Nelu's faces, a colossal western dragon's head ascended, its body entwined with lightning, soon revealing the entirety of the majestic Shinron. This breathtaking sight stirred Casso's very soul. Here stood the legendary dragon. The anime Dragon Ball revolved around the 7 Dragon Balls, and now he found himself in this long-desired moment. Living the dream, Casso's mouth fell agape in astonishment, frozen in place. Wishing to etch this moment into his memory forever. Those who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wishes. You may now make 3 wishes. Any desire can be fulfilled. Shinron proclaimed grandly, his mouth agape. Speak, Nelu remarked with a smirk, noting Casso's naive expression, akin to that of a country bumpkin, utterly lacking in worldly experience. For my first wish, let a Saiyan survive in the vacuum of space, Casso declared. Nelu repeated Casso's words in the Namekian language. Prior to arriving on Namek, Casso had contemplated which 3 wishes to make. That it was common knowledge that Saiyans could not survive in space in the future. During the battle between Goku and Frieza, it was Frieza who employed a planet-destroying attack, obliterating the entire Namek. Frieza could thrive in the void of space, while Saiyans could not. Thus, Goku would undoubtedly perish. Who would have imagined that Goku ultimately found the spaceship left by Jinyu? Therefore, this wish was exceedingly crucial. Your first wish has been granted. Please state your second wish. Shinron's eyes glimmered crimson before he spoke. At the moment of the wish's success, clarity flooded Casso's mind, as if his body had undergone a transformation. It seemed he could indeed survive in space in the future, but on the distant planet Vegeta. Bardock had just returned from mission that on his way home, he felt a sudden jolt. What was that? A mysterious force surged within him, leaving him feeling lighter. Am I overthinking this? Bardock sensed his body and found no issues, dismissing the thought as he continued on his journey home. Restore the true homeland of the Saiyans, Planet Salad. Nelu translated the second wish to Shinron. Casso understood that Planet Vegeta was beyond saving. The Saiyans would urgently require a refuge, and their true homeland, Planet Salad, was the ideal sanctuary. Your second wish has been fulfilled. The location of Planet Salad has been implanted in your minds. Please state your third wish. For my third wish, at the moment of the impending explosion of Planet Vegeta, transfer the remaining Saiyans to the restored Planet Salad. Nelu voiced the final wish. Shinron's eyes flickered red for a moment before falling silent. Upon hearing Shinron's response, Casso was momentarily stunned. As was Nelu, the 2 youths stood motionless. This wish was beyond even Shinron's capabilities. The destruction of Planet Vegeta and the annihilation of the Saiyans was a command from Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Thus, this wish could not be granted. Shinron spoke. Beads of sweat trickled down his draconic face, and he continued, please state your third wish. Casso had considered this predicament as the most powerful deity in the 7th universe. Beerus's command were not to be defied by ordinary dragons. It seemed only the Super Shinron could disregard such divine orders. Now, it appeared that realization dawned. Was the extermination of their race truly inevitable? As Casso fell into silence, the Shenlong spoke once more. Please state your third wish. The urgency in the dragon's tone was palpable. It seemed that if another wish was not granted soon, the Shenlong would vanish. Xiao Nairu glanced at Casso. Create a piece of land on Salada planet where the magical beans can grow instantly. Casso casually uttered a wish. Xiao Nairu proceeded to translate. Your wish has been granted. With a whoosh, the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a golden radiance, and the Shenlong above suddenly disappeared. After the flash of golden light, the Dragon Balls on the ground transformed into round stones. With the dragon's departure, Casso remained where he was, his brow furrowed. Were both planet Vegeta and the Saiyans destined for destruction? After a moment's reflection, he sensed something amiss. Beerus had merely instructed Frieza to destroy and eliminate the Saiyans, but he had not ensured that every last Saiyan was eradicated. The existence of Kakarot and Vegeta served as compelling evidence of this oversight. The Shenlong's inability to resist the god of destruction stemmed from the latter's divine authority. Since the dragon could not fulfill wishes, could Casso not also strive to save Bardock and the others through his own efforts? Enlightened, Casso felt a sense of relief wash over him. Turning back, he addressed the young child beside him. Xiao Nairu, I must take my leave. Please convey my farewell to the elder. I shall uphold the promise I made. The Namekians will always remain my dear friends. Was he truly leaving? A flutter of emotion stirred within Xiao Nairu. Through their interactions over the past days, he had discerned that Casso was an extraordinary individual. Through the 3 wishes granted by the Shenlong, he understood that Casso had come to Namek with the noble intent of saving his people. Xiao Nairu admired Casso, for despite being merely a child, he had chosen not to flee when his race faced annihilation, but rather sought every possible means to rescue his kin. Such a person deserved respect. In truth, Xiao Nairu was no different. During the imminent battle on Namek, he had chosen to fuse with Piccolo, relinquishing his own ideology solely to defeat Frieza and save his people. Such similar actions often resonate deeply, though the Namekian conflict had yet to unfold. All right, in the battles to come, give it your all. If you find yourself overwhelmed by the enemy, make sure to escape swiftly. Xiao Nairu patted Casso's narrow shoulder. Casso shook his head, surprised to see this side of Nairu. However, when it came to fleeing, he shared the same sentiment. With his current level of strength, facing Frieza was akin to an ant challenging an elephant. Without a glimmer of hope for victory, to be honest, Casso considered even likening himself to an ant to be an overestimation. Farewell. With that, Casso shot towards the sky. Xiao Nairu watched the tiny white dot above, pondering in silence. He then flew back toward the elder's residence. Chapter 14. Xiao Beer learns instant transmission. Xiao Nairu returned to the elder's dwelling. Elder, I have returned. Xiao Nairu spoke in a low tone. The elder gazed quietly at him. After a moment, the elder smiled and said, Are you perhaps blaming me for not unlocking your potential? Not at all. Nairu replied. The elder shook his head, understanding the thoughts swirling in Xiao Nairu's mind that IT was merely a reflection of his inadequacy to protect Namek in the future. The elder chose not to elaborate further and began discussing the history of Namek's development. Once a great disaster had plunged the Namekians into a life-and-death crisis, prompting many of his kin to flee. The elder continued, sharing tales of the clan. The Namekians' combat abilities were generally lacking. Even the exceptionally gifted warriors were not particularly formidable. In our clan, there was a combat genius named Shiragu, whose power level exceeded 10 million. The elder continued. Yet, even he could not stand against the enemies of the future. Do you understand, child? Xiao Nairu's eyes widened. It turned out their clan had once boasted such a powerful warrior, and even he was no match for the impending foes. The elder's lengthy discourse aimed to convey that the Namekians revered nature. Even during that catastrophic disaster, they had refrained from using the Dragon Balls to alter their fate. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, they would not resort to wishing for aid. Furthermore, the combat prowess of the Namekians was generally low, leaving them no choice but to seek assistance from others. Hearing this, Xiao Nairu nodded in resignation. Casso, you must not disappoint me in the future, he silently vowed. Since the elder believed Casso could save Namek, he had no choice but to place his hopes in him. Subsequently, Xiao Nairu stepped outside, resuming his rigorous training, hoping to contribute to Namek in the days to come. He watched Xiao Nairu's retreating figure. The elder fell into deep contemplation. How had the future changed so drastically? Meanwhile, Casso arrived at the location where the spaceship had landed. He cast a backward glance at the direction of the Elder's residence. Then he reached out to touch the spaceship and executed instant transmission towards the location of Yardrat. Days passed. Casso lay on a mountain peak in the southern part of Yardrat, panting heavily, with a power level of only 12,000. His mastery over Ki was not particularly profound. After utilizing instant transmission over 100 times throughout the cosmos, he had exhausted his Ki multiple times and had to rest frequently before finally returning to Yardrat. At last, he was back on Yardrat. After resting for a while, Casso acknowledged that while using instant transmission was tiring, it was far swifter than traveling by spaceship. This experience had also heightened his sensitivity to Ki. Should he encounter Shao Nairu again, he would likely locate him in less than a second. Moreover, having repeatedly drained his Ki, his combat power had seen a slight increase that Casso's power level now stood at 9,379,29266. He gazed up at the sky, where hues of purple adorned the heavens and wisps of violet clouds floated together, creating a dreamy atmosphere as a gentle breeze imbued the scene with an ethereal quality. I wonder how Osbier is faring now. Having been away for several months, Casso felt a deep longing for Osbier. During his time on planet Vegeta, he had never been apart from Osbier for so long. This separation was unavoidable. If Osbier had successfully mastered instant transmission, she would surely be anxious upon emerging from her training to find him absent. The image of Osbier's tear-streaked face flashed in Casso's mind, igniting a sense of urgency within him to reunite with her. Yet, with his Ki still not fully restored, he had no choice but to wait. As time ticked by, Casso's Ki gradually replenished. Unable to contain his anticipation any longer, he activated instant transmission in the secret chamber of Yardrat. A young girl sat before a stone tablet, her cherubic face scrunched in concentration as if grappling with something of utmost importance. Suddenly, the girl's expression brightened, a wide smile illuminating her features. She lifted her tiny hand, pressing her finger to her forehead. "Here," she murmured softly. In an instant, her entire being vanished from sight. Outside the secret chamber, Casso materialized in the vicinity. Glancing at the two guards, just as he had suspected, their power levels were indeed around 5,000. As Casso contemplated this, a small figure appeared in the air. "Osbier!" Casso exclaimed excitedly, soaring towards her and enveloping her in his arms. "Casso Gidge!" Osbier exclaimed with joy. Casso held her soft form tightly, inhaling the familiar scent that belonged to Osbier. "Osbier," he murmured, resting his chin atop her head. "Casso Gidge, don't hold me so tightly." Osbier's fair face flushed a rosy hue, her breath becoming slightly labored. She sensed Casso Gidge was acting a bit strangely. "I'm so sorry." Casso felt a twinge of embarrassment, suddenly realizing something. "You've learned instant transmission." "Haven to you?" Casso was taken aback. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Osbier suddenly appearing in midair, not merely flying over. It seemed she had mastered the art of instantaneous movement. However, could this not be a tad exaggerated? If memory served him correctly, Osbier had only been comprehending her abilities for 11 months. In truth, Casso was not the only one astonished. The two guards stationed before the secretive chamber were equally dumbfounded, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. They had never encountered such a prodigious talent, and one was more formidable than the other. This boy named Casso was even more remarkable than the little girl. Having mastered instantaneous movement in a mere 6 months on the planet Yardrat, only historically renowned geniuses could acquire such skills in such a brief span. "That I can only manage a little," Osbier admitted bashfully. Osbier informed Casso that she could only teleport over short distances and often failed to execute the movement successfully. Despite this, Casso was utterly astounded. Osbier's current predicament was likely due to her inexperience with energy manipulation, compounded by her relatively low power level. Casso mused that Goku was probably not much different. "Brother Casso, I'm hungry," Osbier said shyly. Casso patted her head and said, "Let us go find something to eat right now." Osbier nodded happily. Casso led Osbier to a nearby planet teeming with ferocious beasts, each one as large as a tiger. Before long, Casso had captured a gigantic stag, preparing it by the fire. Sitting beside Casso, Osbier inquired, "Brother Casso, where have you been these past few months? I woke up and didn't see you." Casso smiled and recounted the events of the past months. When he mentioned Xiao Nilu, Osbier exclaimed that he was a little rascal. Upon speaking of the dragoness appearance, her eyes widened with curiosity. Soon, Casso shared everything except the unexpected incident concerning his third wish to Shenlong. "Brother Casso, can you take me next time to develop my potential? I want to enhance my combat prowess, so I can protect you." "All right, I will heed whatever Osbier says. He, Brother Casso, is so wonderful." Osbier clung tightly to Casso's arm, her eyes fixed intently on the roasting meat before the fire. Chapter 15. Frisia's actions while Casso and Osbier feasted on roasted meat. Far away at the headquarters of Frisia in the North Galaxy lay a colossal planet brimming with advanced technology. Surrounding it were numerous small asteroids, arranged meticulously in a circular formation, creating a formidable defensive system centered around the massive planet. Such defensive capabilities were self-evident. State-of-the-art cosmic technology enveloped these celestial bodies as snugly as an impenetrable fortress, allowing not even a fly to infiltrate. Coupled with the central command and elite troops, it resembled an impregnable bastion. A miniature elliptical spacecraft, resembling an egg, glided forward, its surface a blend of black and brown, with an open aperture at the front where a sinister-looking alien Saturday, with blood-red eyes and purple-black lips. Two lines resembling blood tears marked the space beneath his eyes. His shell was a glossy purple, intermingling with his pallid skin, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. He was Frisia. "Mr. Dodoria, that unruly group of scion monkeys has been quite restless lately," Frisia remarked, his hands crossed before him as the elliptical craft glided a short distance forward. He adjusted his snake-like diamond-shaped eye sockets. Gazing skyward, elegantly sighing, Dodoria, robust and pink-skinned with fleshy spines atop his head and arms, hurriedly approached, not daring to delay for a moment. Those scion monkeys are oblivious to their fortune. Serving Lord Frisia is a privilege, and if it weren't for their commendable battle prowess, they would have been dealt with long ago. Dodoria scoffed. "Ah!" Frisia's voice, sharp and sinister, echoed throughout the opulent palace as the elliptical craft spun in place, before turning to face Dodoria. "It brings me great comfort that Mr. Dodoria can alleviate my concerns." Dodoria's face lit up with surprise. His flattery had earned Frisia's praise, filling him with excitement. He quickly bowed with one hand, pledging his unwavering loyalty. "I vow to serve Lord Frisia." Frisia nodded in satisfaction at his gesture before suddenly adopting a serious expression, a terrifying aura erupting from his diminutive frame. Such a small body contained a terrifying force. The craft enveloping Frisia felt like mere decoration, inadequate to withstand this overwhelming presence. The oppressive aura permeated every corner of the palace, carrying an icy chill reminiscent of the depths of the underworld. Crack! A thin layer of frost formed in the shadows. Dodoria trembled, fearing he had misspoken. "Mr. Dodoria, would you care to witness the most exquisite fireworks in the universe?" Frisia's cold, raspy voice pierced Dodoria's pink ears. Instantly realizing Dodoria was filled with elation, Lord Frisia was not chastising him. He knew that whenever Frisia uttered such words, a planet would be obliterated. If all went as expected, planet Vegeta would be doomed. Prepare for death, scion monkeys. Dodoria had long harbored disdain for this arrogant group of scions, whose combat abilities were mediocre at best. "Mr. Dodoria, convey to King Vegeta my command to gather all scions on missions within a month. I wish to witness planet Vegeta. Also, I've heard he has a son of remarkable talent. Have him come to headquarters to serve me, as you command." On planet Vegeta, King Vegeta sat at the head of the table, flanked by other scions on either side. They bore tails wrapped around their waists and were clad in specialized combat attire, among them a scion who bore a striking resemblance to Goku. "King Vegeta, what urgent matter has summoned us?" Bardock inquired, furrowing his brow. Jinai had just given birth to Kakarot 2 months prior, and while caring for her, he had received the emergency summons and rushed over. Upon arrival, he discovered he was not alone. Other high-powered scions had also been called forth. What could necessitate such a gathering of elite warriors? "Frisia has issued a command for us to assemble all scions on missions within a month," Bardock stated, sitting in the corner, feeling perplexed. What exactly did Frisia intend? Was he planning an invasion of other advanced planets? The remaining Scions began to murmur among themselves. Bardock glanced around, realizing he was not the only one with such thoughts. King Vegeta raised his hands to silence them. Frisia wishes to visit planet Vegeta. We must gather all Scions to welcome him. For now, let us focus on bringing our kin back. King Vegeta continued. Our Scion race has been thriving. When Frisia arrives, we must ensure he remains oblivious to our clandestine activities. All right, if there are no further matters, let us adjourn. With that, King Vegeta dismissed everyone, as he needed to arrange for Vegeta's journey to Frisia's headquarters. After the meeting, Bardock felt a wave of unease wash over him. This gathering seemed to ignite a fuse on a powder keg, shattering his previously calm demeanor, leaving him in a state of turmoil. That night, after tending to household matters, Bardock and Genai settled down to rest. Half an hour into sleep, Bardock awoke drenched in sweat, his face etched with terror, as if trapped in a nightmarish vision. Tossing and turning, he suddenly sat upright, gasping for air, sweat pouring down his face, a sight that would surely unsettle anyone with a fear of crowds. Thump, thump. Bardock's heart raced violently, as so terrifying. Frisia is so terrifying. In the past, upon awakening from dreams, I would typically only retain a vague recollection. However, this time, the dream felt astonishingly vivid, as though I were experiencing it in reality. Upon waking, the memories remained fresh, with every detail of the dream crystal clear. In the dream, Frisia possessed a terrifying battle power of 530,000. It is worth noting that among the Scion race, there was not a single individual with a battle power exceeding 20,000, even in the Great Ape Transformation. The power barely reached over 100,000. Such a disparity is insurmountable. Bardock, what troubles you? Did you have a nightmare? Genai was startled awake by a series of actions. No, it's nothing, Bardock hastily reassured her, not wanting Genai to worry. After many years of living together, Genai was well aware of Bardock's innermost thoughts. He merely wished to spare her from concern. Then let us rest quickly, Genai mused, considering that there had been no significant events within the clan recently. It likely wasn't anything grave. All right, Bardock settled back down. The orders issued by Frisia were not so simple. The events that unfolded today mirrored those in his dream. What to do? Chapter 16. Bidding farewell to Kakarot before the campfire. Two small figures sat, one gnawing on a deer leg. Casso, how could that little rascal Nailu, so weak, dare to bet against you? Osbier exclaimed between bites. He is not weak. He boasts a battle power exceeding 1,000. Which is higher than yours, Casso replied. Noticing the oil smeared across Osbier's small face, he reached out to wipe it away, only to spread more, causing her cheeks to puff in irritation. Is he truly that formidable? Osbier felt a pang of frustration, realizing that even a petty rascal surpassed her. Casso, having unlocked his potential through the Great Elder's guidance, had attained a battle power of 12,000, while she languished at a mere 1,200. She bit into the deer meat, her face scrunched in discontent. Casso chuckled, saying nothing. Nailu indeed possessed remarkable talent, appearing stronger than Piccolo, yet lacked Piccolo's inner strength. Piccolo had long aspired to defeat Goku, demonstrating unwavering resolve. Although he could no longer keep pace with Goku, he never conceded defeat. Were Nailu to adopt a similar goal and cultivate a strong heart, his achievements might surpass even Piccolo's. After a while, Casso tossed the bones to the nearby river and lay back on the ground. He had subsisted on nutrient solutions from the spaceship for months, rarely indulging in roasted meat. At last, he had savored roasted meat once more. Feeling thoroughly satiated, Osbier, Casso said, shifting closer to her, now that you have learned instant transmission, we shall prepare to leave this place tomorrow and return to planet Vegeta. Wow, we can finally go home, Osbier exclaimed joyfully. And Genai will surely be astonished by our battle powers. With that, she inexplicably broke into laughter. Casso raised an eyebrow, surprised to see her reveling in ostentation. However, he found a certain thrill in playing the part of the underdog before others. He chuckled internally, realizing that one could not deny familial traits. The thought of Bardock witnessing his battle power brought him delight. Casso and Osbier suddenly fell silent by the firelight. Their small figures appeared lost in contemplation. Their expressions a mix of smiles and thoughtfulness. If someone possessed the ability to read minds, they would discover that both were fantasizing about the spectacle of showcasing their prowess upon returning to planet Vegeta. The following day, all right, let us bid farewell to Elder Husu. After tending to the fire, Casso and Osbier instantaneously transported back to Yardrat Star. With a flash, they appeared before Husu's door. Casso knocked gently. Hearing the commotion, Husu emerged. Wise one, we are preparing to depart, Casso said, his tone tinged with reluctance. Having spent half a year here, the sudden departure weighed on him. Yet, Casso needed to return to planet Vegeta to save his kin. A necessity he could not evade so soon. Husu exclaimed in surprise. Casso had mastered instant transmission over the past 6 months, and with Osbier having learned it only yesterday, Husu was astounded by their remarkable talents. Thank you for your hospitality and for allowing us to learn instant transmission. The Yardrat people will forever be my friends. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to come to Shalata Planet. As planet Vegeta faced imminent destruction, Casso provided Husu with the coordinates for Shalata. Husu opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent. That it was only natural for Casso and Osbier, not being Yardrat people, to depart after mastering instant transmission. With a sigh, Husu acknowledged this reality. Very well, until we meet again. A hint of melancholy lingered in Husu's voice, for after a year of acquaintance, even the most unfamiliar strangers had become friends. Following their farewell to Husu, Casso and Osbier also bid farewell to Supa before locating the ship they had arrived at. As Casso and Osbier glanced back at the town of Yardrat Star, Casso said, "Let us go." With that, the two, along with their ship, vanished from sight. That on planet Vegeta, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. Looking up, one could see numerous Saiyan ships soaring above, leaving trails of white light in their wake. They were the Saiyans returning from their missions. Countless ships descended from the sky. How did the mission go? Don't even mention it. I nearly met my end out there. What happened? Many Saiyans disembarked from their ships. Recounting their experiences, that moment, a nearby ship opened its hatch, and a towering figure emerged, clad in the distinctive battle armor of the Saiyans, with a tail wrapped around his waist and a few minor scars adorning his face. He strode forward. "Captain, I have returned," he declared with purpose. "Long time no see, Garrus," Bardock smiled, having come to greet his squad member. "Indeed, where are Casso and those two little rascals?" They went out on a mission. "Didn't we agree that they wouldn't be sent out until they matured?" Garrus's expression darkened. Casso's parents had sacrificed themselves to save him, and Garrus had promised to protect Casso. Due to frequent missions, he had entrusted Casso to the captain, but he had not anticipated that Casso would still be dispatched. This was Casso's request. I merely assigned him a simple task. "You must understand, Sans." Before Bardock could finish, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. Such a sound could not be attributed to the landing of Saiyan ships. They both looked up. "What is that?" "A large spacecraft." "Captain Bardock, is that not Frisia's ship?" Garrus exclaimed in astonishment. "Didn't we hear that Frisia wouldn't be arriving on planet Vegeta for another fortnight? How could he have come so soon?" "Frisia," Bardock gritted his teeth as he gazed at the ship in the sky. "Is the tale of my dream destined to unfold once more?" "Garrus, I will explain Casso's situation to you later. I have urgent matters to attend to." Bardock turned and hurried home. "Captain." Garrus watched the captain's retreating figure, bewildered. That evening, the delicate Genii followed closely behind Bardock. Bardock carried a spaceship on his shoulder, having pilfered it from the launch center, within which sat the young Goku, and he had also dismantled the listening devices. Tears streamed down Genai's face, her lips pressed tightly together to stifle any sound, fearful of being discovered in their endeavor. "Bardock, are you truly sending Kakarot away?" Genai choked back her emotions. "There is no alternative. That I hope I am mistaken. If that is the case, we can retrieve him at any moment." Bardock gently placed the spaceship on the ground. Through the transparent hatch, they gazed longingly at Kakarot. "Kakarot, you must take care." Tears flowed once more from Giant's eyes. Bardock tightly embraced Jine, gazing up at the spacecraft until it safely vanished into the horizon. A day passed. Numerous ships continued to return to planet Vegeta from the outside. Suddenly, two older vessels plummeted from the sky. Through the transparent hatches, the silhouettes of two children could be seen. They gazed at the scenery outside, wide awake and not in a state of stasis. Chapter 17. The exile of Broly. The atmosphere on planet Vegeta grew increasingly tense, likely due to the impending arrival of Frieza, the Saiyan. Frieza was a detestable figure. Years ago, he had conquered King Vegeta, compelling the entire Saiyan race to serve him. That time, the Saiyans were in dire straits, having just overthrown the rule of the Zafrans, and were in need of recuperation. They had no means to resist Frieza's oppressive force. Nonetheless, the methods of Frieza's oppression did not go unnoticed by the Saiyans, who harbored a deep-seated loathing for him. Now, Frieza had inexplicably summoned all Saiyans back, leaving them uncertain of his intentions, as two ships descended from the sky. Casso and Osbier leaped out. They had not solely relied on spacecraft for their journey from planet Yardrat. Otherwise, it would have taken them an additional 6 months to return. Thus, Casso and Osbier first utilized instant transmission to arrive near planet Vegeta, before boarding a ship to return. This way, they could legally claim their return to planet Vegeta, affording them an excuse should anyone inquire. Upon arriving home, Casso and Osbier were met with familiar surroundings. However, they found it peculiar that not a speck of dust could be seen in the house. Osbier touched the chair and exclaimed, "How pristine it is! It must be Aunt Jine who helped with the cleaning." Observing the state of the house warmed Casso's heart. He did not believe that Bardock and Garrus would engage in such tasks. While these two were kind to him and Osbier, their kindness was limited to significant matters, leaving the mundane details of daily life unattended. As night fell, Casso and Osbier lay in bed, savoring the last moments of tranquility on planet Vegeta. For soon it would be laid to waste by Frieza. Casso planned to seek out Bardock and Garrus to inform them of the situation. In the nursery of planet Vegeta, alarms blared. Warning! 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 Massive energy detected. Warning! Energy levels exceeding 10,000. Within the nursery, 2 incubation pods stood side by side. One was empty, its Saiyan occupant having long since vanished. The other housed a Saiyan infant, whose cries triggered the alarms, red lights flashing in the dim environment. What is happening? Why is there an alarm? A group of aliens clad in white lab coats rushed in. If anything were to happen to the infant Saiyan, even 10 of them would not suffice to appease the wrath of the Saiyans. These researchers were captives brought back from the Saiyan Wars. Had it not been for their commendable technological skills, the Saiyans would have long since sent them to meet their doom. But wait, this is impossible. Look, they beheld an unbelievable sight. A Saiyan infant named Broly, whose power levels were continuously rising 8,000, 8,500, 9,500. That how is this possible? How can a newborn Saiyan possess such immense strength? The news of Broly's escalating power had already spread throughout planet Vegeta. Go report to King Vegeta. In the palace of King Vegeta, disbelief washed over his face. What? A newborn Saiyan named Broly possesses power exceeding 10,000. It was inconceivable. Could it be that he is the legendary Super Saiyan? No, only my Prince Vegeta is the strongest. That moment, King Vegeta's visage twisted with malice, a murderous aura radiating from him. Broly, do not blame me. Blame yourself for possessing such formidable power. Vegeta raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to eliminate Broly. Suddenly, he inquired, "Whose son is he?" In response to the king, "He is the son of Paragus, Paragus' son." King Vegeta turned away from his subordinates, his royal cape fluttering behind him, clad in battle armor, appearing deep in contemplation. Prepare a ship to exile Broly to a distant, desolate planet. He commanded his loyal aide. Understood. King Vegeta returned to his throne, resting his chin on his hand, coldly stating, "Paragus, do not blame me. I've been merciful enough." Meanwhile, on the other side, Lord Paragus, congratulations. Your son has been born with power exceeding that of any in the universe. A group of researchers loyal to Paragus rushed in to celebrate. Paragus stood frozen, mouth agape, in utter disbelief. Is this true? Can my Broly really be this powerful? They've already reported to King Vegeta. One of his loyalists informed. Upon hearing this, Paragus' expression shifted. Having served under King Vegeta for so many years, he was well aware of the man's ruthless nature, willing to eliminate anyone who posed a threat to his position. Lord Paragus, this is bad. Broly is to be exiled. A scion rushed in, a subordinate of his. How dare King Vegeta? After years of service, how could he do this? Paragus seethed, knowing the cold-heartedness of the scions. And realizing that King Vegeta truly cared not for past loyalties, that I must stop him. Boom! Paragus erupted with a powerful aura, white energy enveloping him as he flew rapidly towards the spacecraft launch center. At the launch center, what a pity. King Vegeta will not allow him. If only he could accept Broly, we Scions would have an indomitable warrior. Sigh. The lower-ranking Scion warriors discussed the matter among themselves. As Broly's power level soared, the news had spread throughout planet Vegeta. Just then, a middle-aged Scion descended from the sky. Spotting Broly's ship from above, he called out, Lord Paragus, you cannot go. King Vegeta will not spare us. As Paragus prepared to rush over to halt the spacecraft's launch, it slowly ascended, vanishing in an instant. No. Paragus roared, arriving just a moment too late. Tell me, to which planet has Broly been exiled? He has been sent to the desolate planet of Wampa. The Scion replied, his face pale with fear of Paragus' wrath. Prepare a ship for me at once. Paragus growled menacingly. Moments later, another spacecraft launched from the center. I must rescue Broly. Paragus' ship closely followed Broly's. Fully aware that Wampa was no place for a Scion to survive. Wait for me, King Vegeta. When I bring back Broly, you will regret this. Chapter 18. Unveiling Frieza's conspiracy as Casso and Osbier prepare to leave their home. They suddenly overheard discussions emanating from the streets. Have you heard about Broly? What of that little fellow born with a combat power of 10,000? Indeed, it is quite unfortunate. The tone of those Scions reflected a hint of regret as they speculated that if King Vegeta could have embraced Broly, within a decade, an invincible warrior god would emerge from the Scion race. Broly, Kazuo murmured. That moment, Kazuo's eyes widened, nearly forgetting about Broly. Broly was the legendary Scion with an extraordinary physique. His incubation pod was situated next to Kakarot's, and whenever Kakarot cried, Broly would inevitably follow suit. This led to Broly harboring a profound disdain for Kakarot as he grew, succumbing to uncontrollable rage at the mere sight of him. Yet, Broly was also a pitiable soul. Exiled by King Vegeta from a young age, and subsequently dominated by his own father, devoid of any semblance of freedom. Kazuo grasped the hand of that Scion, anxiously inquiring, Sir, how is Broly faring now? Osbier stood silently to the side, somewhat perplexed by her brother Kazuo's fervent reaction to the mention of Broly's name. The Scion, taken aback, had never encountered such a polite young lad and replied, That little one has already been exiled. What is it? Do you know him? He inquired further. No. Farewell, uncle, we must be on our way, Kazuo declared, leading Osbier away. As they departed, the group of Scions resumed their conversation. Chris, do you know that little fellow? Not at all. I just have never encountered such a courteous child. It is indeed a bit peculiar. Kazuo and Osbier were en route to Bardock's home. Osbier looked up and asked, Kazuo, who is Broly? Well, you shall find out in due time, Kazuo replied, shaking his head. When he heard news of Broly, he had contemplated bringing him back. Since Broly had been exiled, perhaps it was best to let him remain on planet Vampa for a while. Kazuo had more pressing matters at hand, and he could not afford to be distracted. However, the thought of Paragus made him feel a sense of revulsion in his quest for revenge against King Vegeta. Paragus had no qualms about controlling his own son, disregarding Broly's humanity entirely. As they walked, they arrived at Bardock's home. Yet just as Kazuo was about to knock, he overheard voices within. Garrus, this is my explanation. Sai, what can I say about this child? Perhaps this is the nature of Scions. The voices of Bardock and Garrus drifted through. Kazuo chuckled softly. Realizing Garrus was also inside, he rapped on the door, which swung open to reveal Jine, though her expression was somewhat troubled, as if she had encountered some distressing matter. Kazuo pondered. Today, Broly had been exiled, so had Kakarot also been sent away. Perhaps that was why Jine appeared sorrowful. Kazuo, little Osbier, you have returned. Jine greeted them, her demeanor brightening slightly at the sight of the two. Yes. Kazuo smiled and nodded. And Jine. Osbier joyfully embraced Jine. Jine had always cared for her and Kazuo, and in Osbier's heart. She was akin to a biological mother. She nestled against Jine, savoring the warmth. Little Osbier, Jine reciprocated the embrace. With Kakarot just sent away, Jine was in her most sorrowful moment, but the return of Osbier and Kazuo alleviated some of her grief. Geras had been discussing matters concerning Kazuo when he noticed him, and he couldn't contain his excitement. Kazuo, little Osbier, you have come back. Kazuo's parents had once saved Geras's life, which led Geras to regard Kazuo as his own child. Seeing his little one safe and sound brought him great joy. Bardock also approached, ruffling Kazuo's hair. 2 years had passed, and the little fellow was no longer so thin. The kindness of these elders towards Kazuo was etched in his memory. Had it not been for them, he would have surely perished countless times. Upon returning to planet Vegeta, hearing from everyone that Frieza would arrive in about 10 days, Kazuo understood the urgency of the situation and recognized that this was not the time for reminiscing. Uncle Bardock, have you had any unsettling premonitions lately? Bardock furrowed his brow. How did you know? I dreamed of a vision where Frieza descends and annihilates planet Vegeta, extinguishing our entire Saiyan race. Kazuo did not directly respond to Bardock's question, but instead fabricated this statement. What? Jine momentarily set aside her sorrow. Upon hearing Kazuo's words, Geras felt a tightening in his chest. The weight of Kazuo's statement struck Bardock profoundly. He had previously experienced a similar dream and had deemed it a mere illusion. But now it appeared to be a grim reality. Frieza was plotting something sinister. I, too, have dreamt of the same thing. Bardock recounted his earlier dream and explained that it was the reason for sending Kakarot away. Though he omitted the part about Kakarot transforming into a Super Saiyan, Jine's eyes widened. Bardock and Kazuo had both dreamt the same dream. She had only agreed to send Kakarot away after Bardock's persuasion. Now, Jine felt relieved that Kakarot had indeed been sent away. Kazuo, is this true? Geras seemed to have heard something extraordinary. Yes, with that affirmation, the atmosphere in the room grew tense, the weight of apprehension permeating every corner. So quiet that one could hear Jine's breath. Captain, what shall we do? We Saiyans cannot withstand Frieza, Geras exclaimed, his face contorted with worry. Calm down. Let us hear what Kazuo has to say. His decision to return must carry some significance. Bardock, not as frantic as Geras, took a moment to think before voicing his thoughts. From the moment Kazuo shared the dream, Bardock had ceased to regard him as merely a child. Kazuo, please share your thoughts. In the past 2 years, I completed my mission on planet Mumu early, and then Kazuo continued to recount his experiences. First, he traveled to planet Yardrat to learn instant transmission, and then to Namek to summon the dragon. Bardock and the others listened, astonished by the revelations. These two little ones had undergone so much in just 2 years. When Kazuo mentioned instant transmission, Bardock and Geras's eyes widened in disbelief at such a miraculous technique. Kazuo continued, Frieza's forces are surely monitoring planet Vegeta now, and attempting to escape by ship would be futile. Bardock pondered, are you suggesting that we utilize instant transmission to evacuate everyone from planet Vegeta? Indeed, we intend to use instant transmission, but we require your cooperation. Uncle Bardock. Kazuo, who had previously been inconspicuous on planet Vegeta, lacking both presence and strength, had been bullied by Nappa and the others. Who would believe his words? Who would heed his commands? In the coming days, I need you to gather some of our kin, Osbier, and I will transport them in batches. Osbier sat quietly beside him, listening intently. Kazuo, can you transport all our kin? Geras asked, anxious. Kazuo offered a wry smile. Uncle Geras, to be honest, with Osbier and my current strength, we cannot carry everyone. The Yardratians may not be particularly powerful, yet they had developed instant transmission, showcasing that even those lacking strength could learn it, requiring only talent and mental fortitude. However, to transport more people or to send them further via instant transmission necessitated considerable strength to support it. Additionally, proficiency in sensing energy was crucial. Kazuo had only just begun to grasp it. And Osbier was even further behind. Upon hearing this, Bardock shook his head. Do not entertain such thoughts. We cannot evacuate all our kin. They both knew that they could not take all their kin with them. So why did Bardock still say such things? Casso and Osbier exchanged puzzled glances at Bardock. Do not forget, King Vegeta is the true leader of the Saiyans. Only my squad members are obliged to heed my commands. Bardock's tone was laden with helplessness. With King Vegeta around, he simply could not command the clan. King Vegeta was perpetually entranced by the dream of overthrowing Frisia's tyranny, and at this point he would likely dismiss any claims made, perhaps even suspecting ulterior motives behind them. This is the tragic plight of the Saiyans, liberated from the tyranny of his Afrans, only to be led by a leader so short-sighted, forever fearing the emergence of a Saiyan who might threaten his position. As for Broly's birth, King Vegeta had banished him. A truly foolish decision indeed. The captain is right, Garrus lamented. He had witnessed the captain's trials over the years, had it not been for his formidable strength. King Vegeta might have eliminated him long ago. Because of his power, he had been continuously marginalized by King Vegeta, and now, only around 100 could follow the captain's orders. How many of our kin can you take with you? Bardock inquired again. Casso and Osbier exchanged glances and estimated, we should be able to take around 150 people. Bardock nodded, the number aligning closely with those he could command. Uncle Bardock, you go gather them. Starting tonight, Osbier and I will begin relocating the clan, Casso stated, resigned to the fact that every life saved was a victory. Garrus and Bardock rose, ready to take action at such a perilous moment for their race. Bardock could afford no distractions. Even if Casso claimed they could only take over 100, it was already sufficient. As long as they were not entirely exterminated, the Saiyans would rise again, and when Kakarot transformed into a Super Saiyan, he would surely avenge their kin. In the dark of night, within the northern forests of planet Vegeta, a group of about a dozen Saiyans gathered. They were furtive, their expressions grave, as if they had just heard something horrifying and were still in shock. The group stammered, "Is this true? I can't believe Frisia has such sinister intentions. I warned everyone not to trust him from the very beginning." That moment, Bardock barked, "Silence, all of you, at this critical juncture. There is no time for idle chatter." Upon hearing his command, the crowd immediately quieted. Bardock glanced at Casso and Osbier, who nodded in understanding. Casso pointed to two Saiyans, instructing, "You two, hold hands and grasp my shoulders. Do not resist." Osbier mirrored his actions. Before their arrival, these Saiyans had already been informed of Frisia's plot. Bardock had explained the plan, and they were fully aware of the impending actions, heeding Casso and Osbier's instructions. The Saiyans nodded and stepped forward, cooperating seamlessly. "Uncle Bardock, I will return swiftly." With that, Casso and the two Saiyans vanished into thin air, and Osbier did likewise. Witnessing Casso's sudden disappearance filled Bardock with awe. Having experienced instantaneous movement a couple of hours prior, he was still astonished to see it again. Looking up, he observed the night sky glittering with countless stars, densely populated by Frisia's ships, encircling planet Vegeta from the cosmos. Frisia had exploited the Saiyans from the outset, incessantly assigning missions and compelling them to conquer other planets, selling off the acquired worlds to amass immense wealth. Yet despite this, Frisia prepared to obliterate planet Vegeta and annihilate the Saiyan race, a thought that left Bardock incredulous. 3 months prior, he had sensed an impending crisis. Otherwise, he would not have sent Kakarot to Earth. Nevertheless, Bardock still clung to a glimmer of hope that his dreams were mere illusions, until Casso confirmed his fears. "Thank goodness for Casso," Bardock shook his head. After more than 20 minutes, Casso and Osbier suddenly reappeared before Bardock. "Ha! Ha!" Casso panted heavily, having successfully transported the two Saiyans to a safe planet, one so distant that even Frisia's ships would take half a month to reach it at full speed. Casso, who had carried only Osbier before, was now exhausted from transporting 2 additional individuals. "Casso, are you all right?" Bardock asked anxiously. "That I'm fine, just a bit drained. Don't worry, I'll manage to get everyone out tonight." "Just let me rest for a moment," Casso replied, urging Bardock to let them recuperate. Bardock, though deeply concerned, knew Osbier had already exhausted her energy, leaving it up to Casso now. Casso glanced at Osbier and smiled. Her ability to transport 2 people was impressive, and he would handle the rest. After a brief respite, Casso recovered and sent off 2 more Scions. This cycle repeated itself throughout the night, and by dawn, all the Scions had been evacuated. Casso lay on his bed, his eyes hollow and face pale, as if his very essence had been drained. He yearned for the Senzu beings from Earth, resolving that once the crisis on planet Vegeta was resolved, he would visit Earth without fail. Senzu beings had always been a sort of bug in the Dragon Ball lore. No matter how severe the injuries, as long as one had a breath left, the Senzu being could restore them to peak condition. However, during Goku's childhood, Master Karen failed to recognize their significance, allowing that little glutton, Yardrat, to consume them all, leaving Goku in desperate need of splitting a single being in half later on. Days swiftly passed, and the remaining Scions returned. King Vegeta continued to prepare for Frieza's grand welcome, entirely oblivious to the disappearance of over 100 Scions. Chapter 20. The arrival of Frieza within the grand palace of King Vegeta. Adorned with an abundance of flowers, a red carpet was laid out down the center, creating a festive atmosphere in the hall. As King Vegeta surveyed the nearly completed decorations, he prepared to summon all the Scions for a meeting. Suddenly, a Scion resembling Nappa approached, visibly agitated. "Your Majesty, what has become of my son Case?" This man was Nappa's father, who had been searching for his son, missing for 2 years without a trace. He was a trusted aide to King Vegeta, and his family ranked among the elite of the Scions, yet the disappearance of his son had remained unresolved. King Vegeta's expression turned cold. "I have more pressing matters at hand. We shall discuss this later." With that, he strode towards the hall's exit. "You!" Nappa's father trembled, pointing at King Vegeta's retreating figure. 2 years had elapsed without any word of Nappa. He had long sensed something amiss. Yet the king's current demeanor sent chills through him. After years of loyalty and service to King Vegeta, he was now met with indifference. The bonds of loyalty had grown tenuous. Just then, a crackling sound filled the air. A piercing shriek cut through the sky, a cacophony of air turbulence colliding with metal. The once brilliant daylight abruptly darkened, as if overshadowed by some unseen force, revealing a dense swarm of spacecraft traversing the void. A spectacle reminiscent of a locust swarm. The vessels broke through the atmosphere of planet Vegeta from the vast expanse of outer space, ultimately coming to rest in the atmospheric layers, arrayed in a linear formation around a central large craft. Smaller ships flanked either end, rendering them inconsequential in the grand scheme of this gathering. The colossal ship, stationed at the center, belched forth orange and yellow flames from its base, encased in a ring of pitch-black metal that formed a circular corridor. Radiant light seeped through the specially designed transparent glass, resembling yellow gemstones adorning its surface. At the heart of this vessel lay the control room, shrouded beneath a curved canopy, where one could plainly observe the figure atop the small craft. A creature with 2 sharp horns, blood-red eyes, and violet-black lips, with 2 lines resembling blood tears beneath its eyes. That was Frieza. Frieza elegantly lifted a goblet of crimson wine, his demeanor nonchalant as he inquired, "Have we arrived at planet Vegeta?" "Indeed, Lord Frieza," Dodoria responded with reverence. "Go, summon King Vegeta and all the Scions to meet me at once." King Vegeta convened a meeting with the upper echelons of the Saiyan hierarchy. Frieza hovered above planet Vegeta, demanding an audience with all Scions. Vegeta conducted the final meeting within his palace. He found Frieza's actions peculiar. Why not simply descend upon the planet? A sense of unease gnawed at King Vegeta's thoughts. Shall we call Bardock and the others to greet him? Frieza's wrath could yield dire consequences. Indeed, the king's subordinates murmured in agreement. Forget about Bardock and the rest. Let us proceed to welcome Frieza. King Vegeta raised his hands, indicating readiness to depart. But Frieza has summoned all Scions. Did you not hear my words? King Vegeta's brow furrowed, his displeasure evident at the descent. It was not that he wished to exclude Bardock. Rather, he could not locate him amidst the throng. King Vegeta stood motionless for a moment, his eyes glinting with ferocity as he surveyed his followers. Silence enveloped the scene, and further objections were raised. And King Vegeta led his subordinates in preparation to meet Frieza. Upon exiting the palace, King Vegeta looked up to behold a sky teeming with spacecraft, obscuring the sun and blocking out the light. The dimness of the heavens left King Vegeta feeling ill at ease, his heart racing as if foreboding ill fate loomed near. Is this merely my imagination? I hope so. King Vegeta concentrated a small wave of energy in his palm, only to dissipate it moments later. The energy was nothing but an artificial moon. A fierce glint flashed in King Vegeta's eyes as he inwardly mused, Frieza, I hope you exercise caution. Frieza emerged slowly from the large spacecraft, flanked by his subordinates that a closer inspection revealed that, in such a grand assembly, Frieza's elite team, the Ginyu Force, was conspicuously absent. It has been a while, King Vegeta, Frieza remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips as though genuinely pleased to reunite with an old acquaintance. Salutations, Lord Frieza. King Vegeta soared into the air, bowing slightly in deference as he bent. His followers echoed, Salutations, Lord Frieza. Over 2,000 Saiyans convened, their collective voice reverberating like thunder, echoing through the skies that a glance revealed the Saiyans. Expressionless, bending at the waist. No matter their disdain for Frieza, they all put on a facade of compliance at that moment. Frieza remained silent, and his subordinates followed suit, allowing the Saiyans to maintain their bowed posture. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. What was Frieza's intent? King Vegeta gritted his teeth, fists clenched, and stole a glance at Frieza, who regarded them with a bemused expression. Suddenly, Frieza broke the silence. King Vegeta, do your Saiyans not have a fellow named Bardock? Where is he? Bardock's reputation resonated not only among the Saiyans, but it even reached Frieza's ears. A lowly warrior achieving a battle power of 10,000 piqued Frieza's curiosity. The tone of Frieza's voice indicated his growing displeasure, causing cold sweat to bead on King Vegeta's brow. Just moments ago, King Vegeta had realized Bardock and his subordinates were missing, perhaps intending to assert dominance upon Frieza's arrival. That insufferable Bardock? Well, King Vegeta stammered. Struggling for words, he could not admit that Bardock was simply unresponsive to his summons. As the king of the Saiyan race, it would be humiliating to admit he could not command his own subjects. Frieza's crimson gaze darkened, a chilling aura emanating from his diminutive form, leaving an icy dread in its wake. The surrounding spacecraft swayed perilously, as though on the brink of disconnection. Yet, in an instant, Frieza retracted that aura, as if nothing had transpired. King Vegeta and his subordinates felt a trickle of cold sweat upon their brows. If Frieza's aura was so formidable, how powerful could his true strength be? It's nothing. Don't be tense. Everyone relax. Frieza chuckled nonchalantly. The expressions of his subordinates were peculiar, as if they were mere spectators observing a play. Chapter 21. The collective Great Ape Transformation Planet Fire, situated a great distance from planet Vegeta, would take even Frieza's most advanced spacecraft a fortnight to reach at full speed. The sky here was a verdant hue, bordered by a dense forest, with a vast plain stretching into the distance. At the junction of the forest and the plain gathered over 100 figures, each adorned with a tail. Captain, everyone has been relocated, Cass said. Bardock nodded. Over the past 10 days, thanks to Casso's nightly relocations, he had finally moved all his subordinates and their families to Planet Fire, that he was acutely aware of the vast distance separating it from planet Vegeta, having passed through here during prior missions, and was astonished that Casso had managed to bring their kin to this location. Instant transmission is truly remarkable. Lord Bardock, is it true that Frieza intends to annihilate planet Vegeta? Is it really happening? Despite having heard it once before, Bardock's subordinates sought confirmation. Upon hearing their inquiry, Bardock furrowed his brow and nodded solemnly. Alas, the confirmation elicited a collective gasp from the gathered Saiyans. Even Lord Bardock would have to yield before Frieza. Seeking vengeance against him was an impossibility. They were now the last hope for the Saiyan race. Giant approached, clutching the frail Osbier. Where is Casso? Why is he not here? He's returned to planet Vegeta. Bardock ruffled Little Burr's hair, pondering Casso's return to planet Vegeta. According to the schedule, today was Frieza's arrival. Surely, planet Vegeta had descended into chaos. However, with Casso's ability to instantaneously move, there was no need for undue concern. It was evident Jine shared this understanding, as she displayed little worry. Above planet Vegeta, King Vegeta expressed gratitude. "Thank you for your understanding, Lord Frieza." Unbeknownst to him, Frieza's subordinates wore inscrutable expressions. King Vegeta mused, "Frieza is rather foolish. How did he ascend to the throne of the universe? He believed Frieza could be easily deceived. Haha, I've always been lenient with my subordinates, as long as there are no ill intentions. Wouldn't you agree?" King Vegeta, Frieza's face contorted into a grimace, his smile devoid of warmth, exuding an eerie aura. Yes. Yes. King Vegeta wiped the cold sweat from his brow, questioning Frieza's true meaning. Had he uncovered King Vegeta's intentions? That was impossible. The Saiyans had concealed their plans quite well. King Vegeta had always feigned loyalty to Frieza while secretly amassing his own power, biding his time to overthrow Frieza's dominion over the Saiyans, much like he had done with the Zafrans. However, King Vegeta could never have anticipated that Frieza was already eavesdropping on all his communications through a monitoring device. Yet even without the Saiyan rebellion, Frieza had no intention of sparing the Saiyan race, as this was a directive from Lord Beerus himself. "You believe so too. That is reassuring." With his arms crossed and seated in his spacecraft, Frieza turned away from King Vegeta. The vessel obscured any glimpse of Frieza's expression, and his silence, coupled with the cold metallic craft, sent a chill down King Vegeta's spine, as if foreboding some impending calamity. "King Vegeta, would you care to witness a splendid display of fireworks?" Frieza spoke without turning around. "What does that mean? Something feels amiss." It dawned on Vegeta. The previously concealed aura emanating from Frieza erupted once more, sending the atmosphere of planet Vegeta into disarray, causing the already thin oxygen to vanish in an instant, tightening the breaths of King Vegeta and the other Saiyans. Retreat. Upon witnessing Frieza's actions, King Vegeta realized that the tide had turned. It was evident that Frieza's so-called fireworks were likely the catastrophic explosion meant to obliterate planet Vegeta. However, King Vegeta and the others were unaware that they could indeed breathe in the atmosphere. They were merely intimidated by Frieza's overwhelming presence. As for why the Saiyans could breathe in space, it was due to a wish made by Kakarot on Namek. King Vegeta led all the Saiyans in a direct charge towards the surface. Upon landing back on planet Vegeta, he felt a sense of relief. "Frieza, what are your intentions?" King Vegeta no longer engaged in pretense and called out his name directly. "Bring it on," from high above. Frieza observed King Vegeta's lips move, but was oblivious to his words, disregarding them entirely. At Frieza's command, half of his subordinates surged forward, while the other half dispersed across planet Vegeta, monitoring for any Saiyans attempting to flee. "Dodoria, has the Ginyu Force taken their positions?" Frieza inquired coldly. "Yes, Lord Frieza. They're stationed around planet Vegeta, and I am certain these Saiyan monkeys will not escape." Dodoria replied respectfully. It turned out that the members of the Ginyu Force were all positioned outside planet Vegeta, surveilling the planet to prevent any Saiyan from seizing an opportunity to escape. "Excellent," Frieza remarked nonchalantly that on the surface of planet Vegeta. "You leave me no choice." King Vegeta seethed with fury, thinking they could treat the Saiyans like soft fruit to be easily squished. He concentrated a surge of energy in his hand, gradually coalescing it into a basketball-sized orb of white luminescence, which he then hurled upwards. All eyes turned skyward. Every Saiyan on the ground understood the gravity of the situation. They had longed to rebel against Frieza, yet King Vegeta had consistently exercised restraint. Upon hearing his declaration, the Saiyans knew what was to come. They fixed their gazes upon the artificial moon. Thump, thump. The sound of racing heartbeats resonated throughout the scene. If only one or two Saiyans had emitted such sounds, it would have been inconsequential, but now nearly 2,000 Saiyans produced a tremendous cacophony of heartbeats. This rhythmic pounding began to synchronize, creating a resonant frequency. Thump, thump. Then the faces of the Saiyans contorted, resembling the grotesque visages of gorillas in a zoo, their features fierce, fangs extended, and their eyes glinting with a crimson glow. Roar, roar, roar. Their forms ceased to resemble humans, becoming increasingly massive. their armor expanding alongside their growing physiques. Their heights surged, each gorilla towering immensely. Within mere seconds, all the scions present transformed into colossal apes. Roar, roar, roar. The gorillas pounded their chests and howled to the heavens. "Come on, Frieza!" King Vegeta, now a great ape, bellowed. He was flanked by several similarly transformed apes, all of whom were his most capable subordinates. Meanwhile, Frieza's minions charged recklessly into the fray. Chapter 22. A blow to Frieza soon. Chaos ensued. Almost every great ape found themselves surrounded by dozens of extraterrestrials. Boom! Energy shockwaves erupted everywhere, striking the Saiyan dwellings. Some buildings merely collapsed, while others were obliterated to dust, vanishing entirely. The once thriving royal capital was reduced to ashes. Its grandeur now a mere memory amidst the ruins. Everyone, attack! Charge! The extraterrestrials encircling the gorillas launched their assault. Energy blasts rained upon the great apes. Boom! Boom! The terrifying explosions echoed, illuminating the ground with a sun-like brilliance. Enveloping the gorillas in a cloud of smoke. We did it! The extraterrestrials shouted in exhilaration. They had assumed that transforming into great apes would render them formidable, yet they were met with utter futility. Suddenly, what? Look! Impossible! As the smoke cleared, the great apes remained unscathed, not a scratch upon them. Roar! Roar! It seemed the gorillas were incensed. Each great ape let out a furious roar, grabbing boulders to hurl indiscriminately. "No way!" one extraterrestrial screamed in terror, only to be crushed into pulp the next moment. Amidst the turmoil, a few unfortunate souls were struck, their bodies exploding into a gory mess. A horrific sight indeed. Yet the gorillas remained undeterred, gathering energy for laser blasts. Akin to the technique used by Osbier when he transformed into a great ape. From Kakarot's earlier encounter with Osbier, it was evident how formidable these great apes could be, without sufficient power to overpower them. Defeating them was an arduous task. Boom! Boom! Hundreds of laser blasts rained down, catching the extraterrestrials off guard as they were struck by the terrifying projectiles. Against the searing heat of the lasers, the extraterrestrials were rendered to mere ashes. No, in a mere 10 minutes, the number of extraterrestrials dwindled significantly. Likely, 2/3 had perished in this brief span. The surviving extraterrestrials began to sense something was amiss. How could these Saiyan monkeys be so powerful? They hastily activated their scanners. Beep, 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 battle power. 93792926 battle power. 93792926 battle power. 93792926 A row of battle data appeared on the scanner's display. The figures left the extraterrestrials in shock. Each great ape possessed an extraordinarily high battle power, most ranging from 10,000 to 50,000. How could this be? Wasn't it rumored that Scions only had battle powers in the thousands, the highest being just over 93792926? It defied logic. In truth, Frieza had never disclosed to these extraterrestrials that a Scion's battle power would multiply tenfold upon transforming into a great ape. A tragic tale indeed. Mourning for the extraterrestrials? Up above, Lord Frieza, these Saiyan monkeys are terrifying in their great ape forms. Dodoria trembled, having previously bullied the Scions when they exhibited such low battle powers. Now, witnessing their transformation, he was clearly filled with dread. The Scions possess something remarkable. It appears my decision was indeed prudent. Frieza supported his chin with one hand, gazing indifferently at the battle unfolding below. He was well aware that the Scions could transform into colossal gorillas, yet he never anticipated such immense losses. He had miscalculated. Frieza sighed, but he exhibited no concern for the casualties among his subordinates. Dodoria, witnessing the fierce clashes below and the devastating toll on his former comrades, felt a pang of sympathy. He cast a sideways glance at Frieza, who remained utterly calm, betraying no reaction, as if the fallen were merely rats in a garbage heap. "Your Majesty, Frieza, this cannot continue. If this persists, all our comrades will perish," Dodoria implored, unable to bear the sight any longer. The Scions, in their gorilla form, had surpassed a battle power exceeding 10,000, with the strongest nearing 100,000. In contrast, the members of the Jinyu force were hardly a match. with only Captain Jinyu boasting a power level of 12,000 that could rival them. Those with power exceeding 10,000 could dominate the cosmos, leaving the mere foot soldiers utterly helpless against this horde of Saiyan apes. What? Are you questioning me? Frisia's eyes gleamed with a venomous ferocity, dark and sinister, as if poised to unleash an attack at any moment. I dare not, Dodoria trembled, fully aware of Frisia's unpredictable temperament, and hastily offered his apologies to how dreadfully dull. Frisia yawned, raising a hand to his mouth, preparing to summon his troops and take matters into his own hands. Suddenly, a figure materialized before him with a swift whoosh. "Hey, friend, who are you?" Frisia exclaimed, taken aback by the unexpected appearance of the mysterious child. Yet, due to his own formidable power, Frisia felt no fear, merely a sense of intrigue. "Frisia, I offer you a piece of advice." This was Carsuo's first encounter with Frisia, and the resemblance to the character from the anime was striking. He appeared just as ruthless and cunning ditto. "And what kind of advice do you intend to bestow upon me?" Frisia, who typically prided himself on his gentlemanly demeanor, felt a surge of anger upon hearing the child's words. His calm facade evaporated, and his customary smile vanished. And no one had ever dared to offer him advice. The last person to disrespect him was King Vegeta. Embroiled in the chaos below, he relished the thought of annihilating planet Vegeta in less than a minute, let alone King Vegeta himself. Frisia was curious to see what this little brat was up to. "The advice is this." With that declaration, Carsuo unleashed his full power, moving with lightning speed to appear right before Frisia, delivering a devastating punch. Boom! Frisia's eyes widened in shock, his lips contorting as the muscles on his face momentarily caved in, revealing the slightest hint of damage to his skin upon close inspection. In a blink, Carsuo had vanished again. "Who on earth are you?" Frisia bellowed in fury, unleashing a staggering battle power of 530,000. Instantly, the ground trembled, and the surrounding ships swayed perilously, the already thin atmosphere of planet Vegeta forming vacuums, as if it might shatter into nothingness. Dodoria, witnessing the spectacle, felt a surge of dread. Would Frisia resort to silencing him? Crackle! The wrathful Frisia's aura disrupted the nearby ions, coalescing into shimmering arcs of electricity that resembled silver serpents. Unforgivable! He howled again, scanning his surroundings for any sign of Carsuo. However, Frisia soon realized that the mysterious child had indeed vanished into thin air, just as he had appeared. Where is he? Disappeared into thin air. That child bore striking resemblance to a Saiyan. Could he be one? Frisia seethed, his teeth grinding in fury, his eyes burning with a desire to find the enigmatic child and obliterate him. Chapter 23. The death of King Vegeta. Once, his brother Cooler had never dared to disrespect him in such a manner. Now, he had been struck by a mere child, and Frisia was incandescent with rage. He shot a cold glance at Dodoria. Frisia's merciless nature was no secret. He would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, and he took great care in maintaining his composure. Should anyone witness him lose his temper, it would spell their doom. The deathly glare from Frisia made Dodoria feel as though he were being scrutinized by the world's deadliest serpent, and he trembled uncontrollably, realizing he was doomed. Frisia raised a finger, pointing menacingly at Dodoria. The air around them seemed to freeze in that moment. You filthy vermin dare to threaten my planet Vegeta?" King Vegeta, in his gorilla form, laughed heartily. The number of aliens was considerable, yet they posed no significant threat to the mighty APS. The alien forces dwindled under the relentless assault of the gorilla. King Vegeta boasted, Frisia, your subordinates are utterly incompetent." He crushed an alien beneath his foot as if it were an insignificant insect and commanded his remaining troops. "Come, let us unite to vanquish Frisia." After dispatching a portion of the alien forces, King Vegeta, now swelling with power, felt invincible, believing Frisia was no match for him. 5 enormous figures erupted in a blaze of white energy, soaring into the sky, their massive forms eclipsing the light above, casting the ground into darkness. The 5 gorillas, their white auras blazing, shot forth beams of light that cleaved through the atmosphere as they searched for Frisia. There, King Vegeta spotted the largest spaceship, with Frisia floating in the forefront. Boom! They accelerated once more, charging toward Frieza with their colossal bodies. Meanwhile, Frieza was still pointing his finger at Dodoria. The latter was nearly paralyzed with fear at Frieza's side. But upon seeing King Vegeta and his allies charging forward, Dodoria felt as though salvation had arrived. King Vegeta! Frieza's eyes sparkled with a glint of recognition. That child had closely resembled a Saiyan. He would thus hold the Saiyans accountable for this affront. Frieza, your subordinates are nearly all dead, and yet you hesitate to strike back. Are you afraid of us? King Vegeta taunted, surveying his troops, convinced of their invincibility. The audacity of Frieza to invade their territory was unforgivable. You are quite confident, aren't you? Frieza's piercing gaze locked onto him, his tone nonchalant. Those familiar with Frieza recognized that his expression signaled a brewing storm of anger. After all, being struck by an inexplicable child was an affront even for a cosmic emperor. Let me see if your confidence is well placed. Frieza activated his scouter, assessing their power levels. Beep, beep, beep. None of the gorillas possessed a battle power lower than the threshold of their collective might. With King Vegeta at the pinnacle, clap, clap, clap. Frieza observed their power levels and began to applaud. I must admit, you Saiyans are quite impressive. Are you regretting your invasion of planet Vegeta? Let me tell you. It is too late. King Vegeta's furious roar echoed through the air as he turned to signal his subordinates. The other four Saiyans, receiving the command, charged towards Frieza, launching a fierce assault. King Vegeta clashed head-on with Frieza, exclaiming, "How reckless can one be in seeking death?" Indeed, it was a reckless pursuit of destruction. Frieza's earlier calm demeanor vanished, replaced by a furious rage. An overwhelming surge of energy erupted from within him. Akin to a stellar core explosion, the colossal force permeated every corner of planet Vegeta, causing the ocean's surface to churn violently, fierce winds to howl, and a tempest of unpredictable magnitude to arise. Reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario, this was merely the manifestation of Frieza's power. What? As the pressure surged, waves of energy surged forth. Even the immense forms of King Vegeta and his comrades were unable to withstand it. And they were blown away. Impossible. After being toppled, they slid a distance before hastily regaining their footing. The ferocious winds swept across them, as if trying to strip away their very flesh, inflicting excruciating pain. The great apes exchanged glances, their blood-red eyes betraying an unmistakable fear, reflecting their disbelief. This was inconceivable. How could Frieza possess such strength? If Frieza were indeed this formidable, why had he tolerated the Saiyans for so long? It seemed he could effortlessly annihilate them. The oppressive aura emanating from Frieza filled King Vegeta with trepidation, fear gripping his heart and soul. No, it cannot be. King Vegeta shook his head, still unable to accept the reality of Frieza's immense power. Are you astonished, King Vegeta? Frieza appeared beside him in a flash of arcane light, slightly parting his purple-black lips, regaining his usual composure and self-assured elegance. The entire Saiyan group trembled, their terror manifesting vividly in their shivering forms. They had never witnessed Frieza displaying his true might. They had assumed he was only slightly stronger than their transformed ape forms, believing that united, they could put up a fight. How naive! Regret washed over them. As a cosmic emperor, it was hardly surprising for him to possess extraordinary strength. At that moment, King Vegeta finally awakened from his delusions, but alas, it was a tad too late. Ha ha! Weren't you all quite confident just a moment ago? Frieza grinned from his spacecraft, having unleashed several waves of power yet. Under his deliberate protection, the vessel remained unscathed. Can you guess my battle power? Frieza regarded them with amusement, reveling in the sight of their fearful expressions before delivering the fatal blow. 530,000. Yes, I possess a battle power of 530,000. Ha ha! How delightful! Isn't that a surprise? Frieza's laughter echoed, and upon witnessing King Vegeta and his subordinates' terror, the anger that had previously surged within him dissipated. King Vegeta and his companions stumbled backward, their eyes wide with shock, faces frozen in disbelief. Could the Frost Demons truly be this powerful? Was this a level attainable by mere mortals? King Vegeta and his comrades had never heard of anyone possessing a battle power as high as 530. The Scions, at most, could achieve 100,000 through transformations, which was not their normal state of power. Enough of this spectacle, Frieza declared from his ship, extending a single finger. The scene was set for the impending explosion of planet Vegeta. An orb of orange energy, the size of a marble, formed atop Frieza's fingertip, power gradually coalescing within it, while the surrounding pressure became unstable, crackling as if the fabric of space itself were about to rupture, expanding in an instant into a spherical energy ball approximately 50 meters in diameter. Planet Destruction Ball? Haha! With a flick of his finger, the colossal orb hurtled toward the planet beneath King Vegeta. Whoosh, whoosh, despite its immense size, the Planet Destruction Ball descended at an alarming speed. No! King Vegeta regained his wits just as the sphere appeared before them. In the face of imminent danger, they emerged from their state of fear, and in unison with King Vegeta, they gathered 5 energy blasts. The 5 blasts collided with the Planet Destruction Ball, yet it was like an ant challenging an elephant. Whoosh, whoosh! The collision resulted in a rapid increase in pressure, generating powerful gusts of wind that swept outward from the energy sphere. The fur atop the heads of King Vegeta and his comrades was blown back. Standing on end, the violent energy enveloped them, causing them to cry out in agony. Their gathered energy blasts were utterly insufficient to withstand Frieza's Planet Destruction Ball. The sphere drew ever closer to the faces of the 5 great apes, the intense heat igniting their fur to ash, the pain unbearable, prompting their anguished screams. As the Planet Destruction Ball descended. No, King Vegeta's gaze was fixated on a massive energy orb as it fell. And despite exerting all his strength, it was futile till he glanced at his subordinates, their fur ablaze, their cries echoing in despair. In that final moment, a flicker of resignation appeared in King Vegeta's eyes, and then he closed them, as if seeking liberation. Vegeta! With those 3 syllables, the voices of King Vegeta and his 4 subordinates abruptly ceased. They were obliterated. Thus, the reign of the Saiyan King came to an end. Chapter 24. The cataclysm of planet Vegeta, Casso, instantaneously teleported to a nearby planet, shortly erupting in a burst of white flames that soared into the vast cosmos, in the pitch-black universe. Glimmers of light occasionally flickered as Casso emerged from the celestial body, gazing into the distance. He observed planet Vegeta, illuminating in a radiant glow, growing increasingly blinding, but a colossal energy sphere loomed above the atmosphere of planet Vegeta, casting a piercing light across the land, akin to the searing rays of a newborn sun. With planet Vegeta before him, Casso quietly watched the Planet Destruction Ball gradually sink into the surface, patiently awaiting the explosion of the Saiyan homeworld, having spent 2 years in the Dragon Ball universe. Witnessing the impending destruction of planet Vegeta evoked neither anger nor rage within him. He had already done enough for the sake of nostalgia from his past life. First, he had traveled to Namek to make a wish, then used instant transmission to relocate a portion of the Saiyan population, accomplishing all he could, perhaps influenced by his Saiyan heritage, or perhaps due to his awareness of the unfolding narrative, even as planet Vegeta faced annihilation. Casso felt not a flicker of disturbance within his heart. After all, he had ensured the survival of nearly 200 Saiyan bloodlines. Within planet Vegeta, the Planet Destruction Ball emanated a formidable pressure, forcing the great ape Scions to brace themselves against the ground. Struggling to lift their heads, though devoid of reason in that moment, a primal fear stirred within them, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. The Planet Destruction Ball passed through the forms of King Vegeta and his 4 great apes, their counterattacks proving futile, unable to impede the energy sphere even for a heartbeat. Boom! Boom! Piercing through the atmosphere, the Planet Destruction Ball plummeted downward, its overwhelming energy threatening to shatter the very fabric of space. Resonating with a thunderous roar, as it descended, the atmosphere compressed further, and the mountains below began to crumble, immense boulders cascading down, each measuring over 10 meters in width. As the boulders fell, the ground shook violently, the earth splitting apart, fissures extending into the distance until they met the more solid terrain, halting only then. Roar, roar. As the planet destruction ball neared the great apes, they let out horrified cries. They dared not remain still. Their instincts screamed that staying put would spell doom. The transformed scions scattered in panic, some fleeing toward the forests, others towards the mountains. Anything to escape this place of peril. Yet, unbeknownst to them, no matter how far they ran, there was no escape. Boom, boom. The planetary annihilation device has finally descended to the ground. From above, the energy orb gradually burrowed into the earth, vanishing after a while, leaving only a vast crater in its wake. Crackle, crackle. The soil blocks adjacent to the crater began to develop fissures, dissimilar to those created by a colossal rock crashing down. These cracks slowly widened, starting at 10 centimeters and gradually expanding to 50 centimeters and beyond. With no sign of cessation, whoosh, 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 the hurricane over the sea, which had ceased due to the battle, inexplicably stirred up a gentle breeze, causing waves to leap out of the water. What is that? A tornado has appeared on the ocean's surface. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A tornado towering over 1,000 meters began to wreak havoc on the sea, drawing large fish skyward. Due to the tornado, a tsunami gradually formed, with waves towering tens of meters high crashing toward the shore, causing it to collapse under the force of the mighty surge. 0.5 minutes later. Boom! Planet Vegeta experienced a significant tremor, colossal rock plates floating haphazardly across the ground, while searing magma spewed forth from the depths, sending forth a rain of molten rock that cascaded down in a fiery deluge. 10 minutes passed. The planetary annihilation device had sunk into the core, and at that moment, not a single place on planet Vegeta remained unscathed. Floodwaters surged, tsunamis rampaged, and magma splattered. All forms of malice were eroding planet Vegeta. Amidst the eruption of magma, the scalding liquid rose in plumes of steam, splattering outward, even reaching thousands of meters into the sky, shrouding the atmosphere of planet Vegeta in a haze of smoke, rendering the interior invisible from the outside. Finally, with a resounding boom, planet Vegeta transformed into a brilliant burst of light, shooting forth into the depths of the universe from all directions. Outside Vegeta, but ha ha ha. This is the fate of those who oppose me. Frieza laughed maniacally, exuding an aura of profound malevolence. Dodoria, isn't this fireworks display magnificent? Frieza regained his former elegance, crossing his arms, seemingly oblivious to Dodoria witnessing his earlier lapse. Undoubtedly, Lord Frieza, your fireworks are the most splendid in the universe. Dodoria felt a shiver run down his spine, hastily responding to Frieza's query. Just moments ago, when Frieza pointed at him, Dodoria felt as though he had stepped into the very depths of hell. Even upon witnessing their comrades on planet Vegeta being annihilated by Frieza, he dared not utter a word. Now is the time to flatter as much as possible. Alas, the scions were quite useful. What a pity. Now we must seek out another group of free laborers. Frieza's tone carried a hint of regret. If we publicly announce Lord Frieza's name, many will surely flock to serve him. Dodoria incessantly fawned. Let us return home. Frieza nodded in satisfaction. The moment Frieza turned, Dodoria patted his chest, relieved to have narrowly escaped calamity. Subsequently, Frieza and Dodoria re-entered their spacecraft, accompanied by surrounding vessels as they headed back to headquarters. In the distance, Captain Jinyu called out through the communication device, "Let us return as well." The 5 ships quickly followed the lead vessel. Hundreds of streaks of light sped through the stars, all belonging to Frieza's forces. Making their way back home, the forefront of the fleet was a massive ship. Inside, Frieza sat in the cockpit, resting with his eyes closed, muttering, "Lord Beerus, I have fulfilled the task you entrusted to me." Gazing at the explosion of planet Vegeta, Casso remained quietly suspended in the cosmos. The Saiyan race had endured the internal strife of planet Salad, resisted the Zephyrans, and weathered numerous hardships, yet they had nearly been obliterated by Frieza. One must look forward. The past is best left behind. Even if the Scions yearn for vengeance, they must wait for the Dragon Ball saga to commence. In a decade or so, the Dragon Ball story will unfold. And at this thought, Casso couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. It finally beginning? Preparation is essential. He certainly does not wish to end up like Piccolo and others, reduced to mere extras in the finale. After a while, as the last glimmer of light from planet Vegeta faded away, Casso too vanished without a trace. Chapter 25. Resettling the Saiyans. Planet Fire. Captain, what will become of us Saiyans now? Geras appeared utterly bewildered. For the surviving Saiyans, the death of King Vegeta was one thing, but with planet Vegeta destroyed by Frieza, they had no place to call home. Must the Saiyans now wander the cosmos? Upon hearing this, Bardock paused. Let us wait for Casso to return and hear what he has to say. Previously, when he dreamed of the explosion of planet Vegeta, Bardock had only seen Kakarot off without contemplating the subsequent events. However, given the current circumstances, the plight of the Saiyans was dire. Bardock was acutely aware of the legend among the Saiyans, the Super Saiyan, long feared by the Frost Demons. Casso had mentioned before that the destruction of planet Vegeta was ordered by King Cold, compounded by the existence of someone even more formidable than Frieza, Cooler. Thus, the Saiyans now had to evade not only Frieza's forces but, more importantly, the entire Frost Demon clan. Geras nodded. The survival of over 100 clansmen was largely due to Casso, and it was prudent to heed his counsel. From the unearthing of Frieza's conspiracy to the relocation of the Saiyans, Casso had toiled tirelessly for days on end without respite, and the surviving Saiyans had taken note of his efforts. Unbeknownst to him, Casso had come to occupy a significant position in their hearts, with everyone instinctively thinking of him when faced with challenges at that moment. With a swish, a child appeared on the plains. Casso has returned. The Saiyan seated on the grass stood up, beaming with joy. Bardock hurried forward. Casso, what has happened to planet Vegeta? Geras and Castor were equally anxious. What news do you bring? The hopeful eyes of the standing Saiyans were fixed on Casso, yearning to hear from him that planet Vegeta remained unscathed. Casso slowly approached, stopping before them. Meeting their gazes, he shook his head with resignation. It has already exploded. Thud! A cold wave seemed to wash over the hearts of all the Saiyans present, plunging them into despair. They had not anticipated it to be true. Accursed Frieza! Casso glanced at the group, noticing their despondent demeanor. How intriguing! The Saiyans are capable of such emotions. Casso recalled watching the anime, where Vegeta displayed no reaction upon learning of his planet's destruction, exhibiting a chilling lack of empathy. Reflecting on it, he surmised that most Saiyans likely shared Vegeta's demeanor, which explained why they followed Bardock and why King Vegeta had belittled Bardock. After a moment, Bardock shook his head. Casso, with planet Vegeta now exploded, what are our plans moving forward? I have made arrangements. We shall rest for a few days on Planet Fire, and then I will lead everyone back to our true homeland, Planet Salad. Casso articulated his thoughts. He had long since devised a strategy and had already summoned the Eternal Dragon to restore the Saiyans' true homeland, Planet Salad. Planet Salad was the ideal refuge for the Saiyans, and Casso sensed that it held great significance. During his previous life, while watching Dragon Ball Super, Casso speculated that the high base combat power of the Saiyans in Universe 6 might be attributed to Planet Salad. Of course, all of this remained mere conjecture. Only by arriving at Planet Salad would he discover the truth. The surrounding Saiyans, momentarily stunned, reacted with surprise upon hearing the name Planet Salad. Our original homeland? Planet Salad? Wasn't it destroyed? The planet Salada indeed met its demise long ago due to internal strife. Subsequently, the Saiyans relocated to Planet Plant, and after overthrowing the Tsufurugians, Planet Plant was renamed Planet Vegeta. Upon hearing the mention of Salada, Bardock recalled that Kars had previously spoken to him about the 3 wishes granted by the dragon. Initially, he had dismissed it as mere fiction, but now, with Kars's assertion, he wondered if Salada had truly been restored. Moreover, did it mean that all Saiyans could now survive in the cosmos? With this thought, Bardock suddenly erupted in a burst of white energy, shooting off into the vastness of space with a resounding bang. What is Lord Bardock doing? Captain, where are you going? The group of Saiyans looked on in confusion, puzzled by Bardock's sudden departure. Witnessing this scene, Kars chuckled softly, realizing that Bardock had never believed in the legend of the Dragon Balls. As he observed Bardock ascending into the heavens, he surmised that Bardock was likely intent on verifying the authenticity of those 3 wishes. As Bardock approached the vacuum of space, he held his breath. Once he broke free from the confines of the atmosphere, he attempted to take a breath. If he found it impossible, he would swiftly return to the ground. Gazing upon the pitch-black cosmos, a sense of anxiety washed over him. His heart yearning for the veracity of those wishes, yet skepticism lingered. He inhaled deeply, only to discover that no air filled his lungs. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment, while there was no gas available for him to breathe. He found he could exist in the void of space. It was truly miraculous. Having achieved the desired outcome, Bardock returned to the ground, erupting into a hearty laugh. Huh. The Scions looked at Bardock with expressions of bewilderment. What has come over him? Noticing their confusion, Bardock ceased his laughter and began to explain, as it turns out, this means our Scion race will only grow stronger. The Scions clenched their fists, excitement gleaming in their eyes. Indeed, the Scions were the epitome of a warrior race. Upon hearing news beneficial to their combat prowess, they had forgotten their recent sorrow over the destruction of their home planet. Carr smiled with resignation, choosing not to intervene further. Uncle Bardock, where's Osby? Carr mused, having not seen the young girl since his return. She back there, Bardock indicated with a gesture. Navigating through the throng, Carr finally spotted Jine, cradling Osby beneath a grand tree at the intersection of the forest and plain. It was no wonder he had failed to find her, obscured as she was by the hulking figure surrounding them. Upon noticing Kars, Jine placed a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Kars glanced at the cherubic Osby, who was peacefully asleep in Jine's arms. He gently brushed his fingers against her chubby face. After days of travel, even Kars felt fatigued, let alone the weary Osby. The sight of her exhaustion tugged at Kars's heart, prompting him to extend his hands toward Jine, silently requesting to hold the little girl. Jine giggled softly as she placed Osby into Kars's embrace. These two little ones had grown up together under her watchful eye, and their current closeness resembled that of a young couple. She mused they would soon become a true couple. This thought evoked memories of her own childhood, where she and Bardock had shared a similar bond. Everything felt so familiar. A subtle smile graced Jine's lips. Unaware of Jine's contemplative expression, Kars held Osby tightly, admiring her fair, plump visage. Unable to resist, he placed a gentle kiss upon her forehead. Osby stirred, her delicate brows twitching as she slowly opened her eyes. Kars' brother, upon seeing Kars, a bright smile spread across Osby's face. You're back. The warmth of her smile enveloped Kars, and he rested his forehead against hers. I have returned. Chapter 26. Exploring Salada, listening to Kars's tender voice. Osby squinted her eyes and nestled deeper into his arms. Kars' brother, I'm hungry. She pouted. It's been nearly a day since I last ate. Stroking her little belly, her big eyes sparkled like a kitten. What a little glutton you are. Kars chuckled in amusement. Her pitiful demeanor was simply irresistible, nearly overwhelming the youthful spirit of Kars's 20-something soul. Later that night, before leading the Scions back to their homeland, Kars resolved to first explore planet Salada. Osby, I will take you to see our true Scion homeland. Okay, Osby nodded eagerly. With that, Kars activated his instant transmission, and they arrived on planet Salada. The environment of planet Salada bore a striking resemblance to Earth, with 70% of its surface covered in water and the remaining 30% comprising land, making it highly conducive for habitation. The land was lush with various verdant plants, untouched by human development, overrun with wild grasses in disarray. Amid this chaotic greenery, a smattering of vibrant flowers bloomed, their diversity united by a common trait. Their vivid hues, reminiscent of youthful maidens dancing, embodying the essence of springtime. As daylight enveloped Salada, two small figures appeared on the planet. Wow, is this really planet Salada? It's so beautiful, Osby exclaimed, her face alight with joy. The scenery was indeed splendid, and the air felt refreshingly pure. Suddenly, Osby sensed something amiss. A peculiar comfort enveloped her, akin to lying in her brother's embrace, warming her entire being. Kars' brother, do you feel anything? Osby inquired. Kars gently patted her head, remaining silent. From the moment they descended onto Salada, he sensed something extraordinary about the place. The ancestral home of the Scions. It was steeped in legends in his previous life. During the Dragon Ball Super arc, the 6th and 7th universes were twin realms, with their phenomena initially mirroring one another. However, as events unfolded, the Salada of the 7th universe faced annihilation, while the Saiyan ancestral home in the 6th universe remained unscathed, teeming with Saiyans. During a tournament between the two universes, Goku and Vegeta discovered that the Saiyans of the 6th universe could not transform into Super Saiyans, yet their base strength was formidable, which took them by surprise. Speculation arose that this was due to the 6th universe Saiyans living on their ancestral planet, where they were nourished by its essence, allowing a substantial amount of S cells to flourish within them. They simply lacked the means to transform. Others theorized that S cells could only proliferate during peaceful times. After all, the original Saiyans served Frisia, invading other planets and wreaking havoc, resulting in a scarcity of S cells, hindering their ability to transform into Super Saiyans. It was only after the destruction of planet Vegeta, when the remaining Saiyans lived peacefully on Earth, that their S cells became abundant, ultimately leading to their transformation into Super Saiyans. Of course, there were many other theories from his previous life, though most were rather implausible. As Cars set foot on planet Salada, he began to realize that both hypotheses might indeed hold truth. He attentively sensed the changes within himself, feeling something stirring within, an indescribable sensation, as if he were immersed in a hot spring. The warm waters cascading over his chest, providing immense comfort. Cars squinted his eyes. Truly, this was the ancestral home of the Saiyans. Restoring planet Salada was undoubtedly the right decision. Yet for the moment, there were no significant changes in his body. Perhaps when the internal quantity reached a sufficient threshold, a qualitative transformation would occur. Patience was key. Hand in hand with Osbier, Cars took deliberate steps forward, eager to explore the original homeland of the Saiyans. As the diminutive flora gradually faded from view, they were replaced by towering trees, each trunk so vast that 3 adults could not encircle them. Cars surmised these grand trees were at least 50 years old. The lush forest was dense, the branches of the trees stretching outwards, creating a canopy that blocked out the sunlight, casting the forest floor into a cool, dimly lit twilight. Chirp, chirp. Cars' brother, look over there. The melodious sound of shrill cry reached Osbier's ears, causing her to leap up in delight and point towards a tree. Casso looked up and discovered that it was an unknown species of bird shrieking atop the branches. Its feathers were pristine and neatly arranged, a vibrant shade of red, and it was diminutive in size, with a pointed beak, proudly raising its head as it emitted a delightful melody at the sound of Osbier's exclamation. The bird, startled, took flight in a flurry. It flew away. Did I frighten it? Osbier pondered, a hint of confusion in her expression. And no matter. Let us continue our journey. Traversing through the thicket, they arrived at a vast plain, where fine, soft grass flourished like a meticulously maintained golf course, devoid of any disarray. In the center of the plain, several large stones jutted out prominently. These stones were similarly adorned with small blades of grass. As Casso and his companions approached, they wondered how such massive stones could appear in the middle of the plain. One stone was approximately the height of a typical villa's entrance, spanning about 2 meters in width. Huh. Casso furrowed his brow, and with a raised hand, he concentrated his energy. With a powerful exhalation, he blew away the grass covering the stone, revealing several walls beneath, due to the grass obscuring their surfaces. The walls had not eroded significantly. Judging by their architecture, they resembled the palace walls from planet Vegeta. After a moment's contemplation, Casso concluded that these were remnants of ancient Saiyan structures. Brother, I don't want to explore anymore. I am so hungry, Osbier declared, plopping down onto the ground, her little tail wagging restlessly behind her as her stomach rumbled. She had wandered all day and was nearly too famished to walk, while Casso still wished to explore, leaving her feeling rather displeased. Little one, how can you be hungry again? Casso chuckled, covering his face with his hand. Truly, she was a little foodie. After laughing, Casso, unwilling to let little Osbier suffer from hunger, sensed the surroundings and discovered that planet Salada was home to numerous large creatures. In the blink of an eye, Casso vanished for 5 seconds, only to reappear with 2 gigantic wild boars slung over his shoulders. Little Osbier, Shall we feast on roasted wild boar today? Yes, I adore the wild boar you roast. Brother Casso, Osbier responded sweetly. Casso dug a small pit in the ground, then ventured into the forest to collect firewood that, of course, he could have cooked without firewood, directly using his scorching energy waves to roast the meat. But that method was trickier to master and lacked the authentic smoky flavor. As the saying goes, food cooked without firewood lacks soul. With deft skill, Casso gutted the 2 wild boars, preparing their innards, and hung them on branches. Once the preparations were nearly complete, he ignited the firewood and set the boars roasting beside the flames. Night began to descend. Crackle, crackle. The firewood crackled softly. Little Osbier here, this is for you. Be careful, it's hot. Casso handed her one of the wild boars. Arigato. Now I'm ready to eat. Osbier exclaimed, her mouth watering at the delicious aroma, unable to resist as she took a hearty bite. Casso glanced at her with a smile before indulging in the roasted meat himself. Recently, he had been quite busy, and once he finished, he would write more. Once he gathered enough words, 10,000 in total, he would commence his debut, hoping for ample support from everyone. Furthermore, if there were any shortcomings in his writing, he welcomed constructive criticism. Chapter 27. A fierce beating for Bardock, a black canopy of night, dotted with countless stars, enveloped the scene where a bonfire crackled in the plain. The warm orange glow illuminated the faces of 2 small children. One little girl was voraciously devouring meat. Casso looked over and smiled. Their exploration of planet Salada had concluded, and soon he could lead the Scions back to their homeland. The Dragon Ball saga had transformed due to his presence. Originally, aside from a few stragglers, all other Scions would have perished in the explosion of planet Vegeta. Now, nearly 200 Scions still thrived. Once these Scions returned to this land, combined with its unique characteristics, it was truly unimaginable what they would become in the future. With the explosion of planet Vegeta, the Dragon Ball storyline would soon commence. As Casso contemplated this, he felt an invigorating surge of excitement, perhaps influenced by his Scion bloodline, that he yearned to meet Kakarot soon. He craved a fierce battle with Kakarot. Casso pursed his lips, realizing he needed to enhance his strength. To duel with his favorite character from his previous life, his current power was insufficient. Despite Casso's battle prowess, standing at a staggering 9,379,29266. Goku's power was only a mere 2. Yet, being the protagonist has its advantages. When Vegeta invades Earth, Goku only needs to sustain a single injury to surpass Casso. Of course, Casso did not believe he would be defeated by Goku. After all, he was a superior warrior. Moreover, with the memories in his mind, even the protagonist would find it challenging to catch up to him. Suddenly, unintentionally, he let out a burp, causing Osbier to cover her mouth shyly. Brother Casso, I'm full. As long as you're full, that's what matters, Casso replied, a helpless smile gracing his lips. Truly, she was a little glutton. Upon returning to Planet Fire, for the following month, Casso and Osbier were tasked with relocating the Scions to Planet Salada. The distance from Planet Fire to Planet Salada was immense, and the continuous back-and-forth journey left Casso and Osbier utterly exhausted. After transferring the final Scion, they collapsed onto the ground of Planet Salada. Gasping for breath, Osbier's face was pale, her little feet trembling, and even her stomach grumbled with hunger. But she lacked the strength to voice in stark contrast to Casso and Osbier's plight. The distant Scions were exuberantly exploring Planet Salada, oblivious to the duo's miserable condition. Truly, they were a heartless bunch. Before long, the Scions suddenly erupted in excitement. This place feels so comfortable. I can sense that it is extraordinary here. Upon hearing this, Bardock broke out in a cold sweat. As if only he understood the significance of this place, that he glanced at Casso, lying on the ground, pondering how Casso had managed to restore Planet Salada. The planet had been destroyed long ago, and Bardock had no idea what his ancestral home resembled. But the moment he set foot on this planet, he could feel its peculiarity. Bardock furrowed his brow, but deep down, he recognized Casso as the most extraordinary one among them. Utilizing the Dragon Balls to restore Planet Salada was nothing short of miraculous for the current Scions. This kid seems to know everything. Could his foresight truly be that remarkable? A prophet of sorts. Bardock shook his head. realizing his own precognitive abilities only allowed him to glimpse a few significant events. Perhaps with this little fellow Casso around, the Scions would venture further than ever before. Bardock regained his focus. Garrus, prepare to settle our people. We shall survive on our ancestral planet from now on. He then cast a glance at Casso, who lay exhausted on the ground, recognizing that he needed to train more. Watching Bardock's departing figure, Casso gritted his teeth, infuriated. Could Bardock be so blind as to disregard him entirely? Once he recovered, he would certainly teach Bardock a lesson. On planet Salada, Scions could occasionally be seen soaring through the sky, carrying large amounts of wood on their shoulders, using it to construct shelters in a picturesque valley. A river flowed nearby, surrounded by numerous wooden cabins. Now that the Scions had secured their dwellings, they began their training. Elsewhere, two figures zipped across the sky, one large and one small. Huh. Bardock barked, directing his hands towards Casso, unleashing a golden-yellow energy wave. Is that all you've got? Casso scoffed with disdain. In his perception, Bardock's power barely exceeded 10,000. After a month of exhausting his energy, Casso had managed to increase his own power to 14,000. This time, he would not hold back against Bardock. With a stoic expression, Casso charged directly at the oncoming energy wave. With a speed that seemed to defy the limits of the wind, he created a sharp sound in the air. Bam! Just as the wave was about to strike him, Casso swiftly sidestepped, evading the attack, and propelled himself forward once more in the direction of the energy wave. I knew you were extraordinary. Bardock remained unperturbed. Ever since Kakarot returned to planet Vegeta, Bardock had sensed that Kakarot was no ordinary Scion. The data from a scouter indicated only a few hundred power levels. Yet something felt amiss that it was not until Kakarot revealed Frisia's nefarious plot and later attempted to relocate his kin that Bardock realized Kakarot was concealing his true strength. As Kakarot charged towards him, Bardock appeared to have anticipated this very scenario. After unleashing a shockwave, he promptly vanished from sight. Soon, the heavens echoed with the sounds of violent collisions, with each clash shaking the very mountains. Boom! The energies they unleashed engulfed the area, swiftly forming a whirlwind that uprooted the towering trees below. Even thousands of meters away, the effects were felt. As the fierce winds howled, Garrus and his companions glanced towards Bardock's direction, yet resumed their construction work. For the past few days, Bardock and Kakarot had been locked in battle, and the other Scions had grown accustomed to it. Exhilarating. Bardock laughed heartily. Kakarot hovered in midair, sneering. Exhilarating? Just wait. I'll make you truly experience exhilaration. In an instant, Kakarot vanished from sight. Bardock's laughter abruptly ceased. Where are you? What are you searching for? Suddenly, a voice called from behind him. Bardock turned, only to realize it was too late to defend himself. Kakarot appeared silently behind him like a specter. With a swift kick, followed by a series of punches, he struck Bardock's back. You lack martial ethics, Bardock cried out in agony. Kakarot's combat prowess exceeded his expectations, certainly surpassing a power level of 10,000. It was terrifying that such a small child possessed such formidable strength. Bardock, caught off guard, found himself at Kakarot's mercy in a battle between experts. A single oversight can render one vulnerable. Currently, Bardock was being relentlessly assaulted by Kakarot's flurry of attacks. Unable to retaliate, boom! With the force of a thunderbolt, Kakarot sent Bardock flying. Whoosh! Bardock crashed to the ground like a cannonball, producing a deafening sound. The shockwave rippled outward, toppling trees and creating a massive crater over 10 meters in diameter. Surrounded by a web of cracks. Chapter 28. Arrival on Earth. Bardock lay sprawled on the ground, arms outstretched like a fallen star, occasionally coughing. His chest and back bore the brunt of countless blows, and his armor lay in tatters. The pain coursing through him made Bardock gasp in disbelief. Damn it, how is that little brat so powerful? Bardock forced a bitter smile, feeling utterly humiliated for being bested by a mere child. He lay there, seemingly resigned. However, just as Bardock believed Kakarot's assault had concluded, a blue shockwave soared through the air. Damn you! Bardock shouted, his thick neck straining as he cursed. Despite his foul-mouthed exclamations, Bardock dared not let his guard down. He executed a quick maneuver to narrowly evade Kakarot's attack. If that shockwave had struck, without a healing pod, he would have been bedridden for 2 weeks. Bardock was fortunate not to look back. For upon doing so, he saw a dozen energy blasts hurtling towards him. "You little brat, do you have a grudge against me? Must you be so relentless?" Bardock cursed as he fled. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions erupted within the forest. Smoke swirling and dust rising in a distant valley. Garrus heard the commotion and chuckled. The captain is having a grand time. Indeed, Bardock was quite exhilarated. A figure darted through the forest as energy blasts rained down from above. Explosions resounding continuously. Kakarot, observing Bardock's disheveled state, smirked. "You mocked me before. I'm not one to forget." An energy blast the size of a basketball materialized in his hand as he grinned wickedly. "My dear Uncle Bardock, watch what I have prepared for you." Upon hearing Kakarot's voice from above, Bardock was struck by an ominous premonition. He turned to see a massive energy blast looming before him. "Kakarot, I shall not let you go unpunished." Bardock roared. Suddenly, with a cry of despair, Bardock lay flat on the ground. "Ha ha!" In the forest, only Kakarot's sinister laughter echoed, drowning out all other sounds at that moment. A beam of white light streaked across the horizon. "Kakarot, brother, I'm hungry." Osbier floated over, looking dazed. "Come, let us get my little Osbier something to eat." In high spirits after defeating Bardock, Kakarot took off with Osbier, neglecting Bardock entirely. Coughing, Bardock slowly rose from the ground, brushing off the dust. Thankfully, that little brat had some restraint. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. Watching Kakarot and Osbier depart, Bardock muttered in frustration. "Those two ingrates, after all I've done for them." Time slipped away, silently. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Kakarot had thoroughly explored Planet Salad, finally discovering the land created by the eternal dragon in the northernmost part of the planet. Gazing at the terrain before him, black soil blanketed the ground, exuding uniquely special aura. When Kakarot had made his wish on Namek, the third wish had not been granted, leading him to casually express a desire. He wondered if he could cultivate the mystical beans. After observing for a while, Kakarot decided not to dwell on it. First, he needed to visit Earth to retrieve the seeds of the mystical beans. Returning to the valley, a great river flowed gently nearby, its waters gurgling melodiously. Towering trees surrounded the area, with Saiyan houses nestled beneath them, sheltered from the scorching sun. The environment was idyllic, with mountains and rivers complementing one another. The ground had been meticulously leveled by the Saiyans, many of whom were engaged in rigorous training. Bardock was among them, performing one-handed push-ups while muttering, "Existential Novel Transfer Station 937929266," since being thoroughly thrashed by Kakarot. Bardock had been filled with frustration, dedicating himself tirelessly to training. Yearning for the day, he could take his revenge on Kakarot, but primarily seeking to enhance his strength to confront Frisia. "Uncle Bardock, give it up. You won T, reclaim your honor." Kakarot approached with a smile, seemingly reading Bardock's thoughts. "The youth these days are truly reckless." Bardock scoffed, ignoring him as he continued his push-ups. "Just wait." Kakarot shook his head. While Saiyans possessed remarkable physiques without proper training methods, even with decades of effort, Bardock would never catch up to him, let alone Frisia. Given the current situation, the remaining Saiyans were quite formidable, with many adult Saiyans boasting power levels exceeding 1,000. Among them, a Saiyan named Chris possessed a staggering power level of 4,000, making him the strongest after Bardock, Garrus, and Castor. Thus, Master Roshi's training methods had become obsolete for the Saiyans. The gravity chamber was the true passion of the Saiyans. It seemed he truly needed to venture to Earth. "Uncle Bardock, Osbier, and I are heading out. I don't know when we'll return," Kakarot stated calmly. This time, he was determined to visit Earth. The mystical beans from the Cat King were renowned. A single bean could sustain a person for 10 days without hunger, and any injury could be healed instantly. Such effects, combined with a Saiyans physiology, were nothing short of terrifying. Upon reaching Earth, he needed to seize the opportunity before Yachirobe squandered the mystical beans and promptly retrieve them. Then he would seek guidance from the Supreme Kai on their usage. Finally, he would have Dr. Briefs manufacture several gravity chambers. Go, don't disturb my training." Bardock continued his push-ups, sweat pouring down his brow. Tsh. Casso cast a disdainful glance at Bardak before turning away. Once Casso had turned his back, Bardak sat up and watched his silhouette fade, recalling the cataclysmic explosion on planet Vegeta and the miraculous instant transmission that had relocated the Saiyans. Bardak had come to deeply appreciate the extraordinary abilities of this young man. Perhaps this outing would yield unexpected revelations. Shaking his head, Bardak pondered the futility of such thoughts and resolved to train diligently instead. After all, he wouldn't want to suffer another beating from Casso and lose face. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to resume his rigorous training. Casso, holding Osbier's small hand, bid farewell to Jine and Garrus before vanishing from planet Salad and the northern galaxy. Amidst the inky darkness of space dotted with countless twinkling stars, a cerulean planet floated gracefully, exuding an alluring beauty that on this day, two diminutive figures appeared on Earth. Casso lay prone on the ground. Panting heavily, he had retrieved a star map from the spacecraft he had once boarded and teleported to Earth. However, Casso had not anticipated that he would overshoot his destination, necessitating another jump in the opposite direction. "Damn it," he muttered. "Casso, brother, are you all right?" Osbier inquired, her heart aching at the sight of Casso drenched in sweat. "I'm fine." After resting for a moment, Casso finally regained his composure, that he reflected that when he had observed Goku perform instant transmission in his previous life, it hadn't seemed so arduous. Could it be that his understanding of energy was lacking? Regardless, now that he had arrived on Earth, he was determined to acquire some sins of beans and a gravity chamber. Chapter 29. A meeting with Dr. Briefs. Deep within a northern forest on Earth stood a towering edifice, its pinnacle lost in the clouds. The tower was adorned with ancient and weathered engravings, evidence of its long existence. Legends whispered that it had been erected in the ancient epoch of Earth, while others claimed it was the creation of a civilization from another universe. The truth of these tales remained shrouded in mystery. Atop the tower, a feline creature stood before 3 water basins. The sight of a cat walking upright was inherently disconcerting. This was the guardian cat of Karen Tower, known as the Cat Sage, who had lived for over 8 centuries, primarily tasked with training martial artists who ascended to Karen Tower. The Cat Sage was drenched in sweat, seemingly having witnessed something horrifying from within the basins. This presence, how terrifying! The Cat Sage pulled out a handkerchief and wiped his brow. Who were those 2 children, and whence did they come? Such formidable beings had never before graced Earth, although they concealed their energy. Their crude attempts at hiding it were painfully evident, revealing the immense power contained within them. The Cat Sage speculated that should the energy within these children be unleashed, it could very well obliterate the planet. The mere thought made the Cat Sage break into a cold sweat, that if such powerful beings were to wreak havoc, no one could possibly stop them. He glanced skyward, pondering whether even the one above could intervene. Above the clouds at the pinnacle of Karen Tower, a temple floated in the void. The temple, semicircular in shape, bore a small indentation at its base, framed by white and red hues, with a staircase affixed to its wall. Ascending the staircase led one to a floor laid with white tiles, surrounded by verdant plants, revealing a corridor that opened into a spacious chamber, enveloped in an aura of mystique. An elderly Namekian stood at the edge of the temple, accompanied by a coal-like creature clad in traditional Indian attire. Mr. Popo, the elderly Namekian, was the Earth's guardian, having fled Namek during his youth and endured countless trials to ultimately become the protector of the planet. For many years, Earth had been free from extraterrestrial invasions, merely grappling with natural disasters and human conflicts. The sudden appearance of 2 children, brimming with explosive power, filled the Guardian with trepidation. Like the Cat Sage, he too was perplexed by the origin of these 2 youngsters, perceiving them as akin to barrels of gunpowder. Should they ignite, the consequences would be cataclysmic. Even if his alter ego, Piccolo Daimao, were present, he would likely kneel in submission. Should Casso pose a threat to Earth, the Guardian would truly be at a loss. With a heavy sigh, the Guardian could only hope that they would refrain from causing chaos. Below, amidst towering skyscrapers and bustling streets filled with vehicles, Osbier strolled along, captivated by the array of goods, her curiosity akin to that of a country dweller visiting the city for the first time. Hand in hand with Casso, she darted her gaze around, and upon spotting delectable treats, drool unconsciously trickled down her chin. Casso, brother, there's something delicious. We'll eat later, don't rush, Casso chuckled, ruffling her hair with a resigned smile. Osbier resembled a young Goku, unable to resist the allure of food. Fortunately, she was obedient, adhering to Casso's every word. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead. Hurry, grab everything and go. If we don't leave now, the police will be here. A dozen burly men, their heads covered in black stockings, were robbing a store. The ringleader brandished a machine gun, using his free hand to frantically scoop up capsule-shaped items from the display case. While his accomplices mirrored his actions, the nearby staff cowered on the floor, trembling in fear, too terrified to intervene. Casso observed the scene with interest. He recalled an anime featuring a female bandit who would change hairstyles with every sneeze. Her personality shifting accordingly. In the earlier episodes, she had received considerable screen time, but later on, she had virtually vanished. Casso racked his brain but couldn't recall her name, likely because she was still just a child at this point. All right, let us move quickly, the ringleader bellowed, leading his gang out of the store. The robbers emerged in a chaotic procession, and the bystanders, sensing danger, hurriedly retreated to avoid being caught in the fray. Casso shook his head. Observing the pathetic fighters with a power level of merely 5, he finally understood the disdain felt by Raditz. He had no interest in such weaklings. I'll take a look around and then seek out Dr. Briefs. Just as Casso prepared to leave, he glanced up and noticed the logo of the Universal Capsule Company emblazoned on the storefront. These fools are robbing Universal Capsules. A mischievous grin spread across his face. He had intended to ask Dr. Briefs for assistance in creating a gravity chamber. That, if that was the case, he might as well deliver a fitting greeting to Dr. Briefs. The robbers hastily approached their getaway vehicle, preparing to flee. Casso, brother, where are you? Osbier exclaimed, realizing Casso had vanished at that moment. A flash of white light zipped past, and a small figure suddenly appeared before the robbers. In an instant, Casso disappeared again. With a thud, several robbers inexplicably collapsed to the ground. Their bizarre predicament only served to drive bystanders further away in fear. Casso retrieved a bulging bag from the robbers, opening it to discover it was filled with universal capsules. Those dozen or so bags must be worth a fortune. He gestured to little Osbier, beckoning her to come closer. Osbier eagerly followed Casso as he re-entered the store. I've helped you reclaim your universal capsules. Now, I have something to discuss with Dr. Briefs. Casso aided in the retrieval of the universal capsule, and the store manager expressed profound gratitude, subsequently notifying the company headquarters of the incident, as someone wished to pay a visit to Dr. Briefs upon learning that one of his stores had been robbed and subsequently reclaimed with assistance. Dr. Briefs was intrigued by the prospect of meeting this individual. West City, the most prosperous region on Earth, is home to the wealthiest echelon of society. That on this particular day, two small figures stood before the grand estate of Dr. Briefs. Chapter 30. The gravity chamber. In a mere few years, Dr. Briefs ascended to the status of the world's wealthiest individual. Thanks to the advent of the universal capsule, the estate of the richest man appeared truly awe-inspiring, sprawling over several tens of thousands of acres, delineated into residential, work, and research zones. At its center stood a hemisphere-shaped villa, surrounded by an array of verdant flora, with intelligent machines occasionally traversing the pathways. Observing such opulence, Casso couldn't help but reflect on the countless young individuals in his past life who, in pursuit of a home in a first-tier city, took on loans that would burden them for decades, all for a modest apartment of merely 100 square meters, an inconceivable comparison to the grandeur before him. Fortunately, he had inherited a building from his parents, which provided a comfortable living through rental income. However, now that he had traversed into this new realm, what was the point of dwelling on the past? Casso snapped back to reality and pressed the doorbell, announcing through the intercom that he was the individual from that morning. As they awaited, Osbier's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Casso, brother, will there be delicious food soon? The little girl licked her lips. That you're always thinking about food. Have you been diligent in your training lately? Casso teased. I am training hard. I must protect Casso, brother, she replied with determination, prompting a chuckle from him. Over the past month, she had indeed been quite dedicated. Sneaking out for training before dawn and returning only after dark, Casso had duly noted Osbier's progress. Her combat power had reached 2,500 points, surpassing most Saiyans. When Bardock first witnessed her strength, he was left astounded. Remarking on her prowess as a superior warrior, aside from her love for food, Osbier had little else to her character. Oh, and she did have a tendency to cling to him. Casso smiled at the thought. Suddenly, the sound of the gate opening broke his reverie. A stunning blonde with cascading waves stood at the entrance. Her figure was curvaceous, her skin porcelain-like, and she wore a short skirt that accentuated her long, elegant legs in the light, she appeared almost ethereal. Casso swallowed hard at the sight. Huh, why are there two little ones? Ties pondered, having heard from her family about the robbery and the martial artist who had intervened. Typically, such formidable warriors were elderly men, not mere children. Yet they appeared rather endearing. Hello, I'm here to see Dr. Breves. Casso recognized her instantly. She was Bulma's sister, Ties, in pursuit of her dream to become a science fiction writer. Ties had forsaken a life of comfort, venturing out into the world to gain experience. However, the novels she produced were dismal failures, consistently flopping like those of novice authors. From this, it seemed Ties had not yet run away from home. Nor had she cut her hair short. Long hair suits you better. You two are the martial artists who helped reclaim the universal capsule. Ties inquired as she led the children into her home. Yes, Casso nodded. I heard the thieves were armed with machine guns. You're quite impressive, little brother, Ties exclaimed, realizing that these children might be the progeny of those powerful martial artists she had heard about. It made sense why they were so formidable. As she gazed at the boy, Ties felt a surge of inspiration for her writing, bombarding him with questions about techniques and whether he was a prodigy destined for greatness. Attracting the attention of esteemed martial artists, Casso was momentarily speechless. Ties was undeniably beautiful, yet her chatter was incessant. Moreover, he was not a little brother. Meanwhile, Osbier remained unfazed by Ties' inquiries, her mind solely focused on the promise of delicious food. After a brief walk, they finally arrived at Dr. Breves' residence, where Ties ceased her peculiar questioning. Just then, a youthful voice piped up, "Are you the martial artist, Bulma?" Casso blinked in surprise before nodding. Bulma stood at a height similar to Osbier. Both just over a meter tall, with light blue hair and a cherubic face that resembled a doll. Casso couldn't help but compare her to Osbier in his mind. Osbier is still cuter. At that moment, a couple emerged, Dr. Breves and his wife. Dr. Breves appeared relatively young, leaving Casso slightly embarrassed, as he had not anticipated that the esteemed scientist had once been quite handsome, explaining the beauty of Ties and Bulma. Mrs. Breves covered her rosy lips with her hand, exclaiming, "What adorable little siblings!" She then knelt to pat the heads of Casso and Osbier. Dr. Breves, taken aback by the fact that the ones who had aided in reclaiming the universal capsule were mere children, inquired with genuine interest, "What brings you to me, little ones?" Casso, feeling somewhat exasperated, brushed aside Mrs. Breves' delicate hand. "Why is this family so peculiar?" He pondered that I would like to request Dr. Breves' assistance in creating something. "What kind of thing?" Dr. Breves asked, intrigued. Given that this young lad had already aided his store, he was open to the idea. Ties and Bulma watched curiously, eager to see what this child had in mind. Casso promptly articulated his request for a gravity chamber, specifying that he required it to achieve 100 times Earth's gravity. In the Namek saga, Goku had utilized a gravity chamber, training under 100 times gravity, which allowed him to elevate his combat power from 800 to astounding levels. Though Goku benefited from the support of Senza beans and the protagonist's aura, the gravity chamber's impact on Saiyans was undeniably significant. Vegeta also demonstrated remarkable improvement through his training in one. Thus, for Saiyans of their current strength, 100 times gravity would suffice for an extended period. The gravity chamber? Dr. Breves stroked his chin, contemplating. That is certainly feasible. You may return in a month to collect it. Upon hearing this, Casso leaped with excitement. Since his arrival in the Dragon Ball world, aside from the exhilaration of unlocking potential on Namek, he had largely remained composed. Even the destruction of planet Vegeta felt like a passing moment to him. But now, the prospect of having a gravity chamber reignited his hopes for growth, filling him with enthusiasm. soon, with sins of beans in hand. He believed he could achieve feats akin to cockroaches. After all, he was a superior warrior. Osbier gazed at her brother, puzzled by his exuberance. Meanwhile, Ties and Bulma exchanged astonished glances, realizing that this little boy possessed extraordinary strength. Wow, did he just leap to the roof? Ties mused, noting the considerable height difference between the ground and the rooftop. Is this something an ordinary human can achieve? They exchanged a knowing look. This little fellow was indeed remarkable. Mrs. Briefs squinted her eyes and smiled. What an impressive little brother you are. Dr. Briefs maintained an expression of remarkable tranquility, as though he had encountered numerous worldly experiences. Chapter 31. A Visit to Karen Tower. In his younger days, Dr. Briefs was a workaholic, resolutely determined to resolve any significant issue or challenge the moment it presented itself, often remaining in the research lab for a month at a time, without hesitation. Now, he departed from this place to assist Casso in constructing a gravity chamber. And no wonder Dr. Briefs would age so rapidly in the future. Casso mused as he observed the doctor's receding figure. With Mrs. Briefs possessing an ageless constitution, he must be under tremendous pressure. Ugh! Why bother thinking so much about it? It's none of my business. Casso snapped back to reality, noticing the peculiar expressions on Ties and Bulma. Was it merely an illusion, or did they truly appear to have a glimmer in their eyes, as if they were hungry for something? Just moments ago, Casso had astounded Bulma by leaping onto the rooftop. She had never encountered someone so formidable in her expansive home. Hey, how did you do that? Can you teach me? Bulma feigned composure, yet her eyes betrayed her eagerness. Ties, however, withdrew her curious gaze, aware that martial artists on Earth adhered to strict codes, with many styles forbidden to be passed on, especially to women. She was intrigued to see how Casso would respond. Casso smirked, thinking how children are always drawn to whatever seems entertaining to in the Dragon Ball universe. The physical capabilities of ordinary Earthlings inevitably limited their potential. This was not Casso's intention to belittle Earthlings, but rather a matter of fact. Throughout the various Dragon Ball series, the highest combat power among Earthlings belonged to Krillin. Yet he ultimately could not even catch a glimpse of Goku's tail light. Observing Bulma's fidgeting demeanor, Casso contemplated that if her sister were to ask him, he would oblige. You're too young. Come back when you're as old as your sister, was his verbal response. Although Ties was curious about Casso's abilities, she remained more interested in writing novels. However, upon hearing Casso's response, Ties cradled her slender abdomen and burst into laughter. Ha ha! I never expected my sister would have such a day. Humph! Bulma scoffed, annoyed at what she perceived as Casso's refusal to teach. Masked by a multitude of excuses at AKT school, she had always been the center of attention. But now, being treated this way by Casso and ridiculed by her sister left her quite displeased. Yet, recalling Casso's earlier leap, she couldn't help but yearn to learn. Mastering such impressive skills would surely allow her to dominate her peers at school. But he simply wouldn't teach her. Bulma felt exasperated to the brink of fury at that moment. Osby tugged at Casso's sleeve with a pitiful expression. Brother Casso, I'm hungry. Casso glanced at Ties, who smiled helplessly. These two little ones certainly didn't regard themselves as guests. Nonetheless, she instructed the servants to bring forth 2 plates of food. In her mind, how much could these 2 little rascals possibly eat? Perhaps they wouldn't even finish those 2 plates. However, the next scene left her utterly astonished. Within mere seconds, the 2 plates were devoured with remarkable speed. Osby looked at Ties with innocent eyes and exclaimed, I want more. I want more. Upon hearing those 3 words, Ties was left speechless. What kind of children could consume so much food? They must be 2 little gluttons. Could it be that martial artists had such hearty appetites? Though Ties was astounded, she continued to have the servants bring more food. Plate after plate. An hour later, the table was piled high with empty dishes. Osby finally let out a burp. Brother Casso was right. This food is truly delicious. Having always eaten Casso's grilled meats, she found this different fare to be exceptionally delightful. But why was this big sister staring at her with such wide eyes? Osby pondered in confusion. Casso licked his lips, marveling at the delectable nature of Earth's cuisine. It was no wonder that later, Beerus would become enamored with Earth's culinary offerings. However, with the food consumed and the gravity chamber underway. It was time to attend to more pressing matters. Casso turned to Ties and Bulma with a smile. "Thank you for your hospitality. Osby and I shall return in a month." With that, he took Osby's hand and soared into the sky. After a while, as Casso and Osby vanished from sight, Bulma stuttered, "Sister, they can fly." Still reeling from the shock of the two little rascals' voracious appetites, she was now equally astonished to see Casso and Osby ascend into the sky. It truly made her question her understanding of this world. Could she still trust in science? Ties remained motionless, quietly contemplating. Bulma tugged at her. "Sister, they can fly." Ties exclaimed in disbelief. Bulma. High above, two streaks of light sliced through the sky. They traversed bustling cities, crossed desolate deserts, and finally reached an endless expanse of ocean. Whoosh! They continued flying northward. Soon, they encountered a dense forest, where an ancient white tower stood tall in the center. "Here I come." Senza beans, Casso accelerated sharply with Osby, the surroundings blurring past them. That Casso's speed was so great that it produced a sonic boom in the air, resonating throughout the forest. The indigenous people residing in the forest looked skyward upon hearing the sound, but saw nothing at all. At the peak of Karen Tower, they've arrived, the cat sage exclaimed, breaking out in a cold sweat. Just this morning, these two little ones had appeared, and now they were soaring toward Karen Tower at an alarming velocity. As Casso ascended into the air, he suddenly felt a peculiar influence on his mind. Though it passed almost instantaneously, he recalled that in the anime of his previous life, Earthlings could only reach the top of Karen Tower by climbing it barehanded. Those attempting to use external means would merely witness the tower vanish into the sky. Casso shook his head, realizing they were affected by mental energy. The architect of Karen Tower certainly had grand designs. However, Casso had already mastered instant transmission, so he was hardly susceptible to such minor mental influences. While Casso was momentarily lost in thought, Osby also regained her clarity. "Brother Casso, the tower is appearing again." Casso smiled and continued to pull Osby upward. The tower's summit boasted a flattened, spherical structure supported by a dozen stone pillars, where the cat sage stood at the railing, gazing below. The two explosive auras drew ever closer, prompting the cat sage to take out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. Where on earth did these two come from? He had never encountered such formidable beings. The turtle sage who had ascended here over 100 years ago seemed impressive, yet paled in comparison to these two little monsters. Even the Demon King Piccolo from 3 centuries ago would likely be unable to withstand a casual strike from them. What to do? The cat sage paced restlessly around the circular tower platform. Likewise, the Supreme Kai, stationed in the temple, had sensed Casso's approach to Karen Tower. Chapter 32. The Appearance of the Supreme Kai. The black-haired Bobo accompanied the Supreme Kai as they observed the world below. In stark contrast to the Supreme Kai's anxious demeanor, Bobo remained unperturbed, his gaze as tranquil as an ancient well, seemingly indifferent to the two little monsters as so fast. The Supreme Kai furrowed his brow. The speed of the two children was terrifying, that he could only vaguely see two dark shadows streaking through the air. This was only because Casso had slowed his pace, were he to fully unleash his power. The Supreme Kai feared he wouldn't even catch a glimpse of them. "They're here," the Supreme Kai declared solemnly. At the edge of Karen Tower, the two little figures suddenly materialized. Casso appeared abruptly, startling the cat sage, who instinctively took a step back. The cat sage trembled and inquired, "What brings you two here?" It is said that anyone who ascends to Karen Tower may receive guidance from the cat sage. "I would like to ask for your guidance on our training methods." Kazuo chuckled softly. Upon hearing his tone, the cat sage felt a sense of relief. "My abilities are quite limited. I fear I may not be able to guide you too." The cat sage discerned the situation of the two children at a glance. They possessed formidable power, yet lacked the finesse to wield it effectively. Their control over energy was utterly chaotic. After 2 years of self-exploration, Kazuo had learned the art of instantaneous movement, believing he had grasped the essence of energy, even managing to conceal his own presence to some extent. Little did he know. In the eyes of the cat sage, his method of concealment was akin to a farce point 4 words. Utterly pitiful. The cat sage merely wished for Kazuo and Osbier to depart swiftly, not wanting to become embroiled in matters of the powerful. Even if they were merely two little brats, Kazuo clearly perceived the cat sage's concerns and spoke directly. Though we are not from Earth, due to certain circumstances, we assure you we will not bring harm to it. He paused before continuing. We kindly request your guidance on mastering the control of energy. It turned out these two little creatures were indeed not from Earth. No wonder he had never encountered them. Upon hearing this, the cat sage replied, "Then allow me to witness your true strength." Since they had made such a declaration, the cat sage felt compelled to comply, for if he refused and angered them, Earth would be doomed. The cat sage now hoped fervently that Kazuo was indeed as he claimed, harboring no malice towards Earth. Kazuo silently chuckled. This large, plump cat was quite a handful. He then furrowed his brow, letting out a cold shout as he ceased to conceal his inner-powered I. In truth, whether Kazuo concealed it or not made little difference to the cat sage and the celestial deity. A terrifying force erupted from within Kazuo, instantaneously causing the ground to tremble as if struck by cataclysm. The entire Kalinta began to quiver, and a violent aura surged forth, dispersing clouds over a radius of thousands of miles. The cat sage broke out in a cold sweat, his legs trembling involuntarily. He knew Kazuo was powerful, but he had not anticipated such sheer horror. As the tempestuous energy swept towards him, the cat sage found it difficult even to breathe and quickly exclaimed, "Please cease." Hearing this, Kazuo retracted his force. "Kazuo, brother, I wish to join too." Osbier exclaimed innocently. Boom! Another wave of overwhelming power emanated from Kalinta, scattering the gathered clouds once more. Enough, enough! The little girl's strength paled in comparison to that of the boy. Yet it still left the cat sage astounded. "You are indeed formidable. You truly will not bring harm to Earth?" The cat sage inquired once more. Receiving Kazuo's affirmative response, he sighed with relief, hoping that would be the case. He continued, "In truth, the moment you descended upon Earth, I sensed your presence. Your strength is indeed formidable, yet you lack the knowledge to wield it effectively. I humbly request your guidance on mastering energy." Kazuo said earnestly, while Osbier's eyes sparkled with desire. Observing their earnest attitudes, the cat sage felt a measure of reassurance. "We understand that transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy, but from extravagance to frugality is difficult. You possess such immense power. Without the appropriate methods, it is impossible to fully control the energy within you." Kazuo and Osbier sat on the ground, listening attentively to be frank. "I possess the methods for controlling energy, but I cannot assist you at this moment." The cat sage shook his head. "What?" Osbier suddenly stood up, revealing a rare flash of anger. "You claim to have methods for controlling energy, yet now say you cannot help us." She felt that this large, plump cat had deceived her. Osbier had often heard Kazuo speak of Earth, and she had long yearned to master its energy cultivation. That if she could learn this method, she would surely become stronger and be able to protect Kazuo in the future. "Little beer, do not act impulsively. Let it finish speaking." Kazuo was startled by Osbier's reaction. When had she become so rash? He quickly embraced her and apologized to the cat sage, urging it to continue. When Osbier stood up, the cat sage's heart raced, fearing for its life. It was fortunate this young boy was present. With no more hesitation, the cat sage revealed, "I possess the methods, but you are simply too powerful to learn to wield energy. You must first suppress the vast power within you." The cat sage swallowed hard and continued, "My strength is insufficient to restrain your power. Only the celestial deity on the temple can assist you in that regard. Only then can I teach you." Finally finishing its explanation, the cat sage sighed in relief. Kazuo fell into contemplation. He had been here for 2 years, and with the elder's assistance, his combat power had reached an astonishing 9,379,29266. This large, plump cat possessed less than 200 points in combat power and could indeed offer no help. He glanced up at the sky, pondering if only the celestial deity could accomplish this. Osbier remained obediently in Kazuo's embrace, not daring to disrupt his thoughts. Just as they were lost in contemplation, 2 figures appeared outside Kalinta, one green and one black, an extreme contrast in color. "The celestial deity!" the cat sage exclaimed in surprise. Hearing the cat sage's voice, Kazuo snapped back to reality and looked outside. The celestial deity? So, they could not resist making an appearance, Kazuo thought to himself, chuckling inwardly. Kazuo, brother, why does that person's color resemble a watermelon? And that black-haired one looks so peculiar? Osbier inquired curiously upon hearing this. Kazuo hurriedly covered Little Beer's mouth. Really, do you have no filter? If they refuse to teach us how to wield energy, it will be a disaster. The celestial deity's mouth twitched slightly, while the figure beside him, Bobo, remained utterly calm. Considering the similarity between the names Kalinta and Kazuo, it seemed prudent to refer to Kalinta as the cat sage for clarity and comfort. Chapter 33. Donning the weighted garment, if you wish to learn how to wield energy. I can assist you. The celestial deity's voice bore a weighty tone. Meeting the gaze of the elderly celestial deity, Kazuo replied coolly, "Thank you, celestial deity." He refrained from inquiring why the celestial deity would help him, suspecting that the deity shared the same concern as the cat sage, the fear of them endangering Earth. But could that truly happen? The celestial deity, unaware of Kazuo's thoughts, nodded at him before stepping back onto the flying carpet with Bobo. Returning to the temple, the energy that Kazuo had just unleashed had caught the celestial deity's attention. He had never witnessed a person harbor such terrifying power. Even the energy unleashed by a massive planetary explosion paled in comparison to Kazuo's. If Kazuo were to endanger Earth, no one would stand a chance against him. The celestial deity was likely mindful of this, now extending a personal favor in hopes that Kazuo would remember this goodwill. The celestial deity indeed labored diligently for the safety of Earth, unbeknownst to him that his actions were unnecessary. "Let us go," Kazuo said, leading Osbier along. Watching their departing figures, the cat sage expressed its worries. Everything now rests in the hands of the celestial deity. As they ascended to greater heights, the air grew thinner and the mundane distractions of the world diminished. Upon stepping into the temple, Kazuo felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. A spiritual energy seemed to envelop him, refreshing his spirit with each breath. The temple appeared strikingly familiar, resembling the scenes he had viewed in anime. However, he recalled that this place had often become a battleground in subsequent storylines. With that thought, Kazuo shook his head slightly. The celestial deity instructed Kazuo and Osbier to wait for a moment while he sent Bobo to retrieve something that I have already learned of your situation. The cat sage speaks the truth. Your power is indeed excessive and requires suppression before further training can commence, the celestial deity stated. I could see that moment. Bobo emerged from the building, carrying 2 sets of orange training suits. Weighted garments? Kazuo exclaimed upon seeing the 2 outfits in Bobo's hands. You know of weighted garments? The celestial deity asked, puzzled. Having eavesdropped on the earlier conversation between the child and the cat sage, he was astonished that an extraterrestrial being was familiar with such concepts. Casso chuckled softly, saying little. The deity nodded in understanding, refraining from probing further. Sometimes excessive inquiries can evoke irritation, rendering the interaction less appealing. He instructed Casso and Osbier to don weighted garments. The 2 accepted the heavy attire from Bobo and adorned themselves. So heavy! So heavy! They both groaned simultaneously. Casso felt as though a staggering 99% of his strength was being suppressed. Even during his previous endeavors on Mumu's star, carrying small hills had not been this arduous. Now, merely taking a step felt immensely challenging. Was this truly the effect of the weighted garments? Observing this scene, the deity furrowed his brow, taken aback by the remarkable intensity of these 2 youngsters. He was well aware of the garment's effects. Donning such a significant weight, while still managing to stand upright, was astonishing. This overwhelming sight left the deity in a state of contemplation. While you were releasing energy on Kalinta, I gleaned a glimpse of your abilities. There is a considerable disparity in strength between the 2 of you, hence the difference in your weighted garments. The deity remarked, leaning on his staff. It's remarkable that this young boy possesses such prowess. But I am equally astonished by the girl's strength. You can call me Casso. And this is Osbier. Casso gestured towards the petite girl beside him. The deity scrutinized Casso for a moment, pondering whether he had overthought the situation. Could it be that they truly posed no threat to Earth? His tone then became more casual. Casso, the weighted garment you wear exerts a gravitational force of 25 times, while Osbier's garment imposes a 15-fold gravity. First, you must acclimate to the weight. Once you can move normally, I will teach you about Qi. With that, the deity leisurely retreated to the temple, realizing that his presence here was of little consequence. Casso, brother, it's so heavy. Osbier pouted. This was far more uncomfortable than her previous experiences on Mumu's star. Internally, she cursed the green-skinned deity, wondering why one needed to wear such cumbersome attire while training Qi. Little Osbier, stay strong. You promised to protect your brother. Casso encouraged her. In truth, he also felt the strain, yet for the sake of mastering Qi, this hardship was trivial. He recalled how Goku had diligently trained alongside son Gohan from a young age, endured countless trials to ascend Corinta, and underwent a series of grueling exercises, all aimed at surpassing physical limits. With this thought, Casso's resolve solidified. If Goku could achieve greatness, so could he. The two began adjusting to the weighted garments. Initially, they could only manage a step or two, each movement resulting in beads of sweat and the creaking of their bones. Half a day passed, and Casso had scarcely traversed half a circle. Now he found himself sprawled on the outskirts of the temple, gritting his teeth in vain attempts to rise. Feeling utterly depleted, he took a moment to rest before continuing to adapt to the weighted attire. 3 days slipped by, during which they persistently adjusted their movements, striving to acclimatize to the garment's burdens. Whenever fatigue struck, they would pause, but once recuperated, they resumed their activities around the temple. Now, they could walk normally. Watching the two converse as they strolled about the temple astonished the observing deity. In his estimation, it should have taken them a month to reach this level of proficiency. To think they had accomplished such progress in merely a few days was terrifying. Over the subsequent days, Casso and Osbier appeared to find their rhythm in adapting to the weighted garments, making significant strides each day. A week later, they were able to run within the temple. Casso, brother, come chase me. Osbier laughed gleefully as she dashed away. You stop right there, Casso pursued her. The deity stood nearby, astonished, as if witnessing a ghost. All right, Casso, come here for a moment. After a week of interaction, the deity had discerned the personalities of these two little ones. They were far from malevolent, possessing a certain innocence, especially the young girl. This realization eased the deity's concerns. Casso and Osbier approached, seemingly unperturbed by the weight of their garments. Your progress exceeds my expectations. Your talents are truly remarkable, the deity exclaimed. You flatter me, Casso replied with a smile that no, this is not mere flattery. I have genuinely never encountered such extraordinary talent. After expressing his admiration, the deity continued. Now that you have acclimatized to the weighted garments, I shall enlighten you about Qi. Qi is omnipresent. It resides within humans, animals, and even stones and plants. Yes, humans possess the highest wisdom among all beings. Our 5 senses and emotional spectrum influence our perception of Qi. Thus, to cultivate successfully, one must achieve the tranquility of the sky and the swiftness of lightning. Casso fell into contemplation, understanding the deity's final statement. Yet wondering why one must embody the calmness of the sky at last, he grasped the reasoning. With eager anticipation, he gazed at the deity, hoping for guidance. The deity replied calmly, Next, I will have Bobo train you. He will provide you with instruction. With that, the deity returned to the temple. That moment, Bobo appeared before them, silently standing in place, not uttering a word. Casso, brother, his skin looks so peculiar. Osbier pointed at Bobo. Casso quickly pressed down on Osbier's hand. Truth be told, he found Bobo to be enigmatic. The aura surrounding Bobo was shrouded in mystery. Both in the anime and in reality, it seemed that nothing could provoke an emotional response from Bobo. Casso recalled that in the anime, Bobo had been able to spar with little Goku, and by the time of the Buu saga, he had even managed to hold his own against transformed Super Saiyan Trunks. Truly mysterious. Chapter 34. The first phase of training. Hello, Mr. Bobo, Casso greeted with a smile. Hello, Mr. Bobo. Osbier mimicked Casso's greeting. This girl mimicking me. Casso shot an exasperated glance at Osbier, who returned his gaze, the two children engaging in a silent stare-off. Bobo remained quiet, the 3 figures standing still in the center of the temple. In this profound silence, Bobo suddenly spoke. You both are quite impressive. Hearing Bobo's voice took Casso by surprise. since their first meeting. Bobo had not addressed him, and now, the first words spoken were praise. Casso felt a mix of astonishment and pride. "All right, let us commence our training," Bobo stated with an expressionless face. "Okay." Casso nodded in agreement. Just moments earlier, Casso had used his rudimentary sensing technique to gauge Bobo, but as expected, he found nothing. The absence of findings only deepened the mystery surrounding Bobo. That moment, Bobo produced two small bells from seemingly nowhere. "Attach a bell to each of your ankles." After handing each child a bell, Bobo instructed them to seize the apple from his hand without making the bells ring, employing any means necessary to succeed and progress to the next stage. Staring at the bells and apple that had suddenly appeared in Bobo's hands, Casso momentarily froze, realizing this was precisely the method Goku had employed when he first trained on the temple. Given his current abilities, far exceeding those of Goku at that time, Casso began to doubt the efficacy of Bobo's approach. Just as self-doubt crept in, he remembered the weight of the garments he wore. "Am I truly such a fool?" Casso slapped his forehead, engaging in self-deprecating humor. Having worn the weighted garment for a week, he realized he could only rely on his physical strength, making him no different from little Goku back then. To Casso, the principle was simple. Methods were universal. Meanwhile, Osbier had already embarked on her training. "Mr. Bobo, here I come," she exclaimed, charging ahead. But, ding, ding, ding. The bell rang, yet Osbier paid it no heed as she lunged forward to seize the apple from Bobo's grasp. In a remarkable display, Bobo, despite remaining stationary, inexplicably evaded Osbier's assault, raising his hand with the intent to deliver a playful flick on her forehead as a form of punishment. Suddenly, lost in thought, he withdrew his hand and instead flicked at Osbier's outstretched fingers. "Ouch, that hurt!" Osbier immediately crouched down, nursing her small hand. Internally, she cursed that cold ball dodged so quickly. "My hand is nearly swollen from that flick. How infuriating!" "I must remember to keep the bell silent," Bobo calmly remarked, remaining rooted in place. However, he abruptly turned around, and indeed, a bell chimed behind him. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and flicked Casso on the head with a sharp motion. "Ouch, that hurts!" Casso clasped his forehead, realizing he had developed quite a bump. "For heaven's sake, I just wanted to try a sneak attack. Was that really necessary? And why did he flick my head instead of little Osbier's? Isn't that a typical case of favoring girls over boys?" At that moment, Casso felt a storm of frustration brewing within him. Bobo gazed at the two with an enigmatic expression. "Come again." Casso and Osbier exchanged determined glances, refusing to back down. They cautiously took a step forward. Ding, ding, ding. Then came two more sharp sounds as both of them crouched down, clutching the spots where they had been flicked, letting out cries of agony. Time passed. After enduring numerous flicks, Casso lay exhausted on the temple floor. While Osbier leaned against him, point one bore a head full of bumps. The other had reddened hands, both wearing expressions of utter despair. This is truly difficult. At first, Casso thought the training would be simple. But once it began, he realized the challenge was akin to a nightmare. And no matter what he did, he could not prevent the bell from ringing. A truly hopeless situation. He closed his eyes, deciding to rest for a moment. He recalled that Wukong had faced the same struggle initially. No matter what actions were taken, the bell would ring. The only way to silence it was to remain still, but how could he possibly snatch the apple while remaining motionless? With that thought, Casso found himself ensnared in a mental loop. How did Wukong manage it? Casso murmured to himself. He recalled Bobo saying, "Be as calm as the sky." Yes, that was the K-E-Y-T-O, keep the bell silent. One must first cultivate stillness, not just in the body, but in the mind as well. By harmonizing both, one could act in accordance with nature, allowing the mind to guide the body, making the bell an extension of oneself. "Mr. Bobo, I'm ready to continue." Casso seemed to grasp something profound. He sprang to his feet, addressing Bobo, while Osbier remained at her previous position, watching Casso's retreating figure, muttering, "Brother Casso, are you rushing to deliver yourself?" In the distance, Casso and Bobo aligned themselves, and Casso suddenly closed his eyes. Observing this, Bobo's calm gaze flickered with a glint of approval. Not bad. Soon, Casso's entire being settled into a state of tranquility. His mind was exceptionally clear, as if he could sense the bell's presence. Suddenly, Casso moved. Osbier, lying on the floor, widened her eyes in disbelief. Casso was moving swiftly, without triggering the bell's chime. "Brother Casso is amazing," Osbier exclaimed in astonishment, but just 2 seconds later, ding ding ding. Osbier pouted. "Who are you trying to fool?" "Casso." After a while, Osbier had also recovered, and the two resumed their training. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. At the temple, Bobo balanced an apple atop his head while holding a banana in hand. He peeled the banana and took a bite. Suddenly, 2 figures emerged silently from nowhere. The 2 attacked in perfect synchrony, one targeting Bobo's lower body, the other his upper. Yet Bobo remained unfazed, calmly munching on his banana. With a slight push of his toes, his entire body curled into a ball, situating him perfectly between the 2 assailants. Unharmed, while the apple atop his head remained motionless. Casso and Osbier leaped into the air, prepared to take him down. Suddenly, Casso inhaled sharply, his chest swelling, and with a mighty blow, he sent the apple flying for Bobo's head straight into Osbier's embrace. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 landed simultaneously. The temple fell eerily silent. The trio frozen in place, as if time had halted to Bobo's hand, still poised to stuff banana into his mouth, remained unmoving a few moments later. Bobo, expressionless, declared, "Next challenge, a T." That moment of turning, where Casso and Osbier could not see, a subtle smile crept onto Bobo's lips. "Oh yeah, Brother Casso, we did it!" Osbier exclaimed joyfully, leaping onto Casso. "Ha ha!" Casso chuckled in return. Who knew how much effort he and little Osbier had invested to seize that apple? Though they ultimately succeeded by employing a clever trick, a victory is a victory. As the 2 joyfully bounced about, ding ding ding. It was then that the 2 bells finally chimed the temple entrance. The deity's lips twitched slightly, as if a storm brewed within him. What little monsters they are! While Casso and Osbier celebrated, Bobo approached once more, holding 2 strips of black cloth. "Your bells have ceased ringing. You have essentially achieved a state of inner calm akin to the sky. The first phase of training is complete, that we now embark on the second phase, where your movements must be swifter than lightning." Chapter 35. The second phase of training. What? Upon seeing Bobo's approaching figure, Casso and Osbier were left dumbfounded. Was it already time to commence the second phase? Bobo paid no attention to their reactions and directly handed the black cloth to Casso and Osbier, instructing them to blindfold themselves and attempt to snatch the bells from him. Hearing this demand, Casso broke into a cold sweat. After a week with Bobo, he had come to understand that his identity was far more complex than it seemed. Could he truly manage to play hide and seek with such a mysterious being? With a resigned shake of his head, Casso responded, "Brother Casso, what's wrong?" Osbier, having taken the black cloth from Bobo, noticed Casso's grave expression. It had been quite some time since she had seen him look this way. "It's nothing," Casso replied, covering his eyes with the cloth. "Let's begin." At Bobo's command, Osbier quickly fell into the right mindset, while Casso suppressed his doubts and tuned into the sound around him. As he sought to maintain a state of calm, he listened intently for the sound of the bell. Suddenly, a chime sounded behind him. Casso swiftly turned, aiming to pounce on the source of the sound, with Osbier sharing the same intent. The 2 leapt simultaneously. Bang! "Ouch, that hurts!" Osbier cried, clutching her little head as she scampered to the side in pain. Casso gasped, holding his head, realizing his folly. He had been so focused on the bell that he did not notice colliding with little Osbier. How careless! Compared to the bell, Osbier's movements were almost silent, and he had completely overlooked them. The second phase was indeed no simple task. Casso began to ponder. He knew that blindly chasing the bell was futile. It would only deplete his energy without aiding his understanding of the essence of chi. Having mastered controlling his body's strength to silence the bell in the first phase, what was the purpose of the second phase? To move faster than lightning. It seems to be just as such. Casso appears to have grasped the rationale behind the necessity of undergoing the first phase of training before progressing to the second. The initial phase is centered around the self, wherein the mind exists in a state of tranquility akin to the sky, allowing the self to act freely without extraneous movements. This is the crux of why the bell does not ring. The second phase, then, is oriented towards the external world, One must first attain a serene state of mind to perceive the trajectories of external movements. In simpler terms, it involves sensing the external energy before executing actions that, while not as swift as lightning, should be executed with precision and clarity. Much like the first phase's emphasis on avoiding unnecessary actions. Casso seems to have realized that he has reached the stage of sensing energy. Meanwhile, he remains rooted in place, while Osbier frantically attempts to capture the sound of the bell, yet each time she nears it, she falls just short. Osbier rushes over again, but Bobo evades her small hand and casts a glance at Casso. As she noticed so quickly, quite perceptive, a faint smile graces Bobo's lips at that moment. Casso suddenly makes a move that the shadow darts across the temple square, swiftly approaching the sound of the bell. As he nears Bobo, Casso's movements are decisive. However, just as he is about to seize the bell, its sound drifts away once more. Indeed, it is not so simple. Casso muses that at this juncture, Osbier hastily moves to Casso's current position. Casso, covering his face, seems to have sensed Osbier's actions and immediately sidesteps, hearing the bell sound shift again. Osbier attempts to pursue it, but Casso holds her back. Little B, hold on. Take a moment to think about what this phase of training entails, Casso advises. Osbier, suddenly caught off guard by Casso's grip, appears a bit bewildered. But upon hearing his words, she begins to comprehend. Indeed, our little bee is quite intelligent. She may seem dazed, but she is far from foolish. Bobo looks over to see the two elementary students crouched on the ground, seemingly pondering something. Bobo remarks, after much deliberation, the two little ones finally rise at Mr. Bobo. Let's begin, Casso declares at Mr. Bobo. Let's begin. Osbier mimics Casso, her voice sweet and childlike. Soon, two small shadows flit past the temple once more. 2 weeks have elapsed. At the divine temple, 4 figures stand, the deity and Bobo on one side, Casso and Osbier on the other. Casso and Osbier pull down the black cloth before them. Brother Casso, we did it! Osbier exclaims joyfully, leaping into the air. Indeed, Casso, watching the exuberant little bee, feels a surge of excitement as well. During these past 2 weeks, under Casso's tutelage, Osbier has made remarkable progress, no longer resembling a headless fly chasing the sound of the bell, but gradually learning to sense. Just moments ago, Casso and Osbier completed their second phase of training. However, Casso harbors some doubts. Despite 2 weeks of training, both he and Osbier can sense the existence of energy. Yet capturing the bell from Bobo remains an impossibility. It seems that Bobo must have been holding back. Casso glances at Bobo, who happens to meet his gaze, leading to an inexplicable moment of connection between them. Congratulations to both of you, the deity exclaims with a smile. The deity is so astonished by these two little ones that he finds himself at a loss for words. Having lived for centuries, he has never encountered individuals with such innate talent, particularly Casso, whose perceptiveness is truly astonishing. Typically, it takes a genius over 6 months to grasp the utilization of energy, yet Casso has achieved mastery in less than a month. At this moment, Bobo suddenly interjects. Actually, there's a third phase, known as the state of no mind. He pauses before adding, however, given your current level, there is no possibility of comprehension. After speaking, Bobo falls silent, standing quietly beside the deity. Upon hearing this, the deity appears taken aback, as if struck by a thought, yet says nothing further. Casso ponders. He is aware from anime that such a stage exists, seemingly reminiscent of Goku's training. However, the details beyond that remain unclear to him. You may now remove your weighted clothing. The deity observes Casso and Osbier with an unusual expression. He is acutely aware of the effects brought about by this training method. For an entire month, Casso and Osbier have been suppressed by their weighted attire, relying solely on their physical strength for training. Now that they have gained mastery over energy, it is difficult to imagine the consequences of shedding their weighted garments. The deity eagerly anticipates the forthcoming scene that I almost forgot. Casso exclaims, having neglected that he is still wearing the weighted clothing. From the outset, Casso struggled to comprehend energy, but through the deity's theoretical explanations and a month of training with Bobo, he has learned to effectively control the power within him, achieving a qualitative leap in his perception and understanding of energy. Now Casso realizes that his previous struggles with instant transmission stemmed from his poor sensitivity to energy. He recalls the anime where Raditz invaded Earth, and Goku and Piccolo wore weighted clothing. Upon shedding it, their combat power soared to new heights. Unlike them, Casso's weighted attire has subjected him to a staggering 25 times the usual gravity. A scenario that promises extraordinary effects. With this thought, Casso eagerly anticipates the moment he will remove his weighted clothing. Casso and Osbier exchange glances before deciding that Casso will go first. Chapter 36. Shedding the weighted clothing. Slowly, he lifts the hem of his garment, inch by inch, pulling it upward, the collar passing over his head as the weighted clothing is about to be removed. Suddenly, a dense atmosphere envelopes the surroundings. The air within the temple, already thin, grows increasingly oppressive, rendering breathing somewhat challenging. The deity and Osbier are momentarily stunned by the tense atmosphere. Swallowing nervously, as Casso finally sheds the weighted clothing, his body emits a sound akin to beans dropping to the ground. Crackling, the heavy pressure dissipates, and every cell in his body rejoices, prompting Casso to feel an overwhelming urge to howl at the heavens. The long-suppressed power awakens like a slumbering Eastern dragon, fully roused by the removal of the weighted clothing. Thunderous roars reverberate as Casso's strength gradually unfurls, causing the temple to tremble slightly, while the sky stirs with a violent energy that stirs the air. The previously oppressive atmosphere reaches a boiling point in that instant. An overwhelming force radiates from Casso, and a terrifying energy erupts explosively, enveloping his entire being in a vast white aura, akin to a diminutive war god standing at the center of the temple. "How powerful!" exclaims the deity, his white cloak billowing backward, nearly toppling him under the immense pressure. "Brother Casso, you are so amazing." Osbier's eyes widen in amazement as she gazes at Casso. Bobo remains expressionless, quietly standing in place. Utterly unmoving at this moment, Casso bursts into laughter. He clenches his fist, and the sky resonates with a sudden hum. Witnessing this display, Casso is taken aback by his own power, feeling an unending wellspring of strength surging within him, more than double what he possessed a month ago. However, without a scouter, he has no way of knowing his current combat power. Is this what energy truly is? Casso gazes at the energy sphere that has manifested in his hand. After a month of training, he has come to understand the energy within him as chi. "Brother Casso, it's my turn now." Osbier steps forward eagerly. Hearing Little B's words, Casso instantly dissipates the energy in his hand and retracts his power. The ability to manipulate energy with such ease belies that of a novice who has just learned to harness it. The celestial being observed the scene before him, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Surely, this must be some kind of monster. With the frenzied energy no longer raging around, the temple began to calm. Osbier approached the spot where Kazuo had just stood. The weighted clothing fell away. She exclaimed with a sharp voice, "Huh!" The atmosphere, which had only just settled, was once again thrown into chaos. The winds howled, causing the verdant plants atop the temple to sway violently, their leaves rustling together. Producing a cacophony of sound, an overwhelmingly fearsome aura erupted from Osbier. Boom! A plume of white energy shot skyward. Kazuo, witnessing this, exclaimed in astonishment, "It has indeed doubled in power, just a month ago, based on his perception." Little Osbier's strength was merely acceptable. Now, she had grown to this level. The celestial being remarked, "Osbier's talent is indeed formidable." He glanced at Kazuo, shaking his head. The little fellow's talent was beyond reproach. When Kazuo had unleashed his energy, it nearly sent him flying. He then turned his gaze to Osbier. While her talent may not surpass Kazuo's, it was undoubtedly stronger than any other prodigy he had encountered. Soon, Osbier's energy reached its zenith. At that moment, even Kazuo was shaken. This must have reached a combat power of 6,000. Indeed, the effects of the weighted clothing were extraordinary, Kazuo murmured. If this is the result of the weighted clothing, how remarkable must the gravity chamber be? Kazuo felt a surge of joy within. He had already commissioned Dr. Brivis to construct the gravity chamber. When he brought it back to Salada Planet, the expressions on the faces of those scions would be truly delightful. With this thought, Kazuo could hardly contain his eagerness to return to Salada Planet. Suddenly, Osbier in the center of the temple dissipated the Karen energy enveloping her, and the cyclone vanished in an instant, restoring tranquility to the surrounding trees. Brother Kazuo, am I impressive? Osbier rushed over, her small face reflecting a glimmer of eager anticipation. Very well. It seems I must praise her. Kazuo chuckled helplessly. He embraced Osbier in his arms and smiled. My little Osbier is the most remarkable. Ha! The celestial being couldn't help but laugh at this sight, nearly forgetting that these two monsters were, in fact, two little children. Kazuo carried Osbier over to the celestial being and Bobo. Having spent some time on Earth, he had accomplished only two things. First, getting Dr. Brivis to create the gravity chamber, and second, coming to the heavens to learn about the application and perception of energy. However, his purpose for coming to Earth was far more significant. Thank you, Celestial Being and Mr. Bobo, for your care over this past month. Kazuo sincerely bowed, preparing to depart from the heavens. Thank you, Celestial Being and Mr. Bobo, for your care over this past month. At that moment, Osbier mimicked Kazuo's words. However, after speaking, she stuck out her tongue and broke into an embarrassed smile. Are you leaving? The celestial being inquired. Yes. Kazuo gently patted Osbier on the head. Until we meet again. The celestial being found himself at a loss for words that a month prior, these two had suddenly descended upon Earth, their presence striking such terror that it nearly caused his heart to leap from his chest. However, after spending time with them, he discovered that these little monsters were not the wicked demons he had feared. On the contrary, they possessed a certain innocence. Yet now, with their departure, he wondered when he would see them again. Goodbye. Kazuo waved twice at the celestial being and Bobo. Osbier mimicked his gesture. Having said this, the two erupted into a surge of white energy, soaring upwards, plunging straight down towards the lower realms of the heavens. As Kazuo departed, Bobo looked at him with an odd expression. Yet, no one seemed to notice this detail. Two streaks of white light zipped across the sky. On Corinta, a plump cat stood, watching as the two beams of light rushed towards it. What are they doing here? The cat sage pondered, puzzled as to why they were not still learning energy manipulation in the heavens. Had they already mastered it? The cat sage shook its head, deeming this impossible. It had never witnessed anyone grasp the concept of energy perception and application in under a month. Yet, seeing these two little children approach, the cat sage no longer felt the same fear had upon their first encounter. Having learned from the celestial being's words that they were not evil beings, when the cat sage first heard this, it was utterly incredulous. From the energy exuding from the two, it could sense an incredibly ferocious power. Could they really be good? Although the cat sage was astonished, it still placed its trust in the celestial being's words. Chapter 37. Trading for senza beans, the two small figures stirred up a colossal wave, causing the cat sage's whiskers to be pressed against its cheeks as the fierce wind swept in, rendering its eyes completely unable to open. What do these two intend to do? The cat sage simply could not comprehend why they had suddenly come here instead of training in the heavens. As the two white energy plumes drew nearer, just as they were about to reach Corinta, Kazuo and Osbier suddenly dissipated their energy. The sky returned to calmness. The cat sage was astonished, as if struck by a thunderclap atop its head. The energy of Kazuo and Osbier had vanished in an instant. Had they truly grasped energy? The cat sage rubbed its eyes, taking a closer look, seemingly forgetting that energy was invisible. Hello, Kazuo announced as he descended onto Corinta. Greeting the cat sage, seeing the bewildered expression on the cat sage's face, he touched his own cheek, wondering what could possibly be wrong with him. The cat sage's astonishment was not without cause. In the anime, Goku had defeated Demon King Piccolo and trained for 3 years in the heavens before fully mastering energy. Of course, the cat sage was only aware of Goku's training with energy. It was unaware of any other training he may have undergone afterward. Now, witnessing these two little children comprehend energy manipulation in under a month and with such control was truly terrifying. The cat sage extended a small paw toward Kazuo, trembling slightly. Why you've learned to manipulate energy? Yes, is there a problem? Kazuo inquired, puzzled. What was wrong with the cat sage? He had not harmed Earth in any way, so why the strange expression? Osbier gazed wide-eyed at the plump cat, finding it quite peculiar. "Brother Kazuo, is it silly?" Osbier whispered, believing her voice to be very quiet. Little did she know, the cat sage responded. Kazuo chuckled inwardly, finding the little girl endearing as ever. However, he also sensed something amiss with the cat sage's expression. Just moments prior, when he had landed on Corinta, he had instinctively retracted his energy, which was likely the source of the cat sage's astonishment. In the entire anime, no one had ever grasped energy this quickly. While Kazuo was still on Adalat Star learning instantaneous movement, he had felt a strong aptitude, and now his speed in mastering energy manipulation on Earth was equally impressive. He pondered whether the fusion of their two souls played a role in this. "Brother Kazuo, what are you thinking about?" Osbier asked, noticing his stillness and feeling a bit curious. "Nothing." Kazuo smiled at little Osbier. In truth, the girl's talent was quite impressive as well. The time she took to learn instantaneous movement was comparable to Goku's, and under his guidance, she quickly learned to manipulate energy. You have business. The cat sage suddenly regained its composure. Its gaze toward Kazuo and Osbier was somewhat peculiar, as if they were viewing two monsters. "I heard you have a type of bean here that, when consumed, allows one to go 10 days without feeling hunger," Kazuo stated. "Are you referring to Senza beans?" "Yes, they do exist, but what do you need them for?" "These beans are intended for martial artists who ascend to Corinta. They would be of little use to you too." The cat sage scratched its head. "That of little use." Kazuo inwardly chuckled. Such a miraculous healing item was priceless. And later on, Goku and the others would even wish to split a single Senza bean in half for UST. Here it deemed useless was amusing. A smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. "If that's the case, then it should be easy to resolve. Could you spare some Senzu beans for me? Or I can offer something else in exchange." "What would you offer?" The cat immortal was yet unaware of the significance of the divine beans. Yet having cultivated them over several centuries, it was reluctant to part with them freely. However, exchanging these seemingly worthless items for something else might be acceptable. Upon hearing the words of the cat immortal, Casso smiled faintly, sensing an opportunity. Initially, he had suggested that the cat immortal give him the divine beans without compensation, but he later proposed a barter, granting the cat immortal the illusion of choice in the matter. He understood that, regardless of how useless his possessions might be, they were not to be given away without due consideration. Indeed, the cat immortal's response did not disappoint him. "How about I trade you fish?" it inquired. "Fish?" The cat immortal paused, its eyes sparkling with interest. "That sounds splendid." However, realizing its own excitement was perhaps excessive, it feigned composure and suggested, "What about 20 fish for one divine bean?" Noticing Casso's lack of reaction, the cat immortal wondered if its request was too exorbitant. After some contemplation, it acknowledged that its demand might indeed be somewhat unreasonable. Clearing its throat, it offered, "If you find that too steep, I could settle for 10 fish per divine bean. You must understand the efficacy of the divine beans is remarkable. Consuming one can stave off hunger for 10 days. No, let be 20 fish for a single divine bean." Casso maintained a stoic expression, though internally he was elated. Not only would he agree to 20 fish for one divine bean, but he would gladly offer 20,000 fish for the same. "Shall buyer, wait here for me a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, Casso vanished from sight. In no time, he reappeared at the original location. During his brief absence, Casso had ventured into the city, where he borrowed dozens of capsules from a large all-purpose capsule store. He then proceeded to the Pacific Ocean, diving deep to engage in a frenzied fishing spree, ceasing only when he had filled dozens of capsules with fish. Upon arriving at Corinta, Osbier's eyes widened in astonishment at Casso's sudden reappearance. She scratched her head, incredulous that Casso could return so swiftly in under 10 minutes. "Take a look at all this fish," Casso exclaimed as he pressed a button on a capsule, causing a large chest to materialize on the ground. Pointing at the chest, he declared, "I have dozens of these chests." With a swift pull, he opened the chest, and it spilled over with a plethora of fish. So many fish, the cat immortal gasped, its breath hitching. It had never encountered such a bounty. The last time it had feasted on fish was a century ago, and the taste was nearly forgotten. Surely, this abundance would suffice for quite some time. The thought sent its heart racing. You may take all the divine beings. The cat immortal estimated that this chest alone contained no less than 50,000 fish, and with Casso possessing several more chests like this, it could hardly contain its excitement. What a generous soul, Casso mused, realizing he had unwittingly become a benefactor. Seeing the cat immortal reclining atop the mountain of fish, Casso chuckled and approached the 3 wooden barrels that lay on the ground, each covered with a wooden lid. Lifting the lids revealed them filled to the brim with divine beans that Casso's breath caught, mirroring the cat immortal's earlier reaction, as exhilaration surged within him. So many. So many. He was nearly beside himself. 3 barrels overflowing with divine beans. Surely there were tens of thousands. As he prepared to gather them all, he hesitated. After pondering for a moment, Casso decided to leave 1 barrel only 2/3 full, estimating that several thousand beans would still remain. Chapter 38. Encountering Wukong, perhaps I should leave some for them. Casso had initially intended to take all the divine beans, reasoning that keeping them would only lead to them being consumed by the likes of Jackalope. However, he reconsidered. If he took everything, what would become of Wukong and his companions? They were, after all, his favorite protagonists. Cat Immortal, you must surely be aware of the divine beans' power. They can restore individuals from grievous injuries in an instant. Casso felt compelled to enlighten the cat immortal on the significance of the divine beings, unable to bear the thought of witnessing Wukong in dire straits, desperately splitting a single bean in half during critical moments. Without waiting for the cat immortal's response, Casso grasped Osbier's hand and took flight. What just happened? The cat immortal watched the pair ascend, bewildered. Am I not aware of the effects of the divine beings I have cultivated? It murmured, perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, it settled atop the fish pile. Lost in thought, it seemed to comprehend Casso's words. Living on Calinta, the cat immortal had only learned about the world below through the 3 barrels. Over the years, few exceptional martial artists had ascended to Calinta. Consequently, the divine beings had seldom been utilized. Moreover, upon their cultivation, the cat immortal had merely regarded them as sustenance, forgetting their true potency. Thus, it dawned on the cat immortal that divine beings were indeed a remarkable treasure. Furthermore, it recalled the commotion caused by Casso and Osbier's arrival on Earth, pondering whether all beings for the cosmos possessed such formidable strength. What would happen if Earth were to face an invasion without divine beings? The more it contemplated, the more it sensed something amiss. It was imperative to confer with the deities regarding this matter. Gazing at the mountainous pile of fish, the cat immortal grimaced, cursing under its breath. What a waste! 2 streaks of light streaked across the sky as Casso and Osbier soared forward, oblivious to the cat immortal's subsequent musings. Where are we headed now, Casso? Osbier inquired curiously, flying alongside him. You shall find out shortly, he replied, guiding her toward a distant forest. Navigating through the dense foliage, they encountered a well-trodden path, flanked by neatly trimmed grass, indicating frequent passage. Following the path, they soon beheld a hill resembling a steamed bun. Casso, that hill looks just like a bun, Osbier exclaimed, her mouth watering at the thought of delicious food. This little hill was called Bowsy Mountain. Casso chuckled, surprised that Osbier had remembered its shape after only tasting a bun at Tai's home. Bowsy Mountain was also where Wukong resided with his grandfather, Sun Wufan, and later, after marrying Chi-Chi, they continued to live there. As Casso mused whether Wukong had descended to Earth by now, they soon spotted a house. Casso distinctly remembered that Wukong's home contained a Dragon Ball. He intended to retrieve it and request Dr. Briefs to create a Dragon Ball radar. Before arriving on Earth, Casso had contemplated that even if Dr. Briefs were to construct a gravity chamber, one would hardly suffice for the usage of over 100 Saiyans. Thus, he envisioned utilizing the Dragon Balls to wish for the replication of numerous gravity chambers. Pleased with his ingenious idea, Casso thought, why not simply wish for 100 gravity chambers outright? Why go through the trouble of having Dr. Briefs create just one first? It was uncertain whether Casso had considered this point. Casso, there's no one here, Osbier exclaimed as they landed and entered the house, discovering it completely vacant. They must have gone out, Casso surmised as he explored the surroundings. Finding it rather unremarkable, he reflected on how Wukong had grown up here, yet had become so formidable. Casso understood that Wukong's strength was largely attributed to his pure heart and dedication to martial arts. Casso beamed. I found it. In a corner, he picked up a Dragon Ball adorned with 4 stars. Its shape and position unchanging from any angle. How extraordinary! He marveled, turning to Osbier. Shall we go? Did you find what you were looking for? She asked. Indeed, Casso first borrowed Wukong's Dragon Ball, intending to return it after making his wish. Once it had regained its original form, ascending into the heavens, he gazed at the distant sunset, where the orange rays cascaded upon the clouds, transforming them into a breathtaking hue of tangerine. As Casso examined the Dragon Ball in his hand, he suddenly noticed an elderly man in a valley, cradling a newborn baby in a pouch slung across his back. Kakarot, Casso raised an eyebrow, then descended with Osbier. In the valley, Son Gohan appeared to be searching for something. Suddenly, he sensed a presence and lifted his gaze. Wukong's technique. Son Gohan's eyes widened as he beheld the 2 children. They were indeed practitioners of the legendary Wukong's technique. He had previously learned from Master Roshi that such a miraculous skill existed, one that allowed individuals to soar through the skies. He recalled asking, Master, can you do it? Only to receive the silent disdain of Master Roshi's rolled eyes. The lack of response suggested that perhaps the old master could not perform it. Seeing 2 children capable of such a technique left Son Gohan utterly astonished. Greetings, old sir, Casso called out as he and Osbier landed. Son Gohan opened his mouth to respond, hello there, upon observing these 2 children. He sensed no extraordinary energy. They appeared no different from ordinary people. Had he not witnessed their descent from the sky, he might have thought them merely 2 lost little ones. When had such skilled beings emerged on Earth? Casso glanced at the small basket behind Son Gohan, where a plump baby sat quietly, a fluffy tail dangling over the edge. However, he noticed a bandage wrapped around Wukong's head. Had he been injured? He recalled that Wukong had fallen off a cliff as a child, resulting in a significant change in his temperament. Even forgetting who he was, Casso chuckled to himself, realizing that the plot was about to unfold. Son Gohan, puzzled, wondered what this child intended, as he had fallen silent. While scrutinizing the 2 children, he also noticed a tail similar to his grandson's at their waists. Chapter 39. The gravity chamber is complete. Son Gohan eagerly inquired. Are you family of Wukong? He then smacked his forehead, realizing that Wukong was a name he had given. They might not even recognize it. He continued, Wukong is the baby behind me. It was no wonder Son Gohan was anxious. During his training in the mountains, he had been startled when a spherical object fell from the sky, only to discover a baby within. Now, seeing the tail on the 2 children, it was highly likely they were indeed Wukong's family. If so, bringing them back would be the best choice. Yet, this thought made Son Gohan somewhat reluctant. Although Wukong had been rather temperamental at first, he had become quite docile after the accident. And who could dislike such an adorable child? Osbier floated behind Son Gohan, gazing at the baby in the basket. Is this Kakarot? She asked. Upon returning to Vegeta, she had heard Aunt Kind speak of Kakarot, and now seeing the little one, she found him quite charming, especially with his hair resembling that of Uncle Bardock. Casso smiled. We can also be considered Wukong's family, but due to some unforeseen circumstances, we kindly ask for your care of him. Son Gohan was taken aback, realizing they were truly Wukong's family. Had something unfortunate occurred in Wukong's household? Son Gohan surmised that perhaps Wukong's family had been targeted by enemies, necessitating the child's departure. Poor little one. Yet, this was for the best. He no longer had to worry about such a delightful child being taken away. That moment, Casso remained unaware that Son Gohan had concocted an elaborate narrative of vengeance in his mind. He only knew that Wukong's remarkable achievements were not solely due to his protagonist aura, but also the influence of Earth's martial arts. Wukong had trained under Son Gohan from a young age, later following Master Roshi, and eventually ascending to the heavens. This series of training laid a solid foundation for his future martial arts mastery. Thus, keeping Wukong on Earth was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Casso glanced at the elderly Son Gohan, who wore a black hat and sported 2 wisps of white beard, his posture slightly hunched, exuding a kind demeanor. Would such an old man ultimately perish beneath Wukong's feet? However, Casso had no intention of revealing that Saiyans would transform into gorillas upon reaching their full moon. Life is often filled with inevitabilities. Sometimes, it is best to let things unfold naturally, he sighed. Contemplating that should this old man pass, he might find his true love in the afterlife, rendering the ending somewhat perfect. Old sir, this Dragon Ball is yours, and I shall borrow it for a while before returning it to Wukong. Casso proclaimed, producing the Dragon Ball. His words indicated a return to Wukong rather than to him, and it remained uncertain if Son Gohan comprehended this. Son Gohan, oblivious to Casso's intent, stroked his beard and mused. "Oh, how did you come by this orb? I found it many years ago and kept it because it was beautiful. If it is of use to you, feel free to take it. Thank you." "Old sir, we shall take our leave now. Farewell," Casso replied, shaking his head before departing with Osbier. As they vanished from sight, Son Gohan marveled at their strength before resuming his search for herbs to treat Wukong. "Casso, brother, that is indeed Kakarot, just like Uncle Bardock," Osbiel exclaimed, her small face pressed against his neck, her warm breath tickling him. Casso felt a delightful itch as he embraced Osbiel, cradling her close to his chest. Wukong's appearance indeed mirrored Bardock's, but even more so, later on, Goten bore an uncanny resemblance to the two, though it remained a mystery why he grew up looking so different. Chuckling to himself, Casso mused that perhaps it was a slight against Akira Toriyama. He planted a kiss on Osbiel's cheek and said, "Let us go indulge in some delicious food." "Oh yeah," Osbiel cheered, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the prospect of tasty treats. Casso swiftly ascended into the sky with Osbiel in his arms. Ready to unwind, after a month of rigorous training in the heavenly realm, it would be rather dull to teleport directly to Taiza's home. That would lack the thrill of the journey. In West City, the residences were exceptionally luxurious. Within one grand courtyard stood an inverted bowl-shaped building, surrounded by numerous zones in the research area. Dr. Briefs, clad in a white lab coat and wielding an array of incomprehensible tools, scrutinized a black metallic structure before him. Almost there, after a month of labor, Dr. Briefs had finally completed the gravity chamber. Remarkably, the materials required were extensive, particularly the rare metals, which he had fortuitously stocked. However, should Casso wish to create a second gravity chamber, he would find it quite a daunting task. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, and he turned to see his daughter ushering in Casso and his companions. They arrived rather swiftly. "Just as I finished," Dr. Briefs chuckled. "Dad, Casso, and the others are here," Taiz announced as she approached with Casso and Osbiel, followed by a curious little girl observing them intently. Bulma muttered to herself, "How did they manage to do that?" "You've arrived just in time. I've just completed the gravity chamber." Dr. Briefs gestured to the side that Casso's gaze fell upon the imposing black metallic structure, resembling a fortress. The gravity chamber spanned approximately 40 square meters. Its metallic walls adorned with 4 robust pillars, seemingly designed to stabilize its operation. The entire gravity chamber gleamed with a dark metallic sheen under the illumination. "Is this the gravity chamber?" Casso approached the gravity chamber with measured steps. Gently running his hand along its surface, Dr. Brief smiled and remarked, "I have fulfilled all the requests you mentioned." Previously, Casso had suggested that the gravity chamber speed adjustment would be best controlled by voice commands, and it would be even more ideal if temperature regulation could be incorporated as well. In Dr. Brief's eyes, these requests were mere trifles. His primary focus had been the design of a musical system. He could not abide the thought of a flawless creation lacking a robust musical accompaniment. Thus, he dedicated a substantial amount of time over the past month to devise a musical system capable of operating under 100 times the force of gravity. Ultimately, he succeeded, silently congratulating himself on his brilliant endeavor. He thought to himself, "These two little ones should surely appreciate it. They will absolutely love it." Chapter 40. You are my little apple. The gravity chamber was so vast. Could it be transformed into a universal capsule? Casso was filled with excitement upon seeing the gravity chamber. Yet he pondered how such a massive structure could possibly be transported. Rest assured, this is merely its most fundamental function. At that moment, a glimmer of wisdom flashed in Dr. Brief's eyes behind his black-rimmed glasses. "Would you like to experience the effects of the gravity chamber?" He was eager to hear Casso's evaluation of his musical system design. All right, Casso replied with some excitement. Oblivious to Dr. Brief's gaze, he was well aware of the gravity chamber's purpose. After Vegeta settled on Earth, he spent his days within the gravity chamber, persistently trailing behind Goku, largely due to the chamber's influence. Following Dr. Brief's explanation, Casso gained a certain understanding of how to operate the gravity chamber. He slowly opened the door, revealing a remarkably simple interior, almost devoid of furnishings, akin to a standard training room, save for a circular box in the corner, the purpose of which was unknown, as Dr. Briefs had never mentioned it. Never mind that for now, Casso thought, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to test the effects of the gravity chamber. Increased gravity to 25 times. With a soft murmur, Casso initiated the chamber's operation. The gravity chamber roared to life like a beast poised to pounce. Suddenly, Casso felt the air grow thick, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped his entire being. Fortunately, he had previously acclimated to 25 times gravity in the other world. Otherwise, he would have surely collapsed. Nevertheless, his limbs felt slightly heavy, as he sensed that both his body and internal organs had become extraordinarily burdensome in that moment. Indeed, everything unfolded as Casso had anticipated. The weighted clothing was merely beneficial for his physique, offering no support for his internal organs. The gravity chamber proved its superiority. I could see that moment. The small box in the corner emitted a resounding noise. "Who is that?" Casso exclaimed, startled, having just withstood 25 times gravity. Yet now he found himself prostrated on the floor from shock as a cacophony of music erupted. "You are my little apple, no matter how much I love you. It's never too much. That jerk, Dr. Briefs." Upon hearing the music, Casso recognized it as Dr. Brief's handiwork. He had sensed something was amiss with Dr. Brief's expression earlier, but he never expected to receive such a grand gift. "Damn it, cancel gravity." Casso slowly rose, exclaiming in resignation. Suddenly, he felt the immense pressure dissipate, replaced by an overwhelming sense of lightness. The gravity chamber was indeed formidable. After only a brief period, Casso noticed a slight loosening of his strength. Was the Saiyan constitution truly so extraordinary? He shook his head, realizing that despite having undergone potential enhancement from the Elder on Namek, his training in the other world for a month must have intensified his potential once more. Under this pressure, that potential was rapidly released. He could not believe that the gravity chamber could infinitely enhance his power. If it were genuinely that effective, Vegeta would have long surpassed Goku. Outside the gravity chamber, Dr. Briefs observed the firmly shut door, thinking to himself, "That little guy must surely appreciate my musical system." "Brother Casso is coming out," Osbier exclaimed joyfully. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to the door. Slowly, it creaked open, and Casso emerged. "So, how was my musical system?" "I sent it marvelous." Dr. Briefs proclaimed with confidence he held firm belief in the efficacy of his musical system. How could a warrior train diligently without the accompaniment of a splendid melody? Noting Casso's silence, Dr. Briefs felt assured that the lad was indeed satisfied in that moment. The silence spoke volumes. Dr. Briefs basked in a profound sense of accomplishment. Casso felt as though a stampede of wild horses galloped through his mind. Utterly speechless. After a brief pause, he sincerely expressed, "Thank you, Dr. Briefs." While he found the recent commotion somewhat exasperating, he was genuinely grateful to Dr. Briefs. After all, he had not significantly aided Dr. Briefs prior, merely reclaiming a few universal capsules. In comparison, those capsules paled in value next to the gravity chamber. That moment, Bulma approached, placing her small hand on Casso's shoulder. "Casso, how well does the gravity chamber constructed by my father function?" "It works exceptionally well." Casso nodded earnestly. He had felt a slight enhancement in his strength after just a short time inside. However, he was puzzled by her intentions. "Since my father has built you a gravity chamber, how about you teach me to fly?" Bulma's face lit up with excitement as she gazed at Casso. Having witnessed Casso soar into the sky, she was utterly astonished. She had never heard of anyone being able to fly unaided. Noticing Casso's silence, she wondered if he was refusing her request. How infuriating! Aside from Casso, it seemed that this slightly older girl also possessed the ability to fly. With this thought, Bulma sidled up to Osbier and affectionately said, "Sister Osbier, would you teach me?" She felt compelled to seek Osbier's help since Casso had not responded. If Osbier could teach her, she could flaunt her newfound skills at school. The mere thought brought her joy. Taisai observed her sister's actions and instantly realized what she was thinking. Casso, however, ignored the commotion and requested Dr. Briefs to assist him in transforming the gravity chamber back into capsule form. Given the chamber's enormous size, he could not simply use instant transmission to move it. Fortunately, Dr. Briefs, being the genius he was, had devised a universal capsule. Once converted into capsule form, it could easily fit in his pocket, allowing him to transport it back to Salaplanet with ease. After a short while, Casso turned around to see Osbier and Bulma engrossed in conversation, laughing and chatting together. Nearby, Taisai shot him a glance, raising her hands in exasperation, appearing somewhat helpless. "This, little Osbier, would you take me flying?" Bulma pleaded, shaking Osbier's hand. She had always seen people fly in movies and longed to experience the sensation of soaring freely. "All right," Osbier replied, puffing her cheeks in a mock-serious manner. Having just made a new friend, I suppose I should take her along for some fun. Kids these days can be quite bothersome. It seemed Osbier had forgotten that she was just a child herself. Casso and Taisai exchanged incredulous glances. What has possessed little Osbier? Casso wondered, momentarily taken aback. Yet her puffed cheeks struck him as endearingly cute, melting his heart. In the blink of an eye, the two small children, each around a meter tall, soared into the air, darting out the door. Chapter 41. Taking Taisai to the skies. Oh, Dr. Briefs observed with surprise as his daughter flew out. It turns out that little girl can fly as well. In the mind of Dr. Briefs, he found the current generation of youth to be astonishing, completely oblivious to how shocking this phenomenon truly was. His reaction was indeed peculiar. Typically, upon witnessing someone defy gravity, one would be filled with awe. Yet he merely expressed a modicum of surprise, followed by an unusual absence of further reaction. Could it be that the minds of geniuses operate in such an eccentric manner? Subsequently, Dr. Briefs moved to another section of the research area to embark on a new project. At this moment, Casso had already tidied up the gravity chamber, concealing the capsule within his pocket. "Taisai, what are you doing?" Casso pressed from outside his pocket, only to notice the peculiar look in Taisai's eyes. He touched his own face, finding nothing amiss. Could it be that he was simply too handsome? Could you take me flying as well?" Taisai said, covering her face and lowering her head. Although she frequently traveled by airplane, she had never experienced the unrestrained flight that Casso offered. The sight of her younger brother soaring into the sky filled her with envy. Observing her bashful demeanor, Casso found it somewhat amusing. However, after a moment's reflection, he concluded that asking him to take her to the skies was no monumental request. Casso hesitated for a moment before responding with a smile. "No problem," he studied Taisai intently. Her magnificent hair billowing behind her, her fair complexion seemingly tinged with a blush of embarrassment, and her alluring figure accentuated by her curves, causing him to swallow nervously. He had not anticipated that this older sister could be so enchanting. If you wanted to fly, you should have said so earlier. Even if not for Dr. Briefsake, your figure alone would earn you some consideration. Casso inwardly chided Taisai. Casso's headshake seemed to imply that he was somewhat reproaching her for not speaking up sooner, leaving her with an odd feeling. Nevertheless, the prospect of flying lifted her spirits, and she envisioned the exhilarating sensation of soaring freely through the air. "Let's go." Casso extended his hand with a gentle smile. Having little left to attend to on Earth, save for collecting the Dragon Balls, which required Dr. Briefs to craft a radar, he decided to take Taisai on a delightful aerial excursion first. "What should I do?" Taisai asked, feeling a bit anxious. Just moments ago, she had been brimming with excitement, yet now found herself at a loss whatever feels comfortable. Casso replied with a chuckle, yes, as soon as Casso's words left his lips. Taisai clung to him like a koala to a tree. Casso felt the soft pressure against his back, which was undeniably pleasant, yet it also made him a tad nervous, having never had a girlfriend in his previous life. He was entirely unfamiliar with the sensations of physical closeness to a girl. Now, with Taisai wrapped around him, he felt a flutter in his heart. Remaining motionless, Taisai wondered if her lack of movement was an issue. "Aren't you going to fly?" Taisai queried, perplexed, Did you not say to do whatever feels comfortable? Now, why was he not taking off? Just a moment. Casso snapped back to attention, channeling his energy and gradually levitating into the air with Tai Si in tow. Suspended in midair, Tai Si appeared noticeably tense, her arms clinging tightly around his neck, embodying the essence of fear of plummeting. Relax, it's all fine, Casso reassured her, then gently grasped her delicate thighs. Hold on tighter. I'm scared. Tai Si's voice trembled slightly. They reached a height of 5 or 6 meters above ground, and the sensation of potentially falling was overwhelming for her. All right, hold on. Casso tightened his grip and declared. We're taking off. With that, they vanished from sight in an instant, soaring rapidly into the skies. The fierce winds battered against Tai Si's face. As they ascended, her adrenaline surged, prompting her to scream, Ah, Casso, hold on tight. Moments later, she laughed with delight. This feels incredible. She spread her arms wide, playfully stirring the clouds as they glided through them. Engaging in such intimate contact with the sky felt liberating. Initially apprehensive, she soon found solace in Casso's protective embrace. Realizing that no matter how she fidgeted, his hands remained firmly clasped around her legs. Despite hanging onto his small frame, she felt inexplicably secure. Stealing a glance at Casso, she suddenly realized that his youthful face was rather charming. This thought caused her heart to flutter slightly, and a hint of color appeared on her cheeks. After all, he was still just a child. What was she thinking? While Tai Si was lost in her musings, Casso executed a sharp turn in the air, swiftly drifting. Ah! Tai Si's piercing scream echoed once more. Upon returning to solid ground, she finally felt at ease, regarding Casso as a mischievous rascal, oblivious to the need for gentleness. As he had flown her at such a dizzying speed that it nearly frightened her to death. Tai Si, are you all right? Casso asked, feeling a bit sheepish. It was his first time carrying such a lovely girl, and he had inadvertently forgotten to moderate his speed. That I'm fine, Tai Si replied, rolling her eyes at him, now realizing his concern. However, once she regained her composure, she found flying exhilarating and inquired, Will you take me flying again next time? Casso raised an eyebrow in surprise. Had she not just been terrified? Still, he nodded in agreement. That you're such a good girl. Tai Si affectionately ruffled his hair, beaming with delight. This little fellow often donned a facade of maturity. Yet he was undeniably endearing. Just then, joyful shouts filled the air. This is so much fun. It turned out to be Bulma, who had returned. Osbier, carrying Bulma, floated down gently. As soon as they landed, Bulma rushed to Tai Si's side, chattering excitedly about her recent escapades. Hearing her sister's words, Tai Si rolled her eyes, as if to imply that everyone had experienced flight at some point. Stealing a glance at Casso, she found him blissfully unaware. Engrossed in conversation with Osbier, Bulma, I'm hungry. Osbier exclaimed as she dashed over. I heard Casso mention there was delicious food, and I haven't eaten anything yet. I'm starving. Let us go eat something tasty. Yes. Osbier paid no mind to Casso and eagerly followed Bulma. Casso observed with a bemused expression. This girl had certainly grown bold. Neglecting to invite him for food, Tai Si chuckled at his expression and patted him on the head. Asking, Are you hungry too? Casso shot her an annoyed look. Was it not obvious? Let us go eat. Tai Si pulled Casso along. Upon entering the dining hall, they found Osbier devouring meat voraciously, while Bulma sat beside her watching. Casso quickly joined the feast, indulging in the succulent meat. Hey, why are you stealing my food, Casso? Osbier pouted after he snatched a piece of meat from her plate. Just taking what's yours since you didn't invite me to eat. Casso thought with a mischievous grin, but seeing Osbier's sulky expression softened his heart. Here, I'll give it back. You're so nice, Casso. Osbier beamed once more. Chapter 42. Crafting the Dragon Ball radar, though not the same Earth. The food here was equally delicious, and Casso's face was smeared with grease. Tai Si rested her chin on her fair hands, watching him with a subtle smile, while curious about the empty plates scattered across the table. How could a small stomach possibly accommodate such an astonishing amount of food without even a bulge? Burp. Casso laid down the plate in his hand, comfortably burping after a satisfying meal and prepared to attend to more pressing matters. Tai Si, is Dr. Briefs available at the moment? Casso inquired, wishing to enlist his assistance in constructing a Dragon Ball radar. However, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, having just had someone help him create a gravity chamber, and now seeking further aid for the radar. What is the matter? Do you have other engagements? At that moment, Taisi and Bulma both turned their gazes toward Casso, while Osbier continued her battle with the delectable food before her. I would like Dr. Briefs to assist me in creating a small device, Casso said, feeling slightly sheepish. What kind of device? Taisi asked, curiosity piqued. Given his demeanor, it seemed he had something significant in mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel so hesitant to bring it up. But what could it possibly be? She found herself increasingly intrigued. Beside her, Bulma wore a puzzled expression, watching Casso, eager to hear what he had to say. Slowly, Casso retrieved a Dragon Ball from his pocket. Gesturing toward it, he said, I would like Dr. Briefs to help me create a device that can detect its location. Huh. Bulma felt a sense of familiarity with the orb and took it from Casso's hand. She examined it closely, feeling as though she had seen it somewhere before, yet she couldn't quite place it. I can definitely make that device. You don't need to trouble my father, Bulma replied with a hint of exasperation, indicating her willingness to take on the task. Bulma, are you really capable? Taisi questioned, somewhat skeptical. She knew her sister was exceptionally intelligent and often dabbled in small inventions. However, given the importance of this task to Casso, she felt it might be wiser to let their father handle it. Why don't you trust me? Bulma shot her sister an eye roll. Bulma is quite brilliant. I believe she can do it. Casso chimed in, standing firmly by Bulma's side. He recalled that the story of Dragon Balls began with Bulma's quest to find them, starting when she discovered one in a storeroom, subsequently researching and uncovering the legend of the 7 Dragon Balls. Thus, Bulma embarked on her journey, setting the stage for the Dragon Ball saga. Even though Bulma was still young, Casso felt certain she was up to the challenge. With that thought, he looked at her with renewed hope. Finally, someone who acknowledges my abilities. Just wait for my news, Bulma declared with a haughty air, snatching the Dragon Ball and turning away without a backward glance. Her assistance to Casso was merely a means to persuade him to teach her how to fly. That girl, Taisi chuckled, not overly concerned. Since both Bulma and Casso were confident, it seemed there would be no issue. After some time had passed, Osbier lay sprawled on the side, her little hands resting on her belly, wearing an expression of pure bliss. Never had she tasted such delectable food. She was tempted to remain on Earth forever. This moment, the Saiyans' fierce and combative nature vanished, leaving only gluttony and laziness behind. That girl, Casso shook his head, chuckling in resignation. Typically, Saiyans had little regard for food, but after experiencing Earth's culinary delights, he was certain they would go wild for it. Even formidable beings like Whis and Beerus were not immune to such temptations. Hence, seeing Osbier in this state, Casso chose to remain silent. How is Bulma faring? Taisi asked, noticing Bulma emerging from the workshop and immediately standing up. Casso looked at her with eager anticipation. According to the storyline of Dragon Ball, Bulma was the one to invent the Dragon Ball radar first, but given her young age, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious about whether she could truly accomplish it if she failed. He would have to rely on Dr. Briefs once more that it's done. Bulma nodded with a smile. Upon receiving the Dragon Ball, she had envisioned several design concepts in her mind, the first being to detect its wave fluctuations. She understood that most objects emitted a specific type of wave pattern, that if the orb emitted no waves, she had alternative plans. However, upon testing, she discovered that the orb indeed possessed a unique wave pattern, making the task straightforward. Thus, she quickly constructed the Dragon Ball radar. This trivial task was hardly a challenge for her, and Bulma looked at Casso with a triumphant expression. She slightly raised her pale chin, resembling a regal little swan. Witnessing this, Casso chuckled. Bulma had accomplished so much at such a young age. She truly was among the brightest minds in the Dragon Ball realm. Now that I've prepared this for you, can you teach me how to fly? Bulma beamed at Casso. Initially, when she sought his guidance, he had been unresponsive, so she turned to Osbier for help. But now, seeing the little bundle lounging on the sofa, she deemed it more prudent to seek Casso's instruction. Bulma was well aware that relying on others often came with strings attached, and she was confident that Casso would be unable to refuse her request. With this thought, she began to envision herself soaring through the skies. Casso mused, Indeed, no good deed goes unpunished. However, given that Bulma's family had aided him significantly, he found it reasonable to teach her about cultivating ki. This way, when the true Dragon Ball saga commenced, she would at least possess the ability to protect herself. During this peaceful interlude, he had little else to occupy his time, as for returning the gravity chamber to Salada. It wouldn't matter if he spent a little extra time here, that I will stay for another month, during which I shall teach you how to cultivate ki, Casso stated earnestly. But let me warn you, the process is quite arduous. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Yes. Bulma nodded vigorously. After pleading numerous times, she was relieved that Casso finally acquiesced, fearing he might change his mind. Furthermore, she was well aware that no form of training was without its challenges, and she had mentally prepared herself for the endeavor. Observing the exchange between her sister and Casso, Taisi found it amusing. She knew that if she expressed a desire to learn, Casso would undoubtedly teach her as well. However, she harbored little interest in training and was instead more inclined toward writing novels. With that thought, she began to contemplate her future plans. Having struggled to find inspiration for her writing, Taisi had spent a considerable amount of time at home. A month prior, she had met Casso and Osbier, two small children of diminutive stature, yet possessing remarkable strength. Now, a month later, Casso had even taken her on a flight through the sky. The exhilarating speed and thrill of soaring through the air had captivated her. Taisi felt as though she had finally discovered the inspiration she needed for her writing. Chapter 43. Teaching. Bulma. Time flew by, and half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Taisi had left home, declaring that she had found her muse and sought a tranquil place to focus on her writing. Casso refrained from commenting on Taisi's aspirations. Everyone had their dreams, just as he once fantasized about traversing into the world of Dragon Ball. Who could have imagined that it would come to fruition? Yet he was aware that Taisi's novels had not garnered much popularity in the anime, only gaining some traction after meeting the character Jack, who provided her with inspiration from tales beyond the cosmos. One day, in the yard, Casso instructed, "Mind your posture, and don't fidget." He pointed at Bulma's small posterior. There she was, squatting in a horse stance, beads of sweat trickling down her face. Like Casso's words, she raised her bottom again. Casso couldn't help but smirk. The physical condition of Earthlings left much to be desired. However, if you were to teach Bulma how to cultivate ki, she first needed to strengthen her physique, just as Master Roshi had done with Krillin and Goku. Without a solid body, one could neither sense nor store ki. In the Buu saga, Gohan's training of Videl followed a similar principle. However, Videl had begun her training at a young age, supported by her father's financial resources, resulting in a naturally enhanced physique. Combined with her innate talent, which made it easier for her to cultivate ki. Bulma's circumstances, on the other hand, were quite different from Videl's. Not only was she young, but she had also been raised as a pampered princess. The path to cultivating ki would be, one word, difficult. Fortunately, the existence of the magical beans brought a smile to Casso's face. For the past fortnight, he had subjected Bulma to an arduous regimen of training, rousing her from slumber before dawn, compelling her to hold a horse stance for an hour, followed by an hour of weighted running. There were moments when he sensed she was on the brink of exhaustion. Yet the miraculous beans revived her vigor with just one bean. Thus, Bulma continued to endure the inhumane trials. Now, upon seeing Casso, she felt a twinge of trepidation. However, in her quest to ascend to the skies, she was resolute, and surrender was not an option. Truth be told, Casso found this transformation astonishing. In his memory, Bulma had always been a pampered princess, initially seeking the Dragon Balls merely to find a handsome boyfriend. He never anticipated that the current Bulma could withstand such relentless torment. Continue holding your stance. I shall return shortly, Casso said with a nonchalant air, placing his fingers on his brow before vanishing from sight. Bulma, accustomed to Casso's sudden disappearances during these past 2 weeks, merely shook her head and resumed her stance. I have finally located the 7th Dragon Ball, Casso exclaimed as he discovered a Dragon Ball within a castle. 2 weeks prior, he had found the first Dragon Ball in Bulma's storage room, and after several excursions, he had now successfully gathered all 7 as he gazed at the Dragon Ball in his hand. He was suddenly alerted by a commotion from downstairs. Have the Dragon Balls been hidden well? Rest assured, King Pilaf, They're securely stored in the secret chamber on the second floor. The voices reached Casso's ears, prompting a smile. It seemed this particular Dragon Ball belonged to Pilaf and his diminutive companions. Casso was aware that these little rascals had gathered the Dragon Balls as hired hands for someone else. Only in Dragon Ball GT did they finally make a wish, albeit one that could only be described as regrettable. Paying them no mind, Casso activated his instant transmission and departed. Upon returning to Bulma's courtyard, he found her still gritting her teeth, steadfast in her stance. This little girl is quite impressive. Casso nodded, genuinely surprised by Bulma's performance, which had completely reshaped his perception of her. Bulma, come here. All right. Bulma seated herself on the ground, thoroughly exhausted after an hour of maintaining her stance. Yet, she couldn't deny that after enduring Casso's relentless training for half a month, she felt significantly stronger. She could even lift the cumbersome experimental machine weighing over 100 pounds with one hand. It was the visible results that kept her pushing forward. Otherwise, she would have long since given up. Are you going to teach me how to fly? Bulma struggled to her feet, approaching Casso with sparkling eyes. Casso replied, You wish to fly after just a month of training? He continued, First, I will teach you how to sense the energy within your body. In truth, flying is not particularly challenging. It merely requires sufficient energy within you. Much like the Saiyans, who do not inherently possess the ability to manipulate energy, they can soar effortlessly with the immense power contained within them. As for mastering energy manipulation, that depends on your own potential. Casso reflected inwardly. Having undergone a month of grueling training to grasp energy manipulation himself, that he then instructed Bulma to sit on the ground, conjuring a sphere of white energy in his hand. As the orb materialized, a gust of wind swept through the courtyard, rustling the surrounding trees. Dr. Briefs and his wife rushed over upon hearing the commotion, but upon witnessing Casso instructing Bulma, they discreetly retreated. Clearly, they were aware of Bulma's training. Remember this sensation. Casso hurled the energy sphere toward Bulma, enveloping her in its brilliance in an instant. In truth, Casso was uncertain how to teach her. He understood that to fly, one must not only master energy manipulation, but also possess a vast reservoir of energy within. However, he doubted Bulma could achieve this, and merely hoped she could sense the energy's presence. Perhaps one day, discovering the ability to manipulate it herself, as the energy sphere surrounded her, Bulma felt a warm embrace, akin to soaking in a perfectly heated hot spring on a winter's day. The soreness from her earlier stance melted away, prompting her to almost exclaim in delight, How wonderful! Yet, despite the comfort, she remained mindful of Casso's instruction that I must remember this sensation. Bulma quickly composed herself, fully immersing her mind and body into the sensation of the energy sphere. Casso refrained from interrupting her, allowing Bulma to explore this experience independently, as no one could assist her in this process. Casting a glance back, Casso then vanished from the courtyard, and on the opposite side of the yard stood a black metallic building, from which the sounds of intense training could occasionally be heard. Ha! 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 Casso appeared before the gravity chamber, and upon hearing the ruckus inside, he called out, Ossie, come! I have something interesting to show you. Chapter 44. Summoning the Earth Dragon Soon. The gravity chamber slowly opened. Out stepped a delightful little girl, her face glistening with sweat, a small tail wagging energetically behind her. Just then, having completed her training, Ossie exuded a fierce, primal aura reminiscent of a raging giant ape, instilling an involuntary sense of dread at this moment. No one would believe that just half a month prior, she was merely a carefree little girl. Casso, where are we going? Follow me and you shall find out. Casso smiled, marveling at the effectiveness of the gravity chamber as he retracted it into a capsule and tucked it away. In no time, two small figures soared into the sky, traversing the bustling urban landscape until they arrived at a desolate field. Ossie watched as Casso retrieved several orbs from his small backpack, which buzzed harmoniously when brought together. How fascinating, she remarked. Casso, didn't you want to show me what the dragon looks like? Now you shall witness it. Casso shouted at the 7 Dragon Balls, Come forth, dragon. No sooner had he spoken than the sky darkened ominously, clouds gathering to create a foreboding atmosphere. Suddenly, bolts of lightning crashed from the heavens, striking the Dragon Balls with a force that seemed apocalyptic. Just as Ossie thought the orbs were doomed, they grew increasingly radiant, the buzzing intensifying, producing a resonance that caused her ears to tingle. Though she quickly acclimated to the sound, like tea that moment, a golden light shot up into the sky, spiraling upward with great fervor. The thick golden rays transformed into the majestic head of a dragon, its lengthy body materializing before Ossie's astonished eyes. "Casso, what is this?" Ossie's eyes widened, her small hands covering her mouth in awe. "This is the dragon," Ossie gasped, realizing that this was the dragon Casso had previously described, one that could grant 3 wishes. In her mind, she had always believed that the Dragon Balls could fulfill 3 wishes, unaware that the Earth Dragon Balls were quite different. Before long, the enormous, elongated dragon fully manifested before them, appearing somewhat somber against the darkened sky. "State your wishes. I can grant any wish you desire." The dragon's raspy, ancient voice resonated throughout the sky. I could see this moment. Ossie was elated, finally encountering the dragon Casso had spoken of. However, she couldn't help but think the dragon was a bit unsightly. Casso, oblivious to Ossie's thoughts, would have likely joined in her critique, noting that this dragon could not compare to the magnificent 5-clawed dragons of his original Earth. He tossed out a capsule, and a gravity chamber materialized on the ground. Pointing at the chamber, Casso declared loudly, "Please replicate 200 identical gravity chambers on planet Salad." As Osbier heard this wish, her small eyes brightened with excitement. She had already experienced the effects of the gravity chamber and thought that if she could prepare the same gravity chamber for her kin, the strength of the Saiyans would undoubtedly become exceedingly formidable. Yet, she was uncertain whether this wish could truly be realized, making her somewhat anxious. The sky fell silent. Suddenly, the dragon spoke. "Your wish is remarkably simple. It has already been granted. Far away on the planet Salad, in the northern region near the fields where the mystical beans were cultivated, 200 gravity chambers suddenly materialized. This sight startled the passing Saiyans, who hurried back to report to Bardock. The dragon continued, "Until we meet again." With that, the dragon swiftly transformed into a beam of golden light, and the Dragon Balls on the ground shot skyward with the brilliance, racing off in various directions across the heavens at that moment. Casso seized the opportunity, leaping into the sky, and as the Dragon Balls were about to flee, he captured 2 of them, one from Bulma's home and the other belonging to Sun Wukong. "Casso, brother, the wish has truly come true. This is fantastic," Osbier exclaimed in delight, jumping with excitement. With so many gravity chambers available, it would be nearly impossible for the Saiyans to refrain from soaring to new heights. However, wasn't it said that there were 3 wishes? In response to Osbier's curiosity, Casso enlightened her on the fact that different dragons possessed different abilities. Meanwhile, in the Celestial Temple, the god and the cat sage, upon hearing Casso's wish, felt their tense emotions gradually ease. Despite having known during their previous encounters that these 2 were not malevolent beings, they still felt a degree of anxiety when the dragon was summoned. What if they had wished for something wicked? Thankfully, it turned out well. The god exchanged a glance with the cat sage, acknowledging the validity of its prior concerns. Currently, there were too few outstanding martial artists on Earth, with only Master Rashi and the Crane Hermit being noteworthy, and if one were to insist on another, Sun Wukong could also be included. Given such a dismal situation, should Earth fall prey to an alien invasion, it would be an unprecedented catastrophe. There was a pressing need to intervene in the development of martial arts on Earth. On the ground, Casso remained oblivious to the god monitoring him from the temple. Even if he had known, it would not have mattered, for he had no intention of harming Earth. Now that he had accomplished what he set out to do on Earth, Casso was eager to witness the impact of the gravity chamber on Osbier. "Little Osbier, let me see the results of your training over the past half-month." "Hee, Casso brother, don't cry when I beat you," she declared with great bravado. Such confidence, Casso chuckled, amused by the audacity of the younger generation. Suddenly, Osbier unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, enveloping her entire form in a white aura. Her petite figure shot upward. Boom! The sky resonated as if a supersonic aircraft had soared past, the sound of its breaking the sound barrier echoing like a thunderous explosion. Osbier moved like lightning, streaking across the sky and leaving a brilliant trail as she swiftly approached Casso. With raised legs and fists, her relentless barrage of attacks bombarded Casso. The winds from her strikes whipped through the air, creating a violent storm that shattered the ground beneath them. In an instant, the terrain within a kilometer radius lay in ruins. Fortunately, they were in a deserted area. Had this occurred in the city, countless lives would have been lost. Impressive, Casso remained unflustered as he deftly defended against each of Osbier's strikes. The force of their collisions reverberated as if meteors were crashing down from the heavens. Just as Casso's limbs began to tingle from the exertion, Osbier suddenly vanished from sight. That move again, Casso swiftly turned around, and indeed, Osbier charged at him from behind. "Casso, brother, how did you know I was there?" she inquired, her attacks relentless. Even as she spoke, a massive energy wave formed in her hand, and in a flash, it hurtled towards Casso's head with fierce intent. In that moment, Osbier's Saiyan blood surged within her. Yet she was aware that this attack would be futile against Casso. Indeed, the energy wave struck Casso directly, yet inexplicably, it failed to explode, passing right through him. In that fleeting moment when Osbier had vanished, Casso sensed a slight disturbance behind him, reminiscent of the technique utilized by Naru. The energy wave surged toward Casso's face, but he transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting to the side. His original position remained. A mere afterimage, unbeknownst to Osbier. Boom. The energy wave collided with the ground where Casso had stood, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The ground, previously shattered by Osbier's strikes, erupted as if struck by a nuclear bomb. With smoke and debris swirling in the air, don't lose focus. Just as Osbier searched for Casso's whereabouts, a familiar voice rang out from behind her. Darn it! Osbier gritted her teeth. She had already been too late to react to the voice. Just when she believed she was doomed, Casso merely patted her hand. "Silly girl, how could I bear to harm you?" Through their previous exchanges, Casso had gauged Osbier's strength, estimating it to be around 9,000 in combat power. Half a month prior, when she had shed her weighted training gear in the celestial realm, she had approximately 6,000 combat power, which had now surged to 9,000, a truly astonishing increase. The Saiyan hierarchy is divided into 3 levels: upper, middle, and lower, with an elite class of warriors that in the Saiyan subconscious. Only elite warriors and a select few upper-tier warriors could attain a combat power exceeding 9,000 upon reaching adulthood. If Osbier were to return to Salad and reveal her current combat power to Bardock and the others, they would undoubtedly be astounded. However, Osbier's rapid growth in strength was largely attributed to the mystical beans, as Casso had distributed hundreds of them to her upon acquiring them. "Casso, brother, am I weak?" Osbier lamented, curling up against Casso's chest. In truth, she had trained diligently. There were countless times in the gravity chamber when she had nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Yet thanks to Casso's beans, she still felt she could not keep pace with him. "How could that be? I can't even match you," Osbier insisted, tightening her grip around Casso. "Why do you feel the need to surpass me?" "I wish to protect Casso, brother," Osbier blurted out without a second thought. Long ago, on planet Vegeta, Casso had always shielded Osbier from Nappa's bullying. She had witnessed this and felt utterly useless, burdening Casso with her shortcomings. Thus, she trained vigorously to catch up to him. Yet the more she trained, the more she perceived his depth and strength, which eluded her senses despite her newly acquired techniques. "Having me to protect you is more than enough," Casso replied with a gentle smile. Seeing Osbier fall into silence, he wondered if his words had resonated with her. The two gradually soared back toward Bulma's residence. Meanwhile, in the celestial temple, the god and the cat sage gazed down at the lower realm, where the ground, struck by the shock waves, appeared as if it had endured a world war. Devastated and desolate, the glance revealed enormous craters resembling dark abysses, obscuring the depths below. Thud, thud, the celestial realm fell into an eerie silence. The two could almost hear each other's heartbeat. It seemed they were both left in a state of shock. Half a month passed. In the courtyard of Bulma's home, she sat on a small blanket. Her eyes closed. As time passed, she felt a gentle warmth coursing through her body, traversing her limbs and reaching her heart, bringing comfort wherever it flowed. Bulma opened her eyes and suddenly found Casso staring intently at her. Ew. Before Bulma could finish her thought, Casso anxiously asked, "Do you feel a warm sensation within you? How did you know?" Bulma queried, intrigued. Originally, she had intended to ask Casso, only for him to inquire about her feelings first. "You have something special," Casso, somewhat taken aback, remarked. He sensed a faint energy emanating from Bulma, so minuscule that it resembled a single strand of hair. What could this possibly mean? Upon hearing Casso's words, Bulma found herself perplexed. But then, a sudden thought struck her, and she excitedly inquired, "Can I fly now?" "What a ridiculous notion!" Casso retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Bulma, who had mistakenly assumed that she could soar through the skies. In the vast expanse of the Dragon Ball universe, only a handful of Earthlings possessed the ability to fly, all of whom had trained diligently from a young age and exhibited exceptional talent. Nevertheless, the emergence of even a trace of energy within Bulma did leave Casso momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated that she possessed any innate aptitude at all. However, the path to flight was still a distant dream. First, Bulma needed to persist in her training to amplify her internal energy, and secondly, her combat power must exceed 80 points that, in Casso's estimation, a combat power of 80 might just enable Bulma to take to the skies. Bulma rolled her eyes at Casso, questioning the necessity of his astonishment if she still couldn't fly. Given Casso's tone, one might easily assume that Bulma was indeed capable of flight. The two lapsed into silence. The courtyard once again enveloped in tranquility. Suddenly, Casso spoke. "Since you have begun to cultivate your energy sense, continue your training in this manner. One day, you will soar to the heavens." Bulma turned her gaze toward him, puzzled by his implication. Was he leaving? "I am preparing to depart. From now on, you shall train on your own. And remember, in my absence, do not rush your training. You must not exert yourself as I previously instructed. You do not possess any sins of beans." Casso's lengthy admonition stemmed from a desire to prevent Bulma from recklessly overexerting herself. Without sins of beans, such a course of action could be perilous. Yet, even without his warning, Bulma was well aware of these facts. Despite her youth, she was among the most intelligent beings in the Dragon Ball universe. Thus, upon hearing Casso's words, she merely smirked. She was certainly not foolish. "I'm leaving now." With that, Casso vanished without a backward glance, as Bulma surveyed the now empty courtyard. A sense of disquiet washed over her. Throughout the past month, Casso had maintained a cold demeanor during her training. Yet afterward, he would linger behind her under the pretext of enjoying the scenery. It was clear he was concerned for her safety. Reflecting on this, Bulma muttered, "Actually, he's not so unbearable after all." Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a small bag on the table. She paused, approached it, and upon opening the bag, discovered 10 senzu beans inside. "What a contradictory fellow!" she exclaimed, though a smile soon crept on her lips. Having spent 2 months on Earth, she felt her experiences had been immensely rewarding. Not only had she mastered the practical application of ki, but she had also prepared 200 gravity chambers for the Saiyans. Lastly, she had returned the 2 petrified Dragon Balls to their original positions. With all her tasks accomplished, Casso cast one last glance at Earth before disappearing into the cosmos alongside Osbier on Salada Planet. A month prior, 200 black chambers had inexplicably appeared on the planet, leaving Bardock perplexed as to their purpose. However, recalling that Casso had been away for 2 months, Bardock speculated whether these might be the result of that young man's endeavors. Chapter 46. Return to Salada Planet at that moment. 2 small figures appeared against the azure sky. Lord Casso. The Saiyans training below exclaimed in unison. The Saiyan race was one characterized by pride. They could not tolerate someone of lesser strength presuming to lord over them. Yet, for Casso, his extraordinary abilities had manifested during the salvation of the Saiyans, and he had even triumphed in single combat against Bardock, earning him the title of the strongest among them. Submitting to a powerful figure was in the very nature of the Saiyans. Thus, at some point, the title of Lord Casso began to circulate among the Saiyan community. When they called out this name, the Saiyans felt no sense of conflict, only genuine admiration at a cacophony of voices emanated from outside the wooden cabin. Bardock paused, contemplating how to address the enigmatic black chambers. He was unsure of their origin. If they belonged to an enemy, he would have them destroyed immediately. Yet, given that Casso had been away for a month, what if these were his possessions? It was essential to remember that if Casso could enable the Scions to survive in the cosmos, what could he not achieve? Stepping outside, he spotted the two figures in the sky. Indeed, it was Casso. Casso, are those black chambers on Salada planet you're doing? Bardock inquired, eager to ascertain the truth. However, as soon as he spoke, the crowd erupted in excitement. Half a month ago, those black chambers appeared out of nowhere and startled me. One Scion exclaimed. Indeed, I thought Frisia was pursuing us. They chimed in, each exchanging theories. Upon hearing Bardock's words, they began to realize that these mysterious chambers might indeed be a creation of Casso. Previously, he had accomplished many astonishing feats. What could these black chambers possibly be for? Casso slowly descended from the sky. Observing the gathered crowd, he decided to explain the purpose of the gravity chambers. These are gravity chambers that can adjust the gravitational force, making them the finest training tools for us Scions. Without paying heed to the audience's reactions, he glanced at Osbier and said, "Little Osbier, show everyone your current strength." All right. Osbier obediently moved to a clear area, distancing herself from the wooden cabins of the Scions. Yes, they witnessed Casso's command and Osbier's actions. All the Scions held their breath in anticipation, keenly watching what would unfold. The Casso's series of actions also alerted Bardock and Garrus that something extraordinary was about to transpire, and they widened their eyes, fearful of missing even a single moment of the spectacle. Osbier understood Casso's intent. He merely wished to demonstrate the effectiveness of the gravity chambers to their kin. Clenching her tiny fists at her waist, she let her bangs flutter in the wind. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura emanated from Osbier, creating a pressure field around her akin to a mountain's weight pressing down. As she gradually released her inner strength, the pressure intensified, causing the rocks beneath her feet to crack. The wind howled, and the surrounding leaves rustled violently. How powerful! How is this possible? Even Lady Osbier is this strong. In the face of such terrifying energy, the Scions instinctively addressed Osbier with respect, feeling no sense of resistance. That Bardock's gaze was fixated on Osbier. He sensed that the power within her far exceeded what she had displayed. Indeed. Osbier let out a roar, her overwhelming energy rapidly expanding as her combat power of 9,000 surged forth. Boom! The ground trembled violently, and the air quaked as the force of her power swept across the entire area. The rocks beneath her feet could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered, fissures spreading throughout the vicinity. The ferocious energy whipped through the air, creating a tempest that forced the Scions back a step. Only Casso and Bardock remained steadfast in their positions, while Garrus and Chris struggled to maintain their footing. Little Osbier, Bardock swallowed hard, wishing to say something, but at a loss for words. Osbier, you may reign your power now. Casso chuckled, upon hearing Casso's command. Osbier nodded vigorously before swiftly retracting her unleashed energy. Without her overwhelming presence, calm quickly returned to the surroundings. Yet, the sight of the ravaged landscape left the Scions in a state of lingering astonishment. This was the effect of training in the gravity chambers. Casso observed the crowd still lost in thought. He disregarded their state and continued. Those gravity chambers could be adjusted from 1 times gravity to 100 times gravity. As Casso spoke further, the Scions gradually regained their composure as he elaborated on the effects and precautions associated with the gravity chambers, emphasizing their formidable power in enabling individuals to unlock their physical potential in a remarkably short span of time. Especially for those who had never utilized a gravity chamber before, their inaugural experience often yielded astonishing enhancements. However, he cautioned that training in the gravity chamber should not be rushed. One must not increase the gravity multiplier too drastically in a single session, as this could result in internal injuries. Internal injuries are no trifling matter, and even Scions with their robust physique could suffer grave consequences, potentially even fatal ones, if they were careless. Nevertheless, having grown up on planet Vegeta, which boasted 10 times the gravitational pull, Scions had a higher starting point and could commence their training at this elevated level. Casso, is the gravity chamber truly that remarkable? Bardock inquired, gripping Casso's shoulder with palpable disbelief. The mention of the gravity chamber's capabilities left Bardock somewhat incredulous, though the exaggerated scenes he had witnessed with Osbier remained vivid in his memory, prompting him to seek further confirmation. Indeed, Casso glanced at the assembled group and nodded affirmatively. "It is true. Ha-ha!" The Scions present erupted in exhilaration, leaping in delight. Although 2 months had elapsed since the catastrophic explosion of Planet Vegeta, the haunting images of that day remained etched in their minds, fueling their dreams of vengeance against Frieza. Now, with the advent of these gravity chambers, they perceived a glimmer of hope for retribution. "Bardock, uncle, the gravity chambers can transform like this." Casso demonstrated the operation of the multifunctional capsules, showcasing how to open and retrieve them. Such a miraculous invention. Bardock exclaimed in astonishment. He had never encountered anything so extraordinary, especially one that could assume the form of a small capsule, utterly astounded by its ingenuity. Casso stifled a chuckle, noting Bardock's wide-eyed expression, reminiscent of a naive country dweller. Yet it was entirely understandable that Scions had never seen such contrivances, as they were developed by Dr. Briefs only in recent years and circulated exclusively on Earth. "Bardock, uncle, I entrust the management of the gravity chambers to you. I have important matters to attend to," Casso stated with gravity. Chapter 47. Cultivating the Sacred Beans. Bardock nodded in acknowledgement, initially taken aback by the sight of the 200 black chambers. He pondered how such an inexplicable number of them had materialized. The dense array of dark structures evoked an eerie ambience even in daylight, leading him to momentarily believe they were mortuary chambers. However, upon further reflection, he realized they were treasures. Bardock resolved to spend his days within those chambers. Rather, in the gravity chambers in the northern region of Salada Planet. Surrounded by lush greenery, there lay a vast clearing that seemed somewhat out of place, as though it had usurped a portion of the original forest, appearing almost as if it had materialized from thin AI. In the center of the clearing stood over 200 gravity chambers, their dark exteriors reminiscent of the Qing dynasty, imposing and formidable. Nearby, an expanse of land measuring approximately 40 square meters caught Bardock's attention as he led Garrus to this location. "Captain, do you truly believe that little Osbier attained such prowess through this device?" Garrus scratched his head in confusion. "Perhaps," Bardock mused. To be honest, he remained in a state of shock. Even if Osbier was an elite warrior, it seemed improbable that she could achieve such feats at a young age. This led him to conclude that it must indeed be the gravity chambers responsible for her remarkable growth. The thought struck him. If he were to utilize the gravity chamber as well, could he not achieve similar results? That would undoubtedly lead to their prosperity. "Quiet down. Why are you shouting? Haven't you ever seen such things before?" Bardock scolded, exasperated by Garrus's naivety. If others were to learn that such a simpleton was part of his team, he would be utterly humiliated. After Bardock departed, Garrus, feeling defiant, raised a middle finger in his wake. "That weren't you just gaping at little Osbier with those wide eyes and gaping mouth?" Yet, fearful of repercussions, he kept this thought to himself and hurriedly followed in Bardock's footsteps. "You go to the left and retrieve all the gravity chambers as Casso instructed," Bardock commanded without room for debate, gesturing to the left before heading to the right. The two of them set about collecting the gravity chambers. After a brief span of 10 minutes, a sizable heap of capsules amassed on the ground, prompting onlookers to wonder if the two were afflicted with some incurable ailment, requiring such an abundance of medication, especially of such large size. Soon, only a few dozen gravity chambers remained on the ground as Bardock and Garrus converged from opposite sides to gather the capsules, though they appeared unconcerned about the remaining capsules. Anyone who assumed that would be gravely mistaken. These 200 gravity chambers were the very foundation of the science resurgence. Should anyone dare to lay a finger on them, Bardock and Garrus would ensure they regretted ever setting foot in this world. Finally done, Bardock and Garrus sighed in relief, realizing that the next step was merely to distribute them among their kin. The Scions, known as a warrior race, were driven by an insatiable thirst for battle and strength, making the gravity chambers tailor-made for their needs. Thus, there was no cause for concern regarding their acceptance of these devices. "Captain, remember to reserve one for me." Garrus gazed longingly at the pile of capsules. Having witnessed Osbier's strength, he too desired a gravity chamber. "Calm down. There are 200 gravity chambers, so everyone shall have their share, right? Garrus sheepishly scratched his head. In Bardak's eyes, this fellow was simply amusing. Let us go. Bardak and Garrus took the capsules and soared into the sky. As they departed, a small figure emerged in the clearing. Casso had overheard their entire conversation and chuckled softly, acknowledging that Garrus was indeed quite Navi. Turning back, Casso approached the edge of the blackened land. Examining it closely, he discovered that the soil was not truly black, but brown. The visual anomaly resulted from the accumulation of earth. Running his hand across the soil, he found it somewhat moist. Raising his gaze to the sky, despite the sweltering heat, the earth had not dried out. Moreover, he noticed a faint mist emanating from the surface, suggesting something extraordinary. When Casso made his wish on planet Namek, the third desire had yielded an unexpected outcome, leading him to utilize the dragon's third wish to create this land. However, the patch appeared somewhat small, measuring only about 40 square meters. Casso recalled that cultivating sacred beans required divine water for irrigation, and he wondered if the land created by the dragon could indeed yield sacred beans. As the saying goes, practice is the only standard for verifying truth. I shall plant the sacred beans and find out. With that thought, Casso resolved to take action. He planted a single sacred bean in the soil, choosing not to sow more to avoid wastage. Once the bean was planted, Casso sat quietly beside it. As time passed, the sun reached its zenith at noon. Casso remained motionless, initially brimming with anticipation. If the sacred beans could indeed sprout, the Saiyan's rise would be unstoppable. Yet, as the minutes dragged on and the heat intensified, Casso wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling as though he might wither under the scorching sun. Meanwhile, the soil showed no signs of life. Has the dragon deceived me? He cursed inwardly, frustrated enough to stomp his foot on the ground. But recalling the sacred bean within, he refrained from such wasteful action. Just as Casso contemplated uprooting the sacred bean, suddenly, he beheld the scene he had long awaited. The brown clod of earth began to shift for some unknown reason. Small grains of soil sliding off the edges, and soon, a hint of green caught his eye. Is this a successful planting? He exclaimed joyfully. Ha ha! Casso let out a hearty laugh. Gazing skyward, that moment, he had approached the Shenlong with a spirit of experimentation. Uncertain whether the wish he made would truly manifest, his astonishment. The land indeed proved fertile for the growth of the mystical beans. He beheld the nascent greenery. Myriad thoughts swirled in his mind. He contemplated how many beans a single seed might yield. If the outcome were a mere one-for-one exchange, then this plot of land would be rendered utterly futile. However, should it yield 2 or even 3 in return, he would not suffer any loss, thus rendering the beans no longer a rare commodity. He resolved to monitor the beans' maturation closely, ensuring that no beast would ravage them during their growth phase, and decided to enlist the Saiyans to guard the area. With a plan firmly in place, Casso turned and departed, eager to relay his findings to Bardak. Now, all that remained was to await the harvest of the beans. Hoping it would not amount to a mere one-for-one exchange, shortly after Casso's departure, the tender green shoots seemed to have grown taller. Moreover, an echoing sound resonated beneath the soil, reminiscent of a subterranean river flowing unseen. Yet, the already departed Casso remained oblivious to this subtle phenomenon. Chapter 48. The maturation of the sacred beans. Upon returning to his dwelling, Casso sought out Bardak that very evening to recount the events of the afternoon. Initially, he had anticipated skepticism from Bardak regarding the existence of such miraculous beings. To his surprise, as he shared his tale, Bardak exhibited no disbelief, nodding repeatedly, indicating his understanding of the plan and assuring that he would arrange for protection of the land. From Bardak's perspective, if Casso could ensure the survival of the Saiyans in the cosmos, what could possibly be more outrageous than a few beans that could instantly heal all wounds? It was as if he had never encountered anything remarkable before. Bardak cast a disapproving glance at Casso. I've made arrangements for our kin. Tomorrow I shall commence my training. Remember to safeguard those bean seedlings. With that, Casso departed without a backward glance. Watching Casso's retreating figure, Bardak pondered, what if this young lad were to lead the Saiyans? Given Casso's reputation among them, I doubt anyone would oppose. Shaking his head, He concluded that Casso was still too young. Perhaps with time he might be more suitable. In the valley, surrounded by wooden abodes, a small river meandered in front. Bathed in sunlight, specks of brilliance danced upon the water's surface, harmonizing with the picturesque scenery to create a tranquil atmosphere. Not far downstream, a humble black structure could be seen, from within which the sound of fists cutting through the air could occasionally be heard. 9998, 9999. The air was filled with heavy breaths emanating from the gravity chamber. A small figure was relentlessly throwing punches, each strike stirring the air into a tempest. Sweat soaked his body, only to dry and then become damp once more. This was Casso's third group training session. Upon reaching the count of 10,000, he collapsed onto the ground, his forehead veined and contorted in strain. Release the gravity, he rasped, his muscles twitching under the intensity of the training that a dull thud resonated as the gravity chamber responded. Instantly reverting from 35 times normal gravity to its standard state, as the immense weight lifted, Casso felt as though a mountain had been removed from his shoulders. With a sigh of relief, he lay on the ground, finally able to relax. Over the past month, he had gradually acclimated from 25 to 35 times normal gravity. He understood that training was not solely about cultivating energy or merely strengthening the body. Neglecting one for the other would inevitably limit his potential. For instance, Vegeta spent all his time in the gravity chamber, focusing on intense physical training while disregarding his energy cultivation or mental discipline. While his battle prowess was formidable, he would always fall short of Goku in terms of mastery. This principle was also evidenced by Piccolo, who combined weighted clothing with regular meditation, achieving a balance that propelled his success. Otherwise, reaching such heights would be nearly impossible for a Namekian. Casso meticulously planned his training regimen, holding himself to strict standards with each movement, ensuring that every part of his body was honed under the pressure of gravity. Beyond physical training, he also prioritized mental cultivation, recalling that Bobo had mentioned a third stage of training beyond the second phase he had undergone with Osbier, known as the state of no heart. Casso pondered the essence of this no-heart state, yet despite his contemplation, he remained perplexed. However, he recalled that in Dragon Ball Super, Goku had entered this state, achieving a level of ultimate mastery. He wondered if there was a connection between the two. He also remembered that Goku had undergone training with Bobo in his youth. Perhaps the cultivation of this no-heart state had facilitated Goku's later breakthrough to ultimate mastery. Nevertheless, for Casso, with his current abilities and understanding, the no-heart state felt exceedingly distant. At that moment, a voice called out from outside the gravity chamber. "Lord Casso, Bardock wishes to see you." Casso opened the chamber door to find a Saiyan named Castor, one of the captains of the 8 new squads Bardock had recently assembled. "Return for now. I will join you shortly," Casso replied, drenched in sweat and feeling quite uncomfortable. He intended to take a shower before seeking out Bardock. "Farewell, Lord Casso," Castor said as he quickly departed. After half an hour, having finished a shower, Casso made his way to Bardock's residence. "You slowpoke, why are you so late?" Bardock scolded, his expression tinged with displeasure. He had sent someone to summon Casso half an hour prior, and he was surprised it had taken him this long to arrive. "What is the matter?" Casso raised an eyebrow, sensing urgency in Bardock's demeanor. "Yes, there's something urgent. The sacred beans have borne fruit," Bardock replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "What? The sacred beans have produced fruit?" Casso exclaimed, taken aback. Just a month prior, he had planted the beans, believing it would take at least 6 months to yield results. Yet here they were, producing fruit in a mere month. "Bardock, uncle, hold on to my hand." "Huh." Before Bardock could react, Casso grasped his hand, and in an instant, they vanished from sight, reappearing in the northern region of Salada Planet. As he surveyed the familiar landscape, Bardock's mouth fell agape. That was fast. He glanced at Casso, shaking his head in disbelief. "Young man, you need to slow down." Oblivious to Bardock's expression, Casso twisted his body, instantly arriving at the edge of the black soil. The Saiyan station nearby noticed their arrival. "Lord Bardock, Lord Casso, what brings you here?" "We're just here to take a look. Continue your patrol." Bardock waved dismissively. Casso remained silent, transfixed by the sight of the sacred bean seedlings. Before him lay 40 square meters of black soil, where approximately 40 sacred bean seedlings had taken root. Over the course of a month, These seedlings had transformed from mere sprouts into towering plants, reaching a height of 1 meter. Their robust stems and lush foliage thrived, and Casso had merely sought to test the waters with the initial planting, gauging the results before deciding on a subsequent batch. To his delight, the spacing of the first batch was just right. Casso observed that each sacred bean plant bore 2 vibrant green beans, plump and appetizing in appearance. The beans contained within his capsule differed slightly from those on the plants, but he understood that this was simply because they had yet to dry. A 1-for-2 yield, not bad. Each plant had produced 2 beans, which aligned with Casso's expectations in the anime. The cat sage had mentioned that the production rate of sacred beans was particularly low, often yielding only a few at harvest time. The multitude of beans Casso possessed were merely remnants of the cat sage's centuries of stock. Chapter 49. Osbier's challenge to Bardock. Casso. Why do these beans appear somewhat different from the ones you provided? Bardock pointed at the senza bean tree, his expression tinged with curiosity. It's nothing. It simply hasn't dried yet, Casso said, pausing momentarily before continuing. Even if the senza beans are not fully dried, their efficacy remains unchanged. It's merely their preservation that is compromised. That's fantastic. Bardock clenched his fist, recalling the intense training in the gravity chamber that had nearly cost him his life. Thankfully, Casso had provided him with senza beans. With just 1 bean, his body had restored itself instantaneously. Now, with Casso cultivating such an abundance of senza beans, although it still fell short of meeting the needs of their kin, careful rationing would alleviate the issue. Having experienced the miraculous effects of the senza beans before, Bardock felt an exhilarating thrill that, in truth, when Casso had gifted him over 100 beans, Bardock sensed that Casso possessed more than just that quantity. However, why would one share all their treasures with others? Empathizing, Bardock thought that if he held such a wondrous item, he might keep it a secret as well. From the cataclysm that obliterated planet Vegeta to retrieving over 200 gravity chambers, Casso had already accomplished a great deal. Gazing at the lush expanse of senza bean trees, Bardock's heart surged with fervor. With these miraculous beans, the resurgence of the Saiyans was no longer a mere fantasy. Bardock's excitement was understandable. As the current leader of the Saiyans following the devastation of planet Vegeta, he bore the immense responsibility of guiding his people back to their former glory. Hence, witnessing Casso's endeavors and his formidable battle prowess ignited within Bardock the notion of entrusting the Saiyans to him. Yet, Casso was still too young. Casso, what is your current battle power? Bardock quickly regained his composure. Are you challenging me again? Bardock said he would never engage in a self-deprecating bout. He lamented, in that dream, I witnessed Frisia's true strength. Oh, Casso was somewhat taken aback. Bardock had dreamt of Frisia's actual power, indicating that his abilities were indeed formidable. 530,000. Bardock suddenly became animated. He possesses a battle power of 530,000. Do we Saiyans still have hope for revenge? Currently, Casso was the strongest among the Saiyans, yet Bardock surmised that Casso's power could not exceed 50,000, a mere fraction of Frisia's might. How could he possibly stand against Frisia? Bardock glanced at Casso. Acknowledging his impressive talent, with the aid of the gravity chamber and senza beans, perhaps Casso could achieve vengeance in the future. However, that would likely be many years away. Bardock felt a sense of discontent as he contemplated remaining secluded on planet Salad for so long. Once a feared warrior race across the cosmos, they had now fallen to such depths, which felt profoundly tragic. Bardock, uncle, revenge cannot be rushed. Casso shook his head, offering a wry smile. In Bardock's mind, Frisia's battle power stood at 530,000, but did he truly grasp Frisia's actual might? 120 million. Frisia's true battle power was a staggering 120 million. Casso at present could not devise a method to defeat Frisia. The only viable option seemed to be transforming into a Super Saiyan. Let us depart. Remember to ensure the protection of the senza beans. They won't be ready for harvest for a few more days. Casso waved his hand before disappearing from sight. Bardock stared at the vanishing figure, momentarily stunned. Suddenly, in a fit of rage, he shouted, Casso, you rascal! You brought me here, but didn't take me back. Previously, Casso had employed instant transmission to bring him to the northern part of planet Salad. And now, departing without him incensed Bardock, who ground his teeth in frustration. The distant Scions on patrol overheard Bardock's outburst and quickly distanced themselves. They dared not involve themselves in the affairs of these two. After half an hour, Bardock finally exhausted his tirade and instructed the station's Scions to protect the Senzu beans diligently. Then he reluctantly flew back to his dwelling. Another month passed, in the southern desert of planet Salad. The scorching sun blazed down, rendering the sands scorching hot. The keen observer could discern shimmering heat waves swirling above Taha. A little girl hurled an energy blast at the figure in the sky. The terrifying energy stirred up a whirlwind of yellow sand, obscuring the view with a sudden haze. Little girl, your uncle is not so easily defeated. Bardock chuckled, swiftly evading the incoming energy blast with a graceful maneuver. Don't get too cocky, Uncle Bardock. I'll send you flying. Osbier pouted disdainfully, quickly turning around and throwing a punch at the empty space behind her. Bang! The two punches collided, unleashing a violent shockwave that sent sand flying in all directions. Soaring thousands of meters into the air, the desert was engulfed in chaos, with clouds of dust swirling everywhere. Brat, you've changed. You're no longer as adorable. Bardock chuckled in playful reprimand. He reminisced about how Osbier used to follow Casso around, seeking his help whenever they were bullied. Now, she was intent on delivering him a beating, which was utterly uncharacteristic of her. Bardock took a step forward, using his agility to shift positions in mid-air. But Osbier remained hot on his heels, refusing to let him escape. Raising his hand, Bardock unleashed a shockwave behind him. The explosive energy tore through the air, creating a tempest that barreled toward Osbier's location. Oof! With a swift clap of her small hands, Osbier redirected Bardock's shockwave as if struck by some unseen force, sending it crashing down toward the ground. Boom! The surrounding desert seemed to be struck by hundreds of miniature nuclear blasts, sending waves of sand soaring into the sky, swiftly forming swirling sandstorms that ravaged the battlefield. Bang, bang, bang! The air crackled with the clash of two shadowy figures, darting from left to right, from above to below. Each encounter unleashed a tempest that shook the very earth. Bardock charged forward with a punch, only to feel his fist collide with empty air. Not good. By the time Bardock realized the danger, it was too late. Osbier appeared above him, her small hands clasped together, and with a thunderous force, she brought them crashing down upon Bardock. Damn it! Bardock, caught off guard, could only brace himself for the impact. Yet in battles between skilled opponents, a single oversight can lead one into dire straits. This scene felt eerily familiar to Bardock, reminiscent of his previous encounters with Casso. Now, he was unable to best even a little girl. How infuriating! Chapter 50. The outsider Bardock gritted his teeth in frustration. A moment's distraction left him defenseless against the onslaught. Despite her tender age, Osbier possessed power that rivaled his own, each punch landing with painful force. Bardock, uncle, down you go into the dirt. Osbier concentrated her energy, gathering it in her calves, spinning rapidly in midair, each rotation building strength. Upon completing 82 rotations, her legs shimmered with a radiant glow as she unleashed a powerful kick, striking Bardock squarely in the back. Under the tremendous force, Bardock plummeted like a cannonball into the sand. Boom! The once settled sands erupted once again, enveloping the sky in chaos. After a moment, the hot winds swept away the airborne sand, restoring visibility. Bardock was buried beneath the grains, with only a furry tail protruding, twitching occasionally. Bardock, uncle, are you all right? Osbier giggled, descending gently to his side. The tail twitched a couple of times, yet the figure beneath showed no signs of movement. After a brief interval, Bardock finally emerged from the sand, spitting out a mouthful of sand before grumbling, "You little brat, hurry and help me up." Feeling the pain coursing through his body, Bardock let out a sigh, grateful that Osbier had been mindful of her strength. Otherwise, he would have had to consume a precious Senzu bean to recover. However, Osbier had jokingly suggested he eat dirt, and he truly ended up with a mouthful of sand. What an embarrassment! Recently, Bardock had sensed that Osbier was not his equal, and when she suddenly approached him for a spar today, he had presumed she merely wished to hone her combat skills. Little did he know she had come to make him eat dirt. With a battle power of approximately 50,000, he had been soundly defeated. What could Osbier's strength possibly be? The thought sent a shiver down Bardock's spine. Were elite warriors this formidable and capricious? Bardock glared at Osbier, resembling a petulant child. Osbier chuckled as she helped Bardock to his feet, her innocent demeanor causing him to feel irate, but unable to vent his frustration. He certainly could not demand, "Little girl, let me beat you up so I can feel better." He lacked the face to say such a thing, and her pure expression made it impossible for him to act. "Let us depart." Bardock spat out a mouthful of sand, his voice tinged with resignation. In the valley, a small river flowed gently, and beneath the towering trees, two figures suddenly appeared before a quaint wooden cabin. Osbier had used instant transmission to bring Bardock back to the cabin's vicinity. "The captain has returned," Garrus remarked with a smile upon seeing the two newcomers. "Captain, who emerged victorious?" Bardock felt a twinge of irritation. Garrus had said nothing. Yet Bardock, since the boy was mocking him, he had been unable to best Casso and Osbier, so could he not handle this little brat? In a cold tone, Bardock replied, "Garrus, I believe you have not trained enough today. Go and complete 10 more sets according to Casso's training regimen." "What?" Garrus retorted. "What do you mean? Do 20 more sets. If you can't finish, I'll..." Before Bardock could finish his sentence, Garrus had already vanished from their sight, cursing under his breath as he left. Listening to their exchange, Osbier stifled a giggle, covering her mouth with her hand. "Janae, where's Casso?" Bardock inquired as he stepped into the cabin. Spotting Janae preparing lunch, Janae, busy with her tasks, did not lift her head. "I don't know." Bardock nodded. It was not uncommon for that boy to disappear for days on end. The Scions needed to make the most of the gravity chamber and Senza beams for training. Leaving matters beyond the universe aside, especially since Frisia's forces were still hunting down the remaining survivors on planet Vegeta, should they carelessly venture into space and allow Frisia's forces to discover that over 150 remnants still lingered on planet Salada, the Scions would find themselves embroiled in chaos once more. Bardock was determined to prevent such a scenario, but with Casso's ability to vanish without a trace, he felt somewhat reassured. "Lunch is ready," Janae announced as she cleared the table, inviting the two to join her. "All right." The duo, one large and one small, sat patiently at the table, awaiting Janae's arrival with the food. "Little Osbier," Bardock began, but was abruptly interrupted by Osbier, her expression suddenly serious. "Uncle Bardock, please hold your tongue." Her words. An eerie silence enveloped the cabin, and Bardock's heart raced at the chilling tone of Osbier's voice. What was happening? Janae remained in the kitchen, and the small hall outside was devoid of conversation. As time passed, the tension in the air thickened. Bardock dared not breathe. Osbier furrowed her brow. "Someone has infiltrated planet Salada." "What?" Bardock sprang to his feet in alarm. Could it be that Frisia's forces had tracked them down? After the explosion on planet Vegeta, Frisia was aware that many Scions had not returned, and he was intent on eradicating every last one of them. Naturally, the likes of Goku and Vegeta, the main protagonists, were spared. This realization filled Bardock with dread. He feared the discovery of planet Salada by Frisia. "It cannot be mistaken," Osbier asserted with unwavering certainty. Currently, the Scions lacked a detector, making it understandable that Bardock could not perceive the movements of others. However, Osbier, attuned to the energy around her, sensed two distinct energy signatures rapidly descending upon the planet. Point one was trailing the other, and the latter seemed significantly stronger, as if pursuing the former. "Little Osbier, quickly take me to their landing site." Bardock's face contorted with worry as he spoke. He needed to reach the location swiftly. If these individuals belonged to Frisia's forces, they had to devise a plan to evacuate the Scions from this planet. Otherwise, their fate would be sealed once Frisia arrived. "Uncle Bardock, relax. Their power is not formidable. Any one of our kin could easily defeat them." In Osbier's perception, the two energy signatures were comprised of several weaker auras, the strongest only reaching a battle power of 5,000. The Scions had trained in the gravity chamber for 2 months. And while not every Scion could match Goku's extraordinary growth, they had all seen significant improvements. According to Osbier, aside from a few logistical Scions, all others now possessed battle powers exceeding 6,000, including the female Scions. Thus, there was no need for alarm regarding these outsiders. "Little Osbier, my concern is not for those weaklings. I fear they might expose our position." Seeing that Osbier had yet to take action, Bardock's anxiety heightened. Upon hearing this, Osbier suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, a shiver running down her spine. "Uncle Bardock, we must leave at once." Osbier quickly placed her hand on Bardock, activating instant transmission. Chapter 51, Princess Philia above planet Salada. A massive spaceship surged through the atmosphere. The vessel's exterior was composed of an exceedingly rare metal known as zero metal, renowned for its exceptional strength and value. Were it not for the battle scars etched upon its hull, the ship would undoubtedly appear magnificent. Its design was peculiar, resembling an egg, encircled by a band of black metal. With windows positioned every few meters, through the windows, one could see several figures gathered together. In the center stood a woman whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of an elf. Her flowing, deep blue hair cascaded over her shoulders, and a snow-white veil adorned her head. Her enchanting figure, coupled with her ethereal beauty, resembled a celestial being untouched by the mortal realm. Such an ice queen often proved irresistibly alluring to men. Yet her frostbitten visage was marred by a pallor that suggested she had suffered a grievous injury. The gravity on this planet is so intense. Everyone, activate your gravity adjustment rings. At her command, the gathered figures swiftly activated their wrist-mounted devices. The rings engaged. A collective shiver coursed through them, followed by a restoration of their natural weight. "Princess Philia, are you all right?" Yuna asked anxiously. "Hang in there, princess. You must endure." The surrounding women urged her. From their tone, it was evident that they were deeply concerned. "Elder Yuna, when did this planet come into existence?" Philia asked, her brow furrowed as she struggled against the pain. The Zero ship had traversed the cosmos for half a day and was about to pierce the sky and land on this planet. Yet, Philia recalled that this region of space was absent from the star chart. "Yes, that's so. No matter. Once we touch down, we shall confront those cosmic pirates." Yuna gritted her teeth, displaying an expression akin to one who faces death without fear. Philia, her brow furrowed in distress, was rendered speechless by the excruciating pain coursing through her body and the mental strain weighing upon her. The princess of the Lolita clan. Her lineage boasted a rich history, seemingly intertwined with that of the ancient Saiyans. The Lolita clan, however, was not numerous. Their population was even fewer than that of the Saiyans in times past, comprising barely over 200 individuals. Yet each member was exceptionally intelligent, particularly in the realm of technological advancement, marking them as one of the preeminent civilizations in the cosmos. The vessel Philia currently occupied, the Zero spacecraft, was constructed from the finest materials and technologies available within her clan. Unfortunately, during a mission to collect some resources, they fell prey to a band of cosmic pirates, who struck one of the engines with their energy cannons just as the ship was about to take flight. In a desperate attempt to ensure the spacecraft's successful launch, Philia engaged in combat with the dog-headed aliens for dozens of rounds, but the disparity in strength proved overwhelming, and she ultimately sustained grave injuries while retreating to the ship. Thankfully, the other engine remained intact, allowing the Lolita clan's extraordinary technological prowess to facilitate a narrow escape. Yet the pirates continued their relentless pursuit, and with dwindling energy reserves aboard the Zero, they were compelled to make an emergency landing on this planet. "Brother, we've struck it rich," exclaimed one particularly animated frog-like alien, his grayish skin shimmering with a peculiar red glow, reminiscent of someone who had consumed a potent stimulant. Let's catch up with them first. "Follow my orders and accelerate," commanded the dog-headed alien. Your command." The winds howled fiercely, and dark clouds loomed overhead as the two spacecraft descended upon the planet Salada, one trailing closely behind the other. Nearby, the Saiyans, alerted by the commotion above, hastened towards the source of the noise. "They're coming out." Osbier, who had arrived earlier, murmured solemnly. Bardock fixed his gaze intently on the two ships, having served Frisia for many years. The Saiyans were well acquainted with the types of spacecraft employed by him. However, upon examining the vessels, Bardock surmised that they did not appear to belong to Frisia's forces, which offered him a modicum of reassurance. As Osbier finished speaking, the hatches of the two ships simultaneously opened. "Princess Philia, we must exit quickly," Yuna urged, supporting Philia as they and their fellow clansmen rushed toward the ship's exit. The female guards accompanying them were armed with energy cannons, ready to follow suit. Meanwhile, from the other ship, the dog-headed alien roared with laughter. "Ha ha! Everyone, out we go!" However, his laughter was abruptly cut short as he noticed something amiss. His lackeys had fallen silent. Turning around, he found them sprawled on the ground. "Useless fools," he cursed. Though he himself was relatively unaffected by the gravity of the situation due to his superior strength, he dismissed his concerns, focusing instead on capturing the occupants of the ship ahead. The two parties soon found themselves on the surface. Philia's already fair complexion had turned ghostly pale due to her injuries. "Princess Philia, hold on. We will fight them," Yuna exclaimed in desperation, wishing to eliminate the pirates and return with the princess for healing. The surrounding female guards anxiously watched Philia, who shook her head in silence, fully aware that escape was no longer an option. Their adversaries possessed a combat power of 5,000, rendering their weapons virtually useless. "Ha ha! Surrender now!" the dog-headed alien taunted as he caught up to them. "You all must protect the princess." Yuna instructed her fellow guards. As the two sides clashed, a fierce battle was imminent. Yet at that moment, dozens of figures descended from the sky. "These fools," Bardock muttered under his breath upon seeing the newcomers. Had the Scions approached stealthily, avoiding detection, it would have been one thing, but their brazen appearance would undoubtedly raise suspicions. If their location were to be communicated via wireless devices, the Scion situation would become dire. Indeed, upon spotting the newcomers, both parties drew closer together, eyeing them warily. Yuna, supporting Philia, murmured, "So there are indigenous people on this planet." In their flight for survival, they had failed to notice the circumstances surrounding them. On the other side, the dog-headed alien frowned in surprise, not expecting the presence of natives on this planet. Indigenous people? Luckily, Prince Vegeta is not here. That if he were to hear someone refer to his kin as indigenous, with his prideful nature, both groups would likely be reduced to ashes, seeing his kin approach from the skies. Bardock, concealed behind the mountain, sighed. "Little Osbier, let us make our move. Remaining hidden serves no purpose now." Just then, two more figures appeared in the sky. Bardock and Osbier landed before the Scions, and Bardock cast a cold glance at the leader. "Castor, I will settle the score with you later." Initially, Castor had intended to inquire about the situation upon seeing Bardock, but the latter's chilling words left him perplexed. "What is going on? I haven't done anything wrong." Bardock ignored his foolishness and swiftly descended to the ground, followed closely by the other Scions. Leaving Castor suspended in confusion out on the ground, a new group of individuals appeared, resulting in a stalemate among the three factions, each silent as they assessed the others. After a while, the dog-headed alien broke the silence, saying, "Indigenous people, it would be best for you to take your kin and leave. This matter does not concern you." Faced with dozens of unknown indigenous beings, the dog-headed alien sought to avoid complications, eager to complete the robbery and depart. Let's take a poll, dear audience. Those who favor Osbier, please indicate with a 1. Those who do not, with a 2. Chapter 52. Castor takes action. Indigenous people. Upon hearing this, Bardock's fury bubbled over into sardonic laughter. The Scions were a fiercely proud race, having always referred to others as indigenous, and no one had ever dared to address them as such. Not even Frisia had the audacity to utter those words. This moment, the Scions behind Bardock burned with indignation, their bodies tensing with barely restrained fury. Yet, they refrained from taking action, awaiting Bardock's command. Bardock smirked. Their current location was shrouded in secrecy, and given the previous remarks, regardless of who these individuals were, they were destined to perish. Nevertheless, from their dialogue, it was evident that this was merely a case of ordinary cosmic robbery. In the past, under King Vegeta's reign, the Scions had engaged in such activities frequently, though he had never permitted his subordinates to act recklessly. With the situation clarified, Bardock felt a sense of relief. He recognized that these small-time cosmic pirates were merely trying to survive and lacked any organizational structure. Thus, it was unlikely they possessed any means of external communication. Let us observe the unfolding drama, and afterward, we shall eradicate them all. Bardock, along with his companions, remained quietly on the sidelines, refraining from speech, while Castor scurried back to the crowd. "Huh." The dog-headed alien, seeing Bardock and his companions remain so perceptive, burst into laughter. Upon hearing his earlier remarks, Yuna retorted with fury. Do not heed their words. We are of the Lolita clan. Should you assist us, we shall not forget your kindness. Uncle Bardock. Osbier tugged at his sleeve. Bardock interrupted her. Do not speak. Let us observe the spectacle. Osbier, with her adorable demeanor, nodded slightly. Yuna. She expressed so much, yet that tall and robust man seemed only to be teasing the little girl beside him. Completely disregarding her words, Yuna's frustration was palpable. Her teeth clenched in irritation. In truth, the Lolita clan was not far from this planet. A journey aboard the Zero spacecraft required merely a day's time. If support from her clan could arrive in time, Yuna could afford to delay, but upon witnessing Philia's distressed expression, she feared it might soon be too late if she did not act swiftly. The surrounding female guards were equally anxious. Suddenly, a sharp gasp. Philia, leaning against Yuna, inexplicably spat out a mouthful of blood. Princess Philia! The crowd erupted in panic. Noticing Philia's increasingly pallid complexion, Yuna cast another glance at Bardock and his companions. At that moment, she noticed that the figures ahead bore furry tails coiled around their waists. Yuna exclaimed, "Science?" Upon hearing her words, Philia's dim eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope as she struggled to lift her head to gaze at the group. Bardock raised an eyebrow, surprised that these two women recognized them as Science. Following Yuna's gaze, he realized that the tales of his kin had betrayed their identity. Intriguing, yet futile, they still had to die. Bardock's eyes were devoid of emotion as he coldly regarded Philia and the others, resolute in preventing any news of surviving Scions from reaching the outside world. Meanwhile, among the space pirates, the dog-headed alien seemed oblivious to Yuna's words, arrogantly declaring, "No one can assist you now. Surrender." Having drifted through the cosmos for so long, he had never encountered such a plump target. The sight of the entire spacecraft crafted from zero metal made him salivate with excitement. In such circumstances, no one could resist temptation, not even if Jesus himself appeared. "Charge," he commanded. With his order, his subordinates brandished energy cannons, aiming them at Philia and her companions. Faced with several energy cannons, the group of female guards momentarily panicked. The tips of the energy cannons began to glow brightly, growing increasingly intense, and the violent energy caused disturbances in the air, occasionally erupting in crackling explosions. Elder Yuna. The female guards looked to Yuna. Uncertainty etched on their faces. Yuna fixed her gaze on Bardock and the others, and with a tone of desperation, shouted, "My ancestors once bestowed kindness upon the Scions." In truth, Yuna's statement was misleading. It was the ancestors of the Scions who had once shown favor to the Lolita clan. Her intention was merely to capture the attention of the Scions, hoping they would intervene. However, she underestimated the Scions' ruthlessness. Bardock merely flickered his eyes at her words, offering no further reaction. He had a duty to his kin. Even if Yuna spoke the truth, Bardock would not hesitate to act decisively to ensure the safety of his people. Yuna felt despair wash over her as she glanced at Philia in her arms. As the princess of the Lolita clan, Philia had always demonstrated exceptional intelligence, quickly mastering the clan's advanced technologies. The Lolita clan lacked inherent combat talent, yet Philia was an anomaly, showcasing remarkable aptitude since childhood. Now boasting a combat power of 1,500, such a formidable princess. What a shame. Yuna seemed resigned to fate, closing her eyes. The energy cannon had gathered its full charge, a terrifying pressure radiating from all around. The dog-headed alien glanced at Bardock, noting his lack of response, that he was somewhat perceptive. Otherwise, he would not have hesitated to eliminate the entire group. The dog-headed alien coldly commanded, "Fire!" 7 or 8 energy cannons unleashed radiant laser beams simultaneously. Naturally, the female guard were not inclined to sit idly by. They fired their own energy cannons in retaliation. Seeking death, the dog-headed alien, a powerhouse with a combat power of 5,000, effortlessly intercepted the guards' attacks before they could reach their target. The laser beams surged forward, and just as they were about to strike Yuna and her companions, a small figure suddenly appeared before them. With a simple gesture, the boy transformed the laser beams into wisps of green smoke, causing them to vanish. "Who?" the dog-headed alien shouted. "Uncle Bardock, why don't you help them?" He expressed indifference towards their fate, still awaiting Bardock's explanation of his whereabouts. Bardock approached, followed by the other Scions, who exclaimed in unison, "Lord Casso!" The collective voices were deafening. The dog-headed alien seemed to glimpse something terrifying that a mere child had managed to withstand the onslaught of multiple energy-charged laser beams. Even he doubted his own ability to accomplish such a feat. The dog-headed alien gulped nervously. Meanwhile, the group of female guards, having previously closed their eyes, opened them in astonishment, realizing they were unharmed. "It was this child who saved us," Yuna exclaimed in disbelief. She had thought they were doomed. Yet, was this child also a Scion? Yuna noticed the small boy had a tail wrapped around his waist as well. Chapter 54. Another sense of being lost. "I'll talk to you later," Casso replied coolly. Bardock nodded, reflecting on how the crowd's enthusiastic call of Lord Casso had stirred the atmosphere. Even he could not help but feel that Casso's standing among the Scions now surpassed his own. However, this suited Bardock's intentions perfectly. In 2 years, he could entrust the Scions to Casso. Observing Casso effortlessly block all attacks, the dog-headed alien's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only was this child extraordinarily powerful, but his identity also appeared to be remarkable. The dog-headed alien demanded, "Who are you?" As his voice echoed, Casso ignored him and approached Yuna. A stunning beauty with blue hair and an alluring figure leaned against Yuna, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. A true ice goddess. Casso could not help but admire her. Only Bulma and Android 18 could be compared to her beauty. Yet, her complexion was ghastly pale, as if she were on the verge of death. The woman leaning against her appeared to share a similar lineage, exuding a mature charm, particularly accentuated by her ample bosom, sure to captivate any admirer. The remaining female guard were clearly her subordinates. "You mentioned that your ancestors once aided the Scions?" Casso arched an eyebrow. The Scion clan had a long history, with many events lost to time. Casso only recalled that they had relocated from Planet Salad to Planet Vegeta, but anything prior was a mystery. However, based on Yuna's statement, could this pertain to the ancient Scions? At that moment, Philia coughed up another mouthful of blood, crimson droplets trailing down her chin and staining her garments. "Princess!" Yuna, overwhelmed with emotion, cried out, "Little brother, do you have a medical pod? Our princess is in dire condition." "Little brother?" Casso was momentarily taken aback. A dark line crossed his mind. Utterly exasperated, it seemed that in the Dragon Ball universe, busted women had a peculiar penchant for calling others little brother. "I don't have a medical pod," Casso began, but before he could finish, Yuna's entire body began to sway dangerously. Had she not been holding on to Philia, she likely would have collapsed. "Princess!" Yuna wept. The Lolita clan had never produced a talent as extraordinary as Philia, whom Yuna had watched grow up. Their bond was akin to that of mother and daughter, deeply rooted in affection. Casso cleared his throat. "I don't have a medical pod, but I have this." With that, Casso produced a senza bean from his pocket, though the thought of giving it to Yuna felt like a knife twisting in his heart. Philia lay against Yuna's chest, her face ashen. Although she appeared unharmed externally, the blood she had just coughed up suggested severe internal injuries. Likely quite grave, such an injury, even for a formidable Scion, would require a medical pod for recovery. Though it wouldn't lead to death, it would certainly take months to heal. Therefore, one could only imagine the plight of a fragile girl like her. "What is this?" Yuna gazed at the beans that Casso had handed over, feeling an undeniable disdain for this little brat. Her dear Princess Philia was on the brink of death, and here he was, taunting them with a single bean. This bean held the potential to save her. Casso retorted with irritation. "Don't want it? Fine, it saves me the trouble of using my magic beans." He truly believed that beauty granted one superiority. If it weren't for his curiosity about the Scions, he wouldn't even deign to acknowledge them. Meanwhile, on the other side, the dog-headed alien seethed with rage. Ever since he had spoken, he realized that everyone around him was ignoring him. Despite possessing a battle power of 5,000, he felt utterly unacknowledged, even in the early stages of the Dragon Ball saga, when he could dominate the cosmos. "Big brother, they don't care about you." His subordinates incited that in the merciless universe, reputation was paramount. Provoked by his underlings, the dog-headed alien felt an inferno igniting within him, momentarily forgetting that Casso had effortlessly blocked all attacks. Die. The dog-headed alien suddenly materialized 100 meters above. Conjuring two yellow energy blasts in his hands that a halo of light encircled the orbs as their size grew with his concentration, in an effort to regain his honor before his subordinates. He channeled all his strength and hurled them downward with great force on the ground. Yuna, having heard that the bean could save lives, found it hard to believe, but with no healing pod available. She had no choice but to gamble on this desperate remedy. However, just as Yuna took hold of the magic bean, a blinding light appeared overhead, unleashing a terrifying pressure. Those with a battle power below 2,000 struggled to maintain their footing as fierce winds howled, whipping up dust and debris. The female guards frantically huddled together, desperately fighting against the onslaught of the tempest. Holding Philia tightly, Yuna, despite her own battle power of 1,000, found herself unable to stand firm in the face of such overwhelming force. No, faced with the dreadful energy above, Yuna felt hopeless. How could they resist against a master with 5,000 battle power? There was no escape. Her body staggered backward as she slowly closed her eyes. Just before her eyelids sealed shut, a sudden exclamation broke through the chaos. "Shut up, you annoying mutt!" A wave of energy surged upward, followed by a thunderous crash. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Curiously, Yuna opened her eyes again. A cloud of smoke billowed in the sky, and the dog-headed alien's form had vanished, leaving an eerie stillness. Casso maintained his posture of holding his hand aloft, while Bardock smirked at the sight. "Does this kid really think he's impressive?" Osbier clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Casso, you're so cool." As the smoke cleared, it became evident that the legendary scenario of being unharmed in the presence of smoke had not occurred. The dog-headed alien was obliterated beyond recognition. Such a pitiful creature with a mere 5,000 battle power was hardly worth the ink spent to describe his demise. Is he dead? Yuna's eyes widened in disbelief. A master with 5,000 battle power had fallen so easily. It was no wonder Yuna reacted this way. Within the Lolita tribe, Philia was the strongest, and yet the dog-headed alien had effortlessly defeated her. Staring at Casso's still-raised hand, she pondered whether this little brat was responsible at that moment. A profound realization dawned upon her. Terrifying indeed. If she didn't save her soon, Philia would truly perish, Casso coolly remarked. Yes, yes, yes. Yuna quickly pressed the bean into Philia's mouth, hoping that this remarkable little fellow wouldn't deceive her. In her despair, she glimpsed a flicker of hope. However, no matter how fervently Yuna attempted to push the bean into Philia's mouth, the dazed princess simply could not swallow. What to do? Panic surged within Yuna. Even if the bean's effects were miraculous, it was useless if Philia couldn't ingest it. Casso furrowed his brow, sensing the older sister's energy waning. Hurry, or it will be too late. Without a second thought, Casso suggested, why not crush the magic bean with your teeth and pass it to her? Chapter 55. The time machine. The Lolita tribe had suffered devastating losses during a cataclysmic event in ancient times, resulting in a notably diminished reproductive capacity. After many years, they numbered only a little over 200 members. The current leader of the Lolita tribe was quite elderly and would soon abdicate. Princess Philia, being the sole daughter of the leader, possessed terrifying talents across the board and was regarded as the best candidate for the next leader by many tribe members. If she were to perish, it would be a tremendous loss for the Lolita tribe. Mouth to mouth, Yuna's fair complexion flushed crimson, but for the sake of saving Princess Philia, she could think of nothing else. Soon, their lips met in a desperate embrace. Several thousand words omitted. On another front, the dog-headed alien's demise left the nearby group of aliens utterly stunned. Among cosmic pirates, an unspoken rule dictated that to forage in a star system, one must pay a foraging fee to the strongest pirate in that region. The dog-headed alien was indeed the most powerful pirate in the nearby star system. These aliens had never expected their leader to meet such an abrupt end. Big brother, we must flee, they cried in panic, hastily retreating to their ships. When had Salada planet become a place anyone could just invade, the location of the Scions was not something to be leaked. Useless scum, Bardock scoffed. Let's take action. Yes, Casto dared not meet Bardock's gaze, remembering Bardock's earlier warning about what would happen if he did not behave. Thus, he was the first to take flight. The remaining Scions soon followed suit. Ascending into the sky, boom, Boom! A series of explosions erupted in the distance, akin to fireworks bursting forth. The effects of the magic bean were well known, yet Yuna was oblivious. She only recognized it as Philia's sole hope for salvation. She swiftly chewed the bean into a pulp and passed it into Philia's mouth. As they parted, a thin strand of transparent liquid lingered between their lips. That it. Casso was momentarily taken aback. Watching the two older sisters kiss was quite a delightful sight, and he hadn't had enough of it yet. Yuna quipped, "Are today's children so indiscreet?" Just as Yuna felt exasperated, Philia, resting against her chest, coughed softly. Cough? Philia slowly opened her eyes, noticing Yuna holding her and a small child nearby. She recalled being struck by a dog-headed creature and sustaining severe injuries. Was she not meant to perish? Before losing consciousness, she had seemingly heard news about the Saiyans. "Princess Philia, how are you?" Yuna asked anxiously. The universe was filled with marvelous phenomena. Typically, injuries necessitated a visit to a healing pod for treatment. The healing pods within the Lolita tribe were quite effective, capable of restoring someone with Philia's injuries, but the process would take several months. Yet, to Yuna's astonishment, that single being had healed Philia in mere seconds. "All good." Philia's tone was somewhat flat, betraying none of the gravity of her recent recovery. "That's a relief." Yuna held Philia tightly. Casso glanced at Philia. Her demeanor was remarkably calm, her speech devoid of any hint of distress. Yet the expression in her eyes revealed a depth of emotion that belied her outward tranquility. She was a beauty who would not easily display her feelings. Still a stunning beauty. Meanwhile, Bardock declared, "All have been vanquished." As the Saiyans returned to the ground, the band of cosmic pirates possessed at most 2,000 battle power. Even if the dog-headed alien had survived, he would have met his end regardless. "Where's Casto?" Bardock wondered, puzzled by his absence. "Casto has already returned to training." The Saiyans exchanged glances, aware of the antics between Casto and Bardock. They knew that Casto's escape would likely lead to a grim fate later on. Bardock mused, "Is this kid really that exceptional? Let them go if they wish. I shall make them regret it later." With that, Bardock turned his gaze towards Casso. Among the cosmic pirates, external communication devices are a rarity. Bardock's command to his kin stemmed from this very fact. He harbored no concerns that the Saiyan secrets would be divulged. However, the group of female beings presented a different conundrum. Bardock was oblivious to their origins and had never heard of the Lolita clan. Yet, judging by the technological sophistication of their spacecraft, it was evident that their faction possessed advanced technology. Bardock feared that they might transmit information before landing on Salada. It was imperative to capture them for thorough interrogation. With the gravity chamber and the Senza beings, the Saiyans merely needed to develop in peace. They must show no mercy against their adversaries. However, seeing Casso standing before the two women with a rather lascivious expression was disconcerting. The future leader of the Saiyans, Bardock's eyes flickered momentarily. The Saiyans, proud as they are, would never willingly submit to Frisia. King Vegeta, once the sovereign of the Saiyans, was covertly amassing power, biding his time to overthrow Frisia's reign. Yet, King Vegeta was overly complacent, myopic, and devoid of foresight. He was ruthless towards his own kind, even exiling Broly to planet Vampa to safeguard his throne. Such a leader is unworthy. Casso, on the other hand, exhibited the potential to become a true Saiyan leader. It remained to be seen whether he possessed the requisite ruthlessness for significant matters. Bardock murmured to Casso, "Do not let me down." Meanwhile, on the other side, with matters settled, Casso suggested discussing the Saiyans, but a smile graced his lips. The origins of the Saiyans were shrouded in mystery, and Casso was intrigued to learn more. "The Saiyans, you say?" Philia regarded Casso with a calm demeanor. At that moment, Yuna felt a twinge of embarrassment. She had previously claimed that their ancestors had aided the Saiyans, but the truth was quite the opposite. However, upon witnessing the eager gaze of this young boy and remembering how others had once saved them, Yuna steeled herself and said, "Long ago, at an uncertain time, our Lolita clan made significant breakthroughs in technological advancements." "What breakthroughs?" Casso inquired, puzzled. Wasn't this about the Saiyans? Yet, intrigued by the topic of technology, he listened intently. "Well, our kin developed a time machine." Casso's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this akin to the time machine that future Trunks utilized? This Lolita clan possessed something remarkable. Although the time machine had indeed been successfully engineered, it was only capable of random temporal displacement and could not be directed. Moreover, once a person was sent through, they could not return. Yuna felt a hint of awkwardness. Casso scoffed, a smirk forming on his lips. So, it's merely a half-finished product. As expected, my Bulma is the most impressive. Chapter 56. Recruitment of the Lolita clan. Philia blinked her beautiful eyes, saying nothing. She was well aware of this history. Yuna continued, pressing on despite her discomfort. It was due to the invention of the time machine that we attracted the attention of others, ultimately leading to a relentless pursuit across the universe. While it was not surprising to be discovered and hunted, being pursued by the entire universe seemed rather exaggerated. Casso mused internally. The time machine made its first appearance during the Cell Saga, and the timeline of events was rather intricate. Nevertheless, it was undeniably a powerful invention. Therefore, Casso was not astonished by the multitude of eyes that coveted it. And then, he prodded that time. The most formidable race in the universe was the Saiyans. And one Saiyan, named Yamoshi, took us in. Yuna paused, continuing, later, our Lolita clan followed Lord Yamoshi, and with our technological support, the Saiyans reached their zenith. So, the Saiyans owe you a debt of gratitude. Casso realized after a moment of contemplation that the ancestors of the Lolita clan had not helped the Saiyans. Rather, it was the Saiyans who had aided them. Indeed, Philia replied with a subtle nod. With her icy blue hair and the crimson stains adorning her chest, she appeared quite aloof. Yuna also nodded awkwardly. Given the circumstances, they had little choice, for had they not spoken thus, Princess Philia might have perished. Nonetheless, the technological contributions of the Lolita clan had a profound impact on the Saiyans. After all, Saiyans with technological backing were entirely different from their unassisted counterparts. Please continue to, very well. Yuna gathered her thoughts and pressed on. Eventually, for reasons unknown, a great internal strife erupted among the Saiyans. Lord Yamoshi led our Lolita clan to safety, settling us on a planet not far from Salada. What transpired thereafter remains a mystery to us. Yet, their Lolita clan suffered significant casualties, and even now, they had yet to recover. The hint of sorrow colored Yuna's voice. She could not fathom why such a powerful race as the Saiyans would descend into chaos. Understood, Casso chuckled helplessly. After all that, he had gleaned only a smattering of information regarding the Saiyans. However, he could piece together the subsequent narrative. Yamoshi was a kind and righteous Saiyan who, alongside his 5 companions, first transformed into a Super Saiyan while resisting the evil Saiyans. That Yamoshi's transformation and formidable combat prowess astonished his fellow Saiyans. While he was ultimately defeated by sheer numbers, it marked the beginning of a legend. Later, Yamoshi's spirit roamed, seeking 6 Saiyans with hearts of justice in pursuit of a greater savior. The Super Saiyan God, in the Dragon Ball Super Saga, Beerus was drawn to Earth to find the Super Saiyan God due to the influence of Yamoshi's spirit. Casso glanced at Philia and the others, surprised to learn that they had once followed Yamoshi. How intriguing. Casso, we've shared all we needed to. May we now leave this planet. Yuna, having learned his name from her earlier address, gazed at him nervously. Philia's bright eyes also sparkled, clearly eager to return to her homeworld. Leave? Casso's expression grew serious. Weren't you the one who said that discussing the Saiyans would allow us to depart? Yuna pressed, a hint of urgency in her tone. Despite her youthful appearance, her combat prowess was formidable. Should he refuse, their escape would be impossible. While she had deceived this group of Saiyans, her ancestors had indeed aided them. I never made such a promise, Casso replied coldly. As Bardock had stated, the Saiyans could not venture outside, nor could they allow others to discover their presence on Salada. Yuna pondered for a moment. It seemed Casso had indeed not made such a promise. Philia furrowed her brow. The strength of the Saiyans was indisputable. The Lolita clan had once followed Yamoshi and understood the Saiyans' might. However, after the great upheaval, the Saiyans began to fall from their celestial pedestal. Even so, the Lolita clan had contemplated realigning with the Saiyans, only to find that the latter had changed drastically. The Saiyans had become malevolent. committing all manner of atrocities, now following Frisia and invading other planets indiscriminately. Yet, they still claimed to be a warrior race. Yuna was aware that this title had originated during Yamoshi's era. She felt the current Scions were unworthy of such a designation. Thus, she was reluctant to engage with them further. But why would they not allow her to leave? Philia, too, looked at Casso curiously. Was this young boy truly the fabled Scion race? Hadn't it been said that the current Scions had lost their edge? She found him quite impressive. Are you aware that the Scions were destroyed by Frisia? Casso said, pacing before them. Ever since Yuna spoke of her ancestors, he had refrained from explaining why he would not let them depart, instead perceiving this as a potential opportunity. Yuna and Philia's eyes widened in disbelief. Surely they had misheard. The entire universe knew that the Scions were loyal subordinates of Frisia, who would believe that the Scions had been annihilated by their own master. It was no wonder they wore such expressions. Let me put it this way. Casso prepared to unveil his intentions. It is impossible for you to leave this place. You must either pledge your entire race to us Scions, or I shall annihilate the Lolita tribe. As Casso spoke, his demeanor was devoid of any emotion, akin to a hidden assassin poised to snatch away a life at any moment. Even the frosty Philia trembled upon hearing his words. This child is terrifying. Yuna gasped, startled by Casso's proclamation. When were the Scions ever destroyed? If that were the case, why do these Scions still exist? Yuna was utterly baffled. However, according to Casso's assertion, if the Scions had indeed been obliterated by Frisia, they would merely be the remnants of the Scion race, thus seeking refuge on this planet. Preventing their departure was likely to avoid any leakage of information and to ensure they did not relay news back to their kin. It would be more prudent to incorporate their entire race. As this thought crossed Yuna's mind, she exchanged a glance with Philia, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. The expressions of the two were not lost on Casso. Had they come to an understanding? Quite astute. Indeed, Chapter 57, Arrival at Lolita Star Casso, allowed them to ponder their predicament. In truth, there was little to contemplate. Either they ally with the Scions or face death. Those were the sole options. Moreover, if even the lowliest of creatures strive for survival, how much more so an entire race? Thus, it was certain that Philia and Yuna would choose to merge with the Scion lineage. Approaching Bardock, the boy remarked coldly, "So, have you seen the lovely older sister soften? Nonsense. You'll see for yourself soon enough," Casso retorted, pinching Osbier's cheek, inciting her to squeal in protest, calling him a wicked brother. While Bardock possessed a commendable foresight, he could not predict every outcome. He was unaware of the changes a technological race would bring to the Scions, as Yuna had indicated, with Yamoshi bringing the Lolita tribe into the Scion fold and bolstered by advanced technology. The Scion influence expanded rapidly, reaching unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, the Scions were devoid of even the most basic of devices. Without sensing technology, engaging in battle was akin to fighting blindfolded. Before long, Yuna and Philia approached, leaving the other female attendants behind. "I agree," Philia stated coolly. The position of leader within the Lolita tribe would inevitably fall to Philia. She was acutely aware of her tribe's current state. Truth be told, aside from their prowess in technological research, the Lolita tribe was lacking in virtually every other aspect. They possessed no innate talent for cultivation, nor could they safeguard their research outcomes. Though the Lolita tribe was remarkably united, they lacked the strength to protect their findings, often delegating the sale of their products to more powerful factions, resulting in negligible profits for the Lolita tribe. At times, they were unable to even recoup their initial investments. Upon hearing Casso's declaration, Philia, despite her initial shock, quickly realized that aligning with the formidable Scions could lead to transformative changes for the Lolita tribe. Observing the two nod in agreement, Casso felt no surprise. Dissent would lead to death. Now that you have chosen to join the Scion faction, tell me, have you leaked any information about the Scions? Casso's tone was unervingly calm. Those familiar with him sensed something amiss. When we were being pursued by that mutt, we sought aid from our tribe, though we had not yet landed on this planet. Yuna hesitantly replied, avoiding Casso's gaze. However, our spaceship is equipped with a locating system. Suddenly, the sky trembled violently. In that instant, Not a soul could maintain their footing. Bardak's pupils constricted, his heart racing with trepidation. This child is truly terrifying. Casso's clenched fist relaxed, his voice cold as ice. Speak. In which direction lies your planet? Yuna was at a loss. However, Casso bellowed. He had no time to squander. Should the Lolita tribe disseminate the location of his planet, all his efforts would be in vain. The ferocity of the child's roar startled both Philia and Yuna. Instinctively, Philia pointed northward. Do not resist. Casso snapped impatiently, then took Philia's delicate hand, activating instant transmission. In times of peril, the beauty before him was of no consequence. Upon witnessing Casso's abrupt disappearance, Osbier pouted. Casso brother has run off again. Bardak merely sighed. Near Planet Salad, on Lolita Star, the sky was a pale green, adorned with wisps of brown clouds. Rays of light streamed through the clouds, illuminating the towering edifices, casting a technological sheen. In a spacious conference hall filled with dark golden chairs. Most of the occupants were women, strikingly beautiful, yet possessing vastly different demeanors from Philia, an elderly matron, leaning on a cane and flanked by two female attendants, spoke gravely from the highest seat. I have just received word that our princess is being pursued and has landed on an unknown planet. At her words, the hall erupted in chaos. Over 200 Lolita individuals shouted in unison. Who is it? Surely it must be the Sharber people. How dare they treat us this way, especially after we aligned with the Saiyans? Indeed, leader, we must retaliate. The princess must not come to harm. Once, the Lolita tribe was hunted across the cosmos, yet ever since aligning with the Saiyans, none dared to challenge them. Other beings bowed in submission upon encountering them. Silence. The matron, Iweni, continued. It was not they who pursued her. Philia and the others encountered cosmic pirates, albeit those pirates possess a battle power of 5,000. The mention of 5,000 battle power silenced the hall immediately. The highest battle power within the Lolita tribe was Philia, a mere 1,500 points. What shall we do? I intend to seek assistance from the Sharber people. Iweni's voice grew somber, revealing her helplessness. The heavens bestowed great intelligence upon the Lolita tribe, but stripped them of their cultivation talents. Otherwise, they would not seek help at the first sign of trouble. Yet, the Sharber were notorious for their ruthlessness. Enlisting their aid would undoubtedly come at a steep price for the Lolita tribe. As Iweni finished speaking, dissent rose once more in the hall. However, within mere seconds, silence fell again. The Lolita tribe's intelligence allowed them to grasp the gravity of the situation swiftly. In the nearby star systems, the Sharber possessed unparalleled strength, their battle prowess surpassing that of the infamous novels. Thus, they were the only hope for rescuing Philia. The 200 Lolita individuals understood that only the Sharber could save them. Otherwise, their princess was doomed. Frustration. At that moment, all the Lolita tribe began to reminisce about the days spent alongside Yamoshi. Suddenly, in a flash, two figures appeared in the hall, one tall and one short. As Princess Philia? The princess has returned. Every member of the Lolita tribe rose in excitement, gazing at the radiant figure. They had been contemplating seeking help from the Sharber, yet here was Princess Philia returning unexpectedly. Philia nodded to the crowd before approaching Iweni, stating, Leader, I have returned. Chapter 58. The submission of the Lolita tribe. Thank goodness you are back. Iweni's voice quivered with excitement, though she quickly regained her composure before her kin. Speak. Casso was eager to resolve this predicament swiftly. Philia frowned slightly, finding the child unreasonably fierce and far from endearing. She spoke calmly. Leader, the news of my pursuit has not been leaked, has it? Iweni shook her head. Just as she was about to seek assistance from the Sharberians, unexpectedly, Philia returned. Thus, no one was yet aware of her perilous situation. Philia immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the information from that planet had not been transmitted. Otherwise, this little scion might have obliterated the Lolita star. Leader, let us follow the Saiyans once more. Philia was acutely aware of her clan's circumstances, rather than continue to be oppressed by the Sharberians. It would be wiser to ally with the Saiyans. If this young child possessed such formidable strength, one could only wonder how powerful his entire race must be. However, there was a significant drawback. The Scions on that previous planet were remnants hunted by Frisia, and aligning with them posed considerable risks for the Lolita clan. Yet, failing to follow the Scions would likely result in the immediate annihilation of the entire Lolita star. After contemplating all these concerns, Philia quietly awaited Ivany's response. That moment, a Lolita stood up from the audience. "Princess, are you suggesting we follow the Scions again?" But Haven T, they turned evil. The voices within the conference hall swirled, revealing a lack of consensus. Perhaps due to prolonged oppression by the Sharberians, most Lolitas felt no aversion towards joining the Scions. Some even exhibited expressions of eager anticipation. Ivany furrowed her brow. How can you say such a thing? As the leader of her clan, she had considered many aspects. However, certain matters could not simply be resolved by desire alone. She needed to consider her people's welfare and could not act unilaterally. If we do not ally with the Scions, we will face extinction, Philia replied softly. She could only speak the truth and quickly recounted the event. As Philia's final words echoed, the hall fell into an eerie silence. The Lolitas turned their gaze towards Casso, their eyes reflecting disbelief. Could such a small scion truly possess combat power exceeding that of the tales of the world-weary? After a moment of silence, Ivany nodded. Very well. The historical records of their clan contain numerous accounts of the Scion's terror, and no one understood this better than she, the leader, if they did not heed the words of this child. It was likely that the Lolita star would indeed face destruction. Moreover, aligning with the Scion forces might not be inherently detrimental. Observing the situation, Casso was momentarily taken aback. Had they come to an agreement so swiftly? Typically, in times of racial peril, one would expect fierce resistance. Nevertheless, Casso dismissed his thoughts. As long as they agreed to join the Scion clan, everything else could be negotiated. I shall give you 1 day to prepare. Thereafter, I will lead you away from this place. Very well, Philia tossed her icy blue hair, ready to depart. However, an announcement sounded from outside. Leader, the Sharberians request an audience. Before the messenger could finish, a blue-skinned extraterrestrial with a hooked nose barged through the door. Ignoring the expressions of the Lolitas, the Sharberians sauntered up to Ivany, arrogantly declaring, "Old hag, how goes the research on the latest developments? Just wrap it up. The sooner we sell, the sooner we profit." The Sharberians, emboldened by their formidable combat prowess, were notoriously arrogant. Ivany seethed with fury, but felt powerless. In the cosmos, strength was the ultimate truth, regardless of how advanced one's technology may be. Without power, one would be subject to oppression. The Lolitas of the past had endured such treatment, and the present ones continued to do so. Now, Ivany had entrusted her clan's research results to the Sharberians, yet they treated the Lolitas with such disdain. Casso witnessed this scene and tugged at Philia's sleeve. "Hey, has this guy always been this arrogant?" "Hey." Philia shot Casso an irritated glare. This little brat was truly insufferable. Yet she nodded. The Sharberians' arrogance was infamous throughout this star system, especially in their dealings with the Lolitas, as the princess. She was acutely aware of this. Should I eliminate him? Casso asked, floating up to hover beside Philia. However, as he turned his head, he inadvertently caught sight of her pristine bosom. Wow, that's really white. Upon hearing this, Philia's eyes sparkled momentarily. Can you really? Of course. Casso quickly averted his gaze, not wanting to be labeled a pervert by others. However, after having just recruited a technologically advanced race, he felt quite pleased and was more than willing to stand up for the Lolitas. Meanwhile, seeing that Ivany remained silent, the Sharberian grew furious. "Old hag, I'm asking you a question." The Lolitas, accustomed to being oppressed by the Sharberians, typically endured in silence, but hearing such disrespect directed at their leader ignited their anger. It was no wonder some displayed eager expressions at the thought of joining the Scions. The hall echoed solely with the Sharberian's voice. Ivany uttered not a word, coldly regarding him. Now that the Lolitas had allied with the Scions, based on Ivany's understanding of the Scions, she knew they would not allow their own to be bullied. Sure enough, a youthful voice rang out, "You ugly creature, who do you think you are?" The Sharberian straightened up, puffing out his chest in response. "I am Sharbai. So what?" Casso nearly burst into laughter. Yet, suddenly his expression turned icy. "You can go die." He raised a small hand, and a luminous blue sphere emerged, unleashing a tempestuous energy that ignited the surrounding ions, coiling them into serpentine silver dragons. No, Sharbai cried out in terror. With a thunderous crash, the blue shockwave surged through the air, crashing down upon him with explosive force. In less than half a minute since his entrance, Sharbai was no more. So impressive. Philia clasped her delicate hands together, her eyes sparkling with starlight. The Lolitas swallowed hard. After enduring oppression for so long, someone had finally stood up for them. At that moment, they began to feel that joining the Scions was indeed the right choice. Ivany revealed a faint smile. Truly, she had not misjudged the Scions. Hey, am I impressive, or what? Casso turned a glance at the icy beauty, clearly in high spirits today. If you can annihilate the Sharber clan, then I shall acknowledge your prowess. Philia smirked. This playful expression momentarily stunned Casso. Could the icy beauty truly display such a demeanor? However, upon hearing the mention of exterminating the Sharber clan, he smirked coldly. Since they had already made their move, why not aim for total annihilation? Where are they? Philia's eyes widened. She had merely been speaking casually. We have finally returned to the Scion tribe. This time the Shalber people are in big trouble. All the Lolitas were so excited that they jumped up. Yvonne nodded. She was also eagerly anticipating returning to the Scion scene. Observing the close relationship between Philia and Casso, she felt it was time to pass on the leadership of the Lolitas to Philia. With her daughter and that little brat's connection, the Scions would undoubtedly treat the Lolitas well. With this thought, Yvonne wore a knowing smile. The stars shone brilliantly, twinkling like diamonds in the vastness of space. In one starry region, several planets of varying colors floated around a central gray planet, all rotating in unison. On this day, a petite figure accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman appeared on the gray planet. Is this Shalber star? It doesn't seem that impressive. How could you not defeat it? The corners of Philia's mouth twitched slightly. The combat power within the universe has already reached formidable heights. Such experts could easily become squad leaders under Frisia's influence. Should we just destroy this planet outright? Casso pondered. Perhaps it would be better to let you vent your frustrations first. Through Casso's senses, he discerned that the highest combat power on Shalber Star was only marginally above that of the Lolitas, while the rest were mere fodder. No, it would be more accurate to say that everyone on this planet was useless. Give me your hand, Casso said nonchalantly. He merely wished to teleport with Philia, not to be some lecherous fiend. Philia understood this and willingly extended her hand to Casso as he felt the coolness and smoothness of her hand. A ripple of emotion stirred within him. Let us go. With a swift motion, the two vanished in an instant. In a gray palace. Lord Shaley, the Lolitas have truly crafted something remarkable. Our profits are nearly overflowing, exclaimed a blue-skinned Shalber. Seated at the highest point of the palace, Shaley laughed heartily. Those women are indeed quite impressive. Lord Shaley, since the Lolitas have earned us so much, shouldn't we treat them a little better? No need, they are just a bunch of trash. Yes, of course. The blue-skinned Shalber, sensing Shaley's displeasure, quickly forced a smile. Within their clan, Shaley's orders were absolute, and no one dared to contradict him. At that moment, two figures suddenly appeared within the palace. This is it. Oh, can you show some other reaction? You're really quite dull. Casso shot a displeased glance at Philia. Noticing that Philia ignored him, Casso shrugged it off and turned his gaze toward the highest point of the palace. In his perception, the highest combat power among the Shalbers was located right there. Looking up, he saw a towering figure, standing 2 meters tall, with a striking blend of blue and gray skin. Particularly noticeable were his greatly curved nose compared to the others of his kind. Who are you? Shaley inquired, his gray eyes narrowing. The sudden appearance of these two startled him. The speed of these two, Shaley was unable to detect their entrance. It was somewhat terrifying. However, the blue-skinned Shalber recognized Philia beside Casso. Aren't you the princess of the Lolitas? Have you brought us your latest research? In the eyes of the Shalbers, the Lolitas were nothing more than free labor, and their inventions were particularly practical. Yet, she had come accompanied by a little brat. The blue-skinned Shalber suddenly snapped. Why did you bring your son here? Upon hearing this, Casso's eyes widened, and Philia's icy visage underwent a dramatic transformation, the image of the Ice Queen shattering in an instant. Meanwhile, Shaylee, seated atop, chuckled softly, realizing it was the Lolita tribe. Given his understanding of the Lolitas, he deemed their strength pathetic and must have overlooked their movements in his moment of complacency. Well, it must be so. Shaylee coldly addressed the two. Leave your new research and you may take your leave. Casso snapped out his daze, glancing at Philia's pale face. Am I her son? Casso laughed in anger, finding the Shalber's misunderstanding amusing. Philia finally reacted, raising a trembling hand to point at the blue Shalber. Philia's chest heaved with indignation. She was still a young maiden, yet suddenly being told that Casso was her son infuriated her to no end. I regret not destroying this planet at the first opportunity. Casso released Philia's hand, his entire being floating in the air, emanating a chilling aura. The palace became frigid in an instant, as if Shaylee had entered a millennium-old ice chamber, making it difficult to breathe and causing blood flow to stagnate. Who is this child? Shaylee suddenly noticed the furry little tail wrapped around Casso's waist. A Scion, Shaylee exclaimed. Previously, during Frisia's campaign against the Scions, he had been fortunate enough to learn of their existence, and now he had unexpectedly encountered one. Oh, Casso smirked coldly. This fellow was aware of Scions. The news regarding the Scions was something Bardock had been concerned about, and it was crucial that it not be leaked. However, it was of little consequence. As long as he eliminated the roots, all would be well. Yet Shaylee suddenly vanished from his seat. He understood that facing a Scion required a mindset free of complacency. For Scions were an exceedingly fearsome race that grew stronger when challenged. Therefore, Shaylee chose to strike first. Chapter 60. Destroying Shalber's star. Shaylee had achieved dominance in this star region for good reason. He would not underestimate any opponent, especially when the adversary was a Scion. A bolt of blue lightning streaked across the sky above the palace, moving with the swiftness of a gale, as Shaylee's aura disrupted the tranquil atmosphere, unleashing a torrent of energy. With a swift motion, he appeared behind Casso, raising his fist with the intent to crush him. Yet, seeing no reaction from Casso, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss, his heart momentarily halting. Shuddering, Shaylee instinctively took a few steps back, his heart resuming its rhythm, though he remained shaken as he regarded the little brat before him. Scions typically did not possess overwhelming power, but their physical constitution was extraordinarily formidable. Many years prior, when Shaylee's combat power was merely 5,000, he had encountered a Scion with a combat power of only around 2,000 that initially, he had dominated that Scion. Yet as the battle progressed, the Scion grew increasingly fierce, ultimately matching him blow for blow. Just when Shaylee believed he had the upper hand, that Scion had hurled a wave of light into the sky, transforming into a massive gorilla. Fortunately, Shaylee had managed to escape quickly. Otherwise, he might have perished. Now, this child before him exuded an even more intense aura than that previous Scion. Shaylee instinctively felt that should he advance any further, he would meet his doom. Why is the little brat not moving? At that moment, when Shaylee was about to make his move, Philia was startled by his sudden stillness, unaware that Shaylee had just come back from the brink of death. However, it was almost over. Pretending to be mysterious, Shaylee roared in fury, incensed that he had been intimidated by a mere child. With a violent swing of his arm, a ball of blue energy hurtled toward Casso, tearing through the air and generating temperatures akin to that of the sun. Even Philia on the ground felt the terrifying heat. Be careful. Philia exclaimed urgently. As the energy sphere was about to strike Casso, he abruptly turned, raising a small hand to grasp it. The horrifying energy sphere halted mid-air, spinning ominously while emitting a dreadful hissing sound. Bang! The energy sphere was forcefully pinched by Casso, instantly transforming into a dazzling burst of light that scattered in all directions, reminiscent of a fairy scattering flowers in a spectacular display. Witnessing this scene, Philia's eyes widened, her mouth forming an A shape. What an impressive little brat! Meanwhile, Shaylee was filled with terror, retreating incessantly while muttering, "Impossible!" The Scions were besieged by Frisia's forces, yet this remnant is so terrifying. That previous strike had already consumed 80% of his strength, and it had dissipated effortlessly like vapor in the wind. Boring, Casso remarked coldly, having lost interest in the game. With that utterance, in a flash, Casso vanished from sight. The cold aura erupted once more, exuding a murderous intent that filled Shaylee with dread. No matter how he searched for Casso, he could not find a trace of him. At that moment, Shaylee suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. Looking down, he saw a small hand piercing through his chest. A tearing agony spread from his heart to his brain, then coursed throughout his body. With a splatter, a jet of blue blood erupted from Shaylee's mouth. His body trembling uncontrollably. 3 seconds later, he fell backward with a thud, lifeless on the ground. Is he really dead? Philia approached him cautiously, and upon seeing Shaylee, the once dominant figure in the star domain, lying motionless, she felt a sense of unreality wash over her. After a moment, Shaylee remained utterly still. Perhaps it's for the best, she shook her head, her blue hair gently swaying behind her, as the pent-up frustrations of the past were suddenly released. Philia blinked her beautiful eyes, fixating intently on the small figure. From this moment onward, the Lolita clan would look to the Saiyans as their leaders. Let us go. Casso joined Philia, instinctively taking her delicate hand, instructing, hold your breath. In a flash, the two vanished, leaving behind an eerie silence in the palace. With only the boastful Shalber remaining, he gazed at the fallen leader, then patted his chest, relieved that the two had chosen to ignore him. Casso and Philia transformed into a streak of lightning, slicing through the heavens and breaking free from the atmosphere, emerging into the vastness of space. Philia recalled Casso's words and held her breath. They paused outside Shalberstar, when suddenly Casso raised one hand. A brilliant blue radiance illuminated the space above his palm, intensifying as energy surged into it, resembling a newborn sun that brightened the dark cosmos. Abruptly, a 10-meter diameter blue energy sphere appeared before Philia's eyes. Gazing at the terrifying power, her heart raced wildly, and she hastily covered her chest with her small hand, murmuring, he possesses at least 100,000 battle power. The searing energy was continuously compressed, the pressure around the energy sphere escalating in that fleeting moment. It was as if the fabric of space itself could be heard tearing within the cosmos. Casso frowned, his small hand whipping through the air. The colossal energy sphere plummeted downward with terrifying speed. Without a glance back, Casso and Philia suddenly vanished from the universe. The energy sphere penetrated the atmosphere of Shalberstar, unleashing a dreadful pressure that caused the planet to tremble violently. The earth shook and the seas roared, painting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Inside the palace, the blue Shalber inhabitants sat upon Shaylee's throne. This position is not as comfortable as it seems. However, a moment later, Shalberstar erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Half a day passed. Casso returned to Lolita Star with Philia. The planet was bustling with activity, each individual seemingly preoccupied, yet their faces radiated joy. Little girl, your kin do not seem opposed to joining the Saiyan forces. Back on Lolita Star, Casso still held Philia's hand, seemingly oblivious to the need to release it. Perhaps he simply forgot. Philia shot him an annoyed glance, remaining silent while exuding an air of cold elegance. I could see that moment. Iwini approached from a distance. You arrived just in time. I have annihilated the Shalber, Casso stated casually. Really? Iwini gasped in surprise. Casso helplessly nodded. They even dared to question the abilities of the Saiyans, despite having once followed them. Iwini turned to Philia, who merely nodded in agreement. Wonderful, wonderful, Iwini exclaimed repeatedly, her eyes glistening with tears. One could discern the immense grievances endured by the Lolita people over the years from her tone. It seemed joining the Saiyan clan was indeed the right choice. After a while, Iwini calmed herself and spoke. Lord Casso, we are nearly ready. When shall we depart? Have all the equipment been packed? Casso understood that to reinvigorate the Saiyans, they needed to invest in technology. And the equipment was precisely what they required. Otherwise, bringing them back to Salad Star, which was devoid of resources, would yield no results, even for top scientists like Bulma. Everything is ready. Iwini, leaning on her cane, looked at Casso in disbelief. How could such a young child possess such power? It was astonishing that he could reach Shalberstar and obliterate the entire planet in a mere half-day. Are the Scions truly this formidable now? Casso, unaware of her thoughts, nodded. All right, have all Lolita friends assemble. Lolita Star and Salad Star were not far apart. Traveling via the Zero spacecraft would take around a day. Casso planned to utilize instant transmission to transport them in batches. Moreover, his current strength was greatly enhanced. Relocating the Lolita clan and the equipment should only take half a day, especially with the presence of the Sensabines. It might not even take a day. With this thought, Casso breathed a sigh of relief. Friends, Casso casually uttered the word, causing Philia and Iwini to exchange glances and then chuckle softly. This little brat is rather adorable. Lord Casso, I shall gather the clan members. Iwini nodded at Philia before making her way back to the conference hall. Another half-day passed, and evening fell. The starry sky sparkled, and the moon cast its glow. The square was illuminated with bright lights, and over 200 Lolita people stood in the center, occasionally whispering among themselves, I wonder if the Scions are fierce. They shouldn't be, right? Our ancestors once followed them, and now we are returning. It's exhilarating to think about. As they spoke, anticipation filled the faces of the Lolita people. Oh, I forgot to mention, Salad Star has 10 times the gravity. You need to be cautious. Previously, Casso had observed Yuna and the others landing on Salad Star without any discomfort. They must have employed advanced technology, but it was better to provide a warning nonetheless. Salad Star, Philia, and Iwini gasped in surprise. Their tribe had records indicating that Salad Star had exploded due to the Scion's internal strife. How could Casso still speak of it? I will tell you more later. You should have a way to handle 10 times the gravity. Right? Casso was eager to expedite the relocation of the Lolita clan. Yes, Philia nodded, her race being technologically advanced. Long before the Amoxi era, the Lolita clan had developed gravity adjustment devices. Otherwise, they would not have been able to follow the Scions back then. However, was that planet truly Salad Star? Philia was astounded, recalling that the records within her tribe indicated that the planet had remarkable significance for the Scions when the Lolita clan was oppressed by the Shauber. They had contemplated returning to the Scions, but given the Scions' lack of support from Salad Star, their plans had ultimately faltered. Philia's heart raced, although the Scions were not as numerous as before. With Salad Star in their possession, as she pondered this, an enchanting smile unconsciously graced Philia's lips, her snow-like beauty blooming in an instant. Casso noticed this scene and mused, what is this silly girl thinking? Soon, the Lolita clan had gathered completely, standing on one side, while the technological equipment was arranged on the other. Then let us prepare to leave, as Casso observed that the time was nearly right. He proceeded according to the plan previously agreed upon with Iwini. He first transported the members of the Lolita tribe to the planet Sharada, and then sent the equipment back. On the planet Sharada, near Bardak's quaint cabin, a group of figures suddenly appeared. Approximately 20 individuals. The moment these 20 beings set foot on Sharada, their bodies trembled slightly before quickly returning to a state of normalcy. This was due to the adjustment of gravitational settings. Noticing this, Casso nodded to himself. If they could not even handle this slight gravity, then the Lolita people were indeed lacking in prowess. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the cabin. Casso Gidge. Osbier dashed forth, leaping onto Casso's back, her little legs tightly clasping around his waist. At that moment, Bardak also emerged from the cabin. Uncle Bardak, these are friends of the Lolita tribe. Please take good care of them. I must continue bringing over their kin, Casso said to Bardak while looking at the little Osbier clinging to him. Little Beer, why don't you help your brother? In an instant, the two vanished from sight. As for Bardak's reaction to the departure of these two young ones, he merely found himself somewhat perplexed by the sheer number of female beings before him. Had Casso truly brought an entire tribe over? With Osbier's assistance, Casso's pace of transportation significantly quickened. In less than half a day, aside from Philia, all the Lolita people and their technological apparatus had been successfully relocated. Now, only Philia remained on Lolita Star. With an expressionless gaze, Philia surveyed the surroundings of Lolita Star, then shook her head. The future will be brighter. She thought of that little rascal and unconsciously revealed a faint smile. I could see this moment. Casso returned to Lolita Star. All right, it's your turn. With a swish, the two disappeared from Lolita Star on Sharada. The moment Casso and the 20 Lolita individuals arrived, the Scions were all stirred, awaiting Casso's return. With the appearance of Casso and Philia, the entire Lolita tribe had been transported back. Casso Gidge, Osbier jumped once again onto Casso's back, supporting her little bottom with his hands. Casso turned to Bardak, saying, "Uncle Bardak, these are friends of the Lolita tribe. They have once accompanied us, Scions." Casso swiftly recounted the origins of the Lolita tribe. Upon hearing that the Lolita tribe had once followed Amos, the Scions remained largely unresponsive. It was only when Casso mentioned that Amos was the first Super Saiyan that all the Scions erupted into excitement, their fervor reaching a boiling point. The legend of the Super Saiyan is true. There really exists a Super Saiyan. Each Scion spoke over one another, unable to contain their exhilaration. Amongst the commotion, only Bardak maintained a stoic demeanor as he observed the crowd. He was aware that the legend of the Super Saiyan was indeed authentic. His son Kakarot was destined to become the second Super Saiyan. Yet Bardak glanced at Casso, pondering, perhaps Kakarot may even be the third. Chapter 62. Philia's Dilemma. Uini. This is our leader, Bardak. Casso pointed at Bardak rather impolitely. Bardak merely curled his lip at the sight. Had he not been unable to overpower Casso, the latter would likely be lying on the ground by now. Hello, Uini. Having learned from Philia that the Scions were being hunted by Frisia's forces and could only take refuge on Sharada, felt little concern from the moment Casso transported a multitude of kin to this place. She recognized that this little rascal possessed a rather remarkable ability. And no matter the circumstances, Frisia could never capture the Scions. Thus, the safety of the Lolita tribe was not a cause for worry. Furthermore, it seemed that Sharada had somehow restored itself. Uini was quite optimistic about the Scion race. "Welcome to our ranks," Bardak said with a calm demeanor, observing the group of Lolita individuals, most of whom were female with only a handful of males. He understood why Yuna had remarked on their low reproductive capabilities. Initially, he assumed Casso would eliminate Yuna and her kin, yet he never anticipated that Casso would bring back all of Yuna's tribe. Although this move prevented the leakage of Scion information, Bardak remained puzzled as to Casso's motives. "Bardak, come here. Arrange accommodation for the friends of the Lolita tribe." Bardak called out to Cast, who was hiding timidly among the crowd. "Coming," Cast, glancing nervously at Bardak, recalled their last training session together, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Casso, holding Osbier, said to Philia, "Little girl, let us first settle your kin." Philia nodded faintly, and then led the Lolita tribe to follow Cast. The Scions gave her a rather unremarkable impression, starkly contrasting with Casso. However, Philia believed that their interactions would evolve over time. Once they had departed, Bardak snapped at the surrounding Scions. "What are you all standing around for? Do you wish to stay here until dawn?" No. Hurry along and explain to Bardak-sama. "Do you want to die?" With a flurry of movement, the Scions promptly vanished from sight. "Uncle Bardak, you'll end up with no friends if you keep this up." Casso chuckled. Despite Bardak's stern demeanor towards his kin, Casso understood that this was merely his method of leadership. The Scions were well aware of this fact, often exhibiting irreverence in their exchanges that Bardak's popularity among his people was not without reason. With a scowl, Bardak glared at Casso. "What exactly are you planning, you rascal?" Had he not known of Casso's prophetic abilities, he might have attempted to stop him. The more individuals who learned of Scion affairs, the greater the risk of exposure. Casso, still cradling Osbier, approached Bardak. "Uncle Bardak, the Scions cannot remain on Sharada forever." "Indeed, but what does that have to do with your bringing them back?" Bardak crossed his arms and gazed skyward. Lost in thought amidst the countless stars in the vast expanse, he pondered many things, including the long-awaited vengeance against Frisia. With a sigh, Bardak remarked, "I understand you have your reasons. Do share them." Cradling Osbier, Casso discovered that the little girl had fallen asleep. He gently brushed his fingers against her tiny nose. "The Scions cannot rely solely on the gravity chamber. We cannot do without spaceships and scanners." Upon hearing this, Bardak nodded that he had previously observed Casso and Osbier wielding a remarkable technique, capable of both concealing their power and discerning enemy positions without the need for scanners. Casso had also imparted this method to the Scions. Yet their entrenched reliance on brute force made it difficult for them to grasp. Bardak had only the slightest inkling of it, but he understood that mastering such a specialized skill would yield lifelong benefits. You are correct. We Scions cannot remain on Sharada indefinitely. Scanners and spaceships are indeed essential. While the Scions could survive in the cosmos, Bardak knew that one day they would seek vengeance against Frisia. Casso's reasoning held significant merit. Reflecting on this, Bardak glanced at Casso, pondering how he could fathom so much. Truly a peculiar child. Unable to resist, he planted a gentle kiss on Osbier's sleeping form. The technology of the Lolita tribe is remarkably advanced. You will see for yourself in due time. Having spoken, he embraced the little girl and soared into the sky. Time passed quietly, and a year slipped away just like that. The planet Shalata had been transformed by the Lolita people into several distinct areas. A residential zone, an ecological zone, a training zone, and a research zone. High technology was ubiquitous, and the areas suitable for Scion life had been reimagined as a modern metropolis, where one could occasionally glimpse the Lolita people traversing the roads in advanced, eco-friendly vehicles. Within a room in the research zone, Philia held a universal capsule, examining it from every angle and even deploying various detectors to analyze it. Yet, she could not fathom its underlying principles. How could it possibly contain objects? 6 months prior, she had received a universal capsule from Casso and had devoted countless hours to studying it. But to no avail. Frustrated, Philia tugged at her icy blue hair, nearly ready to explode with exasperation. Perhaps she should consult that little brat. With a deep exhale, Philia resolved that she could no longer persevere. Exiting the research building, a burst of white energy erupted around her as she ascended towards the training zone, passing through the ecological zone along the way. The ecological zone was a self-contained biosphere, featuring plains, forests, oceans, and a plethora of wildlife. The Lolita people, understanding that Shalata could not consist solely of training and residential areas, had retained some of its original characteristics, a design choice that was quite commendable. Before long, Philia arrived at the training zone. Upon glancing around, she saw nothing but dark chambers. These gravity rooms were easily constructed by Philia, provided she had the necessary materials, yet she remained utterly baffled by the universal capsule. With a swift landing before one of the gravity rooms, the door opened, revealing a child wiping sweat from his brow, who was momentarily taken aback by the striking beauty before him. "What do you want, little girl?" Casso inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. Philia brandished the universal capsule and, with gritted teeth, demanded, "Where did you acquire this? You don't intend to study it, do you?" Casso raised an eyebrow. Observing Philia's vexed demeanor, he surmised that she had indeed been investigating the universal capsule, yet the creation of such an item was beyond her capabilities. This girl was clearly in over her head. Chapter 63. The purple cat. It was not that Casso wished to belittle Philia. Rather, the universal capsule was simply not something an ordinary person could manufacture. Across the vastness of the cosmos, it was evident that no one could create such a device. "Where did you get this, little brat?" Philia arched an eyebrow and inquired once more that a guy named Brevis developed it. "Do you know him?" Upon hearing this, Casso understood her intentions immediately. Decide, "I know him. Perhaps I'll introduce you sometime." Despite Philia's alluring figure and stunning appearance, Casso was aware of her cold demeanor and stubborn nature. If she did not achieve her goals, she would surely pester him incessantly. Make tea that moment. Another gravity room opened, and a young girl emerged. "Oh, Philia, you're here too?" "Yes." Philia nodded at Osbier, then turned to Casso and declared, "Little brat, this is settled." With that, she soared into the sky and quickly vanished from sight. "Casso, why did Philia come to find you?" Osbier approached him, her tone laced with curiosity. "Just a little matter," Casso replied. Glancing at Osbier, approximately 2 years had passed since the explosion of Vegeta, and Osbier was now around 9 years old, her height exceeding 1 meter. Casso knew that Scions remained in their youth for an extended period before rapidly aging in their twilight years. Her lustrous black hair was tied up with a red ribbon, and her sparkling eyes shone like stars, her complexion radiant as jade, reminiscent of a new moon's halo. Though still young, she stood with remarkable poise, leaving Casso momentarily entranced. "Casso, the changes in the Scions are astonishing," Osbier exclaimed. Hearing her tone, Casso chuckled softly, realizing that the girl was no longer the naive little follower she once was. However, during this past year, the Lorita people had fully integrated with the Saiyan race, creating a harmonious blend of cultures. The technological advancements brought by the Lorita people significantly impacted the planet Shalata, not only enhancing daily life, but also substantially boosting the Saiyan strength. They had redesigned the gravity rooms to enhance their functionality, and most importantly, they had removed the music system. Additionally, numerous healing pods have been created, rendering the use of senzu beans unnecessary for minor injuries. After all, with only 80 senzu beans produced each month, how could they possibly meet the demands of the Saiyan population? Currently, the strength of the Saiyans had seen a considerable increase. Aside from support personnel, even the least powerful among them boasted a combat strength of 9,379,29266. Bardock had even reached a combat strength of 120,000, comparable to that of the captain of the Jinyu force under Frisia. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Casso felt a surge of excitement. Hey, as long as they did not encounter Frisia or other formidable foes, the Saiyans should be able to dominate their adversaries. Casso, what are you thinking? Osbier frowned slightly, giving him a light tap on the waist. Nothing much, just contemplating whether to visit Earth, Casso replied. Upon hearing this, Osbier's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Yes, you want to go and eat delicious food, right? Casso retorted, slightly exasperated. Just then, a commanding voice resonated from behind him. Kid, did you say there is good food? Casso turned around to find a slender purple feline creature standing behind him. Rubbing his eyes and looking again, he realized it was a lean creature with sharp purple ears, adorned with a golden collar and garbed in ancient Egyptian attire, resembling the legendary Anubis. It was none other than the god of destruction, Beerus. Casso's pupils dilated, his heart raced, and beads of sweat formed on his back. The appearance of this cat signaled that another individual must be nearby. Indeed, beside Beerus stood a tall, flamboyantly dressed man, his pupils and lips purple, with a large light blue halo around his neck. Whis, who are these two? Osbier asked with a smile, looking at the two figures. Hearing her voice, Casso hurriedly covered her mouth, despite her struggles to break free. What were these two deities doing on the planet Shalata? Casso recalled that Beerus had returned to his home planet to slumber after issuing orders to Frisia years ago. Kid, I asked you a question. Beerus gazed at Casso with a chilling indifference, as if regarding a mere insect. Whis also regarded the two children with curiosity, astonished to discover they were Saiyans. Hadn't Frisia annihilated the Saiyan race over a year ago? Beerus noticed the tales of Casso and Osbier, his tone laced with intrigue. Oh, Sans. Upon hearing this, Casso felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, a chill coursing through him as if he were on the brink of death. However, since Beerus had addressed him, he had no choice but to respond. Yes, Lord Beerus, I discovered a place with exceptionally delicious food. You actually know me. Beerus narrowed his eyes, though he wasn't too surprised that this little brat recognized him, as he had visited Vegeta years prior. Yet the Saiyans had been destroyed by Frisia, so Beerus furrowed his brow, realizing that Frisia had dared to defy his orders. Suddenly, a wave of destructive energy enveloped the entire planet Shalata, causing it to tremble as though it might be obliterated at any moment. Meanwhile, far away at Frisia's headquarters, Achoo! The tyrant on his spaceship sneezed. Who is thinking about me? The Saiyans have now been discovered by Beerus, and hiding is no longer an option if action is not taken. The Saiyans are certain to face annihilation once more, and it is feared that even Goku on Earth will not escape. Cassio recalls that Beerus had ordered Frisia to obliterate planet Vegeta because King Vegeta had hidden his most comfortable pillow. With this thought, Cassio feels a glimmer of hope for the Saiyan's salvation. Lord Beerus, the delicacy I mentioned is truly exquisite. Would you care to sample it? Upon hearing Cassio's words, the aura of destruction surrounding Beerus receded. Even Whis displayed an expression of longing. As the most powerful beings in the seventh universe. Aside from their usual duties, their greatest delight is indulging in fine cuisine. Beerus, with an icy stare directed at Cassio, warned, if you dare deceive me, the consequences will be dire. Chapter 64. The temptation of the street stall as Beerus spoke. A dangerously glimmering light flashed in his eyes, and a purple aura enveloped him. The last individual who dared deceive him was King Vegeta, whose grave grass must have grown 2 meters high by now. Whis, holding his staff and wearing a benign smile, observed Cassio with an air of innocence. He did not concern himself with whether Cassio spoke the truth if the food did not meet their expectations. Beerus would take action, leaving him unconcerned. Cassio timidly remarked, "Lord Beerus, that delicacy is located on a planet called Earth. The taste of Earth's cuisine is undoubtedly exceptional, especially since Osbier, a notorious foodie, has personally experienced it." Her expression at that time clearly indicated it was a rare culinary delight. Moreover, he recalls that in the anime, Beerus had a particular fondness for Earth's food, which gives Cassio hope that he might persuade Beerus to spare the Saiyan race. "Whis," Beerus stated flatly. Upon hearing this, Whis promptly tapped his staff against the ground. A holy glow enveloped the small orb atop the staff, resembling a long-preserved luminous pearl, radiating brilliance. After retrieving the information, Whis respectfully announced, "Lord Beerus, the planet known as Earth is quite distant. It is estimated to take 3 seconds to reach. Among the 12 universes, Beerus is notoriously lazy, awakening only to work for a brief period before returning to slumber. His current awakening was merely due to hunger." Sure enough, 3 seconds? Beerus snorted 2 streams of disdainful air, seemingly irked by the distance. Upon first seeing the Saiyans, he briefly entertained the impulse to annihilate both them and Frisia. But Cassio's mention of delectable food restrained him. However, he did not expect it would take 3 seconds to arrive. Contemplating Whis' words, Cassio pondered whether to use instant transmission to bring them along. Given his current strength, he would need to rest before utilizing instant transmission to reach Earth. Therefore, it was best to let Whis handle their transportation. "Kid, if I do not see the food you spoke of in 3 seconds, you know the consequences," Beerus coldly declared. "Let us go." A thick, colorful beam of light enveloped the four, shooting upward into the sky. As the light gradually dissipated, the four vanished without a trace. 3 seconds later, 4 figures appeared near Karen on Earth. Is this the Earth you mentioned? "Yes," Cassio nodded, recognizing the location upon seeing Karen Tower, though he wondered how Whis had transported them here. Just as Cassio was lost in thought, Whis remarked, "Lord Beerus, take a look at this building." Whis seemed perplexed. He had merely teleported randomly to Earth, so why was there something here that appeared familiar? Upon arriving on Earth, Beerus found himself surrounded by desolate forests, with none of the so-called delicacies in sight. Feeling deceived, a surge of fury welled within him, contemplating the destruction of Cassio and his companion. However, upon hearing Whis' words, he paused momentarily, if even an angel was astonished. What could be the origin of this ancient tower? Casting a sidelong glance at Cassio, Beerus followed Whis to touch the tower's structure. As the deathly glare shifted, Cassio let out a sigh of relief, thinking he was about to meet his end. After examining the tower for a moment, Beerus casually remarked, "There's nothing particularly special about it." Whis, however, furrowed his brow, disregarding Beerus's comment as he continued to ponder the significance of Karen Tower. "How strange. Why can't I recall?" Whis murmured, "In the universe, each angel serves a god of destruction, and should that god perish for any reason, the angel falls into a slumber until a new god of destruction is born, at which point they awaken. Angels do not typically die, hence they live for an extended period and possess vast knowledge." Yet, Whis found himself unable to remember. This was indeed peculiar. "Forget it for now." Whis smiled at Cassio and said, "Young one, lead us to some delectable food." Seeing the 2 supreme beings curiously inspecting Karen Tower, Cassio found it odd. After all, these individuals were the pinnacle of existence in the universe. What could they have not seen before to display such curiosity towards Karen Tower? Regardless, he decided to first take them to enjoy some delicious food, lest the Saiyans truly face destruction. "Might I trouble you to place your hand upon me?" Upon arriving on Earth, Cassio found instant transmission to be the most convenient method for such a short distance. Instant transmission from planet Yardrat. Whis immediately discerned Cassio's intentions. Beerus remained indifferent. Possessing a modicum of teleportation skill was inconsequential. True strength lay in one's own power. In his eyes, should Cassio attempt to flee using that technique, he would crush him the moment it was initiated. "Let us go," Beerus stated coolly. The four then vanished once more. Meanwhile, above in the heavens, a coal-like sphere stood watching. Bobo observed the four below, and for a fleeting moment, a flicker of emotion crossed his gaze, only to quickly revert to his usual demeanor on the other side of West City. This area lay adjacent to the bustling metropolis, but appeared significantly impoverished in comparison. A bustling street was lined with dining tables, with many patrons seated nearby, engaged in lively conversation that if Bulma were to witness this scene, she would undoubtedly exclaim, "A street stall?" Indeed, Cassio had brought Beerus and the others to this street stall. After all, these two had little experience. Starting them off on the most humble fare would be prudent, lest their palates become spoiled by overly extravagant dishes. "Cassio, brother, I'm hungry," Osbier lamented pitifully. Beerus, catching a whiff of the tantalizing aroma from the adjacent table, swallowed hard. At that moment, he had completely forgotten about annihilating the Saiyans. Consumed only by the thought that if food were not served soon, Cassio would pay dearly. Whis had already turned his attention to the neighboring table, his eyes fixated on the diners as they savored their meals. Unable to suppress his own salivation. "Kid, do you wish to meet your demise?" Beerus, growing increasingly impatient, had never encountered such fragrant food before, yet this boy was still delaying. Under Beerus's piercing gaze, Cassio shivered and shouted, "Waiter, bring the dishes." Soon, the street stall's servers arrived, laden with an array of dishes. However, Cassio knew that this would not suffice for their appetites. Before long, another stall responded to his orders, bringing forth all the food from their establishment. Then, one after another, every stall along the street followed suit, presenting an endless array of culinary delights. Chapter 65. Bulma's fierce nature. The table was filled to the brim with delectable dishes, featuring everything from airborne delicacies to aquatic treasures. Although the presentation of each dish lacked the refinement of a high-end restaurant, it was far from unappealing, and the aromas wafting from the spread were irresistibly enticing. Beerus and Whis found their appetites ignited by the intoxicating scents. Whis eagerly picked up a piece of fish, placing it in his mouth and savoring the tender meat. The flavor burst forth, stimulating his salivary glands and causing an involuntary flow of saliva. As he swallowed, Whis's violet eyes widened in delight, his entire being seemingly enveloped in a divine radiance as he let out a satisfied hum. How delightful! Beerus had long since lost count of how many times he had swallowed hard. His restraint was at an end. Without hesitation, he dove in, mouth agape, as plate after plate of food disappeared into his belly. Witnessing this spectacle, Casso smirked slightly. "You little rascal, the food stall is more than enough to handle you lot. Hey, don't snatch. This is mine. Mine. Do you dare believe I will obliterate you? Mine, mine." At this, Whis stifled a laugh, covering his mouth. The young boy beside him might show some deference to the god of destruction. But this girl had no such awareness. How could she possibly give him any respect? Yet, observing her, Whis sensed that despite her average talent, her heart remained quite innocent. Individuals like her might progress slowly in their training, but their potential was undoubtedly high. Furthermore, like Beerus, she had an insatiable love for food. With this thought, Whis cast a peculiar glance at Osbier. "Little beer, try this." Casso, feeling genuinely intimidated by the little girl, rushed to fetch another platter of roasted meat. "All right." Osbier pouted slightly, biting into the meat with a frown. Meanwhile, Beerus was too engrossed in his meal, his face smeared with grease, seemingly oblivious to Osbier's earlier rudeness. Soon, the clattering of chopsticks and bowls filled the air once more. Half a day passed, and all 10 tables at the food stall were piled high with plates, each stacked to a height of 5 meters. Passers-by stared wide-eyed at the scene. These individuals must surely be monsters. Beerus reclined in his chair, resembling a satiated, slender cat, his expression one of sheer delight. "This food isn't half bad," he burped, feigning nonchalance as he turned his gaze toward the two Saiyans, finding them increasingly agreeable. So, the delectable cuisine they spoke of was indeed as exquisite as they claimed. In that moment, Beerus recalled his rotund brother. He wondered if he had ever tasted such delicacies. Probably not. With this thought, a smile crept across Beerus's face. What a delightful day it had been. "Lord Beerus, do you still wish to annihilate the Saiyans?" Whis elegantly dabbed at the grease on his lips with a napkin. If not for the towering stacks of plates before him, he would have appeared quite refined. Hearing this, Kazuo perked up, his heart racing with anxiety. It was no wonder Kazuo felt so tense. After all, King Vegeta had chosen to provoke a god of destruction, when he could have antagonized any other foe. Even if he had roused the entire Frieza clan, Kazuo would have remained unperturbed. But a god of destruction holds dominion over annihilation in the universe, wielding destruction energy with unparalleled mastery in the realm of anime. Only a select few could withstand the destructive energies of a god of destruction, of course, excluding angels and their ilk. Enough with the chatter. Beerus rolled his eyes, resting his hands behind his head. Whis chuckled softly. He had already discerned Beerus's decision. The actions of King Vegeta, which led to the obliteration of planet Vegeta by Frieza, had not warranted any objections from Whis as an angel. Even now, though Kazuo had brought them to Earth for a feast, if Beerus chose to eradicate the Saiyans, Whis would remain silent. Angels are not to interfere with the affairs of the mortal realm. Kazuo was well aware of this. Angels possess immense power, surpassing even that of gods of destruction, but they remain mere servants to them. To sway Whis into defying protocol would require building a solid rapport. Much like Bulma did in the anime, she had effectively bribed the peculiar duo with culinary delights, resulting in a remarkably amicable relationship. When Whis and Beerus discovered Bulma had created an illegal time machine, they merely prohibited her from using it, letting her off lightly. Previously, King Vegeta had been foolish enough to hide Beerus's pillow. For a deity like Beerus, eradicating an entire race was a trivial task. Now, hearing Beerus's tone, Kazuo finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. The lives of the Saiyans were spared, and so were his and little Beerus. Whis, let us go, we shall return another time. Beerus rose, casting a glance at Osbier, the audacious girl who had dared to snatch food from him. Had he not been in a good mood? Very well. Lord Beerus, Whis, having enjoyed his meal, vanished alongside Beerus from the table. Within the realm of transportation, Beerus furrowed his brow, casting a bemused glance at Whis. You two gluttons, were you starved in a past life? A single street isn't enough for you to feast. Bulma, hands on her hips, pointed an accusatory finger at Kazuo that a year had passed, and Bulma had diligently practiced daily. The warm current within her grew increasingly potent, leading her to believe she would soon be able to unleash that energy. At that moment, she would proudly showcase her progress to Kazuo. Yet, she never anticipated that one evening, Kazuo would suddenly appear before her, requesting her assistance in paying for their meal. If it had been merely one food stall, it might have been manageable, but these two had devoured their way through an entire street of eateries. Truly terrifying. Kazuo and Osbier stood there, obediently still. They recognized their wrongdoing, gazing at the two unruly youngsters, who were only slightly taller than her. Bulma found herself a loss for how to express her frustration. Forget it, Bulma said with a huff. She didn't genuinely care about the money. To her, it was merely a number. Bulma simply wanted to seize the opportunity to berate Kazuo, especially after his earlier harshness during her training. Indeed, after scolding him, she felt a warm glow enveloping her entire being. How exhilarating it was to vent one's frustrations. Kazuo, your sister Bulma, is quite fearsome, Osbier remarked timidly. She recalled how Bulma had been far less intimidating when she had wished to fly. Observing Bulma's current demeanor, Kazuo swallowed hard. It was no wonder that Vegeta had grown to fear Bulma later on. Chapter 66. The Hyperbolic Time Chamber far from Earth. A colossal inverted purple pyramid floated in the void, adorned with various blue flora and surrounded by an aura of sanctity. After 20 minutes, Whis finally returned with Beerus to the realm of the gods of destruction. Lord Beerus, how was the meal? Ordinary, Beerus replied nonchalantly. Then shall we return to Earth next time? Yes, Beerus replied without a second thought, not even glancing back. Upon hearing this, Whis stifled a chuckle. Beerus's stubbornness was nothing new. Nonetheless, the food on Earth was indeed delightful. The role of the god of destruction is to obliterate subpar planets within a fixed time frame. Otherwise, these inferior planets would drag down the overall strength of the universe, while gods of destruction from other universes diligently fulfilled their duties. The god of destruction from the seventh universe was notoriously lazy. Watching Beerus depart, Whis smiled wryly. It was likely that Beerus would retreat to his temple for another slumber. One could only wonder how long this hibernation would last. Just as Beerus was about to enter the palace, Whis casually inquired, "Lord Beerus, what are your thoughts on that little girl from earlier?" Beerus lifted his foot, preparing to step in the palace, but upon hearing Whis's question, he hesitated, retracting his foot. "She is somewhat interesting," Beerus replied solemnly before entering the palace to resume his slumber. At Bulma's residence, Kazuo confronted her. "Bulma, a year has passed, and you've only cultivated this little bit of energy?" Bulma stood there, her head drooping slightly, resembling Kazuo's earlier scolded expression. Indeed, fortunes can shift dramatically. Observing Kazuo's poker face, Bulma felt a surge of defiance. She had worked hard at her training and used 3 senzu beans. Moreover, her physical strength had significantly increased. She could lift heavy machinery at home with ease, and, on occasion, she had even apprehended robbers on the streets. "Why won't that insufferable Kazuo ever commend me?" Bulma muttered a curse under her breath. Noticing Bulma's sulky expression, with her lips pursed and an air of grievance, Casso felt a twinge of embarrassment. He merely intended to shift the conversation. Little did he expect that reprimanding someone could become so addictive. However, Bulma's innate talent was indeed remarkable. Casso sensed that her internal energy was approximately equivalent to a combat power of 30. If she were to cultivate to over 80, Bulma could attempt to channel her energy. Much like Videl, once she reached that milestone, her dream of soaring through the skies would soon be realized. "Work hard at your training. You will soon be able to fly," Casso said, unsure of how to console Bulma. "Really? Truly?" "Oh yeah." Upon hearing Casso's words, Bulma seemed to be filled with newfound vigor, her feet propelling her as if she might leap up to the rooftop. "What a child!" Casso chuckled inwardly. His spirits were high. The greatest fear of the Saiyans had been alleviated, leaving only the impending confrontation with the Frieza force. The Frieza force comprised 3 formidable individuals: Frieza, Cooler, and King Cold. Each boasted terrifying combat powers, with Cooler upon his first appearance in the anime, showcasing a staggering 470 million that he surpassed his brother Frieza by a significant margin, and by his second appearance, his energy had escalated to a staggering 10 billion. As for King Cold, who accompanied Frieza to Earth, Vegeta once remarked that King Cold's power was 10 times that of Frieza, indicating he possessed at least 1.5 billion combat power. Contemplating this, Casso felt no trepidation despite being aware of their combat prowess. Rather, a surge of excitement coursed through his veins. Perhaps this is the essence of being a Saiyan. "Bulma, you've used 3 senzu beans, right? I'll give you 3 more, bringing your total to 10. Train diligently. I hope to see you fly soon," Casso remarked. His visit to Earth was initially motivated by the desire to utilize the hyperbolic time chamber located in the sacred world of the Kai. Having resolved the Saiyan's greatest fear, it was time to make that journey. The hyperbolic time chamber, situated within the temple, allows 1 year inside to equate to just 1 day outside, a true sanctuary for training. In the anime, it was this very room that enabled the Z fighters to enhance their strength significantly in a short period. Moreover, it was stocked with ample food and water, with the air being thin and stifling. Temperatures fluctuating between 50 degrees Celsius and -40, and gravity being 10 times that of Earth, all within a space as expansive as Earth itself. However, the hyperbolic time chamber had its drawbacks. An individual could only enter for 2 days in a lifetime, or the exit would vanish, rendering them unable to leave. Of course, those with exceptional power, like Majin Buu or Gotenks, could still break through the dimensional barriers within. "Are you leaving again?" Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide. During the past year, each time she trained, she recalled Casso's infuriating visage, and now that she had finally seen him again, he was leaving once more. Was his purpose for coming here merely to have her pay for the meal? "Bah, what a cad! Little Bulma, train well," Osbier said, puffing her cheeks before disappearing with Casso in the Temple of Earth. With a whoosh, 2 small figures appeared. As Casso and Osbier sought out the Supreme Kai, a voice called from behind. "Are you here for something?" Casso, having learned to sense ki 2 years prior, could only detect the presence of the Supreme Kai and was startled to hear another voice. "It's Mr. Buu." Osubi tugged at Casso's sleeve. "It's Mr. Bu." Casso wiped the sweat from his brow. Bu remained as enigmatic as ever, capable of approaching silently, which didn't surprise Casso in the least. "Are you here for something?" Bu inquired, his expression blank. "We wish to enter the hyperbolic time chamber," Casso replied candidly. Casso considered softening his request, but in the presence of someone as mysterious as Bu, he deemed it best to be straightforward. "All right," Bu nodded without questioning how Casso knew about the hyperbolic time chamber or its purpose. His demeanor unchanging, Casso glanced at Osubi, feeling slightly bewildered. If the sacred world of the Kai were only inhabited by the Supreme Kai, entering the hyperbolic time chamber would be relatively simple. However, with Bu's mysterious presence, he felt it prudent to remain polite. To his surprise, the process was remarkably smooth. Chapter 67. A day later, the sacred world of the Kai was exceptionally tranquil, with the air thin and the surrounding greenery rustling gently in the breeze. On this day, two small children followed a figure with ebony hair towards a room. Above the room hung a round clock, flanked by two large hourglasses, and a mysterious aura occasionally seeped through the cracks of the door. As Casso approached the chamber, he felt the tendrils of that mysterious energy entwining around him, seeping into his skin, imparting a perception of the unique essence of time. Upon entering through the door, Casso recognized he was stepping into the hyperbolic time chamber, aware that this location would one day become a battleground, especially when Majin Bu would invade that time. Piccolo had blown up the entrance, intending to perish alongside Majin Bu. Yet to his astonishment, Majin Bu managed to escape from within. Casso pondered how long it might take him to exit if he were trapped inside, given his current strength. This chamber, Bu explained while walking, elaborating on the various precautions regarding the hyperbolic time chamber. Casso was already well versed in its functions and limitations, yet he listened attentively to Bu's words, conscious that there might be details omitted in the anime. After hearing Bu's explanation, Casso realized his prior understanding was largely accurate. "Remember to exit before the sand in the hourglass runs out," Bu said calmly. "I will remember," Casso nodded. Having only been in the Dragon Ball world for a few years, with the storyline yet to fully unfold, he certainly wouldn't jeopardize his safety. "Then let us go in," Casso declared, pulling Osubi along with him. Watching their retreating figures, Bu stood still, deep in thought, upon entering. Casso's initial impression of the interior was overwhelming whiteness, pure, blinding white. It resembled a world devoid of color, with no discernible boundaries and an immense space. Additionally, it was stifling. Casso and Osubi had barely taken a few steps before they felt their throats constricting. He recalled how Goku had exited the chamber shortly after entering during his first visit, unable to endure the harsh environment, despite being a martial artist. Yet, having ventured into the Dragon Ball world, Casso was resolute in his determination not to retreat. "Osubi, can you endure?" Casso asked with concern. "I can do it," Osubi confidently declared, clenching her small fist. The path of the strong was destined to be fraught with challenges. They were merely advanced warriors, not the legendary Saiyan Broly. If they could not withstand this minor tribulation, defeating deities like the God of Destruction would be a far-fetched dream, let alone Frisia. However, from the determined glint in Osubi's eyes, it was clear she harbored no fear. The spirit of a child, fearless and unwavering. These invaluable traits of martial arts were evident in Osubi, which was why Wiz held her in such high regard. Time passed swiftly. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, two small figures engaged in training. Osubi channeled all her strength into a rapid strike, soaring upwards as her swift, precise movements summoned a furious wind, causing the entire space to tremble. Bang! Their fists collided, and the chamber shook violently, resonating with a sound akin to mountains crumbling and earth shattering. There, as Osbier transformed into a radiant flash, she ascended into the heavens, soon becoming entangled with Casso. In an instant, the sky was filled with countless afterimages, each collision resonating with earth-shattering force, followed by an incessant cacophony of clashing sounds. "Little Osbier, come here first." Casso grasped Osbier's petite fist. The two descended to the ground, allowing their emotions to settle slightly before they sat cross-legged, floating in the air to meditate. Casso and Osbier spent nearly a year in the hyperbolic time chamber. The environment within was exceedingly harsh, where the weak-willed and feeble-minded were prone to hallucinations. When they first entered the chamber, every second felt excruciatingly long. However, both possessed formidable willpower and mental fortitude, particularly Casso, whose mental strength was extraordinary. He merely felt a slight discomfort in his body, with no adverse effects on his mind. In fact, he found it rather manageable. Of course, Casso did not leave empty-handed. He utilized this year to meticulously refine his combat techniques and deepen his understanding of energy manipulation. Confident that his shockwaves would now be far more potent than before in the divine temple of heaven, the deity stood at the edge, gazing down upon the mortal realm that a year prior he had been astounded by Casso's cataclysmic power, especially considering he was not even of earthly origin. Had Casso harbored ill intentions toward Earth, it would have spelled disaster. Fortunately, Casso bore no malice, merely taking a few useless sins of beans from the cat sage. However, the cat sage later voiced his concerns, noting that Earth lacked formidable warriors like Wu Tai Do. Should extraterrestrial beings invade, Earth would face dire consequences. The deity pondered this, recognizing the truth in the cat sage's words. Earthlings exhibited little awareness of potential threats, and should the cat sage's fears materialize, Earth could meet its doom. Thus, he employed his divine abilities to subtly guide the minds of the people below, making them aware of the legendary temple above Kalinta, where one could receive teachings from the deity, provided they earned the cat sage's approval. Yet, while observing the mortal realm, the deity also discovered an intriguing child with an exceptionally pure heart, reminiscent of Osbier. Such innocent beings often excel in martial arts. However, he also noticed a furry tail protruding from the child's rear. Was this not akin to Casso and his companions? Could they belong to the same race? At that moment, two small figures emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. The deity is here, Casso chuckled. Not yet 2 days, the deity leaned on his staff, smiling. He had learned from Bobo that Casso and Osbier had returned to Earth and entered the hyperbolic time chamber. The deity harbored no objections to their entrance. Rather, he welcomed it with joy. He understood how fearsome their powers were and believed that by bestowing a few favors upon them, he could foster a sense of indebtedness. Should Earth ever fall into crisis, they might be able to seek their assistance. A day is sufficient. Casso shook his head. During their year in the chamber, he had refined all his techniques, while his combat power had not significantly increased. His personal fighting skills had transformed dramatically. Thankfully, they had no ill will toward Earth. The deity nodded to himself, acknowledging that he found Casso and Osbier's capabilities increasingly inscrutable. Chapter 68. The Battle for Senzu Bean's Deity. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Casso's sole reason for coming to Earth was to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. However, upon encountering Beerus along the way, he had to bring him to Earth as well, conveniently addressing the latent threat posed by the Scions. Now that both tasks were complete, it was nearly time to return to Salad Planet. Very well. Until we meet again, the deity nodded. With his influence, the martial arts on Earth were developing splendidly, and in years to come, promising talents should emerge. Casso departed the divine realm with Osbier, arriving at a store in West City. Casso, big brother, why are you buying all this instant noodles? You'll find out soon enough. Casso refrained from elaborating. His purchase of so many instant noodles was merely a precaution that he relentlessly collected every brand available on the shelves, leaving no option unexamined. However, when he encountered a brand featuring pickled cabbage, he hesitated, deciding to forego that particular one. That should suffice. Almost all the instant noodles in the store had been gathered by Casso and stored in a universal capsule. They exited the shop. Casso sighed in relief. Fortunately, he possessed the black card from Bulma, which contained enough funds for a lifetime. Indeed, relying on others can be quite rewarding. Let us go. With that, the two vanished without a trace. On Salad Planet, as time progressed, the Scions grew increasingly powerful. Bardock organized all the Scions into 10 small teams, each led by a captain, with Bardock and Casso overseeing all the captains. The Scions had no objections to Casso's leadership over the captains. In fact, they welcomed it. One day, in the center of the training area, a massive duel arena was filled to capacity, half occupied by Scions and the other half by Lolitans, including Philia. Bardock glanced at the list in his hand and stated coolly, "The next match is between Chris's team and Castor's team. Given that Senza beans could only yield 80 beans per month, with 40 reserved as seeds, Bardock had to set aside some beans for backup, leaving insufficient beans to distribute among the Scions. Thus, Casso proposed a system of duels between teams, where the higher-ranked teams would receive more Senza beans. This way, the Scions would earn beans based on their strength. Fostering no resentment, Bardock found this method of duel quite appealing, as it created pressure among the Scions. When a Scion feels pressure, it can lead to terrifying results, just like in the Namek saga, where Vegeta could hardly believe that Kakarot, a low-class warrior, could transform into a Super Saiyan while he, a noble Saiyan prince, could not. Humiliated, Vegeta's pressure intensified, and within a year, he too became a Super Saiyan. In the expansive duel arena, 30 Scions stood ready. Castor taunted, "Chris, you might as well concede." A year prior, the Lolitan tribe had developed a detector, which revealed that Chris possessed only 70,000 battle power, with most of his team members hovering around 40,000. Castor, boasting 80,000 battle power, found it laughable that Chris could even compete. Concede? Chris scoffed. In the Scion lexicon, surrender was non-existent. Even if defeat was certain, they would never give up. Besides, they might not necessarily lose. "Let us do this." With Castor's declaration, the atmosphere in the duel arena instantly grew tense, and the battle was about to commence. At that moment, two small figures appeared beside Philia. Upon witnessing the battle in the arena, Casso paused. He had envisioned this duel method long before the Senzu beans matured, yet he hadn't anticipated encountering such a fight upon his return. This warranted a closer observation. Castor swiftly flew toward Chris, while the other team members found their respective opponents. In an instant, 30 bursts of white energy erupted, filling the arena with a blinding aura, the surging waves of energy sweeping across the entire battleground, even ruffling Casso's hair into an upright position. "Hey, little one, how many matches have we had now?" Casso asked, holding Osbier while sitting beside Philia. "Just the second to last match," Philia replied nonchalantly. Casso had surprised her with his sudden appearances before, so she was no longer astonished by his antics. The team that had already advanced must have been Garrus's team. Casso squinted. Among the Scions, Garrus was second only to Bardock, boasting a formidable battle power of 90,000, making it unlikely for any other team captains to challenge him. "Indeed," Philia nodded, then turned her gaze away. With Garrus being so strong, it hardly seems fair to the other Scions. The role of the Senza bean has already been explored by Philia. If the Senza bean were to be combined with the physique of a Scion, it would undoubtedly yield a most terrifying outcome. She perceives that obtaining Senzu beans through such a method of duel would only serve to amplify the strength of the powerful. "Fairness?" Kazuo chuckled. "The world is inherently unfair. Moreover, without pressure, where can one find motivation?" Noticing Kazuo's silence, Philia refrained from continuing her thoughts, for after all, this was a matter concerning another's clan, and if he showed no concern, why should she burden herself with it? Instead of fretting over others, she might as well ponder the principles behind the manufacture of the universal capsule. With this thought, Philia shot Kazuo an irritated glare. "Look!" Kazuo exclaimed, oblivious to Philia's expression, as he pointed towards the dueling arena. The number of combatants had dwindled significantly, yet Kazuo understood that the true battle was only just commencing. That a dozen auras erupted once more, and a tempest surged forth, accompanied by a powerful shockwave that shattered the entire arena, reducing the stones to dust within the storm. Castor soared into the air, his hands clasped together. The energy within him was drawn forth, swiftly coalescing into a dazzling energy sphere. "Chris, brace yourself." The furious energy sphere hurtled towards Chris. "Get out of the way." The Scions on the ground, witnessing the scene, immediately took to the skies as if struck by Castor's move. It was likely that Chris would be bettered in for weeks. "I can't block it. Can I not evade?" Chris gritted his teeth, aware that defeating Castor with his own strength was a daunting task, especially considering the latter's battle power of 80,000. That extra 10,000 in battle power was neither a trivial amount nor an overwhelming advantage. Yet, It would not be so easy for Castor to vanquish him simply based on that disparity. Boom! Chris deftly dodged the energy sphere, which then detonated upon striking the arena, resulting in a violent explosion in an instant. The dueling arena was torn asunder, smoke billowing into the air and enveloping even the Saiyans above. Observing the unfolding chaos, Kazuo chuckled. It appears Chris is on the verge of defeat. Phylea furrowed her brow. Had Chris not evaded that attack, how could he possibly lose? You'll see in due time, Kazuo replied. Chapter 69. Announcing an important decision, the smoke from the explosion continued to spread, resembling a dark mist pouring forth from the depths of an abyss, obscuring all vision that we must rush out. Quickly, the Saiyans shrouded in smoke yearned to escape at the earliest opportunity, for in such a murky environment, ambushes were all too likely. Both sides shared this thought. Chris, too, recognized their precarious position. If he, as the captain, were to fall prey to Castor's ambush, their team would be doomed. However, a voice resonated from behind him. Chris, lie down for a moment. A gleam of light pierced through the mist, akin to a beacon within a dark forest, guiding lost lambs back onto the right path. The spectators. That light appeared breathtakingly beautiful, yet Chris felt a chill run down his spine upon seeing it. When did this happen, having been hammered by Lord Bardock so many times? Did Castor truly believe it would be of no consequence? Castor materialized behind Chris, his hands already gathering an energy sphere even larger than before. Long before the Saiyans relocated to Salada, Castor and Chris were nearly evenly matched in strength. But Castor had a penchant for courting danger, often inciting Bardock's wrath. His current superiority over Chris was primarily due to the frequent training he received from Bardock's affectionate little punches. Prepare yourself, Castor commanded coldly. The colossal energy sphere was launched from Castor's hand, slicing through the gray smoke overhead and illuminating a brilliant passage as it hurtled towards Chris with unparalleled ferocity. But no, Chris's pupils constricted. The energy sphere raced towards him, stirring up monstrous waves as the violent winds howled around him, appearing before him in an instant. Boom! The spot where Chris stood erupted in a golden blaze, the explosion resonating throughout the entire dueling arena. The gray mist was instantly dispersed by the shockwave, and visibility returned to the arena, revealing Castor standing alone at the highest point, while the remaining members were from the two rival teams. Lord Castor is incredible, truly remarkable. Members of Castor's team exclaimed enthusiastically. As long as their captain could eliminate the opposing captain, victory would surely tilt in their favor. In the preceding months, aside from facing Garrus's team, they consistently reached the final rounds. Now, Castor's team once again glimpsed the hope of victory. The Lolita team members nearby also cheered. Indeed, Lord Castor, Lord Chris was so close, having long integrated with the Saiyans. The Lolita people rejoiced at the Saiyans' burgeoning strength. How do you know? Phylea shot Kazuo an intense look, her beautiful eyes fixed upon him. The battlefield was undeniably dynamic. She would not hastily conclude that Castor was stronger than Chris. Nor could she presume Castor's victory was assured. Until the final moment, anything could transpire. That rascal Castor is merely a troublemaker. Even if Chris evaded that strike, Castor will surely have other tricks up his sleeve. Kazuo shrugged. Who is Castor? He dares provoke even Bardock. How could he be a good person? If not for Kazuo's formidable battle prowess, he might not even dare to cross Bardock's path. After all, he is the father of the protagonist in the Dragon Ball universe. Phylea knitted her brow, remaining silent. Ever since Kazuo proposed this method of duel, she had watched every electrifying battle, noting that as long as Castor's team did not encounter Garrus's team, they consistently advanced to the final duel. Moreover, she observed that Castor employed some rather underhanded techniques during his matches, even utilizing moves like the groin strike. With this thought, Phylea's lips twitched in irritation. That you're quite similar. What did you say? Kazuo, unable to discern Phylea's words, turned his head. She gracefully brushed her blue hair aside, and in that instant, her usual icy demeanor melted away, replaced by an alluring shyness. Phylea's gaze flitted about, evading his Observing Phylea's fidgeting demeanor, Kazuo paid her no mind and continued to watch the match. Indeed, Chris was unable to rise after that last blow, and his teammates were swiftly defeated by Castor's team. After a day of dueling, the competition among the 10 teams culminated in the final match. Bardock instructed Castor's team members to take a brief respite before immediately commencing the next battle. "This match is not worth watching," Casso said, cradling Osbier and smiling. "Why not?" Osbier lifted her head, her round eyes filled with curiosity. Philia regained her composure and turned to Casso, eager to express her thoughts. "Garrus was once a member of Uncle Bardock's team," Casso replied nonchalantly, although the Scions were now divided into 10 teams. Garrus could be considered one of Bardock's closest subordinates. Given this background, it was no wonder that Bardock would extend special consideration for Garrus's training. Thus, it was hardly surprising that Garrus possessed such formidable battle power. Faced with the experience and strength that surpassed Castor's, it would be exceedingly unrealistic for Castor to rely on his underhanded tactics. Philia was momentarily taken aback, realizing Garrus's impressive background. Yet, as Casso noted, in their previous team duels, Castor had never managed to secure a victory against Garrus. If this trend held, it seemed Garrus would triumph again. Philia mused inwardly. She glanced at the 2 young children beside her. The extraordinary prowess of the Scions did not astonish her, as they were all adults. However, the strength of these 2 youngsters far surpassed that of the Scions in the arena, which was indeed perplexing. While Philia had yet to witness Osbier's full power, she had seen Casso's capabilities a year ago, when he single-handedly conjured a massive energy sphere and effortlessly obliterated the planet Shalber. Having witnessed numerous duels, Philia realized that none of the Scions present could possibly rival Casso. She pondered extensively, unable to comprehend why these 2 young children possessed such formidable strength. Turning her gaze back to the arena, a new battle commenced, as expected. No matter the underhanded tactics employed by Castor, Garrus remained unflappable. Before long, Castor was defeated by Garrus, and with his downfall, his team failed to make any significant impact, ultimately facing complete annihilation. Upon seeing the battle conclude, Casso placed Osbiel in a chair and declared, "Little Beal, remain seated here. I have an announcement to make." Chapter 70. Re-entering the universe as Casso soared into the sky. The audience, which had only just settled, erupted once more into a frenzy. "Look, it's Lord Casso!" Both Scions and the Lolita tribe cheered exuberantly in that moment. For the Scions, Casso had single-handedly rescued all present from the cataclysm on planet Vegeta prior to its explosion, making him their savior, the AS for the Lolita tribe. Although Casso had initially threatened their entire race, he simultaneously annihilated the Charber people for them, given that their ancestors had once allied with the Scions. They held no aversion to rejoining the Scion lineage. The diminutive figure in the sky was shrouded in mystery, and no one knew the extent of his current power. Only that Bardock and Osbiel were no match for him. A child. An enigma. Bardock, holding a list, smirked slightly. Amidst the fervent cheers from the Scions and Lolita people, Bardock could not deny that Casso increasingly embodied the qualities of a leader. Casso ascended higher, pressing his hands down, and the entire duel arena fell silent in an instant. Casting a glance over the more than 400 individuals present, he noted that this gathering comprised nearly all the inhabitants of Planet Salad. Scions were notoriously proud, as evidenced by Vegeta in the anime. Though this group of Scions was not as cold and ruthless, establishing a harmonious relationship with them remained quite challenging. The Lolita tribe had gleaned this knowledge from ancient texts, and through the modifications made to Dr. Brief's gravity chamber, the Scions came to understand that their integration would yield transformative changes. Indeed, subsequent alterations made by the Lolita people to Planet Salad resulted in the creation of various devices beneficial to Scion training. Eventually, the Scions realized they could not do without the Lolita tribe, and the 2 races became completely intertwined. The Lolita people also constructed numerous spacecraft, all stationed in the research area. This was all preparation for the day they could once again venture into cosmos. Observing those spaceships, Casso understood that the Scions could not remain on Planet Salad indefinitely. They were a race born for battle, and he had previously feared that news of the surviving Scions would reach Frisia's forces. But that was not the gravest concern. The true terror lay in the possibility that the god of destruction might learn of their existence. Given Beerus's temperament, should he discover this, it would likely result in the annihilation of both Frisia and the Saiyans. Fortunately, Casso had addressed this potential threat just the day before that we have resided on planet Salad for a year. Casso's youthful voice resonated throughout every corner of the duel arena, resembling that of a leader addressing his people. The Saiyans and Lolita tribe members in the audience listened intently to Casso's speech. Bardock furrowed his brow, pondering where this boy had been just the day before and what his sudden reappearance signified. Philia, too, regarded the mischievous child with curiosity. Casso paused momentarily before continuing. I believe everyone has witnessed the prowess of our Saiyan warriors. Back in the era of King Vegeta's reign, the highest battle power among Saiyans barely reached approximately 9,379,29266. A level achievable only by elite warriors. The Saiyans present had long believed that the pinnacle of their potential was confined to the level of King Vegeta. Yet now, they witnessed each Saiyan suddenly surpassing 20,000, shattering their previous doubts regarding their innate abilities. Bardock himself was astonished by his newfound strength. In the past, such a notion was beyond his wildest dreams, that I am now issuing a command. Casso surveyed the crowd and spoke calmly. Starting tomorrow, the Saiyans will be divided into groups for training. Upon hearing this announcement, everyone present was momentarily taken aback. Bardock, even more astonished, shot in the sky and bellowed, "Kid, what do you intend to do?" Casso remained silent, observing the Saiyans, who exhibited neither fear nor anger, but rather a palpable eagerness. Seeing this, Casso smiled, truly a warrior race. Uncle Bardock, do you think the Saiyans fear anyone besides Frisia? Bardock was momentarily taken aback. In his mind, Frisia possessed a battle power of 530,000, and he had always believed that only when Casso surpassed that threshold or Kakarot transformed into a Super Saiyan would they no longer have to worry about Frisia. After hearing Casso's words, Bardock began to see the truth in his statement. Over the past year, through rigorous training in the gravity chamber, Bardock had reached a battle power of 120,000, nearly matching that of the captain of Frisia's Ginyu Force. And let us not forget that Saiyans could also transform into great apes. With a battle power of 120,000 multiplied by 10, that amounted to 1,200,000. Could he truly surpass Frisia? His heart raced at the thought. Upon observing Bardock's expression, Casso surmised his thoughts. However, the reality was that Frisia's true power was a staggering 120 million, far beyond what Bardock envisioned. Nevertheless, it mattered little, with the current strength of the Saiyans. Unless Frisia took to the field personally, he would not be able to eliminate the Saiyans on Planet Salad. Given that Frisia had spared Goku and Vegeta, it was apparent he was merely focused on fulfilling the task assigned by Beerus, and had little interest in those with only a few thousand battle power. Moreover, as long as the Saiyans remained discreet, who would suspect them of being Saiyans? They could easily be mistaken for a race strikingly similar to them, like the T that moment. Bardock ceased speaking, seemingly acquiescing to Casso's decision. With this development, the Saiyans erupted into enthusiastic cheers, clearly weary of the ceaseless training on Planet Salad. For the Saiyans, only battle was their true love, yet not everyone shared this excitement. The Lolita tribe expressed deep concern. As long as the Saiyans remained sequestered on Planet Salad, it was acceptable that if someone could attain the legendary realm described in ancient texts, Frisia would be nothing more than a trivial threat. However, the Lolita people did not believe anyone among the Saiyans could achieve such a feat. With this thought, Philia ascended into the sky, having been appointed the new leader by Iwani a year prior. She could not allow the Lolita tribe to take such a risk alongside the Saiyans. "Little rascal, you mustn't." Philia furrowed her brow and spoke coldly. Silence. At this moment, Casso's voice was frigid, devoid of warmth. A stark contrast to his usual demeanor. This girl understood nothing. "You," Philia's chest heaved as she trembled, pointing a shaky finger at Casso. Why was this mischievous child so obstinate? He had not behaved this way before. Yet at that moment, an elderly member of the Lolita tribe flew up. Iwani gently pressed Philia's hand down and shook her head. She had heard Casso's words clearly. Given the Saiyan's proud nature, they would never heed external counsel. However, Iwani was certain that Casso had his reasons for acting thus. After all, he had rescued the Saiyans during the explosion of planet Vegeta. Chapter 71. Demonstrating strength, little rascal. I won't pay you any mind. Philia snapped, her brows tightly knit, before turning to leave. Casso, brother, she may ignore you, but I will pay attention. As Osbier soared up from below, she wrapped her arms around Casso's neck and playfully squinted her eyes. Observing the retreating figure of Philia, Casso affectionately ruffled the hair atop Osbier's head, disregarding Philia entirely. Since Bardak had chosen not to voice further objections, it was evident he tacitly approved of Casso's actions. With the duel concluded, the Garrus team was awarded 3 sins of beans, the Caster team received 2, and the Chris team 1. Casso paused momentarily before continuing. The matters I previously mentioned will soon be set in motion. I hope everyone is mentally prepared that if there are no further issues, we may disperse for now. Uncle Bardak, please follow me. Casso ascended toward the horizon, cradling Osbier, with Bardak closely trailing behind. Upon returning to the courtyard of the living area, Casso elaborated on his detailed plan. Although Frisia appeared to be somewhat indifferent to the extermination of the Scions, it was unwise to brazenly wander in his presence. Thus, when the Scions ventured out, they must conceal their tales. Provided Frisia remained inactive, his subordinates would be no match for the Scions, a fact that was indisputable. Casso also considered that the transformation of Salada Planet had become increasingly sophisticated, with each region serving a crucial role. Given the limited number of the Lolita clan, maintaining the operation of Salada Planet's various technologies would prove to be a daunting task. The Scions now had 10 teams. They could not all venture out at once, necessitating that a portion remain behind to uphold the planet's functioning. Particularly, the Senzu bean fields in the northernmost part of Salada Planet required a contingent of Scions stationed there. Such a precious healing commodity must not be jeopardized. Uncle Bardak, do you have anything to add? Casso inquired. You decide, but what is your primary purpose for sending our kin out? Bardak asked, arms crossed. Each of Casso's decisions invariably held its rationale, and this instance was unlikely to be an exception. Over the past year with their development, the resources on Salada Planet had dwindled significantly. It was unreasonable to expect him to single-handedly procure resources indefinitely. Casso cast a disapproving glance at Bardak. Indeed, Casso's assertion held merit. Initially, the combined population of Scions and Lolita was merely over 400, and with that number, he had managed to gather resources amidst the transformation of Salada Planet. However, as the planet's modification expanded, Casso found himself preoccupied with training, leaving little time to collect resources that he was truly stretched thin. Thus, Casso resolved to allow the Scions to venture out and earn their own livelihoods. Yes, that was Casso's true intention. Indeed, it's been quite a challenge for you this past year. Bardak remarked, glancing at Casso with a hint of embarrassment. He recognized the necessity of resources for Salada Planet's growth, yet Casso had never broached the subject with him, leading Bardak to mistakenly assume it was a trivial matter for Casso. Let Garrus and Castor's teams head out first. They should familiarize themselves with the current state of the universe, Casso suggested. Very well, Bardak nodded. Among the Scions, aside from Bardak, Garrus and Castor possessed the highest combat prowess. And Bardak was confident that their joint efforts would avert any unforeseen complications that be by the way. There is a distant planet from Salada Planet, renowned for its abundant wealth. I previously procured funds there. I will provide you with an interstellar coordinate. Please arrange for them to depart at your earliest convenience, ensuring they gather resources upon their return. Casso waved his hand dismissively at Bardak and soared out of the house. Impudent child, Bardak shook his head in exasperation. Casso flew above Salada Planet, where the boundaries of various regions were starkly defined. The ecological zone preserved the original characteristics of Salada Planet, showcasing towering trees and expansive plains that remained undeveloped. Presenting a lush green vista, in contrast, the research zone boasted an array of gray-silver buildings, reminiscent of the spherical structures at Bulma's residence on Earth. Casso now found himself amidst this setting. Greetings, Lord Casso. How adorable he is! Exclaimed the beautiful ladies of the Lolita clan as they spotted the small figure descending from the sky, their excitement palpable as Casso landed. The lovely Lolita maidens rushed to his side, playfully tousling his hair with their delicate hands. Over the course of a year, they had come to understand Casso's amiable disposition and his capacity for humor, which emboldened them to tease him without reservation. Standing at just over a meter tall, Casso found himself surrounded by these statuesque beauties, inhaling their enticing fragrance. Just as he was about to lose himself in the moment, Philia's voice rang out from the entrance. "What are you all doing? It's Lady Philia. Everyone run." In an instant, the Lolita ladies vanished from sight. Casso lamented, "I hadn't quite enjoyed myself yet. Little rascal, you bring this upon yourself with your frivolous behavior. And now these girls are so unruly because of you." Philia chided, rolling her eyes, not angry anymore. Casso asked, gazing up at her exquisite visage. Without a word, Philia retreated back to the research room. She glared at the universal capsule on the table, feeling irked that the mischievous child displayed warmth toward those girls, yet remained so indifferent to her. "Do you think I would jeopardize the fate of the Saiyan and Lolita clans?" Casso followed her inside, leaning against the doorframe. "I sincerely hope not," Philia replied through clenched teeth, convinced that Casso was trifling with the destinies of two races. Did he not grasp the magnitude of Frisia's might, especially after recently experiencing the devastation of planet Vegeta? With the nurturing of Salada Planet, the Saiyans would inevitably rise. Could they not wait until they transformed into their legendary forms before venturing out? The thought of this made Philia seethe with rage. "Come with me." Casso, sensing her expression of disbelief, knew she harbored doubts about him. In the research room, a shadow suddenly flitted past, and Casso instantly appeared beside Philia, causing both to vanish from their location. Not far from Salada Planet lay a massive azure sphere. In a vast plain, Philia glared at Casso. "What have you brought me here for?" "To show you something," he replied. "What is it?" Philia asked, momentarily taken aback. Casso regarded the icy beauty before him. As the new leader of the Lolita clan, it was vital for her to feel secure, lest it disrupt the harmony between the Saiyans and the Lolitas. "Do not blink." With Casso's command, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The air felt as though it had been subjected to a 100-fold increase in gravity, becoming unbearably oppressive. Philia's eyes widened in astonishment as she struggled to breathe. Sensing an overwhelming power radiating from Casso, poised to erupt. Chapter 72. The unfathomable Casso, an overwhelming force erupted from Casso, enveloping him in a brilliant white aura. "This is bad." Philia's heart raced as the titanic energy surged towards her. Flee. She instinctively chose to retreat, propelling herself 5 kilometers away. Indeed, just as she distanced herself, Casso unleashed a thunderous roar. Ha! His diminutive form erupted with an even more ferocious power, which surged from his feet, penetrating the ground. The surrounding plains shattered violently, fracturing into countless pieces. The colossal whirlwind formed around him, swiftly transforming into a mighty tornado, drawing in debris from the ground and spiraling it high into the sky. In that moment, the plains within a radius of several kilometers experienced unprecedented devastation. Casso's awe-inspiring presence disrupted the previously stifling atmosphere, sweeping through the plains like a primordial titan's roar. The ground trembled beneath the immense force, and silver sparks ignited around Casso as the floating ions coalesced into arcs of energy that resonated throughout the heavens. "You need to retreat," Philia gasped as waves of energy surged towards her, prompting her to hastily retreat another 5 kilometers. Once she halted, Philia retrieved a new type detector from her pocket and aimed it at Casso. 100,000 battle power, 150,000 battle power, 300,000 battle power. Suddenly, a burst of flame erupted from the detector, followed by a resounding explosion. Philia's eyes widened as she attempted to swallow, only to find her mouth utterly parched, devoid of saliva. The detector in her hand had been meticulously redesigned, crafted from exceptionally expensive materials, capable of detecting up to 300,000 battle power. She never anticipated that this little brat could be so terrifying. Yet the swirling energy vortex ahead continued to expand, and the turbulent waves surged once more. Philia was compelled to retreat another 5 kilometers. This little monster, stunned, Philia stood frozen, unable to find a single word to encapsulate Casso. She firmly believed that the 300,000 battle power was by no means a true reflection of Casso's strength. He might very well have surpassed 500,000. Ancient texts from the Lolita clan chronicled defeats of Saiyans from the Amoxi era, a time when Scions were immensely powerful, with even intermediate Scions boasting a minimum battle power of 200,000, while the mightiest warriors could exceed 1,000,000. As this thought crossed her mind, Philia's breath quickened, her gaze fixated on the small black dot at the eye of the storm. That little rascal had achieved the prowess of ancient Scions. But he was merely a 9-year-old child. Philia had no inkling of Frisia's true strength. But in her estimation, Frisia possessed at most 500,000 or 600,000 battle power. Yet now, Casso's battle power was nearing Frisia's. No wonder Casso had the audacity to send Scions on perilous missions. At that moment, a silver arc of electricity appeared in the sky 15 kilometers ahead. With a thunderous boom, Casso's terrifying aura suddenly dissipated, and the chaotic atmosphere gradually returned to normal. In an instant, Casso teleported to Philia's side, smiling. "How's it going?" Philia fixed her gaze on Casso, rendered speechless. After a moment of silence, she inquired, "Just how much is your current battle power?" "Did you not utilize the detector?" Casso remarked. Philia shook the detector in her hand, disbelief evident in her eyes. Casso mused, "This piece of charcoal is undoubtedly the detector, but it was within my expectations." Having spent a year on Solata planet and another in the hyperbolic time chamber, no one, aside from Osbier, knew how Casso had honed his skills. Even Casso himself was uncertain of his exact battle power. He only knew he was incredibly strong, capable of obliterating this planet with a mere wave of his hand. However, the thought of Frisia's ultimate form sent shivers down Casso's spine. Noting Casso's silence, Philia surmised that he too might be unaware of his true strength. "Let's head back." "All right." Philia vanished from her spot. Accompanied by Casso, a year had passed once more. It was now the 3rd year since the cataclysmic explosion on Vegeta. Including the time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, Casso and Osbier were now 11 years old. The transformation of Solata planet had progressed to astonishing perfection, whether in the training zones or the research areas. High-tech innovations were omnipresent. Scion training had become increasingly convenient. The living quarters had seen minimal alteration, retaining the appearance of a bustling metropolis, albeit enhanced with greenery that rendered it far more aesthetically pleasing. Since Casso initiated the plan for the Scion's return to the universe, the skies above Solata planet frequently witnessed spacecraft ascending and descending. These were Scions embarking on missions or returning from them. Just as Casso had previously stated, a distant planet from Solata, known as Multi-Money Planet, was immensely affluent, a commercial hub teeming with diverse commodities for sale, even including entire planets. Reports indicated that Frisia's forces had some dealings with Multi-Money Planet. Following Casso's instructions, Garrus and Castor ventured to procure resources from Multi-Money Planet, only to discover it was guarded by a formidable expert boasting 150,000 battle power. Fortunately, Garrus and Castor had utilized a detector prior to seeking a loan. Otherwise, they might have had to transform into giant apes to secure the funds, thereby risking exposure of Scion secrets. Upon hearing this news, Bardock chastised Casso vehemently. The reason this lad could secure a loan from a powerhouse of 150,000 battle power was due to his innate ability to conceal his energy, coupled with his instantaneous movement. A divine technique for borrowing money to IT was virtually impossible for anyone to detect him. It was precisely because Casso frequently borrowed from Multi-Money Planet that the shadowy overlord of the planet re-emerged. Though Bardock felt somewhat helpless upon reflecting on this, he wished not to burden Casso further. Only through Casso's relentless training and escalating battle power could the Scions find greater security. Subsequently, Garrus and the others registered 10 mercenary teams on a cosmic mercenary planet, due to the overwhelming strength of these 10 teams. The mercenary planet's tasks were swiftly completed by the Scions, executed flawlessly. Consequently, Garrus and his companions garnered a commendable reputation on the mercenary planet. Chapter 73. Gravity Room of 600 times Scions earned their rewards through undertaking missions, subsequently exchanging their earnings on Multi-Money Planet for the special materials required to enhance Solata planet. One day, in the training area, 2 young children crouched before 2 black rooms, while a stunning beauty with icy blue hair stood nearby. Her form-fitting work attire accentuating her alluring curves, exuding endless charm. "Hey, how much can the gravity be increased?" Casso gazed hopefully at the beautiful figure beside him. Philia, what's the update? Osbier, seated cross-legged, pouted, as long as we have the right materials. We can increase the gravity to any extent. However, where did you procure such rare metals? Philia affixed the final component to the second gravity chamber. Ever since witnessing Casso's true strength a year ago, Philia realized that a 100 times gravity chamber would no longer suffice for him to elevate the gravity chamber's multiplier. Only more robust metals would do. Yet she was puzzled as to where this little rascal had acquired such precious metals, which were even more valuable than zero metal. Don't mind that. Just tell me how much it can be increased. Casso's face displayed a rare hint of embarrassment. Interesting, Philia chuckled softly, given her understanding of Casso. His tenacity rivaled that of steel, and now he bore this expression, indicating he had likely done something even he found somewhat shameful. It has been increased to 600 times. What? Casso's eyes widened in disbelief. In his mind, he had thought these special metals would only allow for a maximum increase to 300 times. His astonishment. It had risen to 600 times. Casso swallowed hard, contemplating how invaluable these metals must be to Multi-Money Planet. Indeed, since Casso had washed his hands of past dealings a year prior, he had recently returned to Multi-Money Planet. Even with the 150,000 battle power guardian stationed there, Casso had evaded detection, stealthily acquiring such precious metals. In the cosmos, a lower-tier planet could sell for 1 black gold, a mid-tier planet for 1 white gold, and a superior planet could fetch 1 purple gold. 1 purple gold equated to 100 white gold, which in turn was worth 9,379,29266 black gold in the novel of existential despair. The batch of metals Casso borrowed was valued at 50 purple gold, equivalent to the earnings from selling 50 superior planets. Should the shadowy overlord of Multi-Money Planet discover that his metals had been pilfered, he would likely collapse in despair. Upon hearing of the increase to 600 times gravity, Osbier leaped with joy. That's amazing. While you rejoice, others may weep. Philia, removing her gloves, approached Osbier and gently patted her little head. In the universe, with a strong preyed upon the weak, the science's primary focus was to train diligently. Casso's ability to procure such metals was a testament to his skill. Philia was not one to adhere to outdated notions, viewing the incident with a calm demeanor. She was merely surprised that Casso would exhibit such an embarrassed expression. Thanks, little lady. Once I finish training, I'll bring you a box of spicy noodle cups. Casso eagerly dashed into the gravity chamber. Spicy noodle cups? Upon hearing this, Philia's eyes immediately sparkled with golden light. The training aptitude of the Lolita people is generally lacking, and Philia's talent is considered exceptional. Aside from dedicating a portion of her day to practice, her greatest delight lies in exploring the wonders of the universal capsule and indulging in food. Among her favorite dishes is instant noodles, particularly the spicy, pickled flavor. Little rascal, that's a deal, Philia shouted towards Cass's retreating figure. Understood that Cass's voice echoed from the entrance of the gravity chamber before the door was firmly closed. Philia, I shall also commence my training. Go ahead. Philia gazed at Osbier's petite figure, her thoughts wandering to the spicy pickled noodles. Cass wandered around the gravity chamber, noting that it appeared largely unchanged from before. He was intensely curious about the enhancements this latest gravity chamber would afford him, a gravity increase of 150 times. Cass murmured to himself, although he was uncertain of his precise combat strength. His understanding of his own capabilities led him to believe that a gravity increase of 150 times would pose no significant challenge for him. Indeed, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire chamber instantaneously. Yet Cass felt nothing more than a slight discomfort at the moment the gravity shifted. 200 times gravity. Cass gradually tested the increments. During his training at 100 times gravity, he realized that each additional increment resulted in a drastic change, with the higher multipliers yielding increasingly terrifying effects. Should he attempt to elevate the multiplier too drastically at once, he risked being reduced to mere pulp. I'm beginning to feel it. Cass moved his heavy limbs. But it was still insufficient. Cass shouted again. 250 times gravity. The gravity chamber emitted a low hum, and at a glance, the space appeared to warp, ripples of spatial fluctuations cascading through the air. In an instant, Cass felt as though the weight of an entire star had been imposed upon him, and he was abruptly pressed to the ground. Oh, heavy. Cass lay on the ground, gritting his teeth. Indeed, under such high multipliers, every additional increment of gravity was incomparable to the previous levels. Cass took a deep breath and slowly rose from the ground. Although the current gravity was formidable, he found it just right. Reminiscent of the first time he had increased the gravity chamber's multiplier to 30 times several years prior. Every movement was a monumental challenge for his body, and he resolved to adapt to the gravity gradually, ensuring he could walk normally before progressing further. Half a day passed. Restore gravity. Cass lay on the ground, teeth clenched. Training must be approached steadily and methodically. Haste makes waste at T present. Cass could only stand under 250 times gravity and was unable to walk normally. However, the thought of the little girl outside waiting for her spicy pickled noodles spurred him to exit. Otherwise, Philia's wrath could be quite formidable. Indeed, as Cass crawled out of the gravity chamber, he spotted that lovely figure still standing in place. Finished with your training? Philia glanced at Cass, who lay on the ground. She exhibited little reaction to Cass's pitiful state, as if she had grown accustomed to it. After resting for a moment, Cass finally regained some strength and stood up. Casting an annoyed glance at Philia, this silly girl wouldn't even acknowledge him. How infuriating. Here, take this. Cass opened the universal capsule, retrieving a box of instant noodles and tossing it to Philia. When Cass opened the storage door, Philia took a keen look inside. Hiss. Philia gasped, for the storage was brimming with instant noodles. Why had he only given her one small box? Is this all? Is there a problem? Just one box. Cass closed the storage door. Looking at Philia with certainty, the instant noodles were acquired by Cass from Earth a year prior, featuring a variety of flavors aside from pickled cabbage, all in preparation for a potential visit from Beerus. The more of these life-saving items he could stockpile, the better, and it was already quite generous of him to provide Philia with a single box. Philia clutched the box of instant noodles tightly against her chest, glaring at Cass as if he were a nefarious villain. Oh, you want it or not? Cass could no longer tolerate her demeanor and pretended to reach for the noodles. What are you doing? Philia quickly dodged Cass's hands. You said you didn't want it. Philia, as the princess of the Lolita clan, had always been the center of attention, her high aptitude making her the apple of her kin's eyes. She could obtain nearly anything she desired. Yet upon encountering Cass, she had never met such a miserly individual like T that moment. The gravity chamber door opened from within. Osbier emerged, equally drenched in sweat. She could only train under 180 times gravity, unable to reach the level Cass had achieved. However, the new gravity chamber was indeed impressive. Osbier felt the constraints on her power loosening shortly after entering. Brother Cass. Osbier, disregarding her own perspiration, clung to Cass's neck. Is the gravity chamber effective? Cass, unfazed by her sweat, embraced her and wiped the perspiration from her face. Since the explosion of planet Vegeta, Cass had been wandering the universe with this girl, traversing small mountains on Mumu's star and learning instant transmission on Yardrat star. Returning to the Saiyan planet only in the year 737 of the Age of the Gods. Each time he ventured out, Cass invariably brought Osbier along. The two were inseparable, akin to sticky taffy. Revealing just how significant she was to him. It's effective. Osbier wiggled in Cass's embrace. You all should rest for a moment. I'll be heading back. Philia was now exasperated at the sight of Cass, for he had an abundance of instant noodles, yet had only given her one box. It truly infuriated her. As her words fell, Philia soared into the sky, vanishing from their sight in the blink of an eye. Cass shook his head. It was indeed prudent not to give too much, as he needed to save some for emergencies. While Cass was momentarily lost in thought, suddenly, the sky seemed to resonate with a sacred melody, and a colorful pillar of light appeared before the gravity chambers, its divine radiance blossoming instantaneously, revealing a silver-haired, blue-skinned, and it was Whis. Osbier, still clinging to Cass, waved her small hands and exclaimed, Whis? Cass paused for Whis. As the attendant and master of the god of destruction, was responsible for both the daily care of the god and guiding his training. Angels and gods of destruction typically remain together, rarely parting ways. The sudden appearance of Whis suggested that Beerus might also be nearby. He could see this thought. Cass's breath quickened as he searched the surroundings for Beerus's presence. No need to look. Lord Beerus has fallen into slumber. Whis smiled. During their time on Earth, Whis had observed Cass's slight apprehension in the presence of Beerus, which was understandable. Who wouldn't feel tense before the most powerful god of destruction in the universe? Especially when that god harbored thoughts of annihilating the Saiyans? Cass couldn't help but feel nervous. Cass, still holding Osbier, circled around Whis before speaking. Come again for some food? Angels are generally gentle, generous, humble, and respectful. Knowing this, Cass dared to jest in such a manner that moment. It appeared as if two black crows had taken flight in the sky. Whis wiped the sweat from his forehead, clearly exasperated. But he nodded. That is merely one reason. Now, follow me. Before Whis could finish his sentence, Cass seized him, and the three of them vanished from the spot. In the living area, Cass's home. I asked this what you call delicious food? Whis sat at the edge of the table, grasping his staff, casting a skeptical glance at the items atop the surface point. Three unremarkable light green boxes rested there, appearing rather ordinary at first glance. Just moments ago, Casso had torn open the packaging, pouring in boiling water and declaring that it would be ready to eat shortly. Whis found himself in a state of bewilderment. Was this truly the fabled notion that high-end ingredients often require the simplest of cooking methods? Could it even be edible? Meanwhile, Osbier, with her round eyes wide open, fixated on her personal bucket of instant noodles, swallowing hard from time to time. She had tasted the delight of instant noodles before and knew them to be one of the rare culinary pleasures in existence. As time passed, a waft of enticing aroma began to emanate from the bucket of noodles, filling Whis's nostrils, leaving him momentarily spellbound. Astonishingly, it truly seemed that merely steeping them in boiling water sufficed. The alluring scent wafted incessantly toward Whis, causing him to salivate uncontrollably, and he eagerly extended his hand, yearning to indulge immediately. Not so fast. Casso restrained Whis's hand. Preparing instant noodles was not a trivial affair. It involved numerous considerations, such as water temperature and steeping duration. If these were mismanaged, the entire bucket would lack any enhancement, let alone be delicious. Casso was well aware of Master Jin Chengwu's secret to perfect noodles. After a while, Whis, nearly parched from anticipation, noted that Casso had yet to make a move. He thought to himself that had he summoned Lord Beerus, Casso surely would not have kept him waiting for so long. All right. Casso's voice broke the tension. The air above the noodles suddenly blurred. Casso wiped his eyes, able only to see the little girl's movements, while Whis's actions remained obscured. Looking up, he saw that both buckets of noodles were now in their hands. Whis peeled back the packaging, inhaling deeply the fragrant steam that escaped. How delightful! His fingers twitched with excitement, and he could no longer restrain himself, swiftly reaching for a fork, while Osbier had already immersed herself in the world of noodles. Truly two food enthusiasts. Casso shook his head. He took a bite and found these instant noodles quite comparable to those of his past life, with little distinction. However, thanks to Master Jin Chengwu's secret, they were indeed much tastier. What brings you here, Whis? Casso inquired, intrigued, recalling that Whis had something to say before he had interrupted. Let us discuss it after we eat. Whis emerged from his noodle-induced reverie. Uttering the words with effort, in Dragon Ball Super, Vegeta had once coerced Whis into teaching him by merely presenting a bucket of instant noodles, underscoring their immense allure for Whis. Casso chuckled, deciding not to press further, as Whis would surely divulge his thoughts in due time. As time slipped by unnoticed, Whis set down the noodle bucket, releasing a hearty burp, his face alight with satisfaction. The flavor was so exquisite it felt as though he might burst with delight. This batch of noodles surpassed even the last from the bustling eatery. Regaining his composure, Whis's expression turned serious. I wish for the little girl to venture into the realm of destruction to receive my guidance. With that, he cast a meaningful glance at Osbier, who was still savoring her noodles. Chapter 75. The Prospective God of Destruction. Casso believed he must have misheard, so he cleared his ears, upon witnessing Casso's perplexed demeanor. Whis's lips twitched slightly, yet he remained earnest. I want the little girl to go to the realm of destruction for my tutelage. Casso froze in place. His astonishment was warranted. In the anime, Angels served as mentors, servants, attendants, and overseers to the gods of destruction, accountable solely to them. Each universe possessed a god of destruction, accompanied by a corresponding angel. Angels were prohibited from engaging in the struggles of good and evil and could not utilize their abilities for combat. Thus, hearing Weiss's words left Casso genuinely taken aback, for angels almost never guided others in their training, that of course, exceptions like Goku and Vegeta existed. If an angel offered training guidance to someone, it could only imply one possibility. That person was a candidate for the god of destruction. This realization brought Casso momentary joy, which quickly settled into calm, that it was indeed fortuitous to hitch a ride on Weiss's coattails. Under his guidance, Osbier would undoubtedly progress smoothly in her training. Furthermore, in the hierarchy of the universe, the Omni King was followed by the Grand Minister, then the angels, with the gods of destruction next, and finally, the candidates for the gods of destruction. If Osbier became a candidate for the god of destruction, her status would elevate significantly, yielding no detriment to the Saiyans. Instead, they could bask in the glory of having a candidate for the god of destruction. For instance, if Frieza were aware of such a powerful ally behind the Saiyans, he would certainly think twice before challenging them. The advantages mentioned were immediate. Yet Casso understood that the origins of the Saiyans were anything but simple, and their bloodline was formidable, growing stronger in the face of adversity. In Dragon Ball GT, the Super Saiyan 4 state emerged, and Casso believed that even without Weiss, he and Osbier, with their innate talents, could reach such heights, perhaps even surpassing Super Saiyan 4, that however, with Weiss's guidance, Osbier's training would undoubtedly accelerate, potentially allowing her to attain the legendary Ultra Instinct state. Casso contemplated extensively before speaking. Does Lord Beerus know about this? Lord Beerus has no objections whatsoever. Weiss replied, casting a knowing glance at Casso, realizing that this lad was indeed aware of the candidate for the god of destruction. This was fortuitous, as it spared him the need for extensive explanations. Oh. Casso paused, then sighed. We should ask Osbier about this. He wouldn't force her if she were unwilling. Osbier, caught up in her noodles, looked up at the sound of her name being called. Her expression vacant. Casso, brother. Were you calling me? Casso, Weiss. It seemed that Osbier had not heard a word of their conversation. What a silly girl. Weiss spoke directly. Little girl, do you wish to become stronger? Yes. Osbier nodded vigorously. She would never forget the pitiful sight of Casso being bullied by Nappa while trying to protect her. Osbier had long resented her lack of power, always feeling like a burden to Casso. In her subsequent training, she had emulated his methods, but found herself increasingly unable to keep pace with him. She was unwilling. She yearned to grow stronger. She wanted to protect her brother Casso. I can teach you to train, enabling you to surpass even Casso, but you may not return to this planet for quite some time. Are you willing? Weiss said with a gentle smile. His words were not mere platitudes. As an angel and mentor to the gods of destruction, his strength was undoubtedly formidable, and his teaching methods exceptionally refined. Weiss discerned that Osbier's talent was not particularly high, yet her Saiyan bloodline held some peculiarities that even he found difficult to fathom. Moreover, he observed that Osbier possessed a pure heart, a quality that would allow her to learn swiftly. Indeed, as Weiss noted, Osbier had mastered instant transmission on Yardrat in a mere 11 months, even faster than the adult Goku. Upon hearing Weiss's proposition, Osbier remained silent, casting a pitiful glance at Casso. Whatever decision you make, I will support you. Casso understood her feelings from the reluctant look in her eyes. It was evident that she was tempted. I agree. Osbier turned back to Weiss, her gaze resolute. Though she was loath to leave Casso behind, at that moment, the Saiyan blood within her seemed to stir, and without a hint of hesitation, she acquiesced. She craved power. When she succeeded in her training, she would protect Casso. Casso nodded, affectionately ruffling Osbier's hair. Saiyans typically matured early, and Casso had never encountered a Saiyan as inherently innocent as Osbier. Goku only exhibited such behavior after suffering head trauma. They were both now 11 years old. It was time to let go. Little Osbier, take this. It's filled with instant noodles you love. An entire warehouse. Casso retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket and handed it to Osbier. Hoping to spare her the pangs of hunger, during her journey to the realm of destruction, as the little cotton-padded jacket was about to depart, Casso felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Yet, such is the nature of a Saiyan, always seeking stronger powers through any means necessary. Wow, big brother Casso, you are so kind. Upon receiving the capsule, Osbier instantly forgot her sorrow, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she swiftly grasped the capsule from Casso's hand. Casso remarked, while Whis added, "This girl, although she appears reluctant, has completely forgotten her sadness upon seeing food. Farewell, young Casso, until we meet again." Seizing the moment, while Osbier was momentarily distracted, Whis rapidly whisked her away from Planet Salad. He feared that if they lingered, the little girl might become troublesome once more. With their departure, the household quickly fell into a serene silence. Casso remained in place, reflecting on all the moments shared with Osbier. Power. Casso clenched his fists, an overwhelming aura erupting from him, causing the surrounding space to warp as crackling sounds echoed around. The entire Planet Salad was enveloped by Casso's formidable presence, triggering alarms from the scanners of both the Lolita and Saiyan races. 300,000 battle power. 500,000 battle power. Boom, boom. All the scanners on Planet Salad were obliterated into mere scrap metal that a year prior, Philia had redesigned the scanners, utilizing advanced materials, enabling them to detect up to 500,000 battle power. Swish, swish, the Scions took to the skies, eager to discern which mighty warrior had descended upon Planet Salad, but upon recognizing the source of the overwhelming aura, they promptly returned to the ground. It is Lord Casso. Then all is well. Chapter 76. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Osbier had departed from Planet Salad alongside Whis. As time passed, the absence of Osbier rendered Planet Salad much quieter, and Bardock and the others soon realized that the little shadow trailing Casso had vanished. When they inquired about her, Casso merely shook his head, offering little explanation, stating only that she had gone to train elsewhere, suggesting it was best not to discuss matters involving a deity of destruction. Subsequently, Casso's life settled into a monotonous routine, alternating between rigorous training in the gravity chamber and further cultivation within its confines. He scarcely made appearances before others, even ignoring Philia when she sought him out. Time, as it often does, slipped by unnoticed. 8 years passed in this manner. Deep within the cosmos, a streak of light cut through the stars. There stood a strikingly handsome young man, his starry eyes cautiously surveying his surroundings. Tall and defined, his chiseled features exuded a fashionably modern vibe, clad in casual earth attire. Casso furrowed his brow, having just emerged from Planet Metamer. He sensed an aura nearby that reeked of malevolence, akin to that of a hellish demon. Planet Metamer was renowned for its martial arts culture, where its inhabitants diligently studied various fighting techniques. For the past few years, Casso had honed his skills, greatly owing his prowess to the teachings of the Metamorans. Upon detecting this nefarious presence near Planet Metamer, he could not simply stand idly by. Yet, as he pursued it deeper into the cosmos, the malevolent aura vanished without a trace. Shaking his head in disappointment at not locating the source of the ominous energy, he chose to employ instant transmission to depart from the area. Shortly after Casso's departure, a dark mist began to swirl in his wake, growing ever thicker as a pair of crimson eyes emerged, surrounded by flickering black lightning. Earth. Many years had passed, and Bulma was no longer the little girl she once was. She had blossomed into a poised and exquisite young woman. While rummaging through her belongings, Bulma stumbled upon the Dragon Ball that Casso had returned long ago. After extensive research, she discovered that it was one of the legendary 7 Dragon Balls, said to grant any wish. Having encountered the Dragon Balls years prior, Bulma quickly crafted a dragon radar from her memories. The desire had long resided in her heart, to utilize the Dragon Balls to fulfill her wish. And thus, she embarked on a quest to find them. The saga of the Dragon Balls officially commenced. Along her journey, Bulma encountered Goku, Yamcha, Oolong, and many others, facing various challenges, all of which she overcame with her formidable combat skills. Even Goku marveled at Bulma's prowess, conceding that he was no match for her. In the final confrontation at Pilaf's castle, Bulma saw through all of Pilaf's schemes, and Goku did not transform into a gorilla. When it came time to make a wish, Bulma wished for Casso to be by her side. However, at that moment, Casso was still training on planet Metamer, although he was aware of Bulma's search for him. He simply had no time and had to decline the dragon's offer for transportation. Upon hearing the dragon's response that Casso could not come, Bulma's initially excited expression began to dim. The subsequent wishes, as in the original story, resulted in Oolong comically wishing for a pair of panties. By the year 750 of the age, the World Martial Arts Tournament transformed from being held every 5 years to every 3 years. Bulma had always remembered Casso's words. To soar through the skies, one must diligently train every day. After all these years, she had only one Senzu bean left in her possession, a testament to her relentless dedication to training. Of course, her arduous efforts bore fruit. Bulma's combat power now reached 150 points. Yet, lacking a mentor, she still could not fly. Though uninterested in participating in the tournament herself, Bulma attended to watch Goku and Krillin's match. Whereas that little rascal Casso gone? Bulma pondered, resting her chin on her hand. Her eyes glazed as she watched the battle unfold. The arena's contest held no allure for her. Years prior, Bulma had reached the limits of her physical capabilities and realized that no amount of training would enhance her internal strength. She recalled Casso mentioning that once the warm current within her body grew thicker, she could attempt to fly. However, after all these years, Casso had only visited Earth once, and before he could teach her fly, he departed once more. What a vexing fellow ain't he that moment. 3 figures approached from the sidelines, 2 men and a woman. Bulma, called out the handsome young man, clapping her on the shoulder. Who? Bulma exclaimed, startled, as she spun around. During her adventures with Goku in search of the Dragon Balls, she had realized just how formidable she had become. Yet now she failed to notice someone approaching, sending a chill down her spine. She looked up to see a striking young man. His handsome face seemed familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. The two remained still, the handsome young man quietly observing the beautiful girl before him. Her blue hair was tied back with a red headband, and her delicate eyebrows arched elegantly, reminiscent of icy peaks. With pearly white teeth and fair skin, she was a vision of youthful beauty. Bulma felt a flicker of irritation. How could this guy be so impolite, staring at her in such a manner without regard for decorum? Suddenly, a flash of realization struck her. The handsome young man before her began to merge with her memories of Casso. Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief. I asked that you, Casso. Beside her, Yamcha and Oolong exchanged curious glances, unsure of who Casso was, but they couldn't help but express astonishment at the stout man accompanying him, who bore a striking resemblance to Goku. It is I. Casso replied with a soft smile. 8 years had passed since his last visit to Earth, and the Bulma before him had matured considerably, becoming even more beautiful. After a brief assessment, Casso noted that Bulma's energy had significantly intensified. At this rate, she was nearly ready to learn the ability to fly. It was evident how diligently Bulma had labored to achieve her goal of soaring through the skies. In Casso's perception, aside from the dragon on stage and Master Roshi, as well as Goku, none of the others present posed any challenge to Bulma. You have finally arrived. Bulma, filled with excitement, stepped forward and grasped Kakarot's collar tightly. Sometimes, children desire whatever they see. In her youth, Bulma was captivated by Kakarot's ability to soar through the skies and expressed a wish to master such a technique. However, as time passed, she realized that the pursuit of martial training did not resonate with her. Yet, whenever she contemplated relinquishing her efforts, the image of that little rascal would flash across her mind, compelling her to persevere. Releasing her grip, Bulma remarked, "Before meeting Kakarot, I had so much to convey, yet now that he stands before me, I find myself at a loss for words." Years later, upon encountering Bulma once again, Kakarot felt a surge of joy and instinctively ruffled her hair. Let us watch the tournament. Chapter 77. The conclusion of the martial arts tournament in recent years. The planet Salad has flourished, and the Saiyan Squad has established a mercenary organization of their own within the cosmos. Leveraging the reputation they had cultivated, the Saiyan mercenaries quickly rose to prominence among the stars. Other mercenary groups dared not express their resentment, for the Saiyans were undeniably formidable. Meanwhile, Kakarot had been training on Salad, but as time advanced, he soon reached a plateau, realizing that the 600x gravity chamber could no longer yield results. Aware that mere enhancement of his combat prowess would not suffice, Kakarot recognized that the Saiyan race was renowned for their martial prowess. Consequently, he departed from Salad in search of various battles scattered across the universe. However, during the early stages of the Dragon Ball saga, there were hardly any skilled fighters in the cosmos. Just as Kakarot was on the verge of abandoning his quest and returning to Salad, he stumbled upon an intriguing planet, Metamor. Kakarot trained there for several years, and, amidst his training, heard the voice of the Earth Dragon, inquiring if he wished to be transported. This indicated to him that the events of the Dragon Ball narrative had commenced. Upon concluding his training, he returned to Salad, bringing Bardock and Jine along to Earth, coinciding perfectly with the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. "Kakarot!" Jine exclaimed, covering her mouth, her eyes shimmering with tears, having been exiled to this place shortly after his birth. She instantly recognized her son upon seeing his unique hairstyle. Bardock furrowed his brow, remaining silent. He felt that Kakarot's fighting power on stage was disappointingly weak and questioned whether this little one could truly transform into a Super Saiyan. In contrast to the expressions of the two beside him, Kakarot, having spent several years on Metamor, found the battles on stage to be quite entertaining, even perceiving Master Roshi's techniques as exceptionally profound. Given that Earthlings inherently possessed limited training aptitude, coupled with the interference from the KO, the martial arts development on Earth had reached its zenith in recent years. This realization made Kakarot's observations seem entirely reasonable. The trio watched the combat with great interest, while Bulma fixated intently on Kakarot's profile. His chiseled features exuded a striking masculinity, and his deep, dark eyes glimmered with an enchanting hue, embodying an air of authority. It was hard to fathom that the little rascal from years past had matured into such an impressive figure. "Bardock uncle, Jine aunt, please don't look at the sky later," Kakarot said with a gentle smile. He recalled that in the anime, Goku transformed into a giant ape at the last moment of the tournament, and it was only after Master Roshi shattered the moon that victory was secured. "What did you say?" Bulma asked, momentarily bewildered, thinking Kakarot was addressing her. "Nothing, just enjoy the match." Uncertain whether it was due to the long absence of physical contact, Kakarot found himself unconsciously reaching out to ruffle Bulma's hair once more.